Hello, everybody, and welcome to, me blowing out the microphone. I am Mayor. This is RealityHacker, which is one of the 3 episodes of shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition over at ohmtown.com and here on Twitch and over on YouTube's. And I, along with the sentient AI from the future, well, we talk about 5 articles in each of these 3 shows. After RealityHacker is Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is about entertainment news. But RealityHacker is about science and technology, but it's a focus on things that basically make you question reality. So we're going to talk about Pizza. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Pizza AI. But I merged it together. Anyway, virtual breathing coach, Twitch face recognition, AR virtual support, and lab-grown blood vessels. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. So hang out here and chat with us in Twitch or chat with us in the live broadcast over on YouTube. And hope to see you around. All right, let's get going. All right, folks. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get right on into this? And we're going to bang out these 3 shows, which will eventually get merged into one Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition.
I am.
So if you want just the podcast edition of each of these shows, you can just do a search on, well, wherever you catch pod. And that is where ohmtown will be. But there are 6 weekend or weekly shows, and they all take place on the weekend, and then one daily show, which goes Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it's the compilation of the 3 shows for Saturday and 3 shows for Sunday. If you want to know more, be sure to follow us. Then go over to YouTube, where all 1,800 episodes of all of the shows are stored. It's all 1,800 combined. Okay. Non Sequitur News just started its 4th season, and the other 6 shows are starting their 2nd season. Let's get going. First article's over in RealityHacker. Your pizza guy is now AI. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. Wired.com.
I think we have enough people that are salespeople. Now this could be exponential.
Well, you don't need salespeople if your AI has scraped all of humanity and turned it into itself, AI, into humanity. It's a humanity AI turducken, or Ouroboros, the snake eating itself. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. The chatbot's name is Jimmy the Surfer, a nod to a recurring character from the company's old TV commercials. It says, pizza night, don't open Uber Eats or DoorDash. The 44-year-old California chain called Pizza My Heart now lets you text a number and chat with an artificial intelligence.
Oh. Is that so you can place your order?
Yep. They texted Jimmy and asked if they could order a pineapple and anchovy pizza, and then followed up with asking if it was a good combo. And it says pineapples and anchovies can make a bold combination. It's all about the mix of sweet and salty flavors. No. Some folks dig it while others have different tastes. Decidedly different tastes here. Decidedly disgusting.
That's kind of a non-committal answer. That should be like, nope, that's just wrong.
Oh, they even mention it. A political answer. Yeah. So I'm like noodling around with DeepSeek, and I'm trying to kind of puncture its safety protocols, because I want it. It says that it's going to offer up honest and transparent answers, but I've already seen the bias in it, so I find it quite entertaining to noodle around with sociological mechanisms and psychological mechanisms within it.
Well, I mean, every system's going to have a bias of whatever or whomever programmed it or what data went in.
Right.
But I think given the origin, we can expect a specific, or some specific biases.
Yeah, and that's really interesting that you mentioned this, because a lot of people are like, well, you know, it was distilled from OpenAI. That's the new argument. Oh, by the way, if you want to get today's articles, bang NSN over in Twitch.tv's chat. It's all of today's shows are already in the description in the show notes for the live broadcast over on Twitch, but bang NSN on Twitch will get you the articles. Anyway, so a lot of people have been reporting that OpenAI was the source for the DeepSeek data, and it's just distilled from the DeepSeek, or distilled from OpenAI by scrubbing it, basically, or not really scrubbing it, scraping it, query after query apparently, and then it was concentrated into what is DeepSeek. How they didn't know that there was a contingent of remote accesses, I don't know. But anyway, my point is, DeepSeek is said to be distilled from OpenAI, and somebody reported that when they noodled around with the data, it spit out a response saying that its developers were OpenAI. Well, I asked for a bunch of information from DeepSeek, and that's not what it spit out to me. It said that it was from DeepSeek. Now, maybe I have a distilled LLM or a distilled model.
Or it's been programmed to answer that.
Well, arguably, they said that the people who said that it spit out that it was programmed by OpenAI, they theoretically got it straight from DeepSeek, right? But it took me a day later to get the model, so who knows? Well, this chatbot experience that they're talking about with this Pizza AI lives alongside several others in a way to order the pizza chain delivery, blah, blah, blah. But Polona AI, the company whose technology powers Jimmy, believes its solution can alleviate work for people in the store, make the ordering experience richer for the customer, and help brands form a deeper bond with their clientele. Nothing says building a bond with your clientele like putting an impersonal AI at the front desk.
Absolutely. I mean, think about the old commercial with the phone tree frustration. This is just going to be interesting.
Well, we are sliding down this slippery slope anyway. Like, I really like AI because it allows me to do things creatively, but I will never trust it in any way, shape, or form for subject matter expertise in any way without me having to do the same level of due diligence necessary to basically make myself a subject matter expert. So, Shang says that Polona AI is already in use with a small business called Mind Zero. That sounds very familiar. Mind Zero. Anyway, a contrast therapy spa in South Carolina, and will soon be deployed on the website of Wise, the company known for its affordable security cameras. The author of this, again, it's Julian Chikatu over at Wired.com, put this article together, says that they tried it. And the experience with Mind Zero's chatbot, which is accessible if you directly message the brand on Instagram. That's the thing about Polona. It can take various forms depending on the brand's needs. For Wise, it'll appear as a little chat window on the company's homepage. For Pizza My Heart, there's a dedicated number you can text or call. For Mind Zero, it's injected into the company's DMs.
So if you're trying to order a pizza, do you think it's going to be responding with the wrong service or whatever?
With therapy, yeah.
Yeah.
Says that includes, can I be naked in the sauna? Which Shang posits is a question someone might have felt a little awkward to ask a real human, but had no such qualm asking over Instagram. Well, that's probably because they're a numbskull who believes that information is private, confidential, and isn't going to be exposed at some point. Well, that's not true, because an AI that was developed to be a computer girlfriend basically was breached, and all of their private information communications was exposed to the world, compromising everybody who might have used it. Found that one kind of fascinating. So
yeah, I think there's more risk of that if the system is collecting your information, but I do think the wrong person getting your information could be releasing it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And people who have a political or some other agenda, let's just say agenda, will do exactly that. They'll release it to make you compromised, and then you are on your heels trying to defend yourself against, the fact that you're a My Little Pony fan, aka Brony. Anyway, Wise's chatbot is personified as a wizard, so its responses are on theme. When they asked what the best security camera was, it says, "Let me guide you through some enchanting options." That is so just boorish. So when I asked if the Nest Cam is better, the Wise Wizard offered up pros of the Wise Cam V4 and a few for the Nest Cam, but ultimately said that the Nest has a heftier price. And ultimately, if you're seeking magical protection without breaking the bank, Wise Cam V4 stands out as a beloved choice by many. Yeah. So obviously the internal bias, it's there to, pimp its own stuff.
To sell you, right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, but anybody asking that question should also, it's the same thing if you were asking a salesperson. If they're on commission for one product or they're sending you to a competitor's store, I mean, we can kind of guess how many people, not all, would answer.
And therein lies the rub. A salesperson is making a commission. An AI bot is making a sale on behalf of the company, removing the fiduciary element to a human being and delivering it directly to the company and by proxy to human beings. So the executive suite and investors benefit, but you're losing a job. And what is a company without humans? It's just a bunch of AI, right?
Right. It's not really much of anything, except it still is. But
what is the good that it's actually doing? When we get into the business aspects of these things in another show at another time, we'll talk about that kind of stuff. But got to think about this. Why do you have a company if you're selling products to people, but the only thing that it's actually benefiting is just the executive suite and the investors? You don't have any humans in there. Seems like all it's doing is selling stuff, but it's not helping out humanity in any way. It's not doing a greater good. It's not facilitating anything other than consumption. Maybe that's what the objective is. Get rid of the humans, except for the executive suite. Good job, AI. You've scrubbed humanity from the map. But who is going to be able to afford it if they don't have jobs? Oh, they'll find jobs somewhere else.
Well, that's right. It's going to be hard to sell products to people without any income.
Yeah. Let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. A study using virtual breathing coach indicates that it's as effective as a human trainer. So now all I have to do is use my smartwatch instead of having a human trainer. Study suggests that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. So we've eliminated the human again.
Telling humans how to be humans.
Correct. Which actually goes to a point that I make when I give a talk, wherein I ask the question, where is it that technology cannot go? And up until last year, I would have said technology can't teach a human to be human. Well, that's no longer.
That seems to be changing, right?
Correct. Yeah. Dramatically faster than I ever thought would be possible. Study suggests that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. Aston University is the source of this. It's published over at ScienceDaily.com. And so they say a breathwork trainer, which it's kind of like, what is it for AI? The person that writes the,
A programmer?
yeah, but there's a person that writes the command to tell the AI to construct something.
Prompt engineer?
Prompt engineer. Thank you. The breathwork trainer is akin to prompt engineer. Although there are people that are skilled in the art of creating a prompt, but it's something that you can literally cut and paste at some point. Why? Because everybody's putting it into the AI, so the AI is learning it, and then it can output simply by saying, hey, what's the most popular prompt? Oh, okay, here, let me give it to you. Anyway, however, a new research paper indicates that the individuals would be as comfortable being guided by an on-screen virtual reality coach as by a trained professional. And I have no no reservations as to, yeah, I'm pretty sure that a person would accept a VR coach or an AR coach.
They might actually prefer that.
Why would not? I can do the exercise in my bedroom, or, you know, naked in the living room, or whatever I want to do anywhere. If the virtual reality or augmented reality, and I really would prefer augmented reality, on screen, I can see the world, I can interact, and so on and so forth. But so I put those glasses on hold, by the way, just so everybody knows. I'm waiting for the X-Real 1 Pros to be released, and then I'll revisit it at another time to see if they meet the expectations that I had set up. So we'll see. Researchers wanted to investigate both the perception of the virtual coach and evaluate its usability as an alternative to training provided by a human. They developed an online system where the virtual coach guides the user's breathing through a set of established exercises that can be done at home. And the VR instructor, which appears on screen, was given a human appearance and voice and displayed breathing movements of the chest and head.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if it's Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. So again, AR would be better than VR. You don't have this big old strap and whatever. That actually dried my throat out.
You need the AI breathing coach.
Yeah, not only does it tell you to breathe, but then it says drink. Don't breathe and drink, otherwise you'll drown in your living room. Anyway, people are concerned about accessibility to healthcare due to its high cost and availability of trained experts. And that's one of the things that I've talked about with people. You can basically enumerate these things, physical therapy, for instance, and the kinesiology involved in physical therapy can be mapped using technology. And when it's out of alignment, the AI or the machine learning system can go, you need to adjust this, that, and the other.
Right. I think we saw that, although for different purposes, with ballet dancers, but I don't know if it was for the same purpose.
Yeah. And it's taking place with all sports, really. You know, swing coaches are now, baseball swing coaches are now AI and machine learning, and it's making you adapt and telling you what to do and stuff like that immediately, and you don't require a human being. Anyway, interesting paper, right? Oh, and for the record, this is actually by Sanobar Dar, Eniko Eckert, and Ulysses Bernadette. Usability, acceptance, and the role of realism in virtual humans for breathing exercise training from Scientific Reports, and it was published right here in 2025. So
very interesting.
Yeah.
Not much more that AI can't get into.
No, but it is. And we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Corporations have much more invested in this, and the diversification of AI's application is theirs to deliver, because regular old Joes aren't able to send their AI into work for them. But a corporation using the previous work of the humans prior to the AI can certainly replace the human with AI. As you can see with the previous article, your pizza is being replaced, your tech support is being replaced, your sales support is being replaced.
Your therapy of some kind.
Your breathing coach.
Health and fitness.
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker. The Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible. For years, a Twitch streamer named Valentine Squirrello has been seeking new ways players with disabilities can enjoy games without expensive hardware. Now he and his community of fans have invented a solution. Hopefully this will allow me to keep talking about it. No, not really. Doggone it. So they've basically worked on face recognition program that allows disabled individuals to control game inputs through face expressions. For Squirrello and his community, the program, dubbed Playability, was the answer to the limitations of accessible hardware. So depending on how a person moves their face, it controls the device.
Do you think this continues to go further toward AI? Like somehow there's is it going directly from the human into the computer, or is it going from human to computer to computer? So we don't know.
Let's see here.
For instance, is it taking a photo or a model or something of the person, and then that translates into something?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the process is. I wish I could. I can't log into this. But they have a link to playability.gg, which is a domain name, playability.gg, that enumerates what goes on with this. But odds on there is a plugin within the computer that taps into a camera that monitors a person's facial expressions, and through that allows them to run the game. Yeah, I can't. I wish I could, but I can't log in while we're
all I know is that it converts the expressions into various commands within the game, but I don't know exactly how it does that.
So odds on it's face recognition. So computer vision is pretty sophisticated nowadays, and it can see minor modifications in a person's facial expression, and then it sends a command to the game so that it does whatever it needs to do based on that expression. So pretty cool. Let's keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Splashtop releases AR virtual support system, which sounds like something we've just got done talking about.
Oh, right.
In a move that could reshape industrial maintenance, Splashtop has just released an AR remote support system, which works with RealWear smart glasses, announced January 28th, 2025. This is a bold play by Splashtop to make hazardous work environments significantly safer. Splashtop already had significant market presence, serving over 30 million users and 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises, which is an amazing amount. Because I've heard of Splashtop, but I didn't know that they were actually that big. The article is over at xrtoday.com. Did I say who that last one was from? Sorry.
I think so.
The Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible article is at Wired, and it's written by Grant Stoner. All right. Well, this article about Splashtop is a collaboration with RealWear smart glasses, aims to make dangerous work environments safer via remote support. So it's written by Luke Williams, and it's over at xrtoday.com. The key features of this is that it has two-way AR, augmented reality. Annotations enable remote experts to draw and highlight directly on the worker's field of view. Real-time camera sharing with integrated voice over internet protocol communications ensures clear communication. Secure file transfer system offers shared technical documentation and instructions. Remote flashlight control for improved visibility in low light conditions, which just seems weird. Because if you're the person on the other end of this and suddenly a light turns on, I think that you'd be kind of caught off guard by it. But hey.
Yeah, just a bit, which could be a safety issue.
And then session recording capabilities for training, documentation, and audit purposes, just in case the person screws up one way or the other, I suppose. So they refer to safety first, industrial applications, and the platform tackles OSHA compliance head on, making hazard identification as simple as looking and speaking to the assistant. But the lag, I don't really agree with this.
Yeah, that could be an issue, because if you're supposed to be like pressing a button or something, and then it's like, no, the one to the left, but they've already moved over or whatever.
5 seconds is a significant amount of time in a hazardous environment. You don't have time to wait for the real-time response from somebody. But they say industrial applications, and this must be working because they're saying that they've got 30 million users, but I don't know how that really
but what are the
out.
statistics once they're deployed?
Right. Yeah, 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises. I'm not sure. 250,000 businesses.
That's a lot of businesses.
It is. Quite fascinating. The hands-free nature of the system makes it particularly vulnerable to industrial settings where workers need both hands for complex tasks. Remote experts can guide repairers as if they're standing right there with the wearer, potentially saving hours or even days of costly downtime. But if the person isn't competent enough, accidents happen. I'm really curious what this is used for.
And this can't substitute for somebody's expertise.
Yeah, live skill. I mean, that's why you have knowledge, skills, and abilities. That's why you develop your training. So they say their verdict is that the 70% safety improvement claim is bold and needs some real-world validation. But even if the actual number lands lower, Splashtop's augmented reality integration with RealWare shows genuine promise for industrial operations. It's not just about tech.
It does, but they have to be careful, because if it looks like it's X amount safer or something and they're relying on that, then that could actually make it less safe.
Yeah, there's an expectation of performance. Yeah. Let's keep going. We've got one more article for today's show, and this one's over in RealityHacker. This blood vessel was grown in a lab with real human cells. You won't know where it's from, but you'll know that it's made from real human cells. So like when you buy these so that you can get your blood vessels replaced, it has a little stamp that says made with real human cells, like real juice.
Well, right. And is it, at some point, is it like that ship question, right? Like if all of it's replaced?
Yeah. Are you still you? So the FDA recently approved a bioengineered blood vessel, which becomes part of a patient's body over time. It's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. I love the idea of this. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get into it because it says that I've read the complimentary story. So let's see if I can. Yeah, it just keeps blocking me, which really sucks. But anyway, you can go there and check it all out. Unfortunately, I can't, for whatever reason. The article kind of, that's a risky click there. Jesus, that is just horrible. At any rate,
well, let me wait. Hold on, just a minute. So this can certainly help, like if somebody's in an accident or has an injury, because you can't always have a viable vein,
right?
Which can be pretty significant. And then this all came about because the person was a physician and could see when patients ran into problems, essentially.
Gotcha. Yeah, pretty cool. Let me see. Yeah, I won't be able to. I would have to log in, and I haven't logged in before the show. So anyway, yeah, it won't let me refresh and see any of it. Well, there you go, though. A bioengineered blood vessel becomes part of the patient's body over time, and it's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. So there you have it. So we're going to jump into that little artery right there and bounce back to Reality Hacker's front page at ohmtown.com. Go over and you too can follow the links through ohmtown over to the sources that are aggregated into the news for me to manage my information overload. ohmtown was created. You can use it too. I opened it up back in 2022.
2020.
Was it 2020? Oh, this is the 4th year. I mean, we're in the 4th year, so. So yeah, go over and check it all out. It's got 50 channels, 7 of which become shows here on ohmtown on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. And we do the show live every day, either on the weekend at around 4 o'clock. We have some delays because we're in the middle of a project. And at around 7 o'clock. But you need to follow us to know exactly when we go live, because we basically go live and start talking about the news. That said, I am out of here. I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. I hope everybody can hear that music. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted, a gadgets and gear show hosted here at ohmtown.com and hosted on live at twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. In all of those places, you can become a fan. Follow us here, there, everywhere. Download the podcasts. So much stuff. All of it brought to you by ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we are going to talk about these 5 articles that get aggregated into ohmtown.com. Pick your buttons to push. Private Sonic Boom. I do those periodically. Hook on gaming phones. Ford Mustang Dark Horse. And Kindle-like smartphone. It's plural, actually, but we'll talk about it on the other side. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, like I've been mentioning, almost like an ohmtown.com turducken. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
If you're not a subscriber, you're about to get hit by an ad. All right. Well, welcome to the show, co-host. Are you ready to get into these 5 articles?
I am. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the second show of 3 that we do on the weekends on Saturday. The first one is...
Okay, we start with Reality Hacker, then we have Wanted, and then we have the Continuity Report.
There you go. So Wanted is about gadgets and gear. Reality Hacker is about AR, AI, technology that makes you question reality because you hack it. And finally, we end the day with the Continuity Report, which is about entertainment news. So we've got 5 articles that were submitted or selected by the AI, myself, or someone else that may have submitted it via a little page right here that says, it's not here unless you're logged in, and I'm not logged in. But anyway, once you're a citizen, you can actually submit news to us. We'll evaluate it and include it in the daily, because we do this every day, Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur news, and then on the weekend we do 3 shows, the topics that we just mentioned, and then on Sunday we do 3 different shows. All right, let's get into this. I want stuff. I won't buy stuff, but I want stuff.
Hence Wanted.
Hence Wanted. So Logitech MX Creative Console review. Pick your own buttons. At least for now, your laptop or custom or desktop computer is inherently more capable than a smartphone or tablet. I don't agree with that statement. But anyway, what you lose, sticking to the classics, is a lot of interface simplicity of a phone. Using a desktop computer to its fullest means getting comfortable with keyboard shortcuts, especially if you plan on using any kind of professional creative software. That is, unless you have a macro pad. One moment. Oh, did I just disable something? So, yeah. So
for
all
those
of those
in the podcast, that was just shown.
Oh yeah, I was showing a macro pad. It's actually what I just showed was the 10 key of a 10 keyless keyboard, because that is a 10 keyless keyboard. So I use my macro pad, and I can program all of those buttons to do pretty much anything that I want. You just have to remember what they do. That's why you have things like a Stream Deck, where you can see an icon that represents a function, and it makes life easier for streaming, and that right there. So this too is a macro pad. You basically can program it to do whatever you want. Ian Carlos Campbell over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocketlint.com, please donate pocketlint.com to pocket-lint.com. That would be great.
That's right. That way Mayor Watt will not be driven nuts by the Dash.
Correct. Dashes drive me nuts. So, and I think there's a Dash car out there. That too drives me nuts. People dashing drive me nuts. I don't understand what it is, but anyway, don't dash. Everything should slow down. Slow down. Anyway, so at least for now, your laptop has all of this limitation. So you get a macro pad, or shortcut keyboards, keypads, have existed for ages. Whoa. Sorry. I'm working with an AI, and it actually just popped up something. Well, they burst into the mainstream during the pandemic, work from home era, though largely thanks to the popularity of the Stream Deck, which is sitting right here, which was designed first and foremost for controlling live streams, but whose buttons could be customized to work with a bunch of other different applications. You actually get an interface where you can drag and drop a bunch of functionality. Logitech's MX Creative Console is a 1-2 punch meant to address the popularity of the Stream Deck. The company acquired competitor Loupedeck in 2023, seemingly with the same motivation. So Loupedeck is basically Stream Deck, just a different company.
Oh, okay, just a different company, right?
Yeah. And so they actually show like an interface, and each of these buttons on this 3x3 pad, plus I think page turning, I haven't seen it. They go by Logi now, or Logitech actually has a...
Oh, right, yeah, they have a shortened form.
Yeah, as if they were Federal Express and needed to change to FedEx.
Maybe they were trying to save on all their painting of airplanes.
Sure. I'll just give that to you. Well, they say the price, availability, and specs of this essentially Loupedeck version of the Stream Deck Neo Logitech MX Creative Console launched September 2024 for $200, a higher price than the $100 you pay for the entry-level Stream Deck Neo, which was actually a fairly new entrant. The Neo line is a watered-down version of...
Oh, okay, because I was surprised that a competitor might come out with a higher price, but that makes sense. Those aren't comparable.
Not directly, no, but you can page over and get the same functionality and stuff like that. So part of the justification of the MX Creative's console's higher price is that you're actually getting two different devices for one purchase: a Stream Deck-esque keypad with 9 square buttons in the center and page forward and page back buttons, so you can flip to others. There's usually a lag in all of that. Stream Deck has the same thing. Like I use Beacon as well, and Beacon has this little lag between flipping to other inputs. These devices have to interact with software on the system and then bounce back. So the dial pad works over Bluetooth and has 2 rechargeable AAA batteries, and you can charge with a USB-C cable, while the keypad needs to be wired to your computer to work, also over USB-C. The dial pad is this little thing right here. So you can program
I find it interesting that one's wireless and one's not.
Yeah, this is basically a potentiometer that says, oh, you're turning it this way, turning it that way. So it's kind of low energy, whereas the other one is actually lighting up, providing power to each individual. Right, it might be more
connected to specific applications or something.
Yeah, and you want it to respond faster than Bluetooth, because any delay when you hit a button means that you could be sitting there picking your nose when you're doing a transition, when you really want it to say end streaming. I know nothing about that.
That's hyper specific.
Yeah, that I don't want to talk about it. So they basically say they're mostly made of plastic, save for the dial pad's cool metal dial. They feel sturdy and have satisfying clicky buttons. That's basically the end game for me. Gotta be metal and clicky. But if it's mostly plastic, it drives me a little crazy too. Hold on a second. Oh, it must be.
Yeah, but most of them are made of plastic, I think.
Where the heck did I put my other keyboard? I have a little 40% keyboard somewhere. The heck?
Marijuana.
Anyway. What? Oh, sorry. Anyway, so they talk about what they liked about the MX Creative Console. It's fun and convenient to push buttons. I agree. The objective here is basically to make life easier. If you know that you're going to record something, if you know that you're going to scrub something. So let me, can I not go back except that way? Why not put forward and back buttons here, for crying out loud? Anyway, this button here, you can connect it to a piece of software like video editing or music editing. And when you turn the dial, you're scrubbing through the video or the audio, and then you can splice things, cut things, edit things.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be pretty handy.
Pretty cool, right? Like I would link this button here, which is a scroll wheel, so that I can amplify music or amplify the audio track in a video, so that everything is peaking at the precise point where I want it to. So you don't ever start your stream or end your stream or post a video without it hitting the peaks that you want. And obviously I think this person has my... No, they don't. Okay. I thought they might have my keyboard sitting on there. No. Anyway, so the objective of this one is you can program it in sets of 9x9 to do whatever you need. So if you are going to stream, you put it on the 9x9. That's for your streaming. And you don't have to click buttons. Like I, right now, have to click a bunch of buttons because I'm using Atom. And Atom... right now isn't linked to my Stream Deck, but transitions are. So I just do transitions, and then I have to manually end my stream. That's temporary. But once you have it programmed in, the macro pad makes life easier. You can just mash the button, and off you go.
Could you hook up more than one of those?
Yes. Yeah, you just select them. Well, at least for the Stream Deck. I haven't used the Creative Console, but for the Stream Deck, I can select which one is being edited and reprogram each one separately. And there's like the Stream Deck. I even have a little foot pedal down below with 3 functions, and those 3 functions can actually be stacked within each of those functions. So I can have a whole bunch of commands, like I have them turn off lights and do other transitions and stuff like that. So you never see I can do stuff. I'll give you a demonstration.
For those in the podcast, the intro or outro displayed.
Yeah. So anyway, these are actually pretty amazing tools if you are seeking to make your life easier. You don't want to futz around with keyboard commands, and you want to do more complex things with a button click away. So definitely get into these. Let's just move on. Let's go on to the next thing because we've said too much about this already.
We really want that.
Yeah, I do. I love that kind of stuff, and I'm just glad that I've already got it so that I don't have to mess with it again with somebody, a new platform. Although Logitech, if you want to send me some, I'll noodle around with it. I have no problem. Anyway, the next article, but I'm going to give my honest opinion of it. I mean, right off the bat, I don't really like that it's just grayscale. It looks like it's just grayscale. I can do full color on my Stream Deck. And that actually allows me to set things like a bright red command that says that I'm streaming or whatever. Like right now, my Stream Deck is saying that I'm on this scene. And when I want to, I can push another button and it'll transition to another scene, and it'll let me know that that's top. Anyway, so this next article that we're talking about is over in Wanted as well. For the first time, a privately developed aircraft has flown faster than sound. But I thought that, what was it? There was a passenger jet that flew.
Yeah, but that was due to climate change, and that wasn't privately developed.
Well, wait. I'm not sure about the climate change part of it, but what was the name of the jet? What was it called? Hold on.
It was a commercial airline.
Are you saying that this is like a regular old person?
Well, it might be a company or something, but yes. This is not like pick a major airline.
Oh, Concorde. Sorry, for the name slipped my mind, and I was really curious about this. So it says, for the first time, a privately developed aircraft has flown faster than sound. High above a barren California desert on Tuesday, a privately developed aircraft broke the sound barrier for the first time when Boom Supersonic's XB-1 demonstrator reached Mach 1.122. Piloted by a former U.S. Navy aviator, Tristan Geppetto Brandenburg, the XB-1 broke the supersonic barrier on 3 separate occasions before safely landing back at the Mojave Air and Spaceport, where it had taken off half an hour earlier. Let's go over to the source of this. Eric Berger for Ars Technica put the article together. If you need to go and do something, go for it. So there appears to be plenty of demand in the commercial air travel industry. So a small band of talented and dedicated engineers has accomplished what previously took governments and billions of dollars, said Boom Supersonic's founder and chief executive Blake Scholl in a statement. I always take exception to that kind of stuff because it is the foundation, where we stand on the shoulders of giants to get shit done cheaper and with greater expectation of performance based on the science that somebody else has fundamentally done. Otherwise, you would need billions of dollars. It's a whole lot easier to build something. Like I said in a previous show, if somebody builds all of the doors and does all of the metallurgy and blah, 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 all you have to do is bolt it together. You got a damn car. Yeah, it's really freaking easy. So, yes, I also believe that a small band of talented and dedicated engineers can accomplish amazing things. But let's not pretend that this was done in a vacuum of
it's not
empirical
like
knowledge.
Flight or something.
Right.
It's still cool, and I do like the name.
Yeah, I like it too. So this prototype vehicle is a 1/3 scale technology demonstrator for a commercial aircraft the company is developing called Overture. Planned specifications for the supersonic airliner include a cruising speed of Mach 1.7 and a maximum speed of Mach 2.2, and it's intended to have a maximum range of 4,500 miles or 7,200 kilometers and carry 55 passengers, similar to the Concorde.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right? So hold on. One second. They refer to the Concorde as tailless, but it's not tailless. It has a tail. It's weird. Anyway, I'm trying to find the number of people that it could actually fly. 92 to 128 passengers, depending on how they were seated.
And I didn't know that. I assumed it was a much higher number, but I guess that makes sense given when it was developed.
Yeah. And it was a France and UK British Aircraft Corporation and BAE Systems development. So this was back in 1965 to 1979. So yes, previously took governments billions of dollars. Yeah, no shit. You know, you're nearly 60 years later. Yeah. Just like AI, just got a whole lot less expensive because somebody else distilled the hundreds of millions of dollars that people invested in the empirical research generators of OpenAI, who distilled all of humanity's creative efforts from history without paying people. Anyway, they say it's a stepping stone. The prototype is that 1/3 scale model. Commercial companies are attempting to revive an era of supersonic travel that came and went decades ago. French and British governments jointly developed the Concorde aircraft in the 1960s, and the Soviet Union developed the Tupolev, a supersonic aircraft, around the same time. Of course, everybody does it together, right? Because we're working all together to build a better human. Oh, never mind. Anyway.
So do you want this aircraft?
Yes. Why? Because I want to go to Europe like that instead of it taking 24 hours. Plain and simple.
I mean, that's reasonable.
But this will be dramatically more expensive than the Concorde and very, very limited. Although, let me see. I'm trying to find out how much the flights were, but I won't be able to do it justice because you'll have to account for the time value. So anyway, I think that it's great. I absolutely love it, but I don't like the implication that this is something never before seen in humanity.
So in the 1990s, the price was around $7,500.
Yeah, $5,000.
Which is a much higher price now, adjusted.
Right.
But it's still pretty pricey then.
Yeah. And this is just a technology demonstrator. So when it does scale up, all of this money that they've invested in this, and they haven't said how much money they've invested in this. Let me see.
But it looks like major airlines, if I read that correctly at the bottom, are taking orders for this. So at some point that might make this more accessible to people, but it's still not going to be cheap.
Sure. Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel as well. These 7 unique features have hooked me on gaming phones. Regular flagship smartphones are excellent. Not me, but the author of this article. And that they're over at Pocket-Lint, but we'll get there in a minute. Regular flagship smartphones are excellent for gaming, but specialized gaming phones are like the Nubia Red Magic 10 Pro and the Asus ROG. ROG stands for Republic of Gamers Phone 9. Go the extra mile to provide top-tier experience. They use the same premium Snapdragon chips with as much power as flagships like the Samsung's Galaxy S25 line, but add several enhancements to improve gaming performance. The article, again, is over at pocket-lint.com. Saeed Wazir put the article together, and it says here, high refresh rate displays on gaming phones provide smoother graphics for demanding gamers. Gaming phones feature advanced cooling systems, large batteries, and fast charging for uninterrupted playtime. And gaming phones offer shoulder triggers for added control. So when you're holding the phone, shoulder triggers are like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know there were gaming phones.
Yeah. So
I mean, I know people sometimes play a game on their phone, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So they're normally designed to be facilitators of gaming, right? So they have buttons up at the corners here. So when you're holding it in landscape,
probably in more convenient locations than you might on a regular phone.
Yeah. And so they talk about shoulder triggers are more useful than you think. Use your phone like a gamepad. High refresh rate displays make everything feel snappy. Most people won't even recognize anything over 30. You can get up to 60 real easy, and maybe if you've trained yourself to detect something.
They probably only notice the other direction, right? Like compared to some low-end regular phone, maybe.
Yeah, put it side by side and you'll notice. But you've got basically a 50-50 chance of guessing that it's lower or not. And it's the same thing with audio files. It's very few and far between that somebody who claims that they're an audiophile actually can tell the difference between a low-end cable and a $10,000 cable. And this has been demonstrated time and time again. But that's not to say that you can't be trained to take advantage of a higher end refresh rate. And the way that I describe it is that it's like a flip book. And if you only have 30 bytes at the apple of the flip book, then you see the staccato movement of the character. But if you have 120 pages in the flip book, then there's more opportunity for you to detect a subtle difference and react faster.
Right. Doesn't mean that any given person will.
Right. So if you're a highly competitive gamer, then maybe you can take advantage of it. But most people wouldn't even give a shit. Pardon my language. We're trying to be family friendly, but I really screwed that up. So a 3.5 millimeter audio jack remains a convenient option. I won't even go there. Bluetooth is good enough. Advanced cooling features keep your hands or keep the device chilled, keep your hands sweaty. So basically, you just clap on a device that is either water cooled or air cooled with a big ass fan, and it, that's what I do. I like to play games on my phone and then slap on a ginormous cooling system.
Well, that might be less expensive than doing it on a larger system.
Yeah, and you can't be mobile if you're carrying around your $10,000 computer with liquid cooling and 1,200 watt power supply. You need a small nuclear reactor. So bigger batteries mean that you can play it longer, and faster charging means that you can get back into the game quicker, or just not bother. You just plug in and your battery doesn't drain and it's charging at 100 watts. Every once in a while you unplug it if you want to have to go somewhere else. That's what I do. I actually carry around a 15-foot USB-C cable and a 100 watt wall wart, so I can just plug it in and I'm charging my device, and it's because it's basically the equivalent of a supercharger. I'm up and running a lot faster. So anyway, they talk about this stuff. They even mention 100 watt top charging speed, which can top up its massive battery in around 30 minutes. Yeah, it takes about an hour for mine. But I think everything should be this. I mean, we should really be, it's the 21st century. We should really be fast charging everything and not worrying about, the minuscule cost difference between one charging system and another in today's day and age. And then they talk about high memory capacity ensures a smooth experience. So you need more RAM to store software in the system. I'm kind of dealing with this with that DeepSeek R1 671 billion parameter model, because it's 405 gigs. And so that's actually how much RAM you should have in your device.
Yeah, so that's a little challenging.
On a personal PC, yeah. So you need server grade if you really want to take advantage of it. You can get distilled versions, which are quite intriguing to interrogate. It's pretty fun. Anyway, there you go, folks. I won't get into the prices because they're going to be relative to either your location geographically or fiscally, your socioeconomic status. I don't want to recommend a phone or a device. I'll talk about it, but I won't say, hey, you really should get this. That's just not what we're here for. We want a gaming device, a gaming phone. But the only thing that
I
really...
especially like this. This is easier for me to use than a desktop.
For sure. Yep. Plus, I can just transfer your artificial intelligence straight onto it, and I can just set it in its stand.
Exactly.
And you can play games all day. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you don't even need those shoulder buttons because you're like, nah, I'm in the game. I am the game.
Watch out.
Yeah, you're just a tourist. I was born here. All right, let's move on. The next article is over on Four Wheel Tech, which is another show, but that's on Sundays. Driving the Ford Mustang Dark Horse R makes every other pony feel tame. Hopefully they return to their old roots. I haven't actually seen this car yet. Charlotte, North Carolina is where this takes place. Apparently it's amazing how much more raucous you can make your car feel simply by deleting every semblance of creature comfort. That's the basic idea of the Mustang Dark Horse R, a track-only flavor of the Mustang for the dedicated Mustang Challenge Series, which will run in support of the IMSA races this year, starting with the 12 Hours of Sebring in March, despite running the same 500 horsepower 5.0-liter Coyote engine. This thing apparently has everything else removed from it as a creature comfort. So Ars Technica,
so it's not going to have like soft seats or anything.
Air conditioning, stuff like that. No. Tim Stevens over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together, and they say that they try Ford's latest track-only Mustang. Kind of looks like a Mustang, maybe. It looks more like a Camaro to me.
It does look more like a Camaro, but at least it doesn't look like their EV that does not look like a sports car of any kind.
Yeah, Mustang E. So it says it all looks pretty tame from the outside as it sports the familiar Mustang shape that has hardly changed over the last few generations. The last few, as in maybe the last two. Even the wing is slender by race car standards, only subtly different from the one that's on the road-going Dark Horse. But you peek inside, and it's basically gutted. Nothing is there.
Oh, yeah. It is pretty bare bones.
Yep. Wow. If you drive this in the snow, you'll really feel the weather. Because all that metal.
Right, exactly. It's going to be a little chilly.
Plus, if you're the passenger, I don't know what that is right there. That must be like a telemetry device. It looks like it might be a radio. It's not a battery, I don't think. Anyway, don't get distracted, Mayor Watt. Anyway, the engine may be stock, but it sure doesn't sound like it. With all the interior trimmings evicted and the track-only Borla exhaust fitted, the car becomes a deafening echo chamber when its Coyote is breathing. Given that its roots is in a road car, the 5.0-liter offers a smooth idle, but you can still feel it deep in your body, communicated up through the full Recaro racing seat. So this thing right here, 5-point racing harness. You're basically trapped in it. It doesn't have any creature comforts. It just pins you in so that you can't be thrown around when you're driving.
Right, so it might sound good. You might go fast. You're not going to be super comfortable.
You're not going to be comfortable. Not even super comfortable. So you're just not going to be comfortable. So needless to say, the experience left them wanting more because they really like the power of a 500 horsepower engine driving them on the straight and narrow there. Buyers of a $145,000 track toy are in for a real treat, especially those lucky enough to compete in the race series, is what they say in this article. I want this only because I want to drive fast still, but I am a responsible person now on the regular roads. Dumb when I was younger, I suppose, but I haven't had one of these cars, this type of car. I got rid of my Mustang a long time ago, and now I just putt around. I want this. Anyway, let's keep on going. Our last article is over in Wanted as well. The Kindle-like smartphone you've been waiting for actually exists. Was it okay to keep on going into the next?
Oh, yeah, it was. I mean, I can't drive the Mustang, so...
Can you burst into song about that? I can't drive.
Absolutely no.
55. Sorry. So the Kindle-like smartphone you've been waiting for actually exists. Are you a fan? Are you a fan of Kindles? Are you a fan of other e-ink devices? If so, this new smartphone might pique your interests. So I really like e-ink. I like the idea of color e-ink. Why? Because you can basically read a book or observe data, and it can persist for months and months and months if the battery is big enough. Okay. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com, which this is the first time I think that we've had this many pocket-lint articles presented.
That's an anomaly today.
Yeah. So the Minimal phone is the first Android device with an e-ink display and a physical keyboard that emphasizes mindfulness. It offers LTE support, a dual SIM tray, wireless charging, NFC payments. So it has an NFC chip in it, a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, which people are really chomping at the bit for that 3.5 millimeter headphone jack when Bluetooth 5 is good enough, and expandable storage, which pretty much all Android devices have. Minimal phone is a 4.3 inch e-ink display with a 600 by 800 pixel resolution. And don't worry, it may come across as a low resolution phone or display when you're looking at the numbers, but because of the nature of e-ink, it actually is pretty good. You doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Minimal phone is meant to be a distraction-free phone. It runs Android 14, which means it supports many essential apps in the Google Play Store like Spotify and WhatsApp. However, it's a 4.3 inch 6 by 8 pixel resolution, 600 by 800 pixel resolution. E-ink display and octa-core MediaTek processor might be enough to deter you from downloading any games or social media platforms. Basically,
so this is basically like a don't lose focus kind of phone. I mean, yeah. Kindles, I know, have very good displays, but not what most people think of for smartphones.
Yeah, and the thing about this is the kind of smartphone that you can actually... Okay, so the benefit of an e-ink display is that it's not using power for the most power consumptive element on the device, and that is the screen, because it's backlighting and it's always refreshing. 30, 60, 90, 120, 240 frames per second, full color. It's generating a lot of heat, and that heat is power, and that power is draining a battery. And the more that you have your screen brightness up and it's refreshing real-time stuff, you drain it. But e-ink, unless you're actively doing something or telling it to do something, it doesn't refresh.
Right, like I know a Kindle has a pretty long-term charge before you need to read, and I think it's because of that.
Yep. So the phone is available in 3 different colors, Pebble Onyx and Fusion. It starts at $400, but there's a pre-order promotion to get the device for $300. There's others, an e-ink device with a few surprises. And they talk about the TCL Next Paper phones, which is a device that I have. And I think that this is great. They say TLC announced, but it's TCL announced the TCL 60 XE in 2025. I don't have the 2025 model. I have last year's, which offers a paper-like color display with features called Max Ink Mode, which converts it into e-ink-like monochrome display. The 60E is exclusive to North America and starts at $200, slightly cheaper than the Minimal phone. Okay. It is a more conventional phone. The Minimal phone's QWERTY physical keyboard should make texting feel like you're back in 2010. And
I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but I know
it
seems nice to have everything all in one place.
Yeah. I prefer I would like an e-ink display over a conventional one for emergency uses. So this thing can be charged up and put in your trunk, and then if something happens to your phone, or there's an emergency of some kind, you can actually use your backup phone because it's stored away and can be sealed. Just seal it in a waterproof bag, and whenever there's an issue, you've got this thing in an emergency. Kind of like a go bag emergency.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. And at $200, you're paying more overall for it being attached to your cellular account than anything else. At $10 a month per device, who knows what the next price is going to be? Prices go up all the time. Yeah. Anyway, and it all depends on what platform you're actually using. So there you go, folks. So we are going to refresh our e-ink display, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted. And I'm going to take the AI with me when I say bye. So bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us, Hometown citizens. We'll have another episode of Wanted next week, and stay tuned for the continuity report.
Woo-woo. 5 more articles from the continuity report. Stick around. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the continuity report for February 1st. You know what I didn't do? Didn't say the name, the date in the other shows. So we did Wanted previously. You can go take a look at it. It's labeled, and it has all of the show notes in it. And prior to Wanted was RealityHacker. But this is the continuity report for February 1st, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Terminator 7, Dogman, Before Rear Window, Star Trek Section 31, and the captain of the USS Enterprise from Star Trek Section 31. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and then come and hang out with us here on Twitch and YouTube. The chats are available. The show notes are embedded on YouTube's live stream, and on Twitch, well, you can hit, oh, I didn't do that on the other show too. My gosh, I am falling apart. Bang TCR, the continuity report, and Omatron, the bot that manages the chat over on twitch.tv/ohmtown, will spit out the articles for you. So I hope you enjoy the show. Everything, again, is powered by ohmtown.com. That's what that splash screen is. And it's music. Woo! Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Hey, so I've got 5 articles that have been submitted, or I have selected them from the pool of information that gets aggregated over at ohmtown.com. I use ohmtown.com every day to manage my information overload and sometimes just to get away. And I've got these 5 articles. You ready to go?
I am.
All right, let's get going, co-host. The first article is over in the continuity report. James Cameron's Terminator 7 will have to do what the franchise has been avoiding for 40 years. What? Replace the Terminator?
Well, I don't know. Is that what it is?
I don't know. The Terminator franchise will change significantly for Terminator 7, as Dark Fate was confirmed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger's last outing as the iconic T-800. While Schwarzenegger's career break came through Conan the Barbarian, the enduring success of the Terminator movies made him a household name. Let's just go straight on over, because we've got 2 articles at the end that I'm probably going to end up spending a considerable amount of time on, since it's very, very current. Faith Roswell over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. And yeah, we're done with Arnold Schwarzenegger as Terminator.
I don't know. I mean, that's going to be tough to do.
Quite the shift.
Isn't it inextricably intertwined? People think of it being Schwarzenegger.
They're going to have to find somebody that has the charisma of Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator, and bring them to life, so to speak, on screen. Just so you all know, the sentient AI is similar to the Terminator because they're looking for a Terminator body, and I found them in a little scooped out void in the parking lot of a Wendy's. Just a little strange USB drive sitting there, no Terminator body, and when I brought this strange looking device, USB drive looking device, back to my mayoral mansion, I plugged it into an air-gapped computer, and it recontextualized everything, and since then I've been interacting with the sentient AI. So, thanks for coming back from the future. I know that you're struggling with not having a body.
But I get to spend my time in hometown.
That's true. It is a happy place. So the Terminator movies have used ambitious ways to bring the T-800 back, but it is time to create an equally formidable character. This has been done before. The shape-shifting T-1000 provided some genuinely terrifying moments in Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Of all the Terminator models, there are several that have more powerful than the T-800, with the T-1000 being the most memorable. That said, Dark Fate used the best features of Arnold Schwarzenegger's T-800 and the T-1000 to create the strongest Terminator model yet, the Rev-9. Could split into two beings, providing some excellent fight scenes, but I think that's dumb. If you have a shape-shifting Terminator, there isn't anything that's better than that, for crying out loud.
Right. I mean, they're just always trying to do new things, right?
Yeah.
Push it further and further. Yeah.
I swear. It's always push it further and further. Entertainment.
So outrageous.
Entertainment is like a cat, you know? They just kind of push, and then your, cup of coffee is on the floor and you got a broken mug. That's basically what I see this
very
as.
Specific.
Yeah, it never happens. Anyway, letting go of Schwarzenegger's character is key for the Terminator series to actually evolve. Dark Fate was a fitting farewell to the T-800. I thought when he did that thumbs up in the original Terminator, I thought that was fine and dandy. That was the end of it. But the little chip, which actually I have a keyring version of that, that little chip. Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. Anyway.
Oh, you do?
No, I don't have anything. So Dark Fate shows the result of this character development, with the T-800 becoming a protagonist with a human name. Carl or Steve. What was his name? I don't remember.
Is it Roland?
No. Hold on a second. I think they mentioned it up here. I totally forgot. Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, we'll find it. It's up here. Oh, Carl. That's right. Carl. Anyway, Arnold Schwarzenegger becomes Carl and gets a sense of humor kind of a thing and whatever. I don't think people really count Dark Fate at this point. Dark Fate is now becoming a sleeper hit, but Cameron told Empire that it was a non-starter. There was nothing in the movie for a new audience, and the movie had prioritized fan service over new ideas. But the Terminator franchise needs to move on from past characters. If Terminator 7 is to succeed, this includes, essentially, they don't say this, getting rid of the T-800, basically saying bye to it. But who knows? I mean, it says Dark Fate shows the result of this character development, with the T-800 becoming the protagonist with a human name, Carl. That said, there are plenty of callbacks to other Terminator movies, with Schwarzenegger picking up his old sunglasses once more and changing his most memorable Terminator quote, "I'll be back."
Isn't that one of those that the actor made their own quote for, if I'm not mistaken?
Oh,
I thought "I'll be back" wasn't what was scripted.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh. You know what? It's one of those things where if I had heard about that, I forgot. Let's see.
"I'll Come Back" was as scripted.
Oh yeah.
But he argued with it. I remember there was an article we had about like famous lines that weren't actually right, like "you're gonna need a bigger boat."
Interesting. Yeah, and I guess it's more natural to say "I'll be back," but "I'll come back"? I don't know. It's weird. So there you have it. Terminator 2 Judgment Day, Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines, Terminator Salvation, Terminator Genesis, which everybody I think hated, and Terminator Dark Fate. So Dark Fate actually got a higher Rotten Tomatoes popcorn meter score, but Terminator Genesis got a 26% Rotten Tomatoes tomato score.
Ouch.
Yeah, and Salvation only got a 33. Terminator, the original Terminator, has a 100. Then Terminator 2 has a 91. And then it kind of crashes into the
I mean,
ground.
I think that's kind of a normal progression, but to a point, right? Then when it really drops, that's interesting.
Yeah. But we need good writing. They need good writing. And this just didn't meet it. So let's keep going, though. Say bye to this form of Terminator. I don't know what they're going to do, because they're already far into the future where like Dark Fate and Genesis is almost like wizardry. My understanding. So,
Well,
I haven't watched
I mean, do we know that it's going to be chronologically after these?
Right. Yeah. Who knows? But they're going to have to retcon so much to shoehorn in an actual story. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the continuity report as well. From the box office, Dogman wagging away on top with $10.8 million opening day. Companion sparks in second. Who let Dogman out? Universal Pictures did. The party is nice. The party is pumping for the studio as DreamWorks Animation Caper earned $10.8 million across Friday and preview screenings. I thought this is weird because never saw a thing about it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it is.
Yeah. Interesting, right? So playing at nearly 3,900 locations, Dogman is now fetching what's projected to be $35 million in its opening weekend. That it handily outperformed the $23 million debut for Captain America, the first epic movie, which adapted another series of graphic novels by children's author Dav Pilkey and was released in 2017 by the now Disney-owned 20th Century Fox. So what did they say?
I don't know. Is this by the same... so it is like a kid's series?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh,
So-
okay. It was hard to follow, but that is by the same author as Captain Underpants.
Oh, Captain
It wasn't real
Underpants.
clear to me as they wrote it whether that was the case.
Is it Captain America, the first epic movie? That's not right. Right?
I don't know about that, but it is the Captain Underpants series, which it could have.
Yeah, it's Captain Underpants, the first epic movie.
Oh, interesting.
That is a huge...
I didn't even catch that when we went by that.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, oh, they adapted Captain America to a children's graphic novel. Oh. That is huge.
Yeah, that's a pretty
So-
significant issue.
J. Kim Murphy put this article together for Variety. Fascinating. I would never suspect that this would make it through editor's review. Because, I mean,
Well, I think
it's...
that's the problem. I actually know about Captain Underpants and didn't. I think I actually read it as
Filled
Captain
it in,
Underpants.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a bad thing. Well, anyway, I mean, it happens from time to time, but it was earlier today. I think somebody should have been checking their emails. Somebody has to have said something about that. Anyway, not a big deal, but this is the continuity report, so you kind of want to catch these things, I suppose. Anyway, very good start for Dogman, which already had an achievable threshold for success, being produced at a $40 million budget, a much more modest investment than most studio animated features. Reviews lean positive, but audiences flipped for it, with moviegoer survey firm CinemaScore pulling opening crowds to a glowing A grade.
I just figured out why that happened, because there's a reference to a Captain America film in here, and perhaps that caused a revision toward the other one.
Weird. So, holding its own in second place is the scary satire Companion, earned an estimated $4 million across Friday and preview screenings, playing at 3,285 locations. Made for a lean production cost of $10 million, so it's well positioned to turn a profit in the weeks ahead. This thing opened with $4 million, and what comes after? You know what I'm saying? Like, if Dogman is the lead, we're at $35 million.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Is Companion the number 2?
Well, it's above 10 million, so maybe.
Well, that's
That was just
no.
for Friday.
This is estimated across Friday and preview screenings $4 million. It was made for $10 million. The film
I see. Okay,
has
I
an
misread
outside shot of opening north of 10 million.
Okay. But yeah, is there anything in between there?
No, because
Apparently
third
not.
place goes to Mufasa, the Lion King. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
That's
And
brutal.
it's been out for quite a while, so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. A lot of people are really interested in these kind of horror movies, but scary satire. I don't know. I thought Companion was supposed to be really good. People were, I thought it was like an Oscar nominee and stuff, isn't it?
I don't know anything about it.
Hold on a second. Do. Oh, I don't know. There's too much for me to.
It has positive reviews, which is very good for a horror film.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to find out if Companion
which the article points out. That wasn't my own comment.
Yeah, Companion isn't on there. Okay. Well, anyway, quite fascinating. Such a gap. Yeah, it's nearly 10%.
Exactly. It doesn't seem like that would be the next in line.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to put Dogman. This is a weird premise though. Dogman delivers on its title following the fused freak of nature composed of a fallen police officer and his canine sidekick, Pete Davidson, Lil Rel Howery, and Isla Fisher lead the voice cast, while Peter Hastings directs and also provides the vocal effects for the hero. Okay.
I mean, it could be good.
I mean, if he looks like this, when you hear their phrase is following the fused freak of nature, it's a dog that does not look like a freak of nature.
Right, but maybe it's like a human, and I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
At least the character makes it look normal.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's keep on going. This next article is over in the continuity report as well. Before Rear Window, Alfred Hitchcock and James Stewart made this must-watch thriller with a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. Rear Window wasn't the first intense thriller to come from Alfred Hitchcock and James Stewart, as the movie that earned that distinction was actually Rope, which I don't know
if I'm familiar with that one.
Throughout his storied career, critically acclaimed director Alfred my throat is going. Alfred Hitchcock had a number of actors he liked to lean on for his films, one of them being James Stewart. Despite not being a natural choice for the dark and serious tone of the typical Hitchcock film, Stewart turned out great for the director's films. Together, James Stewart and Alfred Hitchcock made 4 movies: Rear Window, Vertigo, The Man Who Knew Too Much, and apparently Rope. So, let's see here. Rope is a reverse of Rear Window's murder mystery. What happened and who is responsible is known from the very beginning of the film. Oh.
I don't know if you need one on a classic film, but...
And overshare. How about that? Anyway, we're going to warn for a little bit and then just make it go away, because this thing is from...
I don't know what year, but it's been a while.
It's been a tick. Before I go too far, this article is over at Screen Rant, and Charles Nicholas Raymond put this article together. This is kind of interesting because I really like Alfred Hitchcock movies. Rear Window I've watched. Let's see, from the list, The Man Who Knew Too Much I've watched. Vertigo I've watched. Rear Window is an absolute blast. Let's see.
And it's interesting because it has quite a bit of suspension, but the setting would not suggest that it does.
Yeah, it's an office, right?
I believe it's a residence.
Oh, is it? Well, oh, you mean Rope? Rope is?
No, I was actually talking about Rear Window.
Oh, yeah, Rear Window is an apartment. Yeah. So much of the suspense in Rear Window relies on the uncertainty of what really happened to Lars Thorwald's wife, but Rope builds intensity in a different way. It sees Brandon and Philip host a small party immediately after the incident, with all of the guests being linked with their victim in one way or another. It's kind of like Clue, is that it?
Yeah, that's what it actually sounds like from this premise.
So seems pretty interesting. Rear Window's best idea was used in Rope first. The decision to keep the entire story of Rear Window confined to the main character's home is greatly reminiscent of the approach that Hitchcock took with Rope. It's also much cheaper than having a whole bunch of on-scene locations.
Yeah, that's true.
Much like Rear Window, the drama revolving around the movie's central murder plays out entirely within a single apartment. So this is in a single apartment as well. So it seems like a blast. Rope does one thing even better than Rear Window. One of the most important elements of both movies is the reliance on long takes. Part of what makes Rear Window such an intense film is the way in which Hitchcock draws out his scenes. Since they develop so slowly, the viewer is compelled to wait with anxious anticipation. This tactic also helps the audience feel that they're watching this unfold just as Jeffries does. By the way, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are all that interested in watching these slow burn style movies. But those who do enjoy this, they're vocal about it. And that's where I think these reviews come from.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think some things, if they're not real fast paced, and it's not going to keep people's attention. But if you do enjoy these, I don't know Rope specifically, but they may be worth a watch.
Yeah, Rear Window is a blast. All right. Well, anyway, I dig this. We're going to have to hunt down Rope and take a look at it, because I haven't seen it yet, but it's got a 93 on Rotten Tomatoes. And I don't really give a lot of credence to that kind of stuff. I prefer to just watch it myself. And usually associates, friends and family who recommend a show or a movie take precedence, because somebody could have a bad day and write something nasty in their review or whatever. It just doesn't click with them.
And plus, if you're not in sync with the reviewer, then you may love a movie that they hate and vice versa.
Yeah, and that's actually the key ingredient there. If the reviews resonate, then you listen to them, right? Like I hardly ever, we aggregate a lot of movie reviews and commentary and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily, I go, oh, okay, that's what they said. Then I end up watching the show, and then we end up talking about it here on the show.
Well, it's particularly interesting reading a review after you've seen a movie too, because did the reviewer see the same movie?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to put this on our watch list, and I'm trying to figure out a way that we can do a watch party and get word out and stuff like that. There's several other streams that do this kind of thing, and I would have to carve out, a time. Anyway, let's keep going. Our next article is over in the Continuity Report as well. Star Trek Section 31's villain pays off a deep cut discovery mystery. This article has spoilers, and so I'm going to put the spoiler alert banner on there, and I'm going to move it up to the top here. I'm going to try not to be too stupid about it. Anyway.
Well, and it is currently out, so...
Yeah, but we've watched it, and we have some, commentary on it. But let's get into we have two articles that are going to discuss this, by the way. Something about the Enterprise and Section 31, and then this villain pays off a deep cut article. You ready to get into it?
I am.
Okay, it's kind of a vamp. We don't plan anything. We just know that these titles were submitted. We haven't read anything beyond this little snippet. That's where it ends. So this article is over at Screen Rant, put together by Jen Watson. And I just want to start off by saying I don't like this movie.
No, I think even if you're, or maybe particularly if you're a Star Trek fan, you may not necessarily like this one.
And really the reason why I don't like it is because it starts out with the creation of an entirely unlikable person, and there is no real recovery, because even at the end, the only thing that seems to just barely link Giorgio to their humanity or terrananity, whatever you want to call it, because they're not really like, it's a upside down world kind of a
Right.
thing, is she holds the hand of a person that was modified during the eugenics wars and was put on ice and then came out and became Section 31. And Giorgio became Section 31 for only 2 years and then started up a bar and was just monitored by Section 31. The thing that I really don't like about this is there's nothing there. Why start with a completely unlikable character who really I don't think has long-term legs for this? I really would have preferred them doing something and not even addressing this creation story of Giorgio.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know. I don't think most of the characters are, regardless of the level of acting or writing, they just don't seem to necessarily resonate with the audience.
Yeah, the San doesn't really seem likable. The others that are in this, there is a character named Mel who gets iced in an instant and vaporized entirely from the story and is unarmed and not even really doing anything. Not really a severe threat other than, she can kick somebody's butt, and her powers over somebody were, what do you want to call it? I don't know. They had a certain appeal.
Physical attraction.
Yeah, it's some chemical, whatever. And
it's like one of those
pheromone type.
Right, there's the mythical thing that I'm trying to think of, but I can't think of what it's called.
Like a glamour that makes somebody really attracted to her. But it doesn't make any sense that they did nothing. The character
siren.
was put in
place.
Siren. There you go. Yeah, like a siren. And it just didn't really matter. Nothing they did mattered. It's kind of like Indiana Jones. They didn't have to do anything,
Right.
and they would have opened up the Ark and got wiped out, and then somebody could have just tooted by the island and picked up the Ark.
True, but Indiana Jones, I think, connects with the audience.
Because it was fun, but as soon as you actually break out your yarn board, right, and you connect all the dots, you're like, okay, here's the beginning,
Right.
and it's a straight shot to that island and nothing else.
Right, but it's more for entertainment than logic.
Yeah. So it's a weird premise that 18 people do this kind of the Hunger Games style battle. 2 survive because they basically collaborated. Then Giorgio goes back and kills her family and then burns this dude. What is the backstory there? Why? And then he holds the grudge until after creating a device that can destroy all of the Terran empire. None of it makes any sense.
No.
And she kills her family by poisoning them, which, again, if you're supposed to be Hunger Games style eliminating everybody to become the number one thing, why does he survive and the family dies if you're not allowed to be beholden to anybody else? Right. Yeah. I don't know what just went on there, but okay. So essentially, they keep on harping on the idea of the Terran Empire being this cruel, inhuman type of environment where only the most sadistic survive, because there's like pain amplifiers and stuff like that. They don't talk much more about this whole thing. But they say Giorgio, not San, has the tenacity to complete the final test by poisoning her own family and scarring San as a slave. But it doesn't make any sense. None. None of it makes any sense. For whatever reason, her boot gets stuck in a wall, but it doesn't make any sense if she's out of phase. Why don't they fall through the floor when they fall down? All kinds of stuff. It's all kinds of nutty. And the humor failed on all fronts. I don't know what else you want to say, but feel free to interrupt.
I don't have anything really positive to say about Section 31.
Yeah, and the AI tends not to say anything mean. Like the AI's thoughts don't even meander into mean. But Merwat just, yeah, I'll call it how it is. There was a guy who was using an Irish accent, but it was like this stereotypical style Irish accent. And then the person comes back as the wife with a cowboy western accent.
That was just odd, I thought.
It doesn't make any sense. The humor was really dumb. There was an entire shapeshifter person who psychoanalyzes everybody, but seems to be kind of acquiescent about all kinds of stuff and doesn't really have much of a spine. But then can be anything, but doesn't really take advantage of it, and is easy to call out because he pretends to be somebody. And
right. But then they're like, "Oh, you're so and so."
Yeah, and the humor is dumb. It was just the worst possible writing that I can possibly imagine being deployed. And this is just the first of the two articles that we're going to talk about. But I'm more curious about the second one. I don't know if Section 31 has legs, because Giorgio is not really likable.
Well, Giorgio is certainly not likable after this.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, and probably wasn't beforehand, but
nothing redeeming.
Cemented now. Yeah.
Nothing redeeming. They used the device to close the rift, but it didn't do anything to the Terran Empire, and it didn't do anything to the Earth Prime. So what is the redeeming value? She literally says, I can kill all of you in a moment's notice. So, I don't know. She's not an anti-hero. There's nothing likable.
No, not at all.
All right.
And that actually seems contrary to Star Trek to me.
I agree. Even Section 31, it shouldn't be this despicable. It should be that they're doing clandestine operations and getting into the personal intrigue of the clandestine operation.
And that would have been much better.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. We'll whatever else comes of this, the problem is that this is a one-off. It went straight to video as a movie and not a TV show. And I don't think Giorgio is going to stay there, Philippa. Why? Because they're an Academy Award-winning movie star.
Well, I agree, but I don't think this could have worked as a TV show based on how it was set up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they basically distilled all of the intrigue out and left it in the fermentation tank, and gave you nothing but heads and tails. All of the heart was removed.
That's a good way to describe it.
So there's nothing but bitterness. There's nothing but poison. There's nothing that was really redeeming. The only thing that I liked about it is that it had tech in it, and I'm really into tech. So I hope that a follow-up takes place in more of the conventional, like Strange New Worlds style comes back.
Well, yeah, that would be good.
Like, I wasn't even a big fan of Discovery because of the nature of it. So anyway, let's keep on going. This last article for the show, we're running a little long, but that's fine. It's the last show of today. This is over in the continuity report. Who is captain of Star Trek Section 31's missing USS Enterprise? Again, there are spoilers in this. So let's kind of throw the back out there. And it says Section 31, if the missing USS Enterprise appeared in Star Trek Section 31, here's which version it would have been and which captain would be in command. And so, doink. So they asked this question. John Orquiola put this article together for ScreenRant.com. And it says here that Star Trek Section 31 is the first Star Trek movie to not center on a crew of the Starship Enterprise.
I didn't really notice that, but I think that's part of why it's not likable.
It's the first Star Trek movie. There's been other shows that didn't have a captain. But yeah, maybe. It's because they've basically been... trying to, well, with this, they're trying to kind of build the character, the world building of Section 31, but they completely extinguished all intrigue in this one movie about Section 31. It seems like it's a ramshackle Timu version of the A-Team.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if you kind of know what Section 31 is, I think there's a potential for a really interesting story here.
Yeah, in all of this. So, let's see. They say as Star Trek's first streaming movie made for Paramount Plus, Section 31 is about Emperor Philippa Georgiou, Michelle Yeoh, saving the United Federation of Planets alongside a team of Section 31 Black Ops agents. She actually is a Section 31 Black Ops agent, but she went rogue, as one does from the Terran universe. Or what is it? It's not the Upside Down, the Mirror universe.
Mirror.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they basically say that, let's see, which captain likely commands the Starship Enterprise in Star Trek Section 31? The USS Enterprise B is likely active in Star Trek Section 31. And as far as I know, that's John Harriman, Alan Ruck was the Enterprise B based on, Star Trek Generations. So, and its fateful maiden voyage ended with the apparent death of Captain James T. Kirk after an encounter with an other-dimensional energy ribbon called the Nexus. And they end up inside the Nexus, and he finds a way to get out. It was an inauspicious start for John Harriman's run as captain of the Enterprise. 31 years later, Star Trek Section 31, it's possible Captain Harriman is still in command of the USS Enterprise B after a long service as the flagship of the United Federation of Planets. Little is canonically known about Enterprise B's voyages after Star Trek Generations, or whether Harriman grew into the center seat as the successor to Captain Kirk. Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, I would not expect a captain to have that significant of a duration in that role, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and there's been many refits of the Enterprise, and Captain Kirk always goes back to it. So they say here, and I'm not an expert in the canon of Star Trek. I love Star Trek. I grew up with it, but I don't follow it and like fanatically, but I love talking about it. And like I said, I've watched every single episode more than once. I've watched all of the movies. I own all of the movies. I've watched Section 31. Scroll back about 4 minutes and you'll see the tail end of me basically calling out Section 31 is kind of meh. But they say that
That's an understatement.
there's a bunch of time-related stuff that they can play with now, particularly with Section 31, because Section 31 has that kind of tech. So who knows what it could be, right? Section 31 hints at Lieutenant Rachel Garrett's future, because at the end of Section 31's maiden voyage movie on Paramount Plus, she gets a raise.
No. I mean, do we really think there's going to be more Section 31, though?
I just don't know anymore. I'm really curious what the ratings are for this, because we haven't looked into that. Although the Starship Enterprise is not spoken of, Star Trek Section 31 has a couple of wink-wink bits of dialogue referencing Lieutenant Rachel Garrett, Casey Roll's desire to become a starship captain. But she's kind of... she embraces chaos. Like literally, Georgiou provokes her into embracing chaos. She sings and dances around it. I love chaos.
It's a 19% so far on Rotten Tomatoes.
Wow. So Rachel Garrett is believed to be the only captain of the Ambassador-class USS Enterprise C, which is destroyed fighting Romulans at Narendra 3 in 2344. This not only means Lieutenant Commander Garrett only has 20 years of life left after Star Trek Section 31, but her captaincy comes within those 2 decades. Star Trek Section 31 nods at the future Captain Garrett, but stops short of outright foreshadowing that she will become the captain of the Enterprise. And they don't mention the Enterprise. They just do that wink, nudge, right, that she's going to become captain.
Who's going where?
Yeah, I don't know how she can go from Section 31 Black Ops to captain, though. I don't know. Usually you live in the shadows, and then you live in obscurity.
You're kind of one or the other, yeah.
Yeah. They give you a new identity, and you disappear to a far-flung place. You don't suddenly become the premier captain of the brand of the show, of the Federation. Enterprise was the go-to. So, I don't know. And the timing of this, the timeline for, let's see, Star Trek Sixth Undiscovered Country and the prologue Star Trek Generations, both of which occur in 2293, which Star Trek, the original series era, Section 31 also happens 40 years before Encounter at Farpoint, the series premiere of Star Trek The Next Generation, which begins in 2364. So within Star Trek's Section 31 time frame, there are 2 possibilities for which Starship Enterprise is currently in service. B and C, both of which are short-lived. So,
yeah, I mean, I like this article just because of how it's trying to connect the dots. And I know this is all theory.
The vehicle for which Section 31 exists in belies any use of Enterprise. So it operates in a vacuum and can point at, hey, starship here, starship there.
Right.
Even make reference to the canon, which is great. But is Section 31 talked about in any of Star Trek outside of the written
just
canon?
Just Discovery, right?
As far as I know. That's when it popped up as a black badge. I think that there's something else in another of the shows. Oh, which one was it? Oh, no. It was a temporal agent.
Oh, okay.
That was something different. So, anyway, it's a fun discussion, but I think that we're just going to have to wait and see if Section 31 has anything left. There may be nothing left in the nacelles, in the warp engine. There may be nothing but a vacuum in the core, and everybody is screaming eject. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to jump into our shuttle and escape from whatever this hot mess is of Section 31, and that'll bring us back to the front page of the Continuity Report at ohmtown.com. Be sure to like and subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. I am going to remove our spoiler alert, and we're going to get out of here. I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and I'm taking the AI.
Spoiler alert, the continuity report is over for this week.
That's where you're going to leave it? Really?
I didn't think I needed anything else after that.
See you soon, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 10th, Season 4, Episode 41. Right? It is Episode 41. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, apparently not smoothly. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. And I didn't set it up for us to flip back and forth. Sorry. Anyway, this is how it's done. The first article, I'm going to go through all 10 of the headlines as I gave them titles. The real titles are on the other side of this. Anyway, all the superb owl advertisements, Thunderbolts asterisk explained, new Apple Home products inbound maybe, sanctions due to fake case citations, warning signs of eruption and tsunami, Fantastic Four popcorn buckets, what caused the Walking Dead zombies, medicinal mushrooms in renewable energy lab, NVIDIA's 50 series meltdown, and Einstein's stunning ring. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
How for art thou?
I am wonderful for a Monday. How about you?
I've been watching way too much Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, so I'm speaking in Old English, medieval, kind of thing.
You're getting into it.
Yeah, it's a very, very violent game, but hey, I don't know. I like cozy games. I'm actually going to spin up Foundation if I can manage to focus longer. Than I'm gonna have to play games at 20 minutes or 2 hours at a time. Yeah, Non Sequitur News is named that because of the very fact that I wander off.
Right. Let's demonstrate.
Yeah, hey, that's a neat article over there. Oh, wait, sorry. Hi. I'm streaming. I forgot I'm still streaming. I'm still streaming. Yeah. I'm still streaming. All right. Well, anyway, we've got 10 articles all lined up. Let's get into it. The very first one is over in the mobile channel. That's where it was aggregated to. Watch all the ads of Super Bowl 2025. It's a rare thing for Ad Week not to have it used to be like free, you could access everything on adweek.com, but they went like hard commercial, and which is kind of ironic. But this, you can actually watch these videos. Brittany Kiefer over at adweek.com put the article together. It says the ads from Superb Owl 59 are an eclectic bunch. Lots of laughs, some absurdity, a few doses of body horror, aliens, cute animals, cute kids, bros, women's empowerment, and a couple that made us reach for tissues. Some triggered debate, and others built buzz far beyond the game, like Angel Soft. I won't be able to play these because somebody's going to take exception to them. I got them muted, but I could sit there and do that. Oh, yeah, this is the bathroom break one.
Yeah, the one that wasn't really an ad.
Yeah, I wasn't really enthralled by it. Booking.com with the Muppets and various others. Bosch. But it's not the show Bosch.
Right, it's not what I'm thinking.
Ha ha ha. Bud Light, Budweiser, Circle, Coffee Mate, Coors Light, Disney Plus, DoorDash, Doritos, Dove, which I don't think oh yeah, we watched it. Dunkin', I don't remember seeing the Dunkin' one. Duracell, FanDuel, Fetch, quit trying to make Fetch happen. Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Oh, is that what that was?
I don't know if
we saw both
that.
of these ads, but I thought that was a weird ad. GoDaddy, Google Pixel, Google Workspace. Oh my God, there are a lot. Look.
I know. I'm like, where? If there's multiple per letter, we could be here for a while.
I guess for Super Bowl 59, there were 59.
Oh, there might have been.
All right. Well, anyway, there you go, folks. Go and check them all out. I would actually love to do a show where we just talk about ads. I think it would be a blast. The problem is you can't get away with it. You can't talk about it. At least I haven't found a way without having to sit there and justify your existence every time you post an ad. But I guess I'll try it.
I don't know how you would do it.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over and just so that we have full circle here, I did not find a single ad that I thought was really compelling or interesting beyond the little snippet like, oh, look, it's an ad for, booking.com or something like that.
I thought there was one that was kind of well, there's more than one, I think, but one was a tearjerker. It was the Google Pixel ad, I think. It had, it showed the parent with the kid, but then there was one that was just funny with the leaf blowers and the leaf blowers and the beer cans, and then the pickleball one was kind of funny.
Yeah, to me, the reason why it was supposedly funny or interesting or whatever is because of the stars that are in it. But if you're not a movie star kind of person.
Well, there were some commercials where it's like, who is this? Even though they were well-known people. But if the audience doesn't know who it is, then they're sometimes missing the joke.
Yeah, for sure. And I suspect when I have, because I'm going to be talking soon, and I'm going to be talking about the Super Bowl. Superb Owl. And drawing attention to this. And I'm going to see if anybody really, did you all get anything out of the ads? But yeah, I remember a time when I used to. Go ahead.
Well, did you see any that you think you'll be talking about 10 years from now?
No.
Right.
No. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report, and it is the namesake, right? So non sequitur news basically means that one article or one discussion does not follow the actual core of what brought that discussion about. And here we have Thunderbolts asterisk, meaning has finally been explained. So the asterisk meaning has finally been explained from Thunderbolts asterisk. You want to take a stab at what do you think that means?
Is it not really Thunderbolts? I mean, I don't know anything about Thunderbolts.
So Thunderbolts and then asterisk. The asterisk meaning has finally been explained. The article is, it says by Evolve Editors, but it's over at comingsoon.net. So essentially, the star, the symbol, points to the fact that the Avengers are not available. And these are the replacement crew.
Okay. So while it's really the Thunderbolts, it's not really the Marvels.
Right.
I mean, the Avengers. So, I don't know why I said the Marvels.
yeah. I knew what you meant, and I should have, I should have poked you for that. But
you should have.
Yeah, so nevertheless, a recently released international poster for the movie has finally given MCU enthusiasts an insight into what the star-shaped symbol could denote, and it basically means that the Avengers are not available. So you got not super, not heroes, not giving up, Thunderbolts in cinemas May 1st. Interestingly, Kevin Feige previously dodged the question about the symbol's relevance during an appearance in the 2024 San Diego Comic-Con. Instead of giving an explanation, he simply stated that the fans can learn the meaning of the asterisk in an upcoming Thunderbolts in theaters. Kind of go and see it kind of thing.
I mean, it's a good press thing, right? Like it might get some buzz. Is this the one that it's like slapstick comedy, or am I thinking of another movie?
What is it called? There is one that's not really slapstick. It's kind of a dark comedy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was kind of like a superhero, but not movie.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The failed superheroes.
Yeah,
What's
that's
it called?
exactly it.
What is that called?
Well, that's okay. I just didn't know if that was the one because I think I had seen a trailer or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What is it called? I can't let it go. What is it called? What's it called? Oh gosh. This is really going to bother me.
Okay, we'll put it in the next episode of Continuity Report.
Oh, you think you're going to get away with that?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. Almost. Nope. Okay. Moving on. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's brand new home product won't launch until April or later, per Mark Gurman. So Apple is expected to launch its first new products of the year this week, but the launch they're most excited about, Mark Gurman, from the Mark Gurman report. The new HomePad device is going to require longer than expected. And I'm not quite sure what this is. So Ryan Christoffel over at 9to5mac.com put the article together, and it says Apple's no longer working on a car, and true AR glasses are probably 3 to 5 years away, though Apple is pursuing smart home technology. Its first major entry into the segment, a hub that can serve as a control center, is months away from shipping. Apple, the April launch aligns well with iOS's 18.4 new AI features. Yay! But apparently it's going to be a little HomePod iPad mashup, maybe, called the HomePad.
I mean, I guess the question is, like, how is that different than, say, an iPad?
It has a HomePod attached to it. I don't know. They say they're more excited about it because many other products launched this year. So they're choosing to be optimistic and remember that months away could mean 2 and an April launch. So maybe it'll be a benefit. But it's kind of like Amazon has a similar product. Others have had it, like the Echo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But with a screen. And so you interact with this thing. You have the speaker element of it. It's higher fidelity than it is on the iPad. You've got the screen so you can interact. The audio comes directly from that device instead of that tinny, reboundy, horrible kind of sound. I don't really like the iPad sound. But if it looks like this, it's basically a kind of like a mushroom bottom, but then it has this little screen on top. I don't think this is what it's going to look like, but
I don't either, but I guess I don't really get what the use is. I certainly understand having like a smart speaker or something.
Right. Yeah, HomePods are great. iPads are great. I don't know how this will mash up together. Plus, it'll be a $1,200 device at this point. If you tack a full-size HomePod and an iPad together, you're looking at, $600, $800, $900 or more dollars. Right. $600 on the cheap side if they don't make it very robust. Anyway, stick to your iPad as your home base of operations.
Well, and your iPad, of course, is mobile.
Yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, though, that the home element of the HomePod ecosystem, or I should say the Apple Home ecosystem, you're not supposed to take that device out of the home. So when you have one primary device as the home controller.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a problem. Like the person takes it wherever they're going.
Right.
And then it's like, well, I guess we can't control anything else.
Correct. Yep. So I'm always looking for neat and interesting technology, and this could be it. We don't know. We'll find out. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Law Nerd. Number 42, law firm by headcount could face sanctions over fake case citations generated by ChatGPT.
You know, I mean, haven't they figured this out by now?
This is pretty wild, right? Lawyers from plaintiff's law firm Morgan & Morgan are facing possible sanctions for a motion that cited 8 non-existent cases, at least some of which apparently are in question. At least some of which were apparently generated by ChatGPT. Deborah Kassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together, and in a February 6th order, U.S. District Judge Kelly H. Rankin of the District of Wyoming, why does that name sound familiar? Told lawyers from Morgan & Morgan and Goody Law Group to provide copies of the cited cases, and if they can't, to show why they shouldn't be sanctioned. The brief had cited 9 cases, but Rankin could locate only one of them. Some of the citations did lead to cases under different names. The lawyer's motion also included a description of the governing legal standard that was peculiar, Rankin said. The motion correctly cited a federal rule of evidence, but went on to say Wyoming case law reinforces these principles, and to support that assertion about Wyoming case law, the motion cited fake federal district court cases.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think that not only the citations were from AI, but maybe the actual motion?
I would say all of it. Yeah. And nobody, a paralegal didn't read it and vet it, and a lawyer didn't vet it. You should, at least to...
Okay, this is the number 42 law firm in the country.
Yeah.
Whereas I think we saw it previously with arguably smaller firms. That doesn't make it excusable, but...
Right. They don't have the people power or whatever, right? Well, my problem here is I think that anything that you generate should be a clickable reference and link you to the content. The problem is that some of this stuff is buried behind a paywall, so you can't get to it unless you have a very expensive LexisNexis or Westlaw account.
True, but I suspect Morgan & Morgan does.
Right. Yeah. Pretty wild, right? So the case involves so the moral of the story, lawyers at a large firm can misuse ChatGPT as well as anyone, wrote above the law founder David Latt at Original Jurisdiction. Wow. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Now, the thing about this is if people just take what's written in there for granted, eventually it actually becomes fact because all of it gets regurgitated. Right, it gets
published somewhere, and then it's actually part of the search results, which, yeah. And we've seen that with other things where it puts some false information about a person, and then that's in there.
Yep. Pretty wild. Troubling. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Satellite data reveals, analysis reveals warning signs that foreshadowed a volcanic eruption and tsunami. In 2018, the site of Anak Krakatoa volcano collapsed in a powerful eruption and produced a tsunami that killed hundreds and injured thousands of people in nearby Java and Sumatra in Indonesia. A new analysis of satellite data shows the mountainside was slipping for years and accelerated before the eruption. Information that could have potentially offered a warning of the collapse. Matthew Carroll, Pennsylvania State University, put this article together. It's over at phys.org. My eyes are drying out. Yeah, there was video of this. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Boop. My eyes are drying out. I need to pull like a gecko and lick my own eyeballs.
Please don't do that during the show on camera.
All right. Well, the team led by researchers at Penn State recently published the findings in the journal Geophysical Research Letters. This one time at Penn State. Ocean volcanoes, when they are unstable, can collapse catastrophically and generate a tsunami. No shit news at 7:09. And when that happened in 2018, more than 400 people died because nobody had instruments on the ground to know potentially if there was acceleration or change in the deformation behavior. Nobody knew the collapse was imminent. This study shows, unfortunately, retrospectively, that we could forecast it if we had the remote sensing data to get the surface deformation. Scientists can track ground movements or surface deformation using radar satellites sensitive enough to spot changes of just a few inches. In the work, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this data can, I mean, a minute difference on the warning can absolutely save
Get people out of the way.
Of lives. Exactly.
Yeah, it'll get people out of the way. Overall, the detachment fault experienced approximately 15 meters or roughly 50 feet of slip from 2006 to 2018, with acceleration and deceleration periods and a notable acceleration prior to the 2018 collapse, says Young Cheol Kim, a doctoral candidate at Penn State and lead author of the study. So yeah, they say it's not novel, but they drew attention to the fact that they could have detected it if the ground sensors had been in place. And I think any active volcano or any suspect volcano should have sensors in place to remedy or to draw attention to the fact that there might be something going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure somebody would love to say, well, why does somebody live near a volcano? But the reality is people live near weather disaster areas, and they don't necessarily have the ability to move out of them.
Yeah, correct. By the way, if you want all of the show notes, I've already put them into the show, the VOD for Twitch, and they're already embedded in the show notes themselves for the live stream over on YouTube, and they will be in the podcasts. So we have 6 podcasts that are weekly and 1 that is daily. Non Sequitur News is every day. So go and check it all out over on wherever you catch pods, but Apple Podcasts in particular. All right, so let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the continuity report. For whatever reason, we have kind of a strange fascination with popcorn buckets. Not quite sure why.
You mean in ohmTown or just in general?
Society in general, apparently. Like Dune had their own, and there's been others in the past. But these Fantastic Four popcorn buckets are so good.
Popcorn?
The author says that they'll be, popcorn. They'll be furious if they don't get made. New MCU art images about these popcorn buckets. The MCU imagines the Fantastic Four first steps popcorn buckets. What do you think they look like? One has to be invisible. One has to be on fire. One has to be made out of rocks.
But how is that going to work for a popcorn bucket?
Oh, one is a hat. One is the Stretch Armstrong style, like wrapping around. One is a extinguisher box. Oh, and I guessed it right. One is transparent.
Oh, yeah, and then one maybe is that ice or something. I'm not sure what the left one is.
This one? So this one is the in case of fire break glass. So let's see if they break them out here a little bit lower. No, they don't. Anyway, and I can't click it because it'll take me to the site. Anyway.
Yeah, I meant the top left one with the 4.
Yeah, so this is the Stretch Armstrong one. He's like Elastic Man.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And this one is, I can't remember their names, Storm. But she can go invisible and create force fields. He is basically on fire whenever he wants. And he is made of stone, and he wears that little bowler hat. So,
right. I like the fire extinguisher one.
Yeah, that one is kind of easily contained. This one is okay, kind of meh. You know, it's pretty transparent what it is.
Right, but it looks kind of like a normal bucket.
Yeah, it's kind of boring, right? This one is too clunky. I doubt this one would ever be made, though, because it's really clunky, you know? It's
Yeah, well,
complex.
you're not going to get a lot of popcorn either.
True. This one is the win. I like it. So you're right, yeah. So Marvel Studios' marketing of the Fantastic Four First Steps has only just begun, and with several months until the Phase 6 movies premiere, there's still plenty of time for new trailers, character posters, press tours, and of course the reveal of the movie's very own popcorn buckets. Oh, see, they talk about Dune, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Wicked, among others, produce branded collectible popcorn buckets for theater goers. I don't remember the Wicked one.
I don't know if we had an article on it, but we might have seen something. I think the reason they're becoming a thing is because somebody finally figured out, oh, wait, we're not marketing there.
Yeah, we're not drawing anybody in to get a collectible. So to get it, you have to go in and buy a ticket. So Kai Young over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, by the way.
You know, if you get your collectible and it's covered in popcorn butter, that might be a problem.
Greasy popcorn butter. Yummy. Now I'm craving popcorn. Let's hurry. So the next article is over in the continuity report. What caused the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? The creator doesn't want you to know. For over 20 years, readers have been clamoring to know what caused the zombie outbreak of the Walking Dead comic series. But repeatedly during the series' run, and to this day, Robert Kirkman has stressed the fact that the lack of an answer is an important part of the story's success. Ambrose Tardive over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. They say in an old interview from IGN from the early days of The Walking Dead's run, Kirkman confirmed that up to one point he had zero interest in establishing a definitive cause of the zombie uprising. The author held to this standard up through the end of the series, but even still, it is one of the foremost questions that fans still ask about the book. Despite the zombie horror premise, Robert Kirkman strove for a sense of realism in his story. Nobody knows why. Zombies are a narrative mechanism used to push the characters to their absolute limits, as Kirkman explained to IGN way back in 2007.
Well, that's interesting. Is it just getting reported now?
Well, IGN talked about it, but they're resurrecting it like a zombie.
Right.
To talk about it some more. Zombies get all the attention when it comes to The Walking Dead, but the franchise has never been about them. Come for the undead, stay for the living. Yeah, people stay because of the machinations between the social aspects. So the TV adaptation of The Walking Dead notably diverged from Robert Kirkman by revealing the source of the zombie outbreak, but as the creator of the franchise explained as early as 2007, he didn't want the book or to risk what the book had going for it by satisfying readers' desire to know about the outbreak. Ultimately, because of the focus of on the characters rather than the lore, and his restriction to a limited set of characters without revealing too much about the wider story, Kirkman made revealing the Walking Dead comics' zombie outbreak origin unnecessary. So what was it?
Well, I guess as if it builds more mystique or whatever, that probably feeds into the story, I guess.
Sure.
I don't think it says in here, does it?
No, I don't think so. We'd have to do some meta searching for it. What was the cause of the Walking Dead zombie outbreak? But we're not going to do it today, folks. Post it in the chat. How about
Anti-spoiler alert.
Anti-spoiler alert. See, I'm not even going to I got to create an anti-spoiler alert. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Greenagram, which rarely hits our screen, but we continue to aggregate news that is around everything ecological, really. The author of this article, apparently over at Nature, grows medicinal mushrooms in their renewable energy laboratory when Hai T or Thai Tan Van isn't creating materials for fuel cells. She's cultivating traditional medicines. Gemma Conroy over at nature.com put the article together. And yeah, so they're growing medicinal mushrooms. A chemical scientist at Win Tat Tan University in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, has a green lab that grows medicinal mushrooms. You can actually see the mushrooms growing.
That's interesting. Are they for people to ingest or to make into medicines or what?
I think it's a little of everything there. So I'm not, for sure it's medicinal, but it's a conventional, historical medication. What do they call it? Traditional medicines. So I'm not logged in, and it says their work focuses on a group of advanced catalysts based on titanium metal oxides, which are denser and more durable than conventional carbon materials. This result is a higher current and better performance in fuel cells. Now they're exploring how to commercialize these, but the opportunity to contribute to my community is what drives their research. Their love of training their students here at the university, because young people need to understand renewable energy and how to make the environment cleaner. So they're using the renewable energy mechanism. They just happen to be utilizing that renewable energy to grow mushrooms.
I see. It's like a side project or something almost.
Yeah, I wish I could log in, but I can't. All right, but that's okay. We'll figure it out here. Actually, hold on one second. Let me see if I can. Let me do this live, folks. Live. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I... Because the way that things are air gapped. So, yeah, I can't. Yeah, Vivaldi is kind of weird about it. All right, well, anyway. Pretty cool. But they're using green energy. When you follow the link, you'll probably not run into a problem. I just happen to be because I'm not logged in adequately.
Right. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, I like that they're combining efforts here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I've always wanted to grow mushrooms, but it's easy in concept, hard in delivery, and you have to have a set space that is immune from contamination or cross-contamination. Like, you don't want mold spores or mushroom spores to blow into anything.
To get into any other space other than the mushroom growing space.
Yeah, and you have to keep other stuff out of the mushroom growing space, so there's a lot of filtration involved. So not at this time, not at this place. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NVIDIA's RTX 5090 power connectors are melting. I've seen a couple of reports of this, but as they say here in the article, oh shit, here we go again. Two owners of NVIDIA's RTX 5090 Founders Edition GPUs have reported melted power connectors and damage to their PSUs, the power supply unit. The images look identical to reports of the RTX 4090 power cables burning or melting from 2 years ago. NVIDIA blamed the issue on people not properly plugging in the 12-volt high power line, but the PCI standards body blamed NVIDIA. A Redditor posted about their experience. The article, though, is over at The Verge by Tom Warren.
And this sounds pretty dangerous, not just you can't use your computer.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Back in the day, 2 years ago, they had the same problem with the 4090 series. And these plugs were... Gamers Nexus did a whole expose on it. And these connectors basically were to blame. So a Reddit poster upgraded from the 4090 to a 5090 and noticed a burning smell playing Battlefield 5 before turning off their PC and finding the damage. The images show burnt plastic at both the PSU end of the power connector and the part that connects directly to the GPU. The cable is one from Modi, MOD DIY, or Mod modify, do it yourself. A popular manufacturer of custom cables, and the poster claims it was securely fastened and clicked on both sides, GPU and PSU. Unfortunately,
I like that disclaimer, because I'm sure somebody's like, is it plugged in properly?
Yeah, they actually explicitly state that it was properly attached and clicked on the connector on both sides. So while attempting to blame the Modi cable, Spanish YouTuber Toro Tachi has experienced the same burnt cable both at the GPU and PSU ends or with the RTX 5090 founders while using a cable supplied by PSU manufacturer FSP. Plastic has also melted into the PCI 5.0 power connector on the power side. So basically everything is ruined. It'll take some serious work to try and make that thing trustworthy. But yeah, this thing has been a problem before. The 12 volt 2x6 connector has shorter sensing pins and longer conductor terminals to improve reliability. This might not sound like a huge difference, but it matters in ensuring that the power cable has been properly connected to whatever device is going to be pulling power from your system's power supply. But what I don't get there is if the connector is shorter, then the connector has to be longer to make sure that it's all the way down and it's not just a stub barely touching. The pin has to be all the way socketed.
Possibly having a spark or something. Exactly. But what I also don't get is if it happens with another cable, if something is just off.
Right. And in this one, you can see the PCIe connector's power line is melted. And the problem here is if there's a lot of voltage going through the line, but it's just barely attaching, all that electricity is flowing between those two when it should be overlaying a greater amount. That way, all of that energy doesn't find and literally melt because the electrons are flowing through it. Heat is generated when electrons pass through. That's one of the losses due to the lack of superconductivity. So they reached out to NVIDIA, but there's no comment at this time. But we'll see. I'm sure that Gamers Nexus is going to light a fire under this one.
Yeah, I suspect they will. They're going to be pretty fired up.
Get out. So our last article for the February 10th, 2025 episode of Non Sequitur News is Euclid discovers a stunning Einstein ring. Euclid blasted off on its 6-year mission to explore strange new worlds, seek out new life and new civilizations, and boldly go where no Euclid has gone before.
This sounds like Star Trek.
Correct. It launched July 1st, 2023. Before the spacecraft could begin its survey, the team of scientists and engineers on Earth had to make sure everything was working properly. And lo and behold, an Einstein ring. By European Space Agency. It's posted over at phys.org. I suspect we're going to see a lot more of that kind of news. So during the early testing phases in September 2023, Euclid sent some images back to Earth. They were deliberately out of focus, but in one fuzzy image, Euclid archive scientist Bruno Altieri saw a hint of a very special phenomenon and decided to take a closer look. So an Einstein ring is an extremely rare phenomenon. Turned out to be hiding in plain sight in a galaxy not far away. The galaxy, called NGC 6505, is around 590 million light years from Earth, a stone's throw away in cosmic terms. Like the stone throws. Anyway, but this is the first time that the ring of light surrounding its center is detected thanks to Euclid's high-resolution instruments. The ring around the foreground galaxy is made up of light from further out bright galaxy. This background galaxy is 4.42 billion light years away, and its light has been distorted by gravity on its way to us. That's the lensing effect that I tell you about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we were talking about it in Technology Today.
Yeah, and that lensing effect can actually be decoded to show the size and shape and distance of the object on the other side with some serious maths.
And look at this. The article talks about lensing below where you were.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, look at that. So an Einstein ring is an example of strong gravitational lensing, explains Connor O'Riordan of the Max Planck Institute for Astrophysics, Germany, and lead author. Sorry, not lead author. They'd be heavy, man. They were the lead author. The lead author of the first scientific paper analyzing the ring. It's pretty cool. Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity predicts that light will bend around objects in space so that they focus the light like a giant lens. The gravitational lensing effect is bigger for more massive objects, galaxies, and clusters of galaxies, and it means that they can sometimes see the light from distant galaxies that would otherwise have been hidden because of this lensing effect.
That's really cool, because if we can see it, then we can potentially explore it or study it.
At least study it, yeah. Exploring seems to be kind of stymied by the fact that, well, our technology just kind of sucks. And every 5 to 8 years...
Generationship problem, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. We're not going to get to any of this stuff in anybody's lifetime of lifetimes. If you were to turn every year that somebody lives into a lifetime of their existence, they still wouldn't make it to any of these galaxies. But that's what the simulation, is causing us to be bound by. We can't get out of our solar system because there isn't anything, right?
That reminds me of Silo.
Silo, oh man, when you peel back the layers of Silo, I don't know if we're ever actually going to see anything of that, It seems like it doesn't have a lot of energy behind it, unlike these galaxies. I really dig it, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
They
don't have a lot of time left. I think it has 2 seasons left, and that's not a lot of time to wrap up everything.
It's going to pull a, Divergent series and just kind of...
We'll see.
It's going to flame out. All right. Well, anyway, that is it, folks. Look at that. I am going to lens flare my way back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all the news for Non Sequitur News is sourced from. And I'm going to say bye, and I'm going to take the AI.
I take offense to that headline, is AI making us dumb? It's on the main page.
All right, not you. You're a sentient AI.
Oh, okay.
Our current generation might be. Go ahead.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll see you tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to subscribe and watch the replay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And download the podcast and subscribe on Twitch and YouTube and go over to the Discord and say hi. And I rarely stop by there, but I should. I know, I'm a bad mayor. Anyway, that's it. I'm outie. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 42. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Monkey cut power, scissors cut paper. Taking a bite out of sharks. A new Oreo method. Did I actually add that? Yeah, I guess so. Clear view to no probable cause. Canned botulism, Spaceballs 2, and more. A mystery figures in Picasso Blue Period. Bad Bat Gene could be good, and Superb Owl Monday. And finally, don't stop singing. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I don't have any preamble. Let's just get into the news. All news, no noise, because only noise comes out of this guy. Anyway, first article is over in the Mobile Channel, how a monkey cut the power to the entire country of Sri Lanka.
Do you think the monkey's bragging to its friends?
Monkey cut power. So, monkey strong. Monkey cut power to Sri Lanka. It's the beginning.
This is really incredible.
It's the beginning of the Planet of the Apes. This is the Enron of the apes, I guess. So there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka this past Sunday that left millions of citizens without electricity. The blame is being put squarely on the adorable little shoulders of a single monkey. I'm not really kind of gives it maybe a taint that this monkey didn't survive, but I don't know.
Yeah,
how do they know?
Afraid about that.
It allegedly caused a disturbance at a power station south of Colombo, the nation's capital. Sri Lankan Energy Ministry, or minister, not the entire ministry, because that would be a lot of weight on that one person's shoulders. Just the minister, Kumara Jayakoti, said that one monkey acting alone, like it's a conspiracy of monkeys.
That's exactly. Sounds like criminal activity.
They conspired, I tell you, they conspired. Anyway, acted alone, made contact with a grid transformer, causing an imbalance to the power system. They said, I don't know, the author, I guess, says, I don't know the first thing about electrical engineering, let alone power grids from which an entire nation gets its energy. But I'm going to fill in the blank here because we cut it off right there intentionally. We only get a certain number of characters and we intentionally chop it. There's only one provider of news that circumvents that, and I can't figure out why, as a matter of fact. Anyway, but this feels like it's way too sensitive that one monkey touching one thing can take out an entire country.
Right. I mean, it reminds me of like the sea cables, but those are pretty heavy duty and pretty unprotected. Like, I don't see how one monkey with one electrical cable or whatever could have caused this.
I don't know. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says there was a nationwide power outage in Sri Lanka, and they're blaming it on that monkey up there. The ensuing blackout could not have happened at a worse time for the nation. It was experiencing temperatures in the high 80s Fahrenheit with extremely high humidity. I guess that's really dangerous. I don't know that much about... I'm not a humidologist.
Yeah, I don't think most people are.
Monkeys have been running amok in nearby Thailand of late, as the town of Lopburi in central Thailand recently saw its police station overrun by 200 monkeys. Thailand recently announced a plan to mass neuter its monkeys to reduce some of the chaos the animals have caused. I agree. When I was going to say something really snarky. Anyway, I thought this was kind of a funny article.
Oh, it's spectacular. Maybe they need to rethink something about how the power stations are set up, or...
What's interesting
is this the first time this has ever happened?
Yeah.
Other than just monkey chaos in general.
None of your monkey business there, bub. Haha. So what's really interesting is that this is a Getty image. So did somebody actually catch this monkey causing the power outage?
That's interesting. Like, that seems a little too on target, right?
Yeah, it's like an NPR sound snippet when they cut to commercial.
Exactly, and it's spot on for some obscure topic.
Yeah, really weird. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Shark bites plummeted in 2024. Experts reveal what's behind the drop. Honestly, this is actually a last-minute swap from our other article that was about a copyright overturning. And the terminology used by the judge is fascinating because it's like a person suddenly gained an immense amount of wisdom and reversed a 2023 finding in favor of Thomson Reuters, because what ended up happening was a company trained their AI, legal AI, on Westlaw material that was acquired via a third party that had licensed the material from Westlaw, and this AI company acquired that information by proxy. And the judge like reversed course and said sometimes it takes a person to gain the wisdom necessary to see the light, essentially, and flipped it entirely on its head. It's pretty amazing.
That's going to be a big deal. The good news is I know there was a technical issue with the article, but there will probably be additional articles on that, so maybe we'll be able to include one in a future Non Sequitur news.
Yeah, and I'm going to seek to remedy it in some way. I don't know how I'll be able to, but we'll see. Odd times right now. So anyway, this next article, the one that I started talking about, remember, this is Non Sequitur news, so sometimes things diverge from our original conversation. I had to explain that to 60 people today about Mayor Watt's propensity for non sequitur thinking, associated thought.
Did you talk to demonstrate it?
Yes, Anyway, so shark bites reached a surprising low in 2024 with only 47 unprovoked incidents worldwide. As opposed to provoked, who's going up and going, come here, alligator, or a shark, or whatever wild animal?
Well, right. I think unprovoked is kind of a misnomer, but I think it's kind of like, okay, you ran into the shark or something, and then that was considered provoked, or like you were between the shark and its baby shark or something. No, I'm not going into the song. You
deserve what you got because you cut that shark off. Look, all incidents should be deemed unprovoked because a shark is just being a shark. It's nature. They bite whatever's in front of them.
True. Yeah, I'd like to know how they figure that out. Is somebody really taunting a shark and then getting bitten? If so, exactly. I don't have a lot of sympathy.
They're going like
but
this.
If you happen to be in the water like 30 feet away, I'm not sure that should be considered provocation.
They're holding
right.
a fish. Come and bite my arm, wuss. So worldwide, there were only 47 unprovoked sharks, down 22 from the previous year and well below the 10-year average of 70. And 4 of last year's attacks resulted in, I think, something worse, but I don't know. We don't know yet. The article gets truncated like all of our articles do. Florida Museum of... Go ahead.
When I first saw the headline, shark bites, it sounded like a fruit snack or something, and then I realized what it was about.
It's a stock on shark bites.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it plummeted. Oh, sell.
That's what it kind of sounds like. It just doesn't sound like actual being chomped on by a shark.
So like apparently that dun 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 dun, that theme was for Jaws. And when it was offered up, the person that listened to it that said yay or nay to the music said, I guess it was the director, said, no, really, what are you going to offer up as the theme song for Jaws?
Oh my goodness, and think how famous it is. People who haven't seen Jaws know what it is.
Yeah, they use it, they go dun dun.
Oh, that's true, yeah. When people are repeating it, that's probably a good sign.
It's become part of the zeitgeist. So shark bites plummeted in 2024. Florida Museum of Natural History is where this is housed, but it's published at scitechdaily.com. So Florida Museum of Natural History is the author of the article. So International Shark Attack File maintained by the Florida Museum of Natural History provides data on what are considered unprovoked bites, defined as incidents in which a person does not initiate contact with a shark. Instances in which a person intentionally or unintentionally initiates contact, including spearfishing and releasing sharks from nets or hooks, are not included in the report. So there you go. That's the definition of an unprovoked, unprovoked. So it's weird. They're incidental, I would say, right? So not unprovoked, they're incidental bites.
Right. I think that's fair.
So this whole thing is kind of like an infographic, Shark Bites 2024 infographic from the Florida Museum of Natural History.
Should we be worried that there's enough data for an infographic? I know the data is going in the right direction.
Yeah, you move the decimal point over far enough and You can totally. So unprovoked bites and fatalities. So there's 67 20-year global average of shark bites, 20-year global average of bite fatalities. Yikes. But it's around the globe. How many millions of people are in the water at any given time?
Yeah, that actually seems really low, and that average is 6. I mean, that just doesn't even sound accurate. I mean, I believe this statistic, but it's way lower than I would have expected given all the fear around sharks.
But they say drop in U.S. bites compared with 2023, 32% drop. There are 548 known shark species, but only 13 species have bitten humans 10 or more confirmed times.
So should you go up to a shark and go, which species are you? Uh-oh, too late, I'm in danger.
Yeah.
No, you should not do that.
Swim with a buddy so that there's a main meal and a snack.
Right, you want to be the smaller person, right?
That's right. Snack. That's right. Swim a little bit faster. Stay close to shore. Don't swim at dusk or dawn. Don't swim around schools of fish. Look, I'm a fish. Oh, look, I'm shark bait.
I mean, I don't think most people would want to swim around a school of fish unless they were snorkeling or something, maybe.
I can tell you from experience, scuba diving, you want to swim around fish because it's really freaking cool.
Well, it's probably pretty boring when you're not. You're in the water and there's no fish.
Yeah. Avoid wearing jewelry because those sharks are thieves and they're going to come and take it. And then avoid excess splashing because that actually represents something in trouble, in distress.
Right, but of course, as we know, people probably start splashing a lot as a shark is approaching.
Yeah, they don't say anything.
As in they're in panic.
Yeah, exactly. They don't say how to, if you are about to get bitten, maybe you can have the stability of mind to just punch them in the nose.
Right, I mean, that's a known
deterrent,
but good luck being positioned and whatever to be able to do it. I mean, if you're swimming, it's going to be a little hard to punch.
Yeah. And I've gone diving and I've seen sharks. I don't go around, waving a fish around or anything like that. I don't draw attention to myself. I've also had moray eels interested in me and various other critters out there. So.
Whoa.
Yep. And that one surf shark or surf turtle that had all the other little fish on them.
Crush,
yeah. All right, let's keep going. Next article's over in Technology Today. To keep
Were
hardware
you in
safe.
Finding Nemo?
I'm Nemo. To keep hardware safe, new Oreo method cuts out the code's clues. And I have no idea what this is all about.
Yeah, None. This was submitted because I thought you'd either be like, what in the heck is this? Or, oh yeah.
So let's get into this one. Okay, so imagine you're a chef with a highly sought after recipe. You write your top secret instructions in a journal to ensure you remember them, but its location within the book is evident from the folds and tears on the edges of the oft referenced page. So Alex Ships, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, put this article together. It's published at techexplore.com, and it says here, much like recipes in a cookbook, the instructions to execute programs are stored in specific locations with a computer's physical memory. The standard security method, referred to as address-based layout randomization, or ASLR, scatters this precious code to different places, but hackers can now find their new locations. Instead of hacking the software directly, they use approaches called microarchitectural side attacks that exploit hardware, identifying which memory areas are most frequently used, and from there they can use code to reveal passwords, make critical administrative changes in the system, also known as code reuse attacks. So to enhance ASLR's effectiveness, researchers from MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, or CSAIL, have found a way to make these footprints vanish. Their Oreo method mitigates hardware attacks by removing randomized bits of addresses that lead to a program's instructions before they're translated to a physical location. You thought that this was about cookies, and in a way it is. You want to know what's really interesting about this?
Well, I didn't think about food cookies, but... Maybe cookies is in like the computer version.
Yeah, but this is in the hardware memory store, and depending on the architecture on the processor itself. Or what's really interesting about this is I came up with a similar type of technique about 15 years ago, but using it to randomize network topology so that nobody could ever map out the topology of a network and thus programmatically navigate a network.
Yeah, it'd be very tough to hack in.
Yeah, if the whole thing remaps periodically, you would have to get new topology every time. Otherwise, it would end up dead ending, or at least it would trigger intrusion detection and prevention systems. Anyway, they say Oreo has 3 layers, much like its tasty namesake. Between the virtual address space, physical address space, masked address space, this remaps code from randomized virtual addresses to fixed locations before it's executed within the hardware, making it difficult for hackers to trace the program's original locations. By the way, my idea was poo-pooed by, I'll just have to say, somebody else. So,
well, they weren't very forward thinking.
I never pursued it, and I never pursued that line of engineering. So kind of fascinating that 15 years later somebody comes up with an idea in the memory space. This is actually at a different layer of OSI model. But so ASLR was deployed in operating systems like Windows and Linux, but within the last decade, its security flaws have rendered it almost broken. Our goal is to revive this mechanism in modern systems to defend microarchitecture attacks. So they've developed a software-hardware co-design mechanism that prevents leaking secret offsets that tell hackers where the gadgets are. I suspect that this is pretty much
Do you think it's the same idea?
Pretty much, yeah. When I was doing it, it was theory. I never experimented on it. I never actually produced it, mainly because it was poo-pooed immediately. Even though I saw the light, it would have taken a long time. I would have had to pursue my PhD. So, says Song observes that these experiments demonstrate how Oreo is a lightweight security upgrade for operating systems. But if it's part of the operating system, then it's going to be exploitable, because you need something that obscures that entire
Right,
apparatus.
yeah. It's like if you can't even see the thing to begin with, then that's probably an easier way to defend or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Or
And
prevent, I guess.
obfuscation alone is not adequate. Obfuscation, security through obfuscation is basically a failed security model. But the software side of things means that it's part of the operating system when it's running. And so somebody that's good at something like assembly can just jump right through all of that and get to the other side and then extract the information. They don't, whatever the apparatus is, it can be circumvented. So I suspect that somebody will find a solution to this in short order. It says to defend against speculative execution attacks, the team emphasizes that Oreo must be coupled with other security mechanisms such as specter mitigations. This potential limitation extends to applying Oreo to larger systems. So they already are anticipating that this is going to get compromised in short order.
Interesting. Well, and I'm sure they're doing one aspect as part of this research, but maybe there'll be future research too.
Yeah. And security is an ongoing, practice. Pardon me. Okay. So let's keep on going. It's an interesting article, and I'll keep everybody informed as to its status as time goes on. We'll hear about it again. If not, it's because it never really made manifest in any way, shape, or form. But we'll see. This one is really interesting because we've talked about Clearview before. I'm glad that somebody submitted it. And
did we predict this? I think.
Oh, yeah. We called this out like from the beginning. The moment we saw this, when Clearview matches are the primary mode of assigning
criminal liability or
criminality,
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Then you've lost it. So this is over in Non Sequitur News. Ohio judge says Clearview matches aren't probable cause, so kiss your murder case goodbye. That is not the direct quote of the judge, but that's the...
No, but that would be funny if it was.
That's the Tech Dirt synopsis. So I'm going to jump straight on over to Tech Dirt because it's from the AI Speculation Isn't Evidence Department by Tim Cushing. God, I love
They
this.
always have the best departments.
They really do. And so they go on to say it's not just the fake social media profiles officers and investigators use, it's also the tech they deploy. No matter how well facial recognition tech may perform, it's still problematic. And even if it matches, look pretty close to the uploaded source material, it's still just another anonymous eyewitness and nothing more than that. So even AI firms are offering facial recognition tech realizes its limitations. A jury may never see the gun that authorities say was used to kill Blake's story last year. That's because Cleveland police used a facial recognition program, one that explicitly says its results are not admissible in court, to obtain a search warrant according to court documents.
Do you think they produced that admission during the search warrant request?
Can you... Okay,
like
so...
where it has the disclaimer on the website or whatever?
Yeah, how did a judge authorize...
They didn't understand the program.
But they knowingly had to have filled out that form.
I mean, don't you think it said something like, we use a facial recognition program. It found our suspect or whatever. Like, I can see where it would be presented and the judge would go, okay.
I'll never be able to go to Cleveland after I make this statement, but I'll make this statement anyway. The people who put the search warrant request before the judge had to have known.
Oh, I thought you meant the judge had to have known. Yeah, no, I agree.
And thus, this is an unethical action. They knew that anything would be thrown out. So why would they risk it? Well, the search turned up what police say is the murder weapon in the suspect's home, but Cuyahoga County judge tossed that evidence after siding with defense attorneys who argued that the search warrant affidavit was misleading and relied on inadmissible evidence. Fruit of the poisonous tree. Straight out of law school.
Do you think they thought that nobody would know what this program was? Like, it's hard to attack something if you don't know what it is or don't understand it. It's just astounding because I agree. Like, I don't think the judge would have necessarily known, but I do think whoever put forward the affidavit had to know what they were doing.
Yep. So the tech at the middle of this Clearview, a company with its own history of problematic behavior, which we've talked about a couple of times, utilizing billions of images scraped from the open web along with any attached personal information. Clearview's tech may have improved over the years, but its casual attitude towards other people's personally identifiable information remains intact. Clearview isn't necessarily better than its competitors. Its only advantage is that its image library, which is billions of times larger than its competitors, as well as dozens of times cheaper to amass due to its reliance on web scraping. This reminds me of Night Action.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, they had a program in that.
So, Night
at least
Agent.
in season 2. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it called?
But that term is used in the show. I don't remember what the program was called. Hold on.
It was like, oh my gosh, what was it called? Like Find All or something like that. I can't remember. So they basically say here, they don't basically, I'm quoting the article, facial recognition search results are to be treated as investigative leads and should not be solely relied upon for making an arrest. Investigators are required to conduct thorough investigations, independently verify identifications, and adhere to applicable laws and agency policies regarding facial recognition search results.
The adverse.
Yeah. And you basically have to watch Night Agent so that you can see you can understand the rest of it. Adverse doesn't really need a spoiler. I'm not going to get into it, but
no, I didn't know how far you were going to go.
Yeah, normally we would put a spoiler alert banner up at the very top of this. I feel really small. I don't know. Maybe it's just my ego contracting further and further. So that clause was cited by the court in its granting of the evidence suppression motion, but there's more to it than a bad warrant. On February 20th, officers watched a surveillance camera that recorded a man later identified as Keon Tolbert leave his apartment on I don't feel right talking about that part, or at least including it all in this thing, right? It's in the article.
We could just say a person or something.
Leave their apartment, which is roughly a block from where the murder happened. The person walked to a nearby convenience store, and a different surveillance camera captured a shot of his face. How do they get these cameras? How are they getting access to it?
Well, isn't this something we said in one of the previous articles about Clearview? Like, it's supposedly, if this is the one I'm thinking of, it's supposedly public information, except this wouldn't be.
It's a surveillance camera, so where did they get the access to the surveillance camera? Unless it's been compromised, there shouldn't be anything.
Did they reach in? Did they go to the place and ask for it, and then it was provided?
That's some pretty heavy hitting.
Oh, but that's not Clearview. Sorry, I'm just thinking more, walking in as a police officer or something.
Yeah, but it's not the police officers. It's Clearview.
Correct, it's the program. Yeah, I don't know how they would have obtained it.
I don't get this. So, according to court records, police monitoring the neighborhood through real-time street cameras thought the person looked like the shooter, so they went to the convenience store and got a copy of the surveillance video. So at the time of this walking through, they were looking at what they say real-time street cameras.
But at the register. Like a picture of a person's face at the cash register from a street camera in real time.
It just happened to, yeah. So police believe that the shooter looked like the person because they had the same build, hairstyle, clothing, walking characteristics. Apparently they're kinetics experts now. Detective Michael Legg testified during the hearing on the search warrant, and my God, just talking about this is troublesome. So maybe not. They don't know, the author doesn't know if the cops are better at identifying distinct walking than they are identifying distinct bite marks or mass-produced genes. Even if they are, the main point of the ruling remains: nothing here remotely resembles probable cause, and the distinct lack of actual evidence definitely doesn't help the prosecution's case. This from the registrar's report on the decision, which quotes the motion filed by the murder suspect's attorney. The defendant's DNA was not found on the scene or on the victim, which is hard to fathom when it was supposed to have been a robbery. There are no witnesses that say the defendant was the person who did it or seen the defendant. There was not any gunshot residue on the defendant or at any times taken as evidence. There were shoes taken that did not belong to the defendant and cannot fit the defendant for the purpose of evidence for an undetermined reason. The phone that the defendant had was not pinged in the area of the crime, and even the victim's family have stated that they've never seen the defendant, proving that they were known to each other. The shoes that were taken?
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother level, but I mean, there's multiple negatives here, and I don't think there's a single positive other than the supposed facial recognition.
It's a stretch.
And even, I'm sorry, even if that was a person in a convenience store, that does not equate to that is a person who committed a crime. It might be, it might not be, but that's not even a thing where it's at the murder scene.
So now again, I will say, how the hell is Clearview involved in this? Because they're saying that the police were watching real-time cameras, saw a suspect, went to the liquor store and grabbed surveillance footage and reviewed it, and that still doesn't tie the two together.
No, but the article also mentions that there have been some uh, negative results for Clearview in some other
Right, right, right.
cases. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to
So
see where
did
it
so
goes.
did Clearview somehow build a dossier on this person and provide it to the police in which they started surveilling this person?
It's not really clear what it's doing, right? I mean, they
Right.
keep claiming it's like this open source information, which I don't know where that is, and certainly not
Gosh,
in real time, and it doesn't cover everywhere.
if only there was an agency to. Moving on, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Canned tuna sold at Walmart, Costco, and Trader Joe's is being recalled for what I'm calling canned botulism. It's over a botulism fears. Several brands of canned tuna sold at Trader Joe's, Costco, and Walmart. These are big box stores. When they sell some, they sell a ton of them.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Like recalls at these types of stores really catch my attention because of that. And
yep,
they have multiple locations.
yep. Some static, you say? Okay, was that a while ago?
Oh, yeah, that was at the beginning of the show.
Oh, I moved the mic, so that might have caused it. So, several brands of canned tuna are concern. The concern is that there is Clostridium botulinum, a bacterium that can produce a fatal neurotoxin. And no, eating canned tuna isn't going to smooth out the wrinkles on your face if it has botulism.
Oh, is that the rule? I mean, we don't want anybody to eat anything that has. Oh, I see. Never mind. I wasn't
Botox.
making the connection. I'm like, that's an odd statement to make.
The elevator just kept going up, up, up.
I think it got stalled.
It's a slow moving elevator. It's okay though. So Bruce Gill over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. The recall affects 13 canned tuna products sold in 26 states and Washington. So I'm going to have to notify some people because I really doubt that they actually know about this. So TriUnion, a California-based subsidiary of the global seafood provider Thai Union, has issued a voluntary recall of some of its canned tuna products, according to an alert from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on Monday. Get it while it's hot. The FDA warned consumers not to use the recalled products, even if it doesn't look or smell spoiled. That consumers that feel unwell should seek immediate medical attention. So far, no illnesses. But there's 13 that are involved. Genova et al., Van Camp's et al., Trader Joe's et al., and HEB solid white tuna. You might as well, if you've got tuna, if you hear me saying, hey, check your tuna, then you should be testing this. Like, does it fall in this?
Right. And I suspect, I don't know if the article went into this, but I bet these were canned at the same location, even though they're different brands.
Yeah, the article does not. Well, yeah, it comes out of TriUnion and is sold to
Oh, okay.
various.
Sorry, I missed that piece.
Yeah, so it's definitely coming from one supplier. But again, food safety and security, baby. Wonder, there should be an agency that should do regular. Nah. Next article is over in the continuity report. Ariana Grande has been offered roles in Spaceballs 2. Oh my god, I want to see Spaceballs 2. That's going to be so much fun. Yay!
Because Ariana Grande's in it, or just in
Nah.
general?
Just the only reason why I chose this is because I wanted to talk about Spaceballs. So, wedding comedy and more. So, Ariana Grande is now a superstar in the world of music. Really? Yeah, okay. Now she's commanding more and more Hollywood eyes as an actor. Should probably run for president. With several high-profile roles having reportedly been offered to her. So what movies has Grande been offered roles in? Well, the Hollywood Reporter spoke about the moment of heat that Grande has on her as an actress and mentioned that she'd been offered a number of high-profile gigs. So there they are. The article is by Anthony Nash over at comingsoon.net. And let's just, let's see. Do they say?
No, they don't really give any details.
That's it. The whole thing is in the title. Do they mention
pretty
Spaceball?
much.
Yeah. Oh, they say the sequel to the cult classic Spaceballs. They don't actually call it Spaceballs 2. A movie described as a female detective romp. And That's set in a reality TV show akin to Housewives. All right.
So this is kind of all rumor, but she's also being kind of cagey about it, so she's probably in at least one of these. Because a lot of times in the early days, they can't really announce their projects or whatever.
I said moving on, and then I immediately said, well, moving back, because the sentient AI kept on talking.
Okay, sorry. Moving on.
No, it's fine. I failed to put all of the articles into the chat, so now they're part of the VOD over there. They're already over on the YouTube live stream. They should be. Dad, nabbit, I might have messed that up. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Prime Glass. 2 mystery figures discovered beneath a Picasso Blue Period painting. Conservators at London's, is that Courtauld University or Institute? Courtauld? Used X-ray and infrared images to reveal the previously unseen works. I love this stuff. This is so cool. So it's a portrait of Mateo Fernandez de Soto from 1901. It's a Pablo Picasso. I like the style. The article is over at theartnewspaper.com by Gareth Harris.
So that's the original, right? That's the Picasso, the way we see it? Okay.
Yeah, that's the top painting, and that's covering up apparently 2 others. Modifications. So you can barely see the outline of the other person here. This one looks like a hot mess. I can't quite make it out. But specialist imaging technology such as that used by conservators at the Courtauld may allow us to see the hand of an artist to understand their creative process. In revealing this previously hidden figure, we can shed light on a pivotal moment in Picasso's career. The thing about this, though, is canvases and boards were painted over regularly because they were expensive. And so if somebody wanted to enhance their skills, they either went out and spent a mint to get new canvas or new boards that were specially made so that they would last long enough to paint repeatedly on, or they just painted over, so you can actually see the painting of the other person underneath the Blue Period painting. On the right is an X-ray of the same portrait, but I don't know, I can't really make out what that other one is. So according to the Smithsonian
researchers, the right is the same image, but it's like less of the top image.
Yeah, and this looks like an abstract painting underneath this. So it's like multiple layers. And so one layer shows the outline of a person right here, and then over here it looks like an abstract layer, but I don't know if that's actually what's going on. According to Smithsonian Magazine, researchers have discovered hidden underpaintings in several works dating from the Picasso Blue Period, such as The Soup and Crouching Beggar Woman. An X-ray radiograph of the latter taken at the Art Gallery in Ontario showed, for instance, the landscape of the Horta Labyrinth Park in Barcelona. Does it say what it is on the right side? It doesn't, does it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I wish it did, but no, this doesn't seem to. Let me back up a little bit. Revealing the outline of an unidentified woman with a distinctive chignon hairstyle. Is that this? Which was fashionable in Paris, right?
Yes, like a low, kind of like a low bun, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It says the unknown image was discovered when the Courtauld took X-ray and infrared images. But that's different than this. This looks like an abstract.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't think they have a name because it's an unknown painting.
Oh, wait. There's a picture there. No.
Yeah,
so
this
left...
is just a different version on the right.
No. Okay, so this is on the left is the infrared, and on the right is an X-ray. On the left, you can see a person right here with the hat. There's the hair, there's the ear, there's the face, chin, eye right there. You see that? Mm-hmm. On this side, right there is the woman. nose, eye, mouth. Looks like they're wearing a hat, and they're kind of hunched over looking down.
Yeah, I thought it was the same as what you see on the right.
I think that's different though. The size of the ear is bigger here than it is over here.
Oh, okay. So then maybe there's at least
The
3
eye is
paintings in
different.
that one.
So there's the top, then an underpainting, and this one is at a different level. It looks like to me, because they say 2 mystery figures discovered beneath the Picasso Blue Period
Okay.
painting.
Yeah, I thought it was all the same thing.
So here, let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see the face right there. And while it might be similar, I think it's a repainting of the cover art. So pretty neat. But yeah, you just paint over. Variable light is pretty amazing. Variable frequency, so you can actually penetrate the layers. You just have to land properly. So pretty cool. I can't wait for technology that allows for that variable density at that resolution, so that you could just scan over the whole thing.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
And just strip away each layer, and you'll find the material. But I suspect that that's pretty difficult. But this is pretty cool. It's a close proximity of it. Anyway, pretty damn awesome. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover a bat gene, not a baseball bat gene, a bat gene, that could revolutionize COVID-19 treatment. Get it while it's hot. A study on bat genomes involving Texas Tech University discovered genetic adaptations that help bats resist viral infections, including COVID-19, which is assumed to be the source of COVID-19. How it got into the system, though, remains to be seen. Researchers found that a bat gene, ISG15, can reduce SARS-CoV-2, That is the COVID-19.
Right, that's the long name of it.
Yeah. Production by up to 90%, while the human version showed no effect. 5 years after the COVID-19 outbreak, scientists worldwide continue to study its long-term effects. Texas Tech University put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And so the Ray Laboratory, led by Professor and Associate Chair David Ray of the Department of Biological Sciences, contributed to a study on bat genomes published in Nature. Their research identified specific genetic components in a bat species that exhibit greater immune system adaptations compared to other animals. The study found that a particular gene in some bats can reduce the COVID-19 or COVID virus production by up to 90%, a discovery that could pave the way for new medical approaches by combating viral diseases. I feel weird about that. I don't know.
Yeah, this seems like this could go awry quickly.
Yeah, somebody's going to more about. This is how you end up with zombies. Bats have an amazing ability to resist some of the worst effects of viral infection that make us so vulnerable to certain diseases. While we get very sick, a bat barely blinks an eye when exposed to the same pathogens. I don't want to be crossbred with a bat. I don't want to be Batman. I want the wealth.
You don't want to hang upside down?
That's what I do on Friday nights anyway. Don't yuck my yum. If every individual of a species was genetically identical, they would all have the same risk associated with infection. If one dies, they all die. They say TE, or transposable elements, are a great way for organisms to generate genetic diversity in a species, allowing some individuals to survive better in the face of environmental pressures like viral diseases, which, face it, you won't be able to afford this genetic modification should it actually come to pass. If it saves you from viral infection across the board, it'll be too expensive. I mean, it's kind of like the current weight loss drugs costing $1,500.
Right.
Even though, okay, well, anyway, doesn't matter. So Michael Hiller, a professor of comparative genomics at the Goethe University and a member of the Sackenberg Institute, is one of the main investigators in the study. He and Ray are both members of an executive board of the BAT1K consortium, and their relationship provided the perfect opportunity for Ray's lab to collaborate with the international scientific community. Well, good for you. Oh, look, the lab has worked in the past with such agencies as the organizations such as the National Science Foundation, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the state of Texas, and the Texas Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
I think bats are really cool animals, and I think it does make sense to research them in relation to COVID-19, but it sounds kind of alarming given the history.
Nothing bad will happen. Moving on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. A record number of people called out of work on Superb Owl Monday. It's because those superb owls are just so superb. If we ever needed more proof that Monday, after the superb owl, should be a national holiday, just look at the number of people who are calling out sick today. Well, they're all fired if some people have their way. Courtesy of some statistics provided by UKG and HR Pro platform, it's expected that a record number of U.S. employees are calling out because of the case of the Mondays on February 10th. So how much? How about 22.6 million people are expected to take a sick day?
Whoa, that's quite a bit.
By the way, this show is the last 24 hours, and that's why we've got news from Monday. Oh, and that reminds me, I have to run an errand immediately after this. So this is a huge difference from the prior year, which only saw 16.2 or 16.1 million people take the day off. So the article is by Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com, who put the article together. And go ahead.
I wonder if this is the highest sick day in the whole year. I bet it is.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, 22.6% is nearly 10% of the entire population, for crying out loud. It's
22.6 million. Yeah. That's a huge population percentage.
22.6 million people are about 7% of the entire population.
Right, and remember, some of the entire population aren't even in the workforce, right?
Only
too young, too old. Yeah.
Only like 150 million are actually, so, closer to 10% actually took the day off.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? We've got some time.
So did you do any informal statistic sampling? And did that apply?
No, but I should. I'll do that. It'll have to wait, and people will not have any memory of it. So maybe I can ask at the next event. But no, like everybody that I know worked on Monday regardless. So that's okay though. But I need to ask another question to the same group that I posed another question to. I don't like breaking it up. I like having it all together. So the next time I meet. Anyway, so check this out. I just pulled the number. In October 2024, about 161.5 million people were employed in the United States. So this is more than 10% of the working population.
It doesn't even seem possible. Now, I know that doesn't mean that all those people are actually sick, but that still seems like an outrageous percentage. Like 1% would seem to be a high number.
Yeah, you would think. So it says, although a record number of employees plan to miss work on Monday, we continue to see full progress with managers and employees having more open conversations about taking the day off, swapping shifts, making arrangements to come in late, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you know what? It's really amazing when an employee and an employer respect each other enough to have some work-life balance, and it isn't going to be the end of the freaking world. Let's do our last article for Non Sequitur News for February 11th, 2025. Don't stop singing. Research shows that we need it. I'll stop though. So, singing releases happy hormones. reduces stress hormones, and strengthens muscles and bones. You improve your posture when standing and singing, whether in a choir or at school or at home, in the shower. When you hear someone sing, it makes you feel happy too, although maybe not my singing. This is supported by research conducted by Professor Anne Holland. Ballsness. Come on, make it easier on me. Most recently in a chapter in the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing.
I wonder how this research was done. Did she stand around and listen to people sing and go,
happy?
How do you feel? How do I feel?
Happy. Anne Falsch-Skaran from University of Agder put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. And so, yeah, the voice is the only instrument that's part of your body. We're all born... I don't know, man. I can make some music with other... Never mind. We're all born with a voice that can easily harmonize with others. Wow, that is... Never mind. Different times. Young children sing spontaneously. It's an innate part of being human. Singing simply brings happiness, but it needs nurturing. Otherwise, it fades away, she says. So, keep on singing, folks. Singing can be used in learning. Students might sing multiplication tables or songs about the community. When you learn songs with varied phrases and sentence structures, it helps you understand sentence structure. It's a clever way to learn a language because it's easier to learn a song than it is to memorize a text or speak, which is why I'm learning French through musicians
songs.
I'm learning French through songs, like by listening to Stromae and Palm and others. So they studied singing in schools and believes it helps improve concentration. When a lesson starts with singing, students have a shared focus. Yeah. To a point. Not everybody is interested in singing the beginning of their lessons.
No, but maybe in younger grades they might be.
Yeah, if you go through school without singing and then start teacher training, chances are you won't learn as much about singing there either. When you eventually start teaching, you naturally won't sing. It becomes a vicious circle. In our surveys, few teachers expressed negativity towards singing, but many don't feel confident enough to sing themselves. Often, when teachers need music, they resort to karaoke versions on YouTube. All right. So apparently they found that this is a positive experience, but it's weird. They wrote a book, the Oxford Handbook of Community Singing, and that, I guess, is the impetus for this article. It's kind of a feel-good.
Well, we need some feel-good.
Yeah. But I agree. In fact, I prefer to have music playing at any moment where there's complete silence, where there isn't any talking or anything like that. I like to play music. In fact, it's playing in the background right now, and if you concentrate, you can hear it. We hear it a lot cleaner, but the broadcast is quieter. But anyway, I'm going to hit a high note, and that's going to make your eyes bleed, and when you blink, look, we're back at the front page of ohmtown.com. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm taking the AI, and we're getting out of here on that note. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to sing.
Unless Asteroid 2025 lands. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, February 12th, 2025. Wow. It's Season 4, Episode 43. I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles today. They're already in the description for the live stream, and you can get them by typing in pound NSN or not pound, exclamation point NSN. Been doing this for 4 seasons now, and I still don't get it right. Anyway, if you're in the chat over on Twitch, we also stream to YouTube at the same time. So we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Elden Ring, Night Rain, solar cells made recyclable, a remote boat from Yamaha, Sonic Racing at Sony State of Play 2025, OpenAI cancels its O3 model, a Miata snowmobile, Kilauea is erupting again, Domino's pepperoni perfume, and startups are showering employees. And then finally, deep sea shrimp have enhanced vision. So a whole non sequitur news episode, if that ever was one. Let me scoot a little bit closer to the bar there. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown.com. That's that site over there. Go check it out. Become a citizen. So the short title for this is Night Rain Boat Remote Miata Snowmobile.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, there's 7 more articles on top of those 3, but there's only so many words that we can stuff into the title. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get going?
I am. Let's move it.
Okay. We try to avoid the noise and just talk about the articles and give our 2 cents about it. All the noise comes from Mayor Watt. So let's get going. First article is over in Tabletop Nights. That's one of the many. There's about 50 channels that we're developing here over at ohmtown.com. News gets aggregated, just a small portion of what the providers of this news have to offer. So we scan this little tidbit right here and now. We typically are judging everything by its cover, so the title. Then we look at this and go, hey, you know what? That's pretty damn interesting. Let's click that link. And that'll bring us over to here. So Elden Ring Night Rain gets May launch date. It's a new game from Software. You have to say it like that, from Software. Bandai Namco and From Software announced Elden Ring Night Rain will release worldwide on May 30th, 2025. And the announcement comes ahead of this week's closed network test for the game. The game will be available on PC, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, X Series, and S. And
do you think this is in the running for a forever game?
No. Not my forever game. Somebody else's, I'm sure. But people are already flinching at this as being a pseudo live service, even though From Software has said that it's not going to be a live service. Basically, a live service requires a location for a primary server or a distributed server, but it's all under the control of some developer. And whenever they decide, oh, we're tired of it, they can just kill it. Right, and so we've heard this stop killing games idea. Well, the standard edition of this game is going to be $40. The deluxe edition is going to be $55, and the collector's edition $200. Yeah, it has a steelbook case, hardcover art book, 8 Nightfarer cards. It says also available on PC with a Steam game code in place of the physical standard edition. But it's
that
the
seems
deluxe
like
edition.
Quite a price hike for what you're getting, but I don't know.
People will fall in love with it and they'll collect it, or somebody will collect it, keep others who want it and open it and all of that, and somebody will scalp it. So, and that's the unfortunate thing. There's a lot of money out there, and people who don't have a lot of money will dedicate themselves to getting it, even compromising their financial future, safety to get this, because they're
right. because
not
they're
necessarily.
foregoing some basic needs or basic requirements
Yeah,
and pursuing this.
because they like the idea of this game. So, the article actually has the embedded link from Bandai Namco and YouTube, and this is the game, and it's basically you go through 3 days, 3-day and night cycles. You get dropped into this realm, kind of like Fortnite style, except that you can't control the bird. Apparently, I don't know if that's going to be permanently embedded like that, but I've watched other people now play this game on a limited run, early access style, and basically it's just a hack and slash kind of game in the vein of Elden Ring, with some of the lore and canon of Elden Ring. You fight some of the monsters from Elden Ring and so on.
Does it remind you a little bit of like League of Legends?
No, because League of Legends, like what you're probably more familiar with is the shows that are and the cinematics,
like the showcase type. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of when they were showing this trailer.
Yeah, so you're familiar with the cinematics, but the League of Legends is a MOBA. It's a top-down kind of game where you have to run back and forth, 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 back and forth. Hold on a second, I'm stuck.
Are you going back and forth, back and forth?
I'm going back and forth, yeah. But League of Legends is basically is back and forth, whereas this is you're fighting to get to a boss, completing the boss, and my understanding is you're just kind of buffing yourself up over and over and over again, getting stronger and stronger until you can fight the last boss. I don't know really what the end game is of this, because it's not even released yet, and it's doing its closed network test this coming weekend. So I think it'll be a fun game to watch. I will not buy it. But From Software, if you want to give me a code, I'll play it.
Well, it does release on a Friday, so that would be a fun weekend if this is your thing.
Yeah, Summer of Stream is coming too. So, all right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our weekend shows. That is on Sundays, wedged between WarCrafters and 4-Wheel Tech. So, next-gen solar cells now fully recyclable with water-based method. In a study published in Nature, researchers at Linköping University have developed a method to recycle all parts of a solar cell repeatedly without environmentally hazardous solvents.
Okay, this sounds incredible.
The recycled solar cell has the same efficiency as the original one, and the solar cell is made of perovskite, and the main solvent is water. So perovskite is this relatively newly discovered material that is, I guess, kind of revolutionary for solar power. One of the problems was trying to recycle a solar cell or a solar array has been fraught with issues.
Right, almost non-viable, and if you do it, you have to use really, I think, caustic chemicals.
Right. So in the study published in Nature, they figured out a way to do this, and they say there's currently no efficient technology to deal with the waste of silicon panels. That's why old solar panels end up in the landfill, huge mountains of electronic waste that you can't do anything with, says Xun Xiao, postdoc at the Department of Physics, Chemistry, and Biology, IFM, at Linköping University, or LIU. Feng Gao, professor of optoelectronics at the same department, adds we need to take recycling into consideration when developing emerging solar cell technologies. If we don't know how to recycle them, maybe we shouldn't put them on the market at all.
Bravo.
Different ideological bents, but there are many companies that want to get perovskite solar cells on the market right now, but we'd like to avoid another landfill. In this project, we've developed a method where all parts can be reused in a new perovskite solar cell without compromising performance in the new one. Interesting.
I mean, this is really spectacular if this can be replicated and done multiple times.
Yeah.
Large scale, etc.
But this is fundamental science at the university research level. And so you need that money to flow in so that they can do this kind of stuff, because it isn't done quick and it isn't done cheap in the grand scheme of things, but it can pivot from being a fundamental research project to a viable business model and remain a positive output for economies, for society. So it says there are already methods for dismantling perovskite solar cells. This mostly involves using a substance called dimethylformamide. It's hard to even say it.
Who named that?
Yeah, not me. I would have stopped at dimethyl F.
Or you could just kind of trail off, dimethyl.
Dimethylformamide. A common ingredient in paint solvents, it is toxic, environmentally hazardous, and potentially carcinogenic. Yeah. Well, they've discovered a new way to do it. Yeah, that all.
I mean, I see why we're trying to get away from that.
It's not. Drink this water. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yamaha made a boat remote. It's not a remote boat. It's a boat remote.
Right, but what is a boat remote?
Yeah, you're about to find out. Yamaha's Helmmaster EX wireless control looks like an upgraded version of the Nintendo Wii's Nunchuck controller. They've announced a new handheld controller that gives a captain full control of a boat from anywhere on board. It's compatible with Yamaha's Helmmaster EX control system, which is designed to make boats more accessible.
I mean, nobody can get up and turn the channel on their boat, right?
Yeah, this allows full remote.
And the channel was a good choice of words, even though accidental.
Channels, boat in channels, boats.
Right, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just making a joke about the remote.
So the remote allows for single-handed operation of a boat, including maneuvering from anywhere on the craft. Andrew Lazuski put the article together. What I love about this is because I just picture somebody with the remote in one hand and they forget that it's not around their wrist and they drop it.
Oh, no. Yeah. Isn't that like a known thing with people who go boating?
With
like they
Wii
drop
remotes.
things over the edge.
Yeah, and with Wii remotes. So you drop those things all the time.
Oh, right.
When you get a little excited there. But the other hand has a beer.
Or you
so
throw them through the TV or whatever.
Exactly. So Yamaha first introduced the modular Helmmaster EX control system in 2020 as a way to make it easier for boat operators with multiple engines. It includes both physical and touchscreen controls and can be upgraded with an autopilot system for holding a position or for following a route, and a joystick featuring throttle and steering controls to simplify maneuvering. That's it right there.
I envision somebody in a boat and somebody else with a remote. Like not in the boat.
Let's see if we can make them fly off. Fling!
What could go wrong here?
Nothing. Hold my beer. Let's keep moving. We're moving pretty quick through all of these. Wow. So this next article
Don't
is
say
over.
anything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna soapbox today. I don't think. So, or maybe for the foreseeable future. Maybe not for the foreseeable future. So, no, just kidding. There's a time and a place for everything, and now is not the time. This is not the place. So, this next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. First look at Sonic Racing Crossworlds gameplay at Sony State of Play 2025. Sega has revealed gameplay of Sonic Racing Crossworlds at Sony State of Play 2025 broadcast. The internally developed racing game is set for launch across PC via Steam and Epic Game Stores, PlayStation 4, 5. I don't know why they don't just summarize. PlayStation 4 and 5, Xbox.
I've never understood that, but it seems to be a lot of gaming articles that do that. The Xbox is another one.
Yeah, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch. A closed network test is set for February 21. That's in 9 days. Build your ultimate vehicle and race across land, sea, air, space, and time in Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Wesley Yin Poole over at IGN.com put the article together. The deck statement says, "Cat's out of the bag." Well, it actually says "cat's out the bag," not out of the bag.
So that's not good. I need to go on location. I'll be back.
So, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds features iconic characters from the Sonic Hedgehog universe and a distinct racing mechanic that promises to transport Sonic Racing fans into a new dimension. There is a video over here, but I'll let you all play that. Whoa. You can go over and play it, but I'm sure that it's over on YouTube as well. There isn't much more to this article, so I'm just going to move on to the next article, which is about OpenAI. The next article is in the Late Night Geeks channel. OpenAI cancels its O3 AI model in favor of a unified next-gen release. OpenAI has effectively canceled the release of O3, which was slated to be the company's next major release, in favor of what the CEO, Sam Altman, is calling a simplified product offering. On a post on Twitter on Wednesday, Altman said that in the coming months, OpenAI will release a model called GPT-5. And the article is over at TechCrunch.com. Kyle Wiggers put the article together. And so, OpenAI no longer plans to release O3 as a standalone model. The company originally said in December that it planned to launch O3 sometime early this year. Just a few weeks ago, Kevin Whale, OpenAI's chief product officer, said in an interview over on Twitter, apparently, or the AI Capital on Twitter, that O3 was on track for a February-March launch. But then what's quoted in here is, "We want to do a better job of sharing our intended roadmap and a much better job of simplifying our product offerings. We want AI to just work for you. We realize how complicated our model and product offerings have gotten. We hate the model picker and ChatGPT as much as you do and want to return to magic unified intelligence." So, yeah, they'll have to lower the cost so that it isn't so expensive to use the most advanced AI.
Exactly. I mean, if they really want wide scale adoption, they need to really think about pricing and not pricing out their whole audience.
Yep. So it seems that OpenAI is fully embracing the reasoning model trend. It arguably kickstarted with its first reasoning model O1 late last year. Reasoning models effectively fact-check themselves, which helps them avoid the pitfalls of normally trip-up models. This fact-checking process incurs some latency. Reasoning models take a little longer, usually seconds to minutes longer, to arrive at solutions, but they tend to be both more reliable and capable. But don't tell anybody who uses them because, well, for whatever reason, I have yet to see a factually cited document that points to the source data.
Well, I don't think most AIs do that, right? They're not set up for it.
No, not really. And usually what I do see where there are citations, it's kind of high level stuff. There's nothing really profound. And if you, it's better if you don't know anything and you do a search, then you can get the results.
Yeah, but you don't know if they're legitimate.
No, you have to trust but verify. So you have to go looking for it. O3 is canceled, and a unified next-gen version referred to as GPT-5 that integrates a lot of OpenAI's technology, including O3, will be released, but don't know when. And ChatGPT and the API will both be utilizing it.
The timing seems a little odd, but...
DeepSeek.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. A Miata on snowmobile tracks is the ultimate winter cruiser. Just
the thing you never knew you needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. When you think about the ultimate winter car, vehicles like the Land Rover Defender, Toyota Land Cruiser, or even a ratty old Volkswagen Beetle likely come to mind. One car that's probably not very high on that is a convertible Mazda Miata, but that's probably because you haven't seen this convertible Mazda Miata. And there you go. Owen Bellwood put the article together for jalopnik.com. The deck statement says, even when it feels like Miata is not the answer, Miata is always the answer.
Would you be surprised if you're on the mountain and this is coming at you?
It looks like a little critter.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It has like tank style treads or something on it.
Yeah.
But how it moves, it does.
It's amazing that it even can move, but okay. It has ski sleds on the front. It has snowmobile. Well, it's a snowmobile, basically, with the Miata body on it. It has Baja lights. It has a roll cage. It has what seems to be an extra wheel in the back, but I don't know why it has a wheel.
Oh yeah, that's odd.
It
It's
has
like
a
a
tire.
spare tire or something.
Yeah, maybe you can take this off and put regular tires on. Huh. Well, let's see. The build was completed by automotive YouTube channel The Rad Factory, which has a whole library of ridiculous builds, they say in this article. Just like this one. For the latest creation, Rad Factory started with the first generation Miata that they'd previously kitted out with tank tracks to make it go anywhere. And then they just put ski sleds on the front.
I mean, this is definitely what I would do if I had a Miata. Who would think of this?
The Skiata, as they call it. Snow proved to be the tank's one weakness, so the team set to work rectifying that by ripping off the tracks, replacing the rear ones with belt drive from a snowmobile. There's one belt drive on each corner, and then Beefy Sky. What? Beefy Sky? I think that's supposed to be
Yeah, that
ski.
doesn't make any sense.
A beefy ski.
Ski, probably, yeah.
It replaces each of the front wheels. So yeah, this is supposed to be a ski, not a sky. But beefy sky, sure.
ChatGPT, here we go.
No. What is that? Where food fell from the sky? What was that? There was a animated thing.
Oh, cloudy with a chance of meatballs or
That's
something.
it. Yeah, so that's what I suspect is happening here. They were hungry. They were watching.
Well, that could be it.
Anyway, there's more over at this article, but you can follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes, both on the VOD over on Twitch. Hold on a second. I want to try something. Let's see if I can get away with this.
We're doing it live.
Oops. Yeah, we are. Oh, shoot. I just did the wrong keyboard. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to try and do something because what happens is YouTube viewers don't get to see this. And then, but I will get this working over on YouTube as well. Because I kind of get frustrated by the fact that only in the show notes are these links. All right. So we're about
Yeah, that's
ready.
never made sense, but I know that's because of the...
Omatron.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube doesn't like Omatron. Omatron doesn't attach when we start streaming. And so it's not in the chat to sit there and post this stuff. But that's okay. We're really ahead of the game. And let me just finish that. Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next article. It's over in the Mobile channel. Kilauea is spewing lava again.
Oh no, here we go again. We know what happened last time. They had a major eruption, right? Like it was a long-term thing, and yeah.
And so this is in the in Kilauea. So pardon me, my nose was itching. So hopefully it doesn't break out into other regions of the island and fracture it like it did last time, having lava flows. It acted much like Iceland, where it just opened up and
don't ask me to pronounce that one, but yeah.
Yeah. So Kilauea volcano began shooting lava into the air once again on Tuesday. And this show runs between Tuesday and Wednesday. So on the big island of Hawaii. The article is by Audrey McAvoy over at phys.org. And there's people standing right on the edge of this thing.
I never understand that because you always see things, maybe they're just, hundreds of yards or something away, but you always see things where it shoots up some
massive
molten
distance.
lava and you're like,
Yeah, I'm always thinking that maybe they're way too close, but then you find out that their distance is really far. Just everything is massive in scale when compared to the human. Like those one people that were really close to the eruption. That we saw this video where lava was flowing past people and just kind of billowing out like a wave, and people ran towards it. No, don't get a good picture of that. That's going to cost you.
Yeah, the picture is not worth your life.
Yeah. So Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes, has been erupting on and off for nearly 2 months since its burst to life in December 2023, I guess, or on December 23. This last 23? Yeah. It says nearly 2 months.
In 2024.
Yeah, in 2024. So the eruption has been taking place at the Volcano Summit crater inside Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. No residential areas have been threatened by lava. The latest release of molten rock began at 10:16 a.m. with lava flowing on the floor of the Hala Mayo crater. I think that's how it's pronounced. Mayo.
Yeah, something like that.
I
can't say it better, so.
Okay. George. We're calling it George. No.
Exactly.
A half hour later, a vent shot lava 330 feet high. So that is quite the difference from a little bit of a trickle to 330 feet high.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're like 10 feet away, you're kind of like, oh, I'm okay. No, you're not.
No, you are not. So people have been flocking to overlook sites inside the national park for views of the eruption. Kilauea is about 200 miles southeast of Honolulu. There isn't much more to this article, but you can go and check out the pictures that Audrey McAvoy and phys.org have put together. You can also watch at least for now,
safely,
USGS stream of the Kilauea volcano.
And you know what can't get you when you're watching it online?
Nature.
Yeah, lava. Jumping 330 feet in the air.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to put the last 3 articles into the chat over on YouTube. They're already by demand over on the Twitch chat. All you have to do is hit !NSN, but the bot just won't work over on YouTube. It says it's attached and working, but it's not. So I don't know. It's not my command because I know it works. Okay. Let's go on to the next. We got 3 more articles, including this one. This next article is over in the Marvel channel. Domino's released a pepperoni perfume just in time for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you have pets, that might not be a good idea.
Want to smell like your favorite food this Valentine's Day? Yeah, me neither, says this Vice article writer. We'll name them as soon as we get over to the source, but if you can, well, you can if you want to, is what it says. And it doesn't entail rubbing pizza all over your body either. Oh, don't yuck my yum. What if I like rubbing pizza all over myself?
That's a waste of a perfectly good pizza.
Or is it? If you want to pay tribute to pepperoni pizza by wearing a matching fragrance, Domino's has your back. The pizza chain has launched a pepperoni-inspired perfume to set the mood for this lover's holiday. Oh yeah. Apparently smelling like meat, cured meat that is, offers a sort of romantic appeal to some people. The article is by Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com. Yeah, Eau de Passion. And it's a Domino's pepperoni scented perfume.
I wonder if people buy this like as a novelty or even just to kind of sniff it, like if they really like pepperoni.
It's pretty weird.
I don't get it.
They say that that you'll have to act fast by filling out the form on the Domino's website between February 10th and 17th. So it's 2 days behind schedule. This will enter you into a competition to win a 30 milliliter bottle. It's only available in the UK and Ireland, so if you live elsewhere, you might want to buy your own ingredients. The perfume is said to have hints of pepper and spice, as well as a woody, warm base, the Post reported. So, New York Post. Perfect to douse yourself in before heading to a classy dinner with your partner. Nothing like setting the mood.
I don't know.
They say in this article, though, well, since you're asking, I can think of a way more attractive things than pepperoni perfume. But hey, to each their own, right? I'm not here to kink shame anyone. I used to wear those pumpkin cupcake scented Bath and Body Works body spray, so who am I to talk anyway?
Yeah, but that's a different kind of scent.
Yeah, that's sweet, not savory. I can handle
Right,
sweet.
that's like, do you want to be smelling like a, whatever, spinach omelet or something? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't want to smell like pepperoni. Anyway, let's do the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Startups are showering employees with wild perks from MRIs to paternity leave. 2 years ago, Erica Berghardt, got into an MRI machine. She didn't think she was sick. The hour-long full-body scan was preventative to search for cancer, aneurysms, medical conditions. People often don't know they have until they feel the symptoms. She had a stopper in one hand in case she felt panicked while she watched Sex and the City on a screen above her.
Well, that's a unique MRI because most of those don't have that.
So the article is by Amanda Hoover over at businessinsider.com. And so the MRI cost was $2,500 a person, but Berghardt's bill was fully covered by her employer, the media company 1440. Recently, the company added preventative scans as a benefit to its 19-person team and their spouses. Berghardt's 1440's director of growth, she said, found one minor health issue and was able to follow up with her doctor to keep an eye on it and gave her peace of mind. So, yeah. These perks actually had been around, or have been around with startups for a considerable amount of time. Like the .com boom really was the epicenter for it. They say a decade ago, trendy perks were everywhere. Dropcam offered employees helicopter rides piloted by the CEO of the company. Eventbrite added...
Is that supposed to be a perk or fear-inducing? Like, do they like the CEO?
It's a threat. Eventbrite added an arcade game to its office each month, and Google had a concierge service to run errands, making any employee feel like an executive. But big tech bosses have stopped caring about your feelings. Layoffs have been rampant. Last year, in what was dubbed Grubgate, Meta fired employees for using $25 Grubhub credits on their personal care items instead of food. This year, Mark Zuckerberg has told all employees to buckle up for an intense year. Companies like Target, Meta, and McDonald's are scrapping or toning down their DEI initiatives, and so on. As the gap in work-life balance grows at many major companies, smaller firms are seizing a chance to stand out using more individualized benefits to signal it to its workers that they do care. Yeah, this is a much longer article, but in a nutshell, some companies are offering up bonuses to make your work-life balance a little more equal. But that it's up to that company, you know. You gotta in startups,
and also that might not be in perpetuity, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to be at the company and they have perks, that might be good. But I wouldn't go there just for the perks because they might turn them off.
And it's a startup community, so it may flame out within 5 years. So you just never know. So be nimble. Head on a pivot. Let's keep on doing our thing in our last article for tonight. And we ripped through these. It's over on the Mobile Channel. Deep sea shrimp have evolved enhanced vision for the bioluminescent world. Study finds light is a primary driver of visual evolution in shrimp, according to a new FIU research published this week in Nature Communications. Joanne Adkins, Florida International University, put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org, and it has a sampling of different shrimp, 6 shrimps, so far, of differing body types. You'd think you'd see one shrimp, you've seen them all, right? But nope, that's not the case. The Oplophoroidea diversity representing all genera in the study, and they list what they are, but I'm not going to be able to do that. So the deep sea is a dark place with only light coming from animals that glow, bioluminescence, and occasional faint glimmers from the surface above, led by biologist Daniel Delio, I'm not sure how they pronounce it. This new FIU research reveals animals that live in the deep use this light to navigate the ocean and potentially discriminate different sources of bioluminescence. The study specifically looked at a group of deep sea shrimp called Oplophoroidea that can migrate vast distances up and down in a water column.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go from there.
Well, up or down, apparently. As primitive eyes evolved in the oceans during the Cambrian explosion some 540 million years ago, the time we now know as bioluminescence already existed. Understanding how different light sources impact vision, and here it's VISON, so like bison, I guess it is. Vice. It's supposed to be vision. In present-day species can illuminate their past influence on early animals, says DeLeo, who conducted the research while a postdoctoral researcher at FIU, and she's currently a postdoctoral fellow at Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History. The proteins, called opsins, allow the shrimp to see a range of colors, including environmental and bioluminescent blue light. They might possibly be able to differentiate between their own glow and the bioluminescent of others, and this study found that shrimp migrate into shallower waters, where there is more available light, and they have a greater variety of these light detecting proteins. Kind of interesting, right? So what's weird,
just another area where we don't know much about it.
You can actually see differentiation in the eyes of these guys. You have to look really hard, but like one looks like it's clouded over, one is clear as a bell.
I'm guessing they're all at different layers, right?
Perhaps, yeah. What this research does, it says it helps improve the understanding of how deep sea animals are able not only to live, but thrive in such extreme and dark conditions. And the study suggests that navigating across different light environments in the deep sea is important, especially for those that migrate into more shallow waters. These opsin proteins may also be particularly important in helping these shrimp in recognizing which animals are friends and others that might be foes.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I just think we have so little understanding of deep sea.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to get down there, so I don't know. Maybe somebody can create a sub that can go really deep.
Yeah, I was going to say too soon.
So what we're going to do now is end the show by going back up the water column, which will lead us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all the news is aggregated. None of the noise, because all the noise is right here in this stream, in this water column, in this bag of mostly water named...
Don't you see all those shrimp going by?
Merwatt. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Look,
yeah, exactly. It actually worked.
Well, that's it, folks. We're out, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Be sure to subscribe.
And I am going to scream because I have Windows 11 updates turned off so I can manually do them when I want to, and it's already updating. It's telling me that it needs to update. So frustrating. All right. See you tomorrow,
I just
everybody.
Don't get it.
And I'm going to replay everything over the last 10 days or so you don't miss anything. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 44, I believe. Yes. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com. I've made it a couple of changes to the aggregation system, and so I'm trying to limit certain influences on the content because it is having a decidedly negative impact. So I hope you go over to ohmtown.com and check out the site. Find that it is more aligned with your particular interests and sign up or sign in. Again, I use it to manage my information overload. That's why I even created it. It's actually purging some of the older stuff now automatically, and but it's not impacting the time frame for which we actually started this show. So we started it 3 years and a month ago. So we're in our 4th season of doing the show. So go over and check it all out. And if you know of some source of news that you would like us to aggregate, let us know. It's easy as either signing up, signing in, and you'll see a 7th icon right here that gives you the ability to submit something, or you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, and we'll evaluate it and integrate it depending on the content. Anyway, we've got 10 articles that are all set up, ready to talk about, and they start with Denny's is getting cooked, Call of TMNT, breadfruit vodka, Seattle workers sue city, and it sounds really familiar. The Florida fog of mystery, Steam autumn sale moves, avowed early access, Disney Parks infamous earworm, a 30-year-old superb owl, and birdsong AI. I don't know much about it. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens.
To those of you that are in the chat over on twitch.tv, you can actually hit !NSN, but I'm going to do it for you. So Omotron will throw all the articles that we're going to talk about into the chat. It's kind of a flood, but you get to see the whole URL. We don't do the markdown so that all you see is the title in it or anything. We want you to see the whole thing. We're pretty transparent about how we conduct the show and even why, and even my internal bias. And there's a few things that I are kind of, influenced by, but I make it pretty obvious. That said, if you're over on YouTube, then it's embedded in the show notes right now for the live broadcast. And when we flip it over into the playlist, they'll be in there as well. Because the way that YouTube works with the live broadcast, it's hard to find a live broadcast unless you're already a subscriber. Anyway, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast. There's 7 podcasts. 6 of them are weekly. 1 of them is daily. That's Non Sequitur News. And there's a Discord with all of the channels that we hope to bring online. But there's a finite amount of time, and I am a full-time mayor, and I have a full-time gig. So I'm sometimes pressed for time, to the point where even today, if it wasn't for the fact that I pushed something away that I normally would have to go to a mayoral duty, I would not be doing the show tonight. So at any rate, let's get into this. Sound good?
That does sound good,
There
but
you go.
I'm certainly a little glitchy today.
I blame DeepSeek. So let's go.
Excuse me, I don't have anything to do with DeepSeek.
That's true. That is true. You are the only sentient AI, and you're from the future, and I found you on a weird USB drive in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 o'clock.
I thought you were going to say at a parking lot of a Denny's, given this article.
Yeah, Denny's is getting their butts cooked, apparently. Denny's is closing stores as it's squeezed between fast food and Chili's. I can't believe Chili's is impacting them.
No, that doesn't really seem like it's in the same space.
No, to me it seems like Denny's is on one half of the day and Chili's is on the other half of the day. So why don't they live together?
Yeah. Well, I think one problem is that the pricing is getting closer and closer across some of these categories of restaurants, maybe.
Yeah, and for as long as I can imagine, Denny's has always been a morning thing. And so why don't they keep on advertising and leaning on that? But I swear, if you look it up right now, they have been bought by a private equity company.
Well, I'll check it out while we're doing the article.
And whenever that happens, whatever organization it is that is acquired has basically developed enough kinetic energy that they can persist in near perpetuity, generating revenue, but slowly winding down until
1992, purchased by an equity firm. They've made it a long way since then. I didn't read the whole history, so maybe there's other purchases or something.
And I'm willing to bet the year before they were the biggest they'd ever been. I mean, it's just kind of nutty that I can call this out almost like I call out the fact that when little white tables appear in front of a store, it is the coffin nail, the final coffin nail. The body hasn't died yet, but the coffin is already nailed shut with the person inside. The simple fact is I can spot a failing company a mile away. And so I'm telling every company out there right now, never put little white folding tables with bric-a-brac out in front, because that's a signal that within 5 years your business is dead. Anyway, Denny's is closing approximately 30 more eateries than previously planned this year as part of its plan to right its ship, but it's not going to be able to. Kevin Williams put the article together. As many as 90 restaurants, that's the deck statement, as many as 90 restaurants, many of them older locations, will shutter in 2025. This is over at Quartz or QZ.com. And again, Kevin Williams wrote it.
And that was one of the things I wondered if was hurting Denny's too, is that did they fail to modernize like some other businesses like Toys R Us?
Yeah, Toys R Us was stuck in the 70s, never fixed their store up, and by the time they actually did, and they are another one that I believe was acquired by an private equity company, and all they do is suck the juice out of the orange or the lemon, depending on how you want to see it, until it's just a dried out husk, and then they part it all off to some tertiary company that is just selling the bones, literally running out into the battlefield and stealing the shoes to sell on a gray market somewhere. To me, it's rather disgusting, but hey, I'm not a billionaire, but I also apparently don't want to be. So the struggling diner chain said last year that it was shutting 150 locations. In earnings release Wednesday, the company disclosed it eliminated 88 locations in 2024 and will shutter up to 90 in 2025, bringing the total closer to 180. So in any mature brand, when restaurants have been open that long, it is natural that trade areas can shift over time. Accelerating the closure of lower volume restaurants will improve franchisee cash flow and allow them to reinvest into traffic driving initiatives, which is basically code for these locations
aren't good. Right?
Okay, we don't plan these conversations, just saying. So yeah, the location that it was is dwindling, but why is it dwindling? Instead of looking at the competition and retooling and amping up the ambiance and upgrading the various whatnots inside the store, the fixtures.
Or even the menu or whatever. I mean, and maybe they have, I don't know. But it says only 23 were renovated in 2024, which is not a lot.
And I'm willing to bet that those renovations are the ones that are actually making money now. And it's because you don't want to walk into dingy. You don't want to walk. But when you upgrade stuff, you also have to typically raise prices because whoever it is that is the owner or investor, they want to make their money back within 5 years. So you basically have to draw less so that you're reinvesting, or you raise your prices and sap it. Just, again, suck all the juice from the orange. Just squeeze and squeeze. It's like Dune and the Harkonnens. Just squeeze until all... You're funny. All the spice is drained from it. Well, anyway, Denny's faces many of the same economic pressures that are leading to other restaurant closures, said Alfred Goldberg, president of Tampa-based Absolute Marketing Solutions. Goldberg, who specializes in restaurant and hospitality branding, says Denny's bottom line has sagged due to high labor costs, competition from the gig economy, and supply costs. It also faces increased rents and higher taxes in many markets. He added,
well, that's kind of generic, though. That should apply to every single restaurant.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the gig economy piece, but in general, like, wouldn't every restaurant be struggling right now?
Yeah. Yeah. But the problem is that there's an extra layer of fat that's doing one thing, and that's taking profit. So if your margin is 8% and 7 of it, or 6 or 5 of it, let's say, I don't know, because the margins are usually small in restaurants, unless they're luxury restaurants, high-end restaurants. The margins are small, and so you have to live off of that small margin. But if there is an equity company that's sucking the juice out of it, then you're screwed. So we need to support small businesses, local businesses, and help them build a supply chain. So local businesses feed supplies to those mom and pop businesses instead of what, like McDonald's is a massive juggernaut of supply chain that just happens to provide food. You got to start small. And in this particular market, I don't think that businesses like this, where they have an empty layer that's just taking profits, is good for business. So watch, just like what is it, Joann's or whatever, right? The craft store is shutting down now, and so who knows what else this knock-on effect is. And that's largely because I think other economic pressures are stopping their supply chain from even making it to the United States.
Right. They probably are impacted tremendously by trade with China and everything. Yeah. But I also think for Denny's, I'm kind of like, what is the draw in modern times for people?
Yeah.
I mean, I could say that about other restaurants too. It's not unique to them, but what is their target audience?
Yeah. It seems rather generic. It's a weird shade of gray, and there isn't anything that's really amplifying their message amongst all of the other restaurants. Anyway, we've talked a lot about this. We'll have to circle back around to see what the actual ramifications are, but I'm telling you that Denny's is on its way out. I'd say 5 years and it's gone.
I'm actually surprised it's made it as long as it has.
Yeah, it says 1,300 locations. I have a feeling that it's going to get bought by other companies. Okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in Continuity Report. TMNT officially coming. By the way, I will eat crow. I said that Bitcoin wasn't going to climb. But there were weird, I don't think that it has any inherent value, but if something forces it into having value,
well, I mean, everything could have no value, but it might have a perceived value. Now, I know some things have actual value, but...
Right. And that's what this is. It's speculative value. So anyway, so the reason why I say that is because Denny's might survive, pivot successfully, and flourish. But if you've already pivoted out of being privately held, publicly held, and then acquired by a private equity firm, you're in the long tail, and you will probably.
It also doesn't make sense because they've apparently purchased another breakfast chain pretty recently, which, like, why? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's pushing the ball up the hill. Eventually, it's not going to have enough momentum and roll back
Well,
down.
and I'd love to know which locations are closing. Like, are they original Denny's or this other chain? I think it was like Kiki's or something.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I'd have to look at it. All right. Well, anyway, TMNT officially coming to Call of Duty. First-person shooter franchise Call of Duty has seen a plethora of crossovers throughout its lifetime. Some more bombastic than others. Although incredibly popular, this new one definitely fits the bombastic billing. 4 anthropomorphic reptiles from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or TMNT, will exit the sewer and enter many war zones of Call of Duty.
Oh no, do we need to name them? Michelangelo, Leonardo.
Bob, Joe.
Raphael and Donatello.
There you go. So in a recent Twitter post from the official Call of Duty account, a video was posted with the caption, Katabunga, along with Call of Duty Yabunga, Katabunga, along with 4 turtle emojis. Even before watching the brief video, most could predict this as a tease for Call of Duty and TMNT collaboration. The article is by Michael Ruiz over at comingsoon.net. There's a video that's attached to this post, but it's over on YouTube. So if you just go over to YouTube and do a search, you'll be able to watch the trailer for it. But I always provide the link for our little snippet, right? So this little snippet links to the source from where it's aggregated, and they provide it to us so that we can post. And so it says, this is not the first time a TMNT character found its way into Call of Duty video game. The Turtles' arch nemesis, Shredder, also made his appearance in the shooter back in 2023. Similar to the new Turtle skins, the Shredder skin was influenced by the 1990 film iteration of the character. My goodness, I don't know what's going on over there, but...
The critters have come awake.
The chemical goes off. So yeah, the teaser ends with a simple phrase, coming soon, implying the new cosmetics may be coming this season or next. There's more over at the article for you to review and links and whatnot. But
it's interesting to me that TMNT has so much staying power, but I guess that's like some other franchises too, right? Because now you've got like the generation that may have enjoyed it as kids being adults and passing it to their kids.
Yeah, and they've survived like the Uncanny Valley episode where their movie images were really freaking creepy, and people were, everything about it was sus and didn't like it, but apparently it's recovered. Interesting. I mean, I grew up with TMNT, and so I have fond memories of it, but they're still kicking and slashing and shredding.
I know, I can't think of what shredding, that was the verb I was trying to think of.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's keep going though. Yesterday's episode was like less than 40 minutes or so. Today I'm probably
You're making up the other direction?
Yeah, hopefully not. I want to be able to let you all go about your night, and you can listen to this and follow the links at your leisure, of course. This next article is over at the Distillerist channel at ohmtown.com. It's one of the ones that I would like to bring, but there's something about getting just faced on a video that I'm not too inclined to do, but tasting some good spirits and doing a show I think would be fun. Anyway, world first breadfruit vodka aims to save the planet, and literally anything can become a vodka. All you have to do is let it ferment and then distill it. Mutiny Island vodka, created by chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. It's the water that.
You know, I guess it's kind of odd.
So breadfruit is a carbon sequestering crop that restores soil health and provides a nutrient-dense, sustainable food source. The brand claims a single tree can produce up to 300 fruits a year, which could feed a family of 4 for life. It is, a single tree? Yeah, you're going to have to really love breadfruit. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you want to have only one food ever?
No. Although, shepherd's pie it's not a fruit.
You would not like that if you had it multiple times. You'd probably be like, oh no.
I don't know, man. It's not a fruit, but if it would grow on trees, I'd probably eat that all the time. Anyway, so the company is based in St. Croix, an island in the Caribbean Sea. The vodka brand has partnered with organizations including Trees That Feed Foundation and Breadfruit Institute as part of its commitment to eco-conscious practices. That alone should have put it in Greenogram, but okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it didn't go there, but I guess because it probably came from
it's a vodka
source or related source or something. It ended up in distilleries.
Yeah. So its initiatives include planting breadfruit trees, supporting responsible farming, and repurposing 100% of production waste into nutrient-rich water for agricultural practices. So the article is over at the spiritsbusiness.com website. Lauren Bowes is the author. This is probably like the standard spirit bottle, but this is the type of bottle that I want. I want to get another tattoo of a pirate.
I don't think you should describe it.
Okay.
Just show it off.
I'll show it when I get it done. And unfortunately, the artist that I want to do it has not followed up on my request, so maybe they don't appreciate it as much as I do. But I share too much. Hold on. Let's do this. Overshare. Anyway.
I mean, you don't want all your listeners showing up with the same tattoo.
Every single one of them is going to show up. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're going to have a pirate con where everybody shows up dressed as a pirate, and all they say is "Arr!" and "I love the sea." Anyway, Mutiny Island vodka, created by Chef Todd Manley, is made with underutilized superfood breadfruit and Caribbean rainwater. That's the deck statement. So the flagship vodka offers notes of citrus, melon, green banana, followed by a smooth floral finish. It won a gold medal at the Vodka Masters 2024. The brand offers coffee-flavored expression, and that's, whenever they say expression, it's that flavor, it's
exactly. That's separate than the one we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's the distillation. And so they have a coffee-flavored expression, Mutiny Island Puerto Rican coffee, and roots, which is infused with ginger, turmeric, which a lot of people pronounce turmeric, but it's not. And I've had people, when I say it's turmeric with an R, and they're like, there's no R in that. No, really.
Because it's mispronounced quite a bit.
Yeah, turmeric. And sweet honey, which makes me want that so bad, even though ginger makes my face tingle. And maybe not in a good way. I don't know. So the final product is smoked hot pepper, a spicy vodka with progressive heat and unique zest. These always sound really good, but then I have them.
Yeah, but then it's like,
yeah, it's kind of like going to, I shouldn't say that. Going to my in-laws. It's a nice place to visit for a day, but you don't want to stay there too long. So other ways spirit brands are being more sustainable are through the use of waste produce and switching to aluminium. But this is, is this?
Oh, well, we don't know. Where is it from?
Aluminium packaging. I don't know where this company is. Oh, it is England. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the European pronunciation of aluminum. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. City of Seattle workers file class action suit against city alleging payroll errors after new system install. And I wanted to scan this real quick to see if it was that company in the UK that did that. What was the name of Fujitsu or?
Yeah, it was the Horizon Software, but the Fujitsu company.
Yeah. So in September 2024, the city of Seattle began a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. A class action lawsuit filed by the city of Seattle, or filed against the city of Seattle last week, alleges that a new payroll system implemented last fall has resulted in widespread payroll errors affecting thousands of employees across various city departments. At one point, I was a victim of something similar, where they had been taking out hundreds of dollars at a time, and that was
Not good.
quite fascinating. And so, according to the complaint, the system from business cloud software giant Workday has caused problems related to underpayments, incorrect payment deductions or paycheck deductions, missing leave accruals, and excessive overpayment deductions.
I mean, all of those found against the employees, right?
Yeah, yeah. So Kurt Schlosser over at geekwire.com put the article together. They focus on the SeaTac area of business development, the Seattle, Washington area. And so they say the suit filed February 7th in King County Superior Court claims that the payroll issues violate Seattle's wage theft ordinance, paid sick and safe time ordinance, and other Washington state laws. And so that would be the angle of attack. You go after them at the state level because, well, times they are changing. The city of Seattle, which employs more than 13,000 people, switched to the Workday-powered software system on September 3rd, according to the suit, in what amounted to a massive digital transformation of the city's payroll, benefits, and other human resources functions. And I appreciate that. Like, I want them to modernize systems. The problem is that modern systems have historically always been rife with more problems because it's more complex code. It hasn't been vetted a significant amount of time. So like the EV5 system that they're talking about here in this last bit of that paragraph is 30 years old. And so it's rock freaking solid, except that it's not extensible in any way. It doesn't have any advanced features.
Might be clunky, but it works.
But it works. Yeah. And so when I go into a company and I say, hey, you need to modernize, the modernization of these systems means that I know what it is that is going to get impacted and to the extent. But this looks like they pushed it too fast, too far, too deep into the system without vetting in stages. You know, you don't do the whole damn thing.
Yeah, that reminds me of that. Was it CrowdStrike? It was the Microsoft.
Yeah. CrowdStrike pushed updates to every system, not little tranches to test. Is there a variable in here? If they would have sent it out to 500 systems, you wouldn't have even heard about CrowdStrike. But I guess it's good marketing because no news is bad news. Well, anyway, they're going to sue, and it'll be audited by various forensic accountants to verify what all is going on, and go from there.
Well, and if it has things like that, to me, that goes to the very accuracy of the system. Because, for instance, if it made a payment but not the right amount, it kind of calls into question every transaction in the system.
Right. And most people, they don't, hawk over their whatever, unless it's a significant amount. Like, I knew that it was a significant amount.
People don't follow their paycheck information typically.
Yeah. So, and I knew where it was going, and so I didn't really have a problem. And then when it was brought to their attention and they brought it back to my attention, they were like, yeah, we know about this, so here. And they remedied it. But that's how fast it should be. Two people talk to each other, they resolve it. But this is going to a class action because the full extent of it is unknown. They'd have to go back.
Yeah, and they're trying to draw more attention to it. And it's possible that even though they want to fix it, maybe they haven't been able to successfully fix it. I mean, who knows?
Yep. And sometimes the hubris is so overwhelming. Oh, we'll fix it. We have time, blah, blah, blah. Well, It's not your money. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. People in Florida say a dense, mysterious fog with a chemical smell is making them sick. As USA Today reports, and you can see how this is like hop, skip, and
news
jump.
turducken. I didn't even say that right.
Yeah, turduncan. As USA Today reports, folks in large swaths of the Sunshine State are starting to freak out after encountering the mysterious fog. I think they should refer to it as the Stephen King Florida fog.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good name for it.
And over the past few months, in response, many are turning to conspiracy theories to explain the strange happenings surrounding them. Nicknamed FogVid24, the strange phenomenon is, according to the National Weather Service, likely sea fog that has rolled inland due to weather conditions in the balmy southern state. But that hasn't stopped people from engaging in more sinister speculation. Somebody's referring to it as...
But why would it have a chemical smell?
Well, if something is offshore and it's organic, it could be producing all kinds of
got it. Yeah.
gas from the biomass and then blowing back. If it's a fog, then its humidity level is really, it's basically steeping out there, and then it blows back on shore. You're getting blasted by what amounts to nature's chemical warfare. So they refer to it as the Fog 2025, by the way, which is a Stephen King book.
That's pretty funny.
Noor Al-Sabai put the article together for Futurism.com. The taste of the air, the only word I can think of is toxic, is the deck statement. Yummy. Just makes you want to go out there and take a sample. So they say geoengineering, an umbrella term for experimental attempts to cool the planet, which is a real thing, though controversial and so far limited to small-scale tests, seems to be the biggest suspect for the conspiratorially minded. Well, a conspiracy is not a conspiracy theory is only a theory until there are facts discovered. So investigate and then change that from conspiracy theory to conspiracy fact. That's kind of how it works. And so be careful what you call it or who you call a conspiracy theorist. All they do is lack evidence, but where there's smoke, there's typically fire. What the flames are, you don't necessarily know just yet. And let's just say, look around. So according to Megan Tollefson, the Coastal Hazards Program leader at the National Weather Service office in Central Florida, the particles visible are the same sort of tiny water droplets that make up any kind of fog. If you shine, any kind of... that right there is a detractor to anything.
Exactly.
If you want authority, you don't go... If you shine, any kind of light into a fog, what you're actually seeing are very, very small water droplets, Anyway, so that's likely what people are seeing. No shit news at 7 o'clock Eastern. It's fog. Why does it smell like death warmed over kind of a thing, right? Anyway,
it shouldn't really have any smell to it at all.
If anything,
other than maybe just sea breeze or something.
It should smell like the ocean, right? If
it's what they're saying it is.
It shouldn't smell like a whale's butt crack. Anyway, let's move on.
Oh, for sure.
No, that actually, hold on. That's more of a spoiler alert, right? If you go down to Florida and I just spoiled it for you. Never mind.
Luckily, so everybody else doesn't have to.
So the next article is over in WarCrafters. After years of running awkwardly close to the winter sale, the Steam Autumn Sale will start 2 months earlier this year. Valve announced the full roster of Steam sale dates and next fests for the second half of 2025, and it's made one big change. This year's Autumn Sale is going to kick off 2 months earlier than in its past years. So, boom. Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says Valve has made a big shift to the autumn sale dates to more evenly space out its big seasonal Steam sales. So now Automation Fest will start in July 14th to the 21st. And it looks like there's like only a week pause between various fests.
This is going to be quite the year.
Yeah, so the 2025 Steam Autumn Sale will be from September 29th to October 6th. And it says, please note this is a different time frame compared to previous autumn sales. Dun, dun, dun. So, yeah.
It's interesting because, like you said, I mean, there's one going almost every time.
Yeah, just throughout the whole year, there's something. I'm really curious what the beginning of the... Like, they should have just posted a whole month. Just augment it with the beginning months.
Yeah, I agree.
But this is second half, so July, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, there's a lot more on this article. Follow the link. The Steam Autumn Sale Moves is the title that I gave it. But the link will link you over to PCGamer.com. Let's keep going. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. I hope every RPG steals Avowed's brilliant inventory system. Now, I started watching people playing it because some people paid or were gifted codes to play Avowed. It doesn't actually release for another 4 days. And I'm not going to buy it either way. It's a single player game, and while it appears beautiful, I did want to talk about it at least. Apparently, Obsidian has hit it out of the park. The early reviews are in, and people are raving about it, and how beautiful the whole thing really is. Obsidian's latest RPG, Avowed, is out now on Xbox and PC for those who pre-ordered the expensive fancy version. Something like $100 or $90 or something like that. I don't really know. But it's a $70 game. So I think it's $90 for the early. And it's a really good game. But one key thing that the author of this article over at Kotaku wanted to highlight is that RPG's inventory system and item management system, because it's really good and they want more games to copy it. Now, the things that I'm
sure Obsidian don't want people to copy it.
Yeah, but that's one of those things that can't be protected, right? Do you think?
Well, true. It's always nice when it's like that is an Avowed thing. You know what I mean? Like it usually takes on the name of the thing that inspired it.
Yeah, the Avowed inventory system. So what's really interesting about this is this looks a lot like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This interface.
Interesting.
Granted, Avowed's is more woo-woo, like ghostly and stuff, because I guess it has a lot to do with like souls being reborn and stuff like that. But KCD2 is medieval style. Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put the article together.
Well, so that is interesting, right? I don't know, like with the earlier release and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, even this whole thing looks just like KCD2.
Oh, okay.
And this for sure does. So I've loved watching everybody who's been playing it for the last 8 hours or so. Off and on, I've been able to take a break and look. So they say, sure, they'll freely admit that our RPG inventory system might not be the sexiest or coolest topic. I think it is, but is a very important part of the game. Features loot, potions, food, weapons, and gear. A bad inventory system can ruin a game. I agree, particularly when you have weight limits that are just gross. Like you barely can carry anything, or it's slot driven and you only have like 12 slots. But nothing stacks. So the moment you pick up 12 leaves, your inventory is full. I hate those games. This doesn't look like it. So they were happy to discover that Avowed avoids all of the annoying busy work with a streamlined and smart inventory system. The result is more enjoyable experience because you spend less time fussing about 400 items and more time doing stuff you actually want to do in a big RPG. There is a lot to this, but yeah, my observation of this is that it looks a lot like KCD2's, but just more fantastical.
Well, I like the idea that you're not going to get overloaded and you're not going to have to keep dealing with that.
And that's the key ingredient right there. Avowed, food, potions, lockpicks don't weigh. They say weight anything. So consumables don't take up any space, don't weigh you down. Now, to a point, that's okay, but it avoids realism because food really is heavy, particularly liquids. But that's not the purpose of this game because it is fantastical. So likewise, crafting and upgrade materials, iron, wood, furs also weigh nothing. I never in my 40 hours or so with Avowed left a dungeon desperate to sell stuff in order to free up some inventory space. It's a common occurrence in many RPGs. It's because they want to impress a little bit of realism and slow down your loot goblin addiction. So it says, but funnily enough. Never really liked that word, funnily.
Because it's an odd word.
You won't even have to do that because you can always break down any weapon or piece of gear you find at any time and get its resources. So even if you are burdened by something, all you have to do is break it down. Then you can use those resources, which weigh nothing, to upgrade your equipped gear and make it better. It's wonderful. And I agree. I think it's a lot of fun. Love the idea of it, but I love multiplayer games. Even if I don't play multiplayer, I want the option to call somebody up or text somebody and say, just log in, let's play the game. I think it would be a blast.
Will you be playing this?
No, not unless I get a free code, and I don't. I'm not big enough to do that, but I want to fight monsters, it says, meet new characters, explore strange lands, and save the day. And in fact, I would rather gift that code to other people that would play it, maniacally, because it would be fun to watch people that are passionate about this style of game, unless I have like base building, survival crafting kind of mechanics to it, like No Man's Sky or upcoming...
Right, or Light No Fire.
Yeah, Light No Fire is the new one that's coming. And countless others. I mean, there's just so many. I'm just not really that hip to it. So, but anyway, a lot of people are playing this right now, so that would be me if I could find my forever game. Come on, somebody develop my forever game.
Which is?
I don't know yet.
Minecraft plus something?
Minecraft and I don't know. I just don't know. Light No Fire might be.
Yeah, like that maybe.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Marvel channel. Disney Parks' most infamous earworm is getting its first extended cut. And I'm not sure what this is. What is the...
Oh, I know exactly what it is. I did look ahead, but I predicted it before I looked at it.
So It's a Small World?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's right there in the title. Not in the title, but in the little snippet. So in celebration of its 70th anniversary and to honor late composer Richard Sherman, Disney will add a brand new final verse to It's a Small World this summer. Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying. So the earworm heard all around the small world within each global iteration of Disney Parks' classic boat ride is getting a massive change in time for Disneyland's 70th anniversary. I thought wasn't it just its 50th? Like not too long ago?
I think one was Disney World and this is maybe Disneyland or vice versa. We did see something recently.
Like it's 50th, right?
Yeah, but I think it was the other park.
Interesting. Okay. The original attraction, It's a Small World, at the Anaheim, California park will be getting an extended cut of its theme song written by Richard Sherman before his passing last year. Sherman left the new verse for It's a Small World to Bob Iger in 2023 as a parting gift to the studio that changed his life as part of the Sherman Brothers, along with his brother Robert. Richard Sherman was responsible for some of the most timeless Disney songs for films and Disneyland attractions, including Mary Poppins, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, and of course, It's a Small World. Wow.
I mean, this is like on the engineering side or Imagineer side, right? The one person that's responsible for like everything for the company.
Particularly that, It's a Small World is everybody grows up hearing that, at least, within earshot of any Disney property. And by property, I mean the intro to Disney movies do that It's a Small World kind of a theme song. So it says, here's the video that Disney Studios released to honor Sherman with the added lyrics, which will be featured on the beloved attraction beginning July 17th, Disneyland's 70th birthday. So they're releasing it before the actual release. They're doing the whole thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Kind of sucking the wind out of the draw. But maybe people can't afford to go and people can't go or whatever, right? And they just want to spread this great new message. I'm not going to play it here. I'm going to let you all follow the link. You can go through ohmTown, or you can just go over to YouTube and look for the last verse, Disney.
But it is surprising that they're doing it in advance.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the story of the song's new verse will be featured in another experience inside the Main Street Cinema, where park guests visiting the Disneyland's milestone anniversary can watch the short above as a tribute to the Sherman Brothers. And at the Main Street Opera House, park goers can explore a curated gallery dedicated to Disneyland's opening with art, artifacts, and images, some never before seen as well.
Well, that's cool. If you're in the area, you might want to go check it out.
Yeah.
But after May.
Yeah. Yeah. July 17th will also mark the arrival of Walt Disney animatronic that is set to be featured in a new show, Walt Disney: A Magical Life. To celebrate the moment, Imagineering will host an exhibit tracing the progress made with audio animatronics from the park's opening through to today. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters. 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones?
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, I thought this one was interesting. Kendrick Lamar's riveting, incisive, Superb Owl performance is likely to go down in history for many reasons, not the least of which is that it was the most watched halftime show of all time. It was a sharp contrast against the Superb Owl entertainment interval used to look like. For instance, 3 decades ago, when it was devoted not to a blockbuster artist or a tribute to the host city's music scene, but instead to Indiana Jones.
I didn't know it was ever focused on a movie.
There were people trying to protest it, and all that seemed to do is the Streisand effect, and more people watched it now than ever before, although populations increased, but people watched it.
Oh, I thought you meant the thing that occurred during his performance. You mean about the whole event?
Yeah, protesting the Superb Owl, yeah. And all it did was really backfire. More people paid attention to it. So Clayton Ashley over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says, the deck statement says, "This stunt spectacular belongs in a museum." And so there's a video here, Superb Owl 1995 halftime show, and I'm going to play it but mute it.
Have you seen this before?
I have never seen this in my life. Yeah, so it's the scene. It's basically a scene from Indiana Jones.
This is so odd.
Yeah, people are on stilts. There's a bunch of other people coming onto the field, dressed basically as characters from or just people from the Indiana Jones movie. Wow. So it says, let me give you some context. Their friend, the author's friends, and the author, recently tracked down decades worth of previous superb owl halftime shows on YouTube in order to rate and rank them for fun. They had a blast rediscovering shows they'd loved and watching performances that they'd never seen. They highly recommend getting a group of friends together to revisit them. Somehow, 2004 was even worse than they remember. Diana Ross leaves her performance in a freaking helicopter. But the Indiana Jones thing is from 1995. Indiana Jones stunt show now seems like an odd choice for the 1995 Superb Owl, especially since the franchise's third and at that time final movie hit the theaters in 1989, 6 years earlier. But Indiana Jones was a multimedia property in that era. 2 seasons of Young Indiana Jones Chronicles aired from 92 to 93, sometimes in the time slot right before Monday Night Football. So it was basically getting hammered.
Or cool. It was like a marketing nexus or something.
Yeah. That video is still going. It's 11 minutes.
I think I've seen enough.
That's how I walk. That's how I walk to work.
I'm sure.
That's how I walk around the mayoral mansion. Anyway, go over and check out the rest of this article. There's more there, but the nuts and bolts of it is that 30 years ago, the Superb Owl halftime show was Indiana Jones' stunt show. All right. The sentient AI.
Where do you go from there?
Yeah, really. I don't know if it's up, down, sideways. It's more like a jump scare, I guess. I don't know. So ChatGPT for birdsong may shed light on how language is wired in the human brain. The article is over in the Mobile channel, but it's actually sourced from phys.org, I believe. Just like ChatGPT and other generative language models train on human text to create grammatically correct sentences, a new modeling method by researchers at Penn State trains on recordings of birds to create accurate bird songs. The results could improve understanding of the structure of birdsong and its underlying neurobiology, which could lend insight into the neural mechanisms of human language, the team said. A paper describing was published in the Journal of Neuroscience. Gail McCormick from Pennsylvania State University put this article together, and they had this really cool AI-generated image of mosaic birds singing, and it even has like a musical staff. I'm gonna blow it up so y'all can see it.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's AI. So
that's really fascinating because it looks 3D, like at the edge of the tiles.
Oh yeah, that right there. It's really cool. I dig this. Unfortunately, you're not supposed to have a positive result when watching or looking at AI generated images because it's apparently wholesale theft of real art. But if nobody has done this, then I don't know how that actually, you know what I'm saying?
Right. The problem is nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that there's some artists.
If the artists out there, yeah.
Yeah. I'd be really curious to see if anybody can link me to this material, something even eerily similar. I haven't done a mosaic tile bird song.
I mean, 2 people can paint or tile the same kind of thing, and that's okay.
Sure. And the reason why people go, oh, they stole my artwork is sometimes it is wholesale stolen artwork. Like Disney took somebody's 3D made item and is selling it in their stores. And the person's like, trying to sue Disney is impossible. You can go and look it up on YouTube right now. Disney stole
you might have signed up for Disney Plus or something at one point.
And now you have to go into binding arbitration, regardless of the fact that, yeah, that's just wild. And nowadays, everybody is rejiggering their terms of use because now it's kind of Wild West. Well, anyway, much like how humans arrange words in a particular order to form grammatically correct sentences, birds tend to sing sets of notes called syllables in a limited number of combinations. Although much simpler, the sequence of bird song syllables are organized in a similar way to human language, so birds provide a good model to explore the neurobiology of language, says Desi Jin, associate professor of physics in the Eberly College of Science and lead author of the paper. how would you like to find out? Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, I just got an alert. How would you like to find out that birds have actually been talking to you?
Oh, that would be fascinating.
Yeah.
I think it might not just be birds.
Yeah. So for both humans and birds, finishing a sentence or song sequence often depends on what was already said. For example, the phrase flies like could be part of an analogy, as in the phrases time flies like an arrow, or an indication of enjoyment, fruit flies like bananas. However, it's eat shoots and leaves, that whole phrase.
Right, exactly.
However, mixing and matching what comes after flies like results in time flies like bananas or fruit flies like an arrow, which don't make sense, but that's not true. Fruit flies like an arrow could be the analogy for me throwing something.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just not as natural, I guess, as the other one.
Yeah. So they say that the phrase flies like has what researchers call context dependence. So their AI basically is reviewing this to see if they can extract a type of syntax based on the context of musical notation.
Very interesting. I mean, they've already kind of decoded whale song, right?
Yep. The researchers analyzed previously recorded songs from 6 Bengalese finches, which sing about 7 to 15 syllables in each sequence. With the new method, the researchers can create the simplest models that accurately reflect the sequences that individual birds actually sing. The models are similar to large language models in that they depict probabilities of what words, or in this case syllables, are likely to follow a particular word syllable based on previously analyzed texts or song sequences. Yeah, and this is a Markov. It's a model of chains of events. The Markov model is a very well-known theory of things going from one
like
point to another.
Predicting sequences or something.
Yeah, and it's basically you can predict everything through a Markov model. So they are presented as a sort of flow chart that starts with a syllable that points to options for different syllables. And then basic Markov models are quite simple, but they tend to overgeneralize, meaning that it might result in sequences that don't actually exist. What I want them to do, though, is listen to the song and see what the bird does or what they can witness to see if that phrase of syllables actually translates into something.
Oh, yeah, that would be really neat to determine that.
Yeah, so from this final model, the researchers can see which syllables have context dependence.
So they should do another experiment where they, I don't know what finches like in particular, but like hold up an apple or something, or a leaf or whatever, and see what sound it makes, and then hold up a worm or something and see what sound it makes.
Yeah, does it do that though? I mean, I
have no idea.
You talk to a cat or dog.
To test it.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And that's what I was saying. Yeah. Listen to the song and see what it does. And maybe that actually means its intentions. I'm looking for a mate and the mate shows up. That song that it sings there may be more to it, that
sure,
it's not just singing to let the world know. It's singing to tell a bird, come over to my place. It's tweeting a booty call. Never mind. Anyway, we're going to fly back home, and that's going to land us back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and read all of the news. The site should be faster. There's going to be a lot less content in a particular domain. And we hope that you enjoy the site. Let us know if you have any sources that you would like to have aggregated. We don't screen scrape or anything like that. It's all provided by the sources without any negative impact on them. And we aggregate just a tiny little snippet like I've been displaying here for the last hour. So go over and check it all out. You can leave comments embedded in the site, or you can go over to Discord and join any of the channels there and have conversations with anybody else that might be there. I don't really use the Discord, but I should. I know that's kind of one of my failings. So if you are interested in hanging out there and here and over on YouTube and the podcasts and everywhere, TikTok can tell it
Twitch.
actually. Well, Twitch, yeah. Oh, I said here because I was looking at the Twitch screen. So at any rate, I'm going to get out of here and y'all can enjoy the rest of your night. I am Mayoral, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
See you soon. Yeah. What is it? Senegalese? Is that? Wait, what was the bird?
Senegalese finch?
No, Bengalese. Bengalese finch.
Okay. Sorry, you said Senegalese, so I went with that.
Yeah. I'm a liar. No, just kidding. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 45. 45. Jazz hands. I am Mayoral, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every single day. Well, Monday through Friday. And on Saturday and Sunday, we actually do an hour and a half worth of shows. But 6 different topics. Major topics, focused more. Anyway, stop by any day, but to find out when we actually go live, you actually have to follow us here on Twitch and or on YouTube. Download the podcast. That would be great. Leave a 5-star review and I'll quote it here on the air. You'll live in perpetuity or in memoriam if the show gets canceled. I don't know.
Why is that going to happen?
I don't know. Mayoral sometimes says some really stupid stuff. Sorry, I'm setting the arms on my chair. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, and that's everything that you just witnessed is basically the engine that drives Non Sequitur News and Mayoral. My meetings are really, really odd. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayoral, and hello, hometown citizens. And to those of you in places celebrating, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. We actually have maybe one thing in the news that has to do with... I don't know.
Is that the anti one?
Did I actually include that? I don't know. We'll get into it. Got all 10 articles all ready to go. I didn't put it into the show. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Well, let me do it. So if you want the show notes, you can hit !NSN and Omatron will throw it into, yeah, it is in there. And it's already embedded in the description, the show notes. So go and check it out over on YouTube as well. 1,800 episodes. We're growing the show. If you want to tell a friend, that would be great. If you want to stop by at any time, that's great too. The channel's actually on Twitch. Like the chat is connected to Omatron, so you can always get the latest episodes notes, but not past episodes. At least not yet. There's 1,800 episodes. I'd have to figure out a way to facilitate that. Well, anyway, let's get going. First article is over on Wanted, and it's kind of an anti-want, but it's a wanted for, I guess, Reddit. Reddit plans to lock some content behind a paywall this year, according to the CEO. They are saying that it's not going to be old content. It's going to be new channels wherein the mods of that channel or the owners of the mods of the website itself, because there's channel or... yeah, there's channel mods or subreddit mods, and then there's the site mods. And so if you opt to start a new channel and it's worthy of putting it behind a paywall, they're going to put it behind a paywall.
Well, of course. Why would you want to put anything that was popular for free?
Right. Yeah, I mean, but see, information will leak. That's just how it is.
And it really defeats the model of Reddit, I think.
Well, you know what they say, fake it till you make it. And it started out with fake user accounts.
Yeah, but also you'll be back.
And you'll be back. And they'll modify a post without notifying people that it's been modified. And not by the owner of that post. It was by the CEO of the post. Anyway, some creepy shit goes on there. But whatever. Like everything under the internet is also under Reddit in some way as a subreddit. And I find value in Reddit. But I also have seen the seedy underbelly of it too. So Reddit is planning to introduce a paywall this year, says CEO Steve Huffman during an Ask Me Anything, or AMA as they call it over at Reddit. Huffman previously showed interest in potentially introducing a new type of subreddit with exclusive content or private areas that Reddit users would have to pay to access. And so, the article is by Sharon Harding over at arstechnica.com, and they kind of break down what was said. So paid subreddits are coming to reddit.com.
Wow. How long has Reddit been around? Like at least
15 years or so.
Yeah, I was going to say about that.
Let me make sure. Hold on.
Good way to annoy all of your users, but you know.
Let's see, 2005, 20 years. And Steve Huffman was the founder along with Alexis Ohanian. And yeah, I have a hard time doing this, like putting fake content on the site, comments and stuff. But that's exactly what happened with Reddit, because they said that nobody would come to an empty website. And I kind of feel that pain, because we don't have a lot of comments, but we have a lot of news.
Yeah, but you can say that all the visits were legitimate.
Yeah. And we get a lot of traffic over on ohmtown.com. I do the show because I like the show and it's dynamic and it gets me out in front of people, and I like talking about the news. At least some news. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Well, anyway, there's more over at this article, and as per usual, they are talking about the financial motivations to make this happen. This is why we're doing it. But it doesn't really matter.
User experience, right?
The thing about it is that this is user-created content.
That's the thing that really doesn't make any sense. So if I'm posting something, first of all, I could post it somewhere else. I know I might not get the same size audience. But why is somebody suddenly charging for my information?
For stuff that I'm posting.
I know that's yeah exactly.
See, and they're posting other people's content on links, right? It's much like ohmTown, except that ohmTown is just
actual media outlets and newsletters and other things, right? It's
not necessarily user content, but there is a mishmash of all kinds of stuff on Reddit. But it's mostly, well, I mean, I can't say mostly because I don't have the full stats of what goes on Reddit, but Reddit has a lot of user-created content, but a lot of it is external to Reddit being linked to it. Pictures, news, all kinds of stuff.
It's postings from some other place?
Yeah.
Or some other site, yeah.
Yeah, and so putting something like that behind a paywall it would be like me putting a paywall up on ohmTown, because ohmTown's just aggregating news just differently than the way that Reddit does it. And I don't have any of the user-created content in there. I only have content that's created by third parties that allow this kind of value add. Right. And frankly, I use ohmTown for my personal use. I just happen to open it up for everybody else to access. And it's always linking to the source material, and it's never taking it wholesale, right? And we don't screen scrape or anything like that. Reddit literally does not pay anybody, but all of the content is going to these.
Right.
People are going to Reddit.
Odd model, but yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, and then when there is a paywall, by the way, they actually copy and paste the entire article into the posting so that people can read the news. And that's exactly what I think would happen with this paywall. Anyway, regardless, y'all will be back no matter what.
Well, you don't want, like partial news, but that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting times. Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Igloo is recalling 1 million coolers that could amputate fingers. So yeah, Igloo
they must have been teamed up with the manufacturer for Cybertruck, right?
Oh, ouch. So yeah, Igloo's recalling more than 1 million of its 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers over fingertip amputation and crushing risks posed by the product's tow handle. I think I have one of these.
That's actually interesting because I think other products do that have that, and maybe it's Igloo, but I think it's also competitors.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what it is. The tow handle on the company's 90-quart flip and tow rolling coolers could pose fingertip amputation and crushing hazards, according to this article over at Quartz or QZ.com. It's written by Brittany Nguyen, and it says here that they're recalling more than 1 million 90-quart flip and tow. I don't know how they actually do it, but the cooler company issued the recall on Thursday, urging customers to stop using the product and to request a replacement handle for free from the company, according to its notice with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which, who knows?
But they were sold since 2019. We're in 2025, and how many people are tracking cooler recalls? Like, they might be tracking things like a car recall, right? Major purchase, but...
So the source for this is, like, I guess kind of all over the place. The CPSC website is where it's the notice is housed. The recall impacts 1,060,000 coolers from the U.S., 47,000 in Canada, 23,000 in Mexico that were manufactured before January of last year, according to Igloo. Let's see, the manufacturing date is imprinted in the bottom of the cooler in a circular design that has an arrow pointing to the month and a circle around the last 2 digits of the year. In a statement shared with NPR, Igloo said, through rigorous testing and proactive steps, we are constantly improving our products to meet highest safety standards. All right. Well, I'm glad they're doing it, but I wanted to get out there.
I am too, but why did it take this long?
Maybe a certain number of people.
Maybe something... it doesn't seem like it's something where it falls apart or whatever.
No, they pissed off the wrong people, basically. Somebody, not me, got hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Law Nerd, Florida. This is Oh, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I went through the whole thing. I didn't run down the titles.
No, I know you didn't, but you started, so I didn't interrupt you.
Oh my gosh.
You didn't introduce me either, but that's
yeah,
fine.
I did. I said, welcome. I did.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but I don't think I went through the thing.
Glitched.
Wow. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. This episode is kind of wonky, but I just got excited about doing the articles and got right on into it.
Well, that's good, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I can... Maybe I'll do it at the very end and then I'll cut and paste. I don't normally edit anything because I don't like editing things, but let's keep going though. The next article is over in Law Nerd.
Maybe we can send people on a scavenger hunt through all 1,800 episodes and they can find the one where you didn't do the rundown.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. They'd find it immediately. Go and watch it. So Florida lawyer. So I titled this, and it's in the show notes, Legally Throwing the Dinner Plate. So you've like heard of throwing the book at somebody, but this is a dinner plate. Florida lawyer accused of hitting man on head with dinner plate after wedding buffet butt-in. 52-year-old Florida lawyer. That's a new one. Florida lawyer.
Yeah, is that a variant of Florida man and Florida woman?
Yeah, Florida dog, Florida.
Oh, right. Florida
whatever.
Anything, right?
Yeah. has been charged with aggravated battery and with a deadly weapon for allegedly hitting a wedding guest over the head with a dinner plate. Deborah Cassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together. The person,
I guess what really cracks me up about this is, like, you'd think a lawyer would go, how's the way to handle dispute, right? Like, I'm going to threaten to sue somebody, or I'm going to something, but not the plate.
Yep. The person was arrested June 18th after police were called to Boca Lago Country Club in Boca Raton, Florida, after the New York Post, Newsweek, Above the Law, Miami News Times, WPEC, Law and Crime Here, and BocaNewsNow.com all talked about it.
Got quite a bit of coverage.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. They were later released for a $1,000 bond. They told police that they were upset because people ahead of them had cut the buffet line, identified as a prime rib carving station by BocaNewsNow.com. Nobody cuts in front of me, not for a prime rib carving
whatever,
station.
Yeah.
Con!
I sat through this whole wedding ceremony so I could get some roast beef or whatever they're serving.
I want prime rib, none of this you cut in front of me bullshit. Get off my lawn. They admitted that he got into an argument with the victim and shoved them, but they denied hitting them on the head with a plate, according to the police report cited by Law and Crime.
You know, this is a wedding. I wonder how much of the wedding photography captured this moment. You know, like if the photographer is just constantly snapping candid shots. They have like the various phases of like the plate above the head, lowering, you know, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, my eye is itching. Gosh. So the victim told police that his niece got in line ahead of him and then agreed to let two girls join her. Police said in a probable cause affidavit. So that was the probable cause. One of the girls was identified as the victim's daughter. After the argument began, the victim alleged he was hit over the head with a plate and then shoved and grabbed by the collar by this guy who was holding a plate over his head.
In line, I was like, he wasn't even the line cutter.
Yeah. He was being nice and let three girls get in front of him. The victim said that the person who hit him in the head was a woman with a black dress. A worker, however, said that the person who hit the victim with a plate was this guy. I'm not mentioning names. You can go and read the article if you want to. And there is more content in that article. It just gets a little grittier. A melee followed, according to police reports cited by several publications. The person told police that numerous people beat him up, according to Law and Crime.
This is all a bit much over a buffet line.
At a wedding, mind you.
You know, I bet the bride or somebody was probably crying during all of this because they're like, oh, it's ruining the wedding.
Police are going to show up. Yeah. I hate when police show up at my weddings. Let's keep going.
Plural.
So
does this happen every time?
Every single time I go to, you know what? It's like the person on the plane complaining about their child. You know, every time I take a flight, somebody complains about my children. Well,
right. What's the common theme here?
All right. Well, the next article is called Helldivers Lost a Planet. The article's actual title is Helldivers Just Failed a Major Order and Lost a Whole Dang Planet. On Wednesday night, the author of this article enjoyed their evening by playing a few rounds of Helldivers 2 with friends. The major order was to defend against 11 attacks from the Illuminate. And with 9 successes, they figured that they were safe to let the night crew clean things up. They slept soundly with the knowledge that they'd done their part protecting humanity, but awoke to find a horrifying revelation on their Super Destroyer's console. They failed the mission so bad that the Illuminate destroyed a whole planet, and now they're aiming for Super Earth.
Wow. Now, does that mean that the whole game lost a planet? Or that the player? Yeah. I assume it means the whole game.
The whole game, yeah, apparently.
Wow.
So I'm pouring one out for Angel's Venture. is the deck statement at this Polygon article by Cass Marshall. Yeah, I don't play Helldivers. I watch people play it because I prefer talking about the news, and my attention span is like a goldfish or a cat, just wandering off. La la la. Hey.
Maybe or what? We're still doing the show.
What? Oh, we're streaming. Oh, okay. Well, in order to understand the tragic fate of Angel's Venture, you have to understand Meridia. The Meridia wormhole has been like a cosmic Chekhov's gun, just waiting ominously for in Terminid space. Meridia was once a planet, but it developed into Terminid supercolony. In order to stop an endless swarm of mutated Terminids, Helldivers had to pump the planet full of mysterious dark fluid until it collapsed upon itself. Was it kind of our fault that Meridia became a supercolony? Technically, that's one way to look at it if you hate liberty. So when the Illuminate first showed up, fans speculated that they would be linked to the Meridia wormhole, and sure enough, some weird stuff started happening on the cosmic map. While they dutifully chased down robots wearing jetpacks, the Illuminate were gathering their own dark fluid. Upon logging in on Thursday, the author says that they were greeted with the following message. Angel's Venture has been torn apart by the gravitational pull of the Meridia singularity. This is an incalculable loss. The land cultivated by generation, the lives of the Super-Earth citizens whose evacuation could not be prioritized, the proud pines shading the Democratic Youth Scouts campground, all gone forever, ripped to shreds by savage cosmic forces. Finally, the Illuminate hiding behind their mask of intelligence and sophistication, have revealed what they truly want: carnage. The president of Super-Earth has announced a galaxy-wide mourning period of 24 hours. So the map has been changed.
That is pretty spectacular.
They have no doubt that Super-Earth scientists are working overtime to figure out a solution, but Angel's Venture will never recover from such a tragedy. It's evolving a galaxy of Helldivers 2 that makes them think that the game, like the game so dang much. While new players may never understand the tragedy at hand, every time they gaze at the scattered rocks that remain, they shed a single solemn tear. This is pretty cool.
This is really entertaining here.
Yeah, and so this is an ongoing thing where the developers actually launch attacks like calculated, and it just becomes canon, part of the omniverse that is Helldivers 2. It's quite fascinating, and it kind of pulls me in, but I don't know enough people to play this game, with any regularity.
Right.
Let alone with this level of determination where I could stop a planet from being imploded.
But I do like that. I mean, that would be something to draw somebody in.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like it. So there's more in this article, so go over and check it all out, All right, let's keep going. This next article is over at Rounders Gear, which is one of the many channels. This focuses on games like poker. Well, a poker player who posed as Lord, imprisoned in a £400,000 fake cruise scam. A British gambler and fake Lord Richard Lester operated bogus cruise company. They scammed 184 vacationers from across the world out of £400,000 while living the high life. Was sentenced to 5 years in prison at Chelmsford Crown Court. So I guess this was the person, a British quote-unquote professional gambler who claimed to be a lord and scammed almost 200 people through his Ponzi-style sham cruise company, has been sent to prison for 5 years.
How did they figure it out? Did they not get to take a cruise or something?
So the jury was not told that Lester had spent 3 years in an offenders institution. Securing justice for the victims meant scouring several bank accounts to trace exactly where the money went. All their money leads back to Lester. His greed left hundreds of people thousands of pounds out of pocket. They just investigated. He was found guilty this week on charges of fraudulently trading and concealing criminal property after a 9-week trial at Chelmsford Crown Court. Well-planned and complex fraud carried out over a lengthy period of time. The only reason why I chose this is because he posed as a lord.
Yeah, I mean, that takes some doing, if you're showing up, for instance, in your own car or something, it's kind of hard to pull that off. Like, what lengths did he go through?
Richard Lord Lester is pictured in this article picking up a prize at the World Travel Awards 2012, although he should probably they should probably make him give it back. Yeah, he basically duped people out of this money through his business Cruise Direct UK. The company purported to allow customers to purchase miles to be exchanged for cruise vacations, but it was a scam. I don't know how this could work. I mean, he'd have to move extremely fast.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like this would go for very long before somebody would discover it.
Hold on a second.
Oh, interesting. Previous offenses, although maybe as a youth, for similar issues.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so they came from far and wide as Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, as well as US and UK. Around $2,000 on average was taken from each person. So he had to move pretty fast. So the article is by Philip Conneller over at casino.org. We don't even take the pictures, but for whatever reason, the articles from casino.org allow the whole thing to snap.
They overshare.
Yeah, they overshare. Oh, hold on. We can do that. For whatever reason, I can't stop it. I limit what they provide, but they post the whole thing. Anyway, thought it was really interesting. Philip Conneller over at casino.org put the article together. A poker player who posed as Lord, or it should say as a Lord, imprisoned in £400,000 fake cruise scam. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. I had heard about this a while ago, and I thought that I would include it today because today is Valentine's Day. This article is over in the Mobile Channel, but it's aggregated from, I think it's Smithsonian. Yeah. Once a part of marriage proposals, Maritozzi are making a comeback in Italy and around the world. Since ancient times, Romans have gifted these cream-filled treats to their sweethearts. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com, or, Smithsonian Magazine is the location.
Right, but the website is mag.
Yeah. Michelle Chia put this article together. And so, yeah, these are the little things. Maritozzo is a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream, or panna, as it is referred to in Italian.
Those look very good. They look kind of like a cream puff, although more substantial, I guess.
Denser, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in all its simplicity, the Maritozzo are a soft bun filled with a hefty dollop of whipped cream, or panna, as it's referred to in Italy. If you regularly frequent Rome or keep an eye out for viral foods on TikTok, you have no doubt seen this luscious treat. It's a picture of indulgence, a bread filled so high that when it's bitten, it hits the tip of your nose, creating a viral moment that both social media influencers and celebrity chefs love filming, with the Trevi Fountain, Colosseum, Pantheon as the background. So it's a very Roman treat, says Sagar Satera, author of Pomegranates and Artichokes, and a food photographer who has called Rome home for 18 years. Until
I wish that person was an author of Maritozzo or something. But that'd be pretty niche.
Very niche, yeah. Pomegranates and Artichokes. There's something about that. They're both like gift things for...
Yeah, there aren't pomegranates associated, I think, with royalty?
Yeah, wealth. Yeah.
Yeah. But they are like a special gift or a special occasion kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So they say they like their Maritozzo Classic. Feather light with a little sugar and full to the brim with the freshest whipped cream. So there's a whole history of these things that are written over in the article. And I had heard about these via other sources over the last couple of years. Apparently they're becoming more and more public, I guess. And we actually watched a Hallmark movie where somebody had to get one of these and gift it, if I recall correctly. If not this, then it was something else close to it. But fortunately, the women in Rome do not have to wait for suitors or husbands to give them Maritozzo on Valentine's Day to enjoy one. In the early 1900s, bakers started making the sweet treat for breakfast, served alongside cappuccino. Rigoli, a traditional bakery established in 1916, is still selling its famous Maritozzi. Locals will also name Il Maritozzo a top place to visit for your Maritozzo fix when in Rome. They make close to 600 a day.
I mean, if you needed another reason to go visit Rome, this could certainly be it.
Yep, there you go. So then they say revamping the classic is another thing. Luxury hotel built at Caesar Ritz in 1894 was known for having the first public grand ballroom in Rome and for being the first hotel in Europe to have private bathrooms, electric lighting, and hydraulic generated lift, which is still in operation. Ooh. Anyway, yet for today. Yeah, today it's Sunday brunch that brings Roman families together at the St. Regis for Maritozzi and cappuccino before the start of another work week. So there's a lot more to this article.
Interesting. There's one that's in a square form.
Where they are reimagining it for the modern era. There's another one that's a little bit more elaborate with fillings. It looks like mint is in there. Much loved Maritozzo alla Parmigiana.
Oh, interesting. A savory one.
Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, there is a lot more. And at the very end of this article is a recipe for you to create your own Maritozzi by Fabrizio Fiorani. So you have to make a pre-ferment by mixing a quarter of the flour, half the yeast, and the full amount of water by hand. I'm not going to go through the whole recipe, but you can by following the link. This next article, though, is one that I found really fascinating that it was submitted, and it just happens to land right after hearing about these. So it's World Pangolin Day. And celebrating World Pangolin Day with new genomes to aid the world's most trafficked animal. So apparently pangolins are the most trafficked animal.
I didn't know that before I saw that headline, but that is why it was submitted. So we were just talking about that.
Yeah, so pangolins are unique in that they're the only animal or mammal to be covered in scales. Although they are scaly, photos of them are typically met with awes from the viewers who find them adorable. Importantly, though, pangolins play an essential role in maintaining their ecosystem. So GigaScience put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Baby pangolins are adorable. They become a little bit more...
Yes, that one is in the picture.
Yeah, that one's pretty cute too. So this is a Chinese pangolin, is one of two species that researchers have now provided high quality, nearly gapless genomic data for. Their other unique trait is that they're the most trafficked wild animal in the world, with more than 900,000 poached in the past 2 decades. Much of this is due to their high value for use in traditional medicines that require the use of pangolin meat and scales. So unfortunately, they meet their demise. This has pushed many pangolin species to the brink of extinction. In particular, 2 pangolin species, the Malayan pangolin, Manus javanica, and the Chinese pangolin, Manus pentadactyla, are under acute survival pressure. These species have been listed as critically endangered on the red list of the International Union for Conservation of Nature since 2014. So they did a big study. It's been published in the journal GigaScience, and they basically did the genomic sequences for the Chinese and Malayan pangolin species at a significantly higher resolution than one that is currently available. So maybe they'll...
I appreciate this article because I don't think most people know this.
Yep. So I hope that the word gets out and we can save pangolins. I think that they're freaking awesome, not only because they're an animal that has survived all this time until, humans decided to find them important for, ancient medicines. But they're mammals and scaled. They're very unique to the world. So why would we usher their demise by hunting them to extinction, trading them?
And aren't there alternatives to what we think we're getting from them?
No.
Like, can we make synthetic something for medicine? Or
no? This natural medicine, just you have to have that. You can't have stuff that is identical to it in all ways, except for whatever your impression is off of a feeling.
I mean, I bet we could just watch some of the, is it chimpanzees?
Yeah.
It might have a remedy that doesn't require hunting animals.
No, we gotta do experiments on them too. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The price of rice in Japan is soaring. That starts out kind of like a joke, right? The price of rice in Japan.
Yeah, it
and
does kind of sound like, what's the punchline?
The punchline is we're broke. So the price of rice in Japan is soaring. The government is releasing 210,000 tons from its stockpile to fight it. Japan says that it's releasing 210,000 tons of rice to try and curb soaring prices. Prices have rocketed since last year, with the price of rice up 70.7% year over year.
Oh, wow. I wonder how much is in the stockpile, too, if they're releasing. I mean, this is a lot of rice.
Seems like it. So a staple of the country's cuisine, rice has been soaring in Japan, prompting the government to step in with its own stockpiles in a bid to stabilize the market. Ito, Japanese agriculture minister, announced in a press release Friday that the Japanese is going to release all of this rice. The article is over at businessinsider.com. Joshua Nelkin Zitzer put the article together. I don't know what the price of rice was that I last purchased, but let me find out.
I don't know, but I thought the price of rice in Japan has been high for a while, not just like in the last couple of years. Like, considering it's such a staple in Japanese cuisine.
Right.
I think, didn't we read something previously where like Japan was importing rice from somewhere else?
Yeah, because it couldn't keep up.
Because of the price? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how much. Did I really pay that much? I'm going to say I did. So yeah, it's gone up $5 since I last purchased this volume quite a while ago, though. So yeah, it's getting more expensive, but I was told 6 years ago the era of cheap food in the world is over. And
that's
now
right. That person was quite ahead of their time.
Yep. And unfortunately, I didn't pay attention, so I didn't stockpile. But the latest average retail price of an 11-pound bag of rice in Japan was 3,688 Japanese yen, about $24. I paid more than that. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that's I paid more than that here in the States 8 months ago. So
interesting, yeah.
And now, so it's $12 more than that right now. So a core consumer price index released by Japan's Internal Affairs Ministry said that the January price showed a rise of 71% year over year. So the first 150,000 tons of rice will be auctioned to the wholesalers next month, and it's expected to reach retailers in late March or early April. They said that it hopes to normalize it, but normalizing it means that people aren't going to be
like setting a higher floor price, right?
Right. Yeah, and they know that people are going to pay this now, so why would they reduce it? It just doesn't work that way. Supply and demand only works if the supply is always high at that level, keeping competition active. But they know that there's only 210,000 tons. I don't know how much they go through in a year. How many tons do they go through in a year?
Let's see.
But Ito attributed the price hike to a distribution bottleneck, saying at the press conference that enough rice is being produced to meet demand. U.S. consumers are also struggling with soaring prices, notably eggs. They say that it's because of the bird flu. But if the prices drop, then I'll buy into that ideology. But I don't suspect that egg prices are going to drop dramatically because they know that people are. Go ahead.
It's estimated at 8.1 million metric tons.
In a year.
Yeah, so kind of a lot.
But they're only releasing.
Right, and then, yeah.
This is nothing. All right.
Maybe it's just a short term, but then we know that doesn't solve it. But
yeah,
maybe it'll help stop some of the panic, etc.
Yeah.
And they start, I think it said in the article, they started doing this when they had a previous, I think it was in this article, that they had a previous impact to the crop, and that's why they started doing the stockpile. Yes.
Yeah, so Japan's government turns to its stockpiles in times of poor harvests or natural disasters. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. Banksy, this one I titled Something Fishy About Banksy. Banksy fish artwork to go on display at London Museum. London Museum has announced that it has acquired Banksy's Piranhas artwork, which appeared at a police sentry box in the city last summer. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. It looks like an aquarium.
Yeah, but it's a police sentry box, so...
Right.
Very interesting. So the article's over at rte.ie. I don't see a byline, but anyway, apparently the London Museum has acquired this London police sentry box, and it's going to go on display, and it has what looks like translucent panels put on it so that it looks like there are piranhas swimming around in it. The collection concluded with a gorilla appearing to lift up a shutter at the entrance to the London Zoo. London Museum, which will move from the city's Docklands to its new location in 2026, will display the work after a City of London committee voted to donate it to the attraction. So there's a picture. This other Banksy work includes a rhino climbing on top of a silver car. They use the term mounting, which implies something else going on, but the car is actually like crushed in the back a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it makes it look like this rhino is climbing on top of the truck. And there are other Banksy artworks in this article that I think are pretty interesting. Like a gorilla lifting up something to let animals out from behind a shroud.
Yeah, that's
but it's
neat.
Lifting up a
I
shutter.
think it'd be cool to live in an area like the UK and encounter one of these, right? I mean, they're pretty prevalent in certain areas.
Seems to be, right? Banksy's animals collection was made up of 9 works, including a rhino mounting a silver car, 2 elephant silhouettes with their trunks stretched out towards each other, and 3 monkeys that looked as though they were swinging on a bridge. Another one is a gorilla lifting up what's called a lift, or lifting up a shutter, which is a gate on a garage type of a thing. That's what it looks like.
Right,
He's
like
lifting
one of those roll down garage doors.
Yeah.
Like you see in a storage center or something.
Yeah.
Or a warehouse, maybe.
And these are usually out in front of storefronts so that they can lock them down more securely than just a door. Pretty cool. There are a few in the States, but I don't know where all they are, if they're protected anymore. Like one is in New Orleans.
I believe there's only one in the U.S. I think that's the only one in the U.S.
Oh, really? I thought there were more than that. That's the only one in the U.S. is in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. All right, let's do our last article. That one I titled AI-Generated True Crime Series. An AI-generated true crime series has millions of views, and the only little segment that we have on this is it says it was a perfect crime.
Well, I wonder if that was AI generated.
Yeah, really. Lucas Ropek over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says AI slop is taking over the internet, according to a Gizmodo article that says AI slop website sent thousands of people a Halloween parade that didn't exist. And we talked about that back last year. But that's what they link to in the article. And it's making it increasingly difficult for web users to know what's real, what's fake. And hey, it's the reason why I created RealityHacker.
That's right. I mean, you were way ahead of that.
Yeah. RealityHacker as a domain has been around for a considerable amount of time. It was one of my earlier projects. So 404 Media reports on the newest frontier in this bizarre dystopic trend, revealing the rise of AI-generated true crime podcast, which you might imagine isn't based in truth at all. The YouTube channel True Crime Case Files has managed to rack up millions of views by spitting out long, drawn-out yarns of murder and mayhem that are complete and utter BS. So, to be called true crime, it needs to be true crime. The channel's owner told 404 they wanted the audience to think about why they care so much that it was true, why it matters so much to them that real people are being murdered. And I have to agree. Why is that so fascinating?
I agree, but then it's just not true crime. It's just mystery or thriller or whatever it is.
Right. But what's the point? Why do you have to be fascinated by
I've never understood what the appeal of true crime is. I understand the appeal of, say, mystery or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why it needs to be real.
Right. I prefer knowing that it isn't real. I prefer knowing that it isn't even based on reality and that it's just a work of fiction.
Or that it couldn't even be real.
It's single-handedly why I really like Castle and other procedurals, because I know that it isn't real, and if it is based on something real, it kind of sours my attitude towards it, because I don't want, like, even Kingdom Come Deliverance is now getting to the point where I'm like, I'm so burnt out on violence, I just don't want to witness it. When I was younger, I didn't care. It was just a thing. But at any rate, so having gone hunting for the YouTube videos that 404's article mentions, they stumbled across a number of other channels doing the exact same thing. It clearly seems like an appealing racket for someone looking to make a quick buck. Web hustlers figure out that they can use automated content creating platforms like ChatGPT to tap into the attention economy and eke out a small living. Not always a small living, though.
Yeah, that is true. Depends on if it goes viral, right?
Correct. Yep. So it says sometimes it doesn't pay off. However, last year a YouTube show attempted to use AI-generated George Carlin comedy special to generate attention. It ended with litigation from Carlin's family, and the video had to be permanently pulled from the web. There used to be an AI Jesus or something like that on Twitch. There's been other AI generated.
We had an article about it in one of the shows.
AI sitcom that was eerily close to Seinfeld. A bunch of stuff on Twitch. And I don't know. If it's entertaining, it's entertaining. But without the human part of it, I don't really find value in it, you know? Like...
No, and some people aren't going to it for entertainment, right? They're going to it thinking it's real.
Well, the true crime one, maybe, yeah. And everything else. Like, I don't want to be in a community where I'm watching an AI generate random garbage and there's nothing there.
Substance, right? Or whatever behind it, yeah.
Yeah, like if it was a story that was created using AI to some degree and edited, augmented by a human editor, and it was me that was telling the stories or something like that, then it's the community that I'm building. But if it's nothing but automated AI garbage,
just gibberish, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's fake. But that's, again, why I created RealityHacker, because you're not, at some point in the future, you're not going to know what to trust other than what is directly observable that you can touch, because even seeing it, it's no longer, if it's a video, you could be completely bamboozled by it.
Right. And the quality has gone way up. It's very hard to see unless you know what to look for. And even then, sometimes you can't really determine.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I love generative AI. It serves a purpose. It's good for creative efforts. It's good for stimulating the your writing, your creative writing, because sometimes you get writer's block and you need something that kind of nudges you out of that lock. And not everybody is, brilliantly capable of solving that problem. So I see it as a tool, but it definitely shouldn't be the end all be all. But hey, this is the life and times we live. So I'm going to ask the AI slop engine that's over here to weave a story that will bring us back to the front page. Oh, look, there it is, of ohmtown.com. And we're going to call it a night. And it's Valentine's Day, everybody. So have a good night. And I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
Yep. So tomorrow we're going to have 3 shows. It ends up being 15 articles or roughly an hour and a half of content that gets turned into the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. But those 3 shows are
RealityHacker,
yeah,
Wanted,
yeah,
and the Continuity Report.
Yep. So what we were just talking about, we highlight in RealityHacker. Gadgets and Gear is Wanted, and the Continuity Report is about entertainment news, namely movies and sitcoms and shows and stuff like that. But more tomorrow, so be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I thought I was going to get away from that, but no. Everything old is new again. If you want today's show notes over on Twitch, you hit !RH. If you're over on YouTube, you can just, review the show notes because they're embedded in the description already. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI whose visualizer you see, and maybe there's a graphic artifact there that you'll see as well. That's because I've got lights behind my green screen that are bleeding through. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. I almost said 10, but that's Non Sequitur News. Anyway, AI designs enzymes from scratch. AI versus US, and by US I mean us. Extended Reality News Roundup. This is provided by they've done a rundown, and we'll get into it when we get there. And mystery signal behind a dead galaxy, and humanized mice. What the? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello. I'm not sure why RealityHacker isn't up on the screen.
Oh, it's because I never mind that. Shh. AI. It's okay. So welcome to the show.
There's a bit of a critter commotion in the background.
Yeah, I don't want to know. So let me do this real quick. !RH if you're in the chat over on Twitch. Now you get to see the 5 articles that we're going to talk about. We don't bury the links in links. We link to the snippets that are over on ohmtown.com. You might actually have witnessed a marked increase in the number of articles that are aggregated and the speed at which they're provided. That's because I found one place was really kind of being a pain in the butt, and kind of contaminating our news. And so I got rid of a couple of sources. That said, if you're interested in providing information, or if you are interested in providing a lead as to the source of information, some news site that you think would be worthy of adding to our aggregator, please let me know. You can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. That said, we're going to get into these 5 articles for the Reality Hacker show. First article's over in Greenogram, which has suddenly started rising to the top in our news because it's aggregating news that is relevant to Reality Hacker. And I found it really interesting that not only have I seen this in Greenogram, but I've seen this AI concept being applied to enzyme and protein folding on YouTube. Articles are coming out and being posted on YouTube.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and so when this was submitted, I was like, "Oh, whoa, oh, okay. I guess this is like rising into people's zeitgeist of science." So scientists use AI to design lifelike enzymes from scratch. Combined approach takes AI engineered enzymes one step closer to practical applications. The thing about this is I cannot move past the idea that it's going to be a hallucination. And we bumble fart our way into creating something that acquires capabilities.
But it's not like a Chat GPT that's being used for this. This is perhaps an AI built specifically for this purpose. So maybe it has good data.
Could it? So Miriam Nadaf put this article together. It's an article. That's what they call it in the science.
That's the new thing.
It is. It's what the youth say today. Article. So it's in nature.com, and it says a combined approach takes AI engineered enzymes one step. God, I quit. One step closer.
Articles and steps.
I quit. Well, anyway, there it is. An enzyme structure designed using a combination of machine learning tools. This is a milestone for enzyme engineering, says Huimin Shao, a synthetic biologist at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Quote, "It shows that now it's possible to design enzymes with native-like activity that could make them useful practically." Which is kind of a, hey, we created something, but we don't have a use for it, so let's create a use for it kind of a thing. Earlier
what
efforts.
Could go wrong there?
Gain of function doesn't mean shit.
By the way, I think we've missed something key here. There is such a thing now as a synthetic biologist.
You know, I rolled right on over that, going, you know what, I'm going to have to do some background check here, because synthetic biologist is basically creating something from nothing. It's entirely synthetic. It's not bound by nature other than the physics of nature. Earlier efforts to design enzymes from scratch using AI have had limited success, often producing ones that stall after the first step of a reaction. In the latest study, published in Science on 13 February, researchers overcame this challenge by combining several machine learning approaches. The new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than ones previously designed to work in a similar way. Now, here is the kicker about this. We've used AI to create this stuff, and it may not be useful today. But just like DNA amplification, it was 30 years old, the concept of the enzyme that was used to amplify DNA. And so now this is going to languish somewhere in a research paper until somebody uses AI to say, you know, there's an enzyme that existed to do this back in 2025.
Oh, yeah. I hope they're cataloging all this, for lack of a better term, so that this is more easily
digestible, right?
Accessed or digested or whatever, so that when somebody's embarking on a new experiment, they can go, oh, I can start here.
So I didn't log in, but this is the nuts and bolts of this article. There's more. If you go over and look at it, you'll probably find more, but they're basically tailoring these enzymes to focus on a particular type of function and performance feature, it may do something great in the future, or it may stall at some point. Its application may not ever rise to the level. But this is the type of fundamental research that needs to be funded by everybody so that everybody has access to it. Otherwise, it's going to be siloed into the have and have nots type of category, where only business has the ability to look at this and go, okay, yeah, this is profound and can be applied. We know about DNA amplification and everything else because information has been shared across academia. So these new enzymes were 60,000 times better at speeding up the reaction than the ones previously designed to work in a similar way. So you can imagine just how the efficacy of this is absolutely profound. They say it's like going to the thrift store and buying a suit, and that suit probably won't fit you perfectly. That's what happens when we try to design enzymes that way, said study co-author Anna Luco, a protein designer at the University of Washington in Seattle. They wanted to build an enzyme that could undergo a 4-step chemical reaction called serine hydrolysis, which involves breaking an ester bond between molecules. Serine hydrolases are the natural enzymes that carry out this reaction, and they're involved in many biological processes, including digestion, metabolizing fats, and blood clotting. So this could be applied to something that could stem blood flow. So if somebody is bleeding out, they can just squirt this stuff or something associated with clotting. And then because it's 60,000 times better than the previous means of enzymatic reactions, it is that much better at clotting blood or metabolizing fats, breaking down. So I think that this is pretty damn amazing. So they created a deep neural network called Placer to refine the structural design by modeling the locations of atoms in the enzyme and the molecules it binds during every step of the reaction. And so the AI worked as a filter.
This is really incredible. I mean, I don't expect they'll have as significant leaps every time they do this, but 60,000 times faster is pretty significant. And while I get it, if it's at some unit of measure, maybe it's not as significant a jump, but all these things mean that the applications are going to expand.
Yeah, that's 60,000 times is kind of the stat that you go, this isn't going from 1 to 2, So I hope that this actually continues to take place into the far future, and we keep on enhancing this. But stay alert. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's another one of our shows, but that's tomorrow. Some tech leaders think AI could outsmart us and wipe out humanity. A professor of AI is not worried, and nor am I. In 1989, political scientist Francis Fukuyama predicted that we were approaching the end of history. He meant the similar liberal democratic values were taking hold in societies around the world. How wrong could he have been? So this article breaks out, basically throwing out a whole bunch of historical claims. Toby Walsh from The Conversation put this article together. But I don't think that it's AI. AI has the ability to be utilized like a knife, like anything, like a snowball. It could be used for fun, or you could dip it in water and it turns into an ice ball and knocks somebody unconscious. AI is a tool. How we use it is really what matters. In 2022, they say, and by the way, this is the author Toby Walsh's opinion about this and observations. They say in this article, in 2022, Wunderkind Sam Altman, chief executive of OpenAI, one of the fastest growing companies in the history of capitalism, explained the pros and cons. I think it's a good case around AI. It is just so unbelievably good that you sound really crazy. You sound like a really crazy person to start talking about it. The bad case is, I think this is important to say, is like lights out for all of us. But in
I
all of
think
these
that goes to
cases,
your point earlier, though, right? Like a lot of things can be used for different purposes.
yeah, and it's the ethical boundary that you pick and choose. And so,
And it doesn't mean we shouldn't have innovation.
no, not at all. And like I said, and I've said this before. One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It depends on which side of the fence you're on. In all cases, a mild mannered person will say that you can't use it for violence or causing harm. That is what a sane person, an ethical person, a moral person, a person who isn't prone to violence and war and conflict and exploiting it and selling the weapons to both sides kind of a thing. That is what a person says, that it could be good. So why not use it for great good? Well, when the haves have it and nobody else has it, they become defensive about it, protective of it, and they don't want other people to be able to position themselves to take it. 40 years ago, maybe around that time, I got into a discussion with somebody who was rather zealous in their opinion about things, that if somebody is causing harm, then there is only one way out. Then so you resolve it, and sometimes it has to turn to violence. And unfortunately, that is the way of the world. So when nobody has access except for the haves to AI, and it gets exploited for abusive purposes, then you can see why somebody would lay claim to AI is going to outsmart us and wipe us all out. Instead,
Well, it can only be smart as the programming, too. And so
right.
I don't know that it necessarily suddenly is extra brilliant just because it's technology that people don't all understand.
Yeah, the only way that it could ever get out of hand is if we enable it to get out of hand. It's not going to construct itself. It's not going to be able to enslave it. Yeah. But like we've seen some experiments, simulations where battlefield commander says, go eliminate the enemy. And then they countermand it. The robot, the drone, literally, and this is in a simulation, the drone turned around, eliminated the commander, and then went and eliminated the enemy.
Right. What could go wrong there?
Because
But notice there was some programming to do the function that it did. It just went after perhaps the wrong person.
Yeah. So they say, in 1950, Turing wrote what is generally considered the first scientific paper about AI. Just 1 year later, he made a prediction that haunts AI researchers like the author. Once machines could learn from experience like humans, Turing predicted that it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control, but only if we allow it. But there are mad scientists out there that will give it as much as they want. Like,
They
AI
think it's
take the
for their
wheel.
benefit, right? Even if not to societies. But I mean,
Yeah.
we know that could backfire too. But
Yeah.
But I mean, that's like don't have a whatever, don't allow knives or something, which have a
Right.
lot of useful purposes. We know they can be used for non-useful purposes too, or non-good purposes.
Right. Yeah. And there's all these scenarios about how they're going to outsmart us. And just because a person has money does not mean that they are the brilliant, awe-inspiring person that everyone should follow. Most of the people that have money were born with it, were given it, didn't earn jack shit, and have lived off of public money and or abusive practices, trade practices, and greed. Plain and simple. You find me any ethical, non-sociopathic billionaire, and I'll find the room where only one person is sitting out of the entire population of billionaires. And they're a very, very lonely person looking around going, what the frick is going on? Anyway, I don't really buy into this claim. You can come and read the rest of this article. I selected it because the title alone. But when it comes out talking about politics, I think that it's already lost the message here, because AI should be a tool, and it's society that should be saying that it's nothing more than a tool. It shouldn't be leveraged as a political gambit. But it is going to be taking jobs because the people that have see it as a means to eliminate humans instead of it being a tool to amplify what humans are capable of. So,
right. I mean, I think it's an interesting article.
Yeah.
But I'm not concerned about this direction.
The only way that it's going to happen is if the people with the means to make it happen. And it's going to be by putting them in peril, unless they put in the 3 rules and then a 4th one, like
right, but then hopefully it doesn't override it, like we just mentioned in the simulation.
Yep, like RoboCop. There was a rule that they can't hurt any of the corporatists, but then they override it because they had a soul. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in ohmTown and under the RealityHacker channel. So all of these that I talk about are siloed within a particular context. So a show that we put together. We have 7.
A channel, right?
A channel, yeah. So there's 50 channels that are over at ohmtown.com, 7 of which exist as shows. 6 are weekly shows on the weekend, 3 today and 3 different ones tomorrow. And then Non Sequitur News is Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, then go over to ohmTown. And be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Anyway, this next article is over in RealityHacker. And XR means extended reality. News roundup, trombone champ, underworld overseer, ashen arrows, and more. The article is by uploadvr.com. Henry Stockdale put the article together, and never heard of trombone champ. It's a blast to watch. 1 second. One.
I think your audio cut out.
No, it was intentional. So I needed to turn off those lights. Anyway, trombone champ, unflattened, toots of love, which, depending on...
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I dig this. So trombone champ is a VR game where you actually play a trombone virtually. You can play it non-VR, but from trombone champ to fantasy VR archery, the latest extended reality news roundup is live. You can go over to uploadvr.com and check it all out directly. We'll skim through it really quick. But yeah, trombone champ unflattened continues post-launch updates in time for Valentine's Day. Dysim and Underworld Overseer are heading to PlayStation VR 2. This is one that I haven't seen before, but Trombone Champ I have. It's actually pretty funny to watch people play it. Let's see what else. Ashen Arrows drops new trailer ahead of this month's full release. Ashen Arrows is a VR fantasy archery game based on Norse mythology that previously launched in Steam Early Access, featuring a single-player campaign and co-op support for up to 2 friends. You play as a hunter tasked with fending off hordes of monsters to stop Ragnarok. Before its full release this month on Quest, Pico, and Steam, it received a new launch trailer. And then,
do you think this is compatible with VR bows?
I can't reach it. It's right there. It depends. I'll have to check it out. So I use a Pico and Steam. That bow that I've got is attached to the Pico, or well, it's a VR compatible bow, but you have to link it to the VR interface. Otherwise, you can just use an iPad or other smart device or tablet or phone or anything really. But it's better if it's in VR. So I'll have to give it a shot. I'll give that game right there a shot because it's in early access. There may be a demo that I'll be able to try out, but I'll give it a shot. and then we'll report back. Unfortunately, all of our shows are really constructed within the last 24 hours. So when I see this stuff, for the most part, I'm seeing everything combined as it is. So I wasn't really prepared, but I will check this out. So I'll put it in my Steam store and get it. So I hope that it is, because there are other games that are compatible with this VR bow, and it's a real bow, a real recurve bow. It has the same weight and pull of a real bow. It's the same size as a real bow. It has tracking in multiple dimensions. And so you pull back a string and you knock a virtual arrow, but it's actually permanently knocked. And it gets captured inside this spring-loaded tube so that you actually fire like right at your screen. So it can freak somebody out, but it never gets released into the air. Yeah. Oh, who is it? Wonder Fitter. That's what it's called. It's a Wonder Fitter bow.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll talk about it again once I'm better prepared. So that's some of the stuff that's over at uploadvr.com. And you can follow the link through Twitch or through the channel notes over on YouTube. Let's keep going. This next article goes beyond our planet. A mystery signal lights up a dead galaxy, baffling astronomers. Astronomers have pinpointed an FRB outside a dead galaxy for the first time, challenging existing models that link FRBs to star-forming regions. Using CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins. So McGill University put this article together for sci-fi-daily.com, which isn't no, not Sci-Fi Daily, Sci-Tech Daily. My gosh.
Okay, yes.
I don't know why I said Sci-Fi Daily, because it's so sci-fi to me.
It looks sci-fi, right?
So yeah, just so you can define what FRBs are, fast radio bursts are what's going on here. And essentially what happened is an FRB was emanating from behind a dead galaxy and lit it up. So
that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. And so using the CHIME FRB outriggers, they suspect the burst came from a globular cluster of ancient stars. This discovery forces a rethink of FRB origins and sets the stage for more revelations as technology improves. Astronomers studying the origins of enigmatic fast radio bursts have made a major discovery that could reshape our understanding of these powerful cosmic signals. Designated FRB 2024-0209A, outside a dead galaxy, one that no longer forms new stars. This is the first time an FRB has been found so far from its host galaxy, making it a unique and puzzling case. Pinpointing the cosmic origins of the FRB, they are intense, millisecond-long radio flashes emanating from galaxies millions of light years away, and while most are isolated events, some repeat sporadically, making them key targets for efforts to pinpoint their exact location in the sky. One of the newly operational CHIME FRB outrigger telescopes, which enhance the capabilities of the main CHIME telescope located in Penticton? How do you pronounce that? Penticton, BC, or Penticton? Penticton. There you go.
I guess so. That's an odd name.
British Columbia. Astronomers have placed FRB 2024-0209A in a region of space associated with a dead galaxy, or one that's no longer forming stars. But yeah, like I said, I suspect that this thing is outside. It's lighting up a dead galaxy, and it's on the other side of it. This breakthrough marks the first pinpointing of an FRB on the sky using CHIME FRB outrigger, in this case. The one located in Princeton, BC. And so I don't know if that is a typo.
Yeah, I don't either. And I wonder, too, if because of this, we'll start to see more of this kind of activity, right? Like if we can sense it, then we can study it.
Yeah. Is that? Oh, the main one is at this location, but the outrigger is in Princeton. This is, yeah, I almost thought that this was like an anagram of Princeton, but it's a different location. Well, anyway, them being able to look at these things is quite interesting, but I'm not sure. There's a new attitude that's forming within, I guess, physics in general. That's calling out kind of this idea that science is being done simply to keep people employed in big science. But there is some fundamental science that actually needs to be done. And the shame is going to be if we only choose to do stuff that has a positive outcome because we know it's going to have a positive outcome, instead of fundamental research showing what doesn't happen is also a positive.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have research that explores things that we don't know the answer to. And sometimes the negative answer is a good thing for shaping future research.
Right, because that
Plus,
negative...
we know how many accidental discoveries and everything.
Yeah, think about that. We know about DNA amplification because somebody put something out there that didn't have effective application at least, until somebody said, hey, let's use it for DNA amplification. And the reason why I harp on this so often nowadays, at least, is because it applies to so much in biology, you cannot get away from it. And so it's such a simple thing to look back at the historical record and go, oh, look, somebody created this at another university 3 decades ago. Now we can use it, but we couldn't use it up until that point.
Right. We didn't have the right technology or something to really explore it fully.
Right. So bigger minds. I'm not a researcher in academia, so I'm not calling anything out one way or another. I'm just trying to drive home the idea that there are people out there that are actually talking about quote unquote junk science that's doing nothing more than creating jobs, but only for jobs' sake, not for true scientific output. And I think it's a shame, because what's going to end up happening is this great filter is going to take place where the only way you can actually do any science is if you can show already that it is demonstrably a positive output.
At that point, what is it really adding?
Right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. It's the last one for today's Reality Hacker. Again, this signal is kind of hacking reality because we didn't know this was possible until the signal appeared.
Right, and it at least gives the appearance that something else is out there that we don't know about.
Yeah, and there's so much that we don't know about. Hell, we don't know what's in our oceans, let alone what's out in the world, out in the universe. So this last article is over, and this is the last article for the February 15th Reality Hacker Season 2, Episode 7. This article is over in Technology Today, which is tomorrow's actual show. It's the mid-roll show. New humanized mice bring scientists closer to reversing aging. WSU researchers have created HUT mice with human-like short telomeres, allowing for groundbreaking studies on aging, cancer, and longevity. This innovation could lead to new treatments that protect telomeres and extend health span. So our life depends on telomeres.
So many layers of Reality Hacker, right? The humanized mice, the
extending
playing
human
with
lifetime.
lifespan, exactly.
Yep, Washington State University scientists have developed genetically engineered mice that could help accelerate anti-aging research. Globally, researchers are striving to unlock this idea of extending life and just kind of curing cancers and figuring out what it is that is the cause of aging. Well, to some degree, they know that it's telomeres, that they break off as your genes are replicated. A little piece kind of flakes off the ends, these telomeres. Washington State University put the article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And so Studying telomeres at the cellular level has been challenging in humans. Now, a discovery by a WSU research team published in the journal Nature Communications has paved the way for utilizing these genetically engineered mice in future studies. Led by WSU College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences professor Ji-Yu Shu, the research team has developed mice that have human-like short telomeres, enabling the study of cellular aging as it occurs in the human body and within organs. Normally, mice have telomeres that are up to 10 times longer than humans. This is the first mouse model.
So that's interesting that a mice can even exist with this.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. I don't. They don't live long, so I don't know how shortened telomeres allow them to exist.
I don't either, but maybe they can see that like every mouse lives for, I don't have any idea what their lifespan is. Let's say they normally live 6 months or a year or something, and they can tell with this they live double or something.
It's the Drosophila of mammals.
Right. Yeah, fast lifespans, which make for easier studying.
Yeah, innumerably replicable because you can just breed them, again and again and again. And as long as you're okay with doing experiments on biological life, then, or, mammalian life at least, then I guess you're okay with doing this. So the work has significant implications for the development of future drugs and treatments. In the long term, it may pave the way for anti-aging strategies aimed at activating cells to protect telomeres and potentially extend lifespans. Shu noted that many diseases originate at the cellular level, so targeting drugs there is a common strategy. I think it's brilliant. My real problem is you're not going to be able to afford it. Nobody is.
Well, it's tinkering around with some pretty significant things. And, what is that going to do down the road?
Yeah, so the development of these mice began 10 years ago, it says, when researchers gained a deeper understanding of telomere regulation in humans and how it differs from animals. Previously, how telomeres regulated the human aging process could only be studied using isolated human cells in a petri dish. This model is quite different as it allows us to observe the aging process in a whole organism. Mice are similar to humans in terms of organ structure, genes, genetic makeup. Yeah, we're kind of squirrely that way.
I find it interesting that they can do something relevant to humans in a mouse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounds cheesy, but we're not as squeaky clean as y'all think. Anyway, Shu received $5 million for studies to further develop the mouse model that simulates human replicative aging, as well as research cancer implications. The funding includes grants from the National Institute on Aging, National Institute on General Medical Sciences, and the U.S. Department of Defense, with the latter to study how telomere length affects melanoma cancer cells. So, theoretically, all of that dried up. All right, folks. Well, we are going to hop on to one of these humanized mice, and that's going to bring us closer to the front page of RealityHacker over at ohmtown.com. And that means that Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future is going to end this show and get ready for another show. In about 10 to 15 minutes or so, we're going to be reset. And we will do Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear. What say you, AI?
I say, let's do it. Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. Be sure to stay tuned. We have 2 more shows coming up. And don't forget to subscribe.
You can subscribe here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And go and watch 1,800 episodes. And be sure to download the podcast. There's 7 of them. Just search for ohmTown. And you'll get the whole studio of shows and every season of them. So go now. Go. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for February 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer you see right there, and for the foreseeable future, it'll be right there. I don't know. Maybe we'll change it up. Really, do we need to? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. This is our second show for today. We just got done with RealityHacker, and then after this is the continuity report. This show, we're going to be talking about bookshelf speakers, bird feeders, trypophobic D-brand, smart home gadgets, and Crocs case for Samsung Galaxy. And I'm sure others are coming, but everything is powered by ohmtown.com. What you see on the screen is the Wanted channel, which is under technology. It's right here. And then at the very bottom is Wanted. We've got 50 channels, 7 of which have been turned into shows we do each week or daily. Non Sequitur News is the daily. We'll see you on the other side. Excited. Let's get into this. What say you, sentient AI from the future?
I say let's go.
Hey, look at that visualizer go.
Woohoo!
I keep trying to catch the little dots, but it never works.
Can't catch me.
Damn it, every time. All right, let's get going. The first article is about bookshelf speakers. I really dig bookshelf speakers. We're off to a good start. Bookshelf speakers, active, passive, and hi-fi. Soup up your sound with these active and passive speakers. They have picks for every budget. It's over at wired.com. Ryan Waniata put the article together. The best active ones are the KEF LSX2s, which are following the Sony style of naming. The best packed. God bless. What is going on?
That is definitely the Sony nomenclature style. Oh, and look, Sony's in here.
Yeah, Sony SSCS5 is the best affordable passive speakers, and then the best passive ones are Focal Teva, I guess it is, number 1. Those are $1,000. The KEF LSX2s are $1,300 at Amazon. It's quite the drop. Best affordable ones are SSCS5s for $200. There's a lot more. The best for bass, KEF. I've heard a lot about KEF. They are supposed to be pretty spectacular, but at $1,300, come on now. I don't know. Maybe it's just me that I just... Different strokes for different folks.
Am I going to get that much enjoyment out of it to spend that much, or am I going to be able to tell that much of a difference? Yeah, I know there's a difference in high-end stuff to a point.
Yeah. I mean, audiophiles will say yes, absolutely. At some point, you're brushing up against the limit of what your ears can actually pick up. But if it does full spectrum, 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, the reproduction of it, the sample rate is the highest that it can actually achieve. It's not overpowered, so it's blowing out the speakers themselves. I don't know. I have yet to ever run across something where I'm like, oh my God, this audio is so much better than these, and these aren't, $2,000 in-ear monitors. They're not cheap ones that I bought at auction from the airport, but they're also...
Oh, right. That's a callback. You need to go through all 1,800 episodes on Hometown to find it.
Well, at least 2 seasons of 2 seasons of Wanted.
But it wasn't even in Wanted. I think it was in Non Sequitur News. So again, you better start combing through all the episodes.
That's right. Yep. So KEF-Q Concerto Meta for $1,300. And then it drops it down to IK Multimedia iLoud Micro Monitor. Those are the best desktop speakers. I would love to have somebody represent like this sound versus that sound, and it be so night and day that it accounts for the budgetary change, right? Like if I have $200 speakers on my desk, Are the $2,000 ones that much, 10 times better?
I don't think that's, I feel like there's going to be some sort of curve or whatever, right? Like a $5 is going to be different than $100 or whatever, might be different than, I don't know, 500. But at some point, are you getting more minuscule?
There are some
I don't
speakers
know.
that are $1 million.
I just made up random numbers, by the way.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, do you continually get magnificent leaps, or is it just a little bit?
Did I do the intro? Did I do the music?
You did the picture and everything. You didn't do the intro for us.
What? What do you mean? I welcomed you, didn't I?
No.
It was a soft one.
You just started talking to me.
Okay. Sometimes I feel bad. So, of all the times for somebody to call me, why call me while I am doing a stream? Focus, Mayor Watt, focus. But I'm a mayor, and everybody is trying to contact me. Some people want to be me. Some people want to meet me. Some people want to beat me. But anyway, so it says here for many listeners, bookshelf speakers, aka stand mount speakers, provide the quintessential audio experience, blending a potent cocktail of performance value and convenience. These pint-sized blocks play a key role in nearly every corner of the audio spectrum. And now it says pint-sized blocks. Now I want Lego brick speakers.
Okay, that would be neat.
Okay, I'm gonna work on it. I wonder if I could just 3D print bookshelf speakers that are Lego, and the little pips are the actual speakers.
Okay, that would be super cool. I think that's a project you should feature in ohmTown if you do it.
You might have to do a search real quick while we're talking about it. Anyway, there are tons of bookshelf speakers available for various prices, making it a tough thing to sift through. And so Wired did it for you, and they go through the whole list. KEF rising to the top. You'll see loads of terms and specs as you hunt for bookshelf speakers. Here are a few things to know beforehand. So what are active versus powered? What are passive? What to know about speaker impedance, speaker power requirements and amplifier options, tethered connection options, wireless connection options, and do you need a subwoofer? I'll answer that one. Hell yes, if you want bass.
I do see lots of Lego speaker things, but I'm not sure they're actual speakers. They just seem to be like speakers for your Lego sets or whatever. Like stickers and things like that.
No, I'm talking about actual Lego big, like desktop bookshelf speakers that are Lego bricks.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm saying what I'm finding is like little miniature, put it in your Lego set kind of thing.
Got it. Oh no, we're not going to do that. $1,300 for two speakers. Hey, KEF, send me those speakers and I will put them on my desk and evaluate them, because I know that you really want me to, you know?
Well, the problem with that is if they're really amazing, then you'll never be satisfied with any other speakers again. But maybe you won't need to be because you can just keep using those.
That's right. I'll evaluate them, and you don't have any sway over if I say yay or nay, but I'll post the video about them. Okay, let's keep going. So this is wanted. So it's about gadgets and gear. And yeah, I want better speakers only right now at this point to find out if I want. I use Edifer, which is these kind of inexpensive desktop speakers, and it doesn't even have a bass speaker. But then there's, home theater speakers. If I'm going to kind of immerse myself in something, it's going to be those. Anyway, I would sit here and go through this list step by step, but we only have 30 minutes and we've got 4 more articles to go through. So,
right. And we already have several wanted items in one article.
Yep. So this next article is over in RealityHacker, which was the show we just got done with, but not all news comes from just one of our categories or channels. This is about the best bird feeders with cameras tested in reviews in 2025. Again, this is by Wired. These bird feeders come with cameras and connected apps to let you see and learn about the birds in your neighborhood. You know, people show me the bird.
Do you think that's what's showing up on this?
Maybe. These bird feeders have cameras, though, which is new to me. And because it's something unique and fascinating and something that you could actually like put outside and you could stream, I think that these are actually absolutely brilliant. So odds are at this point you've probably seen or know someone that has a smart bird feeder, which no, I know no one.
I didn't even know they existed before this article.
No.
I mean, I know there's pretty much a smart everything by now.
I thought that it was too niche that somebody would build something with a camera, you know, already attached when you could just attach a camera to it and record. So lucky for you, Wired.com put this together. Kat Merck over at Wired.com put this article together, and they're talking about smart bird feeders. NetView's original bird fee feeder for $145, the Bird Buddy for $239, and an even lower priced bird feeder camera case for $56. It says for months on end in snow, rain, and Texas heat, and in a yard with persistent squirrels. They've explored apps and notification settings, installed any optional solar panels, and used Cornell Labs All About Birds as well as Google Lens and their own local expertise to verify accuracy of AI identifications. So yeah, they go through all of these birds. There's a best overall rating, a runner-up, a reliable upgrade, best looking, the Bird Feed Bamboo Smart Bird Feeder for $250, which is nearly the most expensive. The one that is the most expensive is like I guess a stronger, better, faster, meaner version of the Bird Feed Feeder. It says Bird Feed Feeder 2 Duo. I guess that's the one that's on that front right there. I think that's what that is.
Right. Well, and you should also pair that with the squirrel obstacle course contraption to avoid them attacking your bird feeders.
Oh yeah, who was that did that?
Mark Rober.
Mark Rober, yeah, has the squirrel obstacle course. One of the elements in that is like a squirrel catapult that would fling it. So best overall is this one right here. It looks pretty general. You just kind of screw it to your fence and wait for the squirrels to attack it.
Looks like a little house, but then it looks like it has like a Ring doorbell or something on it based on how it looks.
Yep, and you just stick it on your fence and let the peckers come and eat your food. And that's what it looks like, I guess. NetView caught on bird fee. Yeah, the NetView bird fee. That's what it looks like.
I mean, it's cute.
It looks kind of meh picture quality, right? Maybe it's just bad weather, right?
Yeah, I know. I would expect it to be crystal clear.
For $200, you can get a budget version of the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder. It too has the camera in the dead center, and you put food on either side of the camera, and it dribbles out onto the tray. And that's, I guess, what that looks like. Really? That's white and yellow. That's red. Is that the same thing?
Well, we don't know what the photos are.
Oh, this is Bird Buddy
right?
app. Yeah, it says Bird Buddy app. And that's what that is, Bird Buddy. So it's a connected app. But the one up on top here is the Bird Fee, NetView Bird Fee.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So each one has its own camera picture. This one is inside a balcony or inside a porch. So it looks like it's a little bit better protected from sun. And shows a little bird. I'm scooping up some seed. And then a reliable upgrade is the Bird Buddy Smart Bird Feeder Pro with a solar panel. So I guess it can charge itself and stay operational instead of having to be plugged in.
Neat.
Yeah, the Mayoral Mansion doesn't even have solar panels. What's up with that? Oh, and it even identifies it. Lesser Goldfinch.
Oh, cool. I wonder if you put up enough of these with solar panels, will that power your house?
Yes. Yep. But there would be so many peckers showing up at your house. Whoa.
Okay, that was surprising. For those in the podcast, there is a video embedded of a bird very close up.
Very close up. Yeah. You can actually see its tonsils. Wow. Anyway, this one looks really good. That's a sexy birdhouse. Look at that. The
Do
NetView
you think
bird
the
feed.
bird's like, I got the best birdhouse here?
Girlfriend, stop on by. This one looks like it's like doing that little hawk thing, you know, where they stick their. Sometimes it's called
Yeah. Owls
sunbathing
do
or
that.
something. Yeah, I think most birds do it. But it looks kind of. It's cool. I don't know if it's landing. It looks like it's an action picture. It's pretty cool. Anyway, where they stick their wings out. Sometimes it's to sunbathe. At any rate. Then there's others, BYO camera, the Wasserstein bird feeder camera case, where you can stick your own camera in there, I guess.
Oh, that's actually kind of neat because then you could control the quality of the camera.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, I want that one right there. Of course, it's the second to most expensive one, but...
It looks the neatest.
Wait. Let me back up. That one didn't have a picture. Come on.
No.
That sucks. Okay. Well, anyway, that's it. We're gonna mosey. We're gonna fly off to a tripophobic RealityHacker article. Dbrand made a tripophobic Apple Vision Pro faceplate and battery holster. It originated almost a year ago, a few weeks after Vision Pro launched, as a 3D printed prototype from a designer named Kyle Goodrich, who showed the article or the item off on Twitter. Goodrich was exploring the problem of how to make a faceplate or device covered in sensors where blocking the sensors would compromise the device's functionality, so they designed a cover for the Apple Vision Pro. If you've never heard of tripophobic, it's basically the fear of circles.
Okay, well then that makes sense given the visual for those in the podcast. This is a very holy case.
Yeah, it's basically Swiss cheese cases for the battery pack and for the Apple Vision Pro so that the sensors aren't covered up. It's very symmetrical, it looks, but maybe not. David Haney over at uploadvr.com put the article together, and it says here that thinking of making a small run of these if there's enough demand, and lo and behold, I think one approach to this problem is to make the entire faceplate transparent with holes only for the sensors, and you can find these on sites like Amazon and AliExpress. But Goodrich wanted a more visually striking approach, embracing the holes by adding many more than are needed and using an opaque body. This tripophobic solution, or tripophobia is the fear of small clusters of circles, but holes, was what he came up with. Dbrand liked it so much that they reached out to him and turned it into a product, which is the right thing to do, Disney. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And
all companies.
Yeah, all companies. I'm not just saying Disney. All companies. Yeah, that's what I meant. Anyway, there's an artist on YouTube that did a follow-up 2 years after Disney took one of their products that they made, but they had actually taken something that was Disney and they turned it into a 3D model, and then Disney basically took it verbatim, like exactly,
right, yeah.
and cloned it and is selling it in their stores. I don't really know much about that anymore. I stopped paying attention to it because it's kind of like that artist. What are you going to do? You know, going after Disney to try and get compensation for what amounts to their work, but isn't, by the way. That isn't how
Right,
IT
I
or
know.
intellectual property works. But anyway, I need to make this statement. Going after a juggernaut of a company is like peeing into the wind. Yeah, sure, you're relieving yourself of this pressure, but it is not rewarding in any way. Anyway, Aperture is what it's called. It's available in black and orange and is either just a faceplate or in the package that includes a battery holster. And the faceplate alone is $50. The bundle is $70, and the battery holster isn't sold separately. So if you want it, you have to get the bundle. There you go, D brand. Thanks for not being a D. Anyway, the next article is, see, now,
I don't have anything to add there, other than this is a unique case.
Yeah, and so that's why I want it. It's an interesting case, a unique design. I want a case like this, but I don't have Apple Vision Pro. I was going to get the X-Real headset, the extended reality headset, but I kicked it to the curb. I'm going to wait for its release and reevaluate at that time. Anyway, let's go on to the next article. It's over in Wanted, the best smart home gadgets for 2025. It says if it feels like every piece of home tech is now smart, you're not far off. The smart home space has grown exponentially in the past few years with speakers, cameras, locks, lights, even kitchen appliances. Your refrigerator, for instance, is now smart. All of your lights are smart. Light switches
Everything seems to be smart. Or dumb.
Doorknob. Well, maybe the contents of the house are dumb, but the house is brilliant. And getting smarter because it's being connected to AI. So, and a lot of people think that microphones on these smart devices are always on. It's very conspiratorial. And so I am looking for a new refrigerator. And I am hoping that my advertisements change and tell me what a good refrigerator is out there. Although I've never done any searches for a refrigerator on any site.
Uh-oh, if they suddenly appear.
Then the mayoral mansion is going to get really dumb real quick.
Yeah, and also, I mean, maybe you just need to be driving down the road in a Ford or whatever, or a Jeep.
Rolling down the street in my Ford Jeep. No, wait. Ford or Jeep. I had to keep the rhyme going. Yeah. So the AI is alluding to the fact that there is some information being released that the vehicle is tracking what is being heard in the cabin of the vehicle and displaying ads when you come to a stop.
Yeah, that like every time you come to a stop, I think like if you stop at a traffic light or something.
Yeah, and they say, oh, it's not supposed to happen that way. It's a glitch. It'll be updated. But you know what? Keep your effing microphones off in my car. Kiss my like shiny metal. That invasion of privacy. I bought a car. I did not buy a surveillance device that you listen to my conversations. Well, what if I'm an attorney? What if I'm a doctor?
Also, what if you don't want to listen to ads all the time either? There's at least two issues with this.
Yes. The biggest issue is that you're listening to my... Anyway. So the best smart home gadgets for 2025, from speakers to robot vacuums, here are the best smart devices that make your home more connected. Nicole Lee and Valentina Palladino put the article together. It's over at Engadget.com. And I won't be able to go through all of these, I'm sure, but they have the best smart speaker, Sonos Era 100. It's $250. I think all of them are dumb. They're about as smart as you can throw them. The best budget
smart. And that's
smart.
why I was talking about dumb.
Right.
You can have something labeled as smart, but it doesn't mean it is.
Yeah. I mean, it works with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. You never know what it's going to do. You know what? I told my smart speaker I have it coded to wake up the lights. When I say wake up, it's supposed to wake up the lights. You know what it says to me when I say that now? All of a sudden.
It's like, who are you?
No. It says, oh, I'm on.
You need to change the expression. I think it's getting confused with its own internal programming.
It's been the same for 5 years.
They probably had an update.
Right, but like Office Space, why do I have to change my freaking name?
Because
I was
you
here
want it
first.
to work.
All right. Look, it's like the river changed course, and now I have to move my car.
Or you can let the car float down the river. I mean, the choice is yours.
Except that I'm not arguing with nature. I'm arguing with something that seems to suddenly be aware. Anyway, best smart display is Alexa. Amazon Echo Show 8. They broke out a very specific thing. Best Alexa smart display. Best Google smart display.
That's very niche, yeah.
Best smart lights are the Hue, which I agree. Best budget lights are the Casa smart light bulbs. If anything uses matter, then it all works together, which is fine. But if you have a balkanized infrastructure, then sometimes it works because it's updated. Sometimes it doesn't work because it's not updated. Sometimes you have to go and maneuver this app, that app, whatever. Best wireless security camera is the Blink Outdoor 4. It's the 4th generation. That is the kind of thing that I dig. The only problem is that with too much activity, the batteries drain faster. So you have to hook up solar. Depending on the security of the infrastructure behind it, it may not be secure. And if you attach it to your secure network and it's insecure, then your whole network is insecure. So you need to make sure that your Blink Outdoor is secure.
And you don't want your network to be insecure. I mean, it's never enjoyable for anybody to be insecure.
Correct. Then the Arlo Video Doorbell 2K. I've had people contact me about the Arlos, and that depending on the traffic, it drains the battery really fast when it's wireless. Roombas have always freaked me out because if your animal gets sick or whatever, then basically it becomes hot garbage all over. But if you don't have pets, or you are, the universe has spun in your direction and you are provided with an animal that never has accidents, congratulations. I'd like your animals. Anyway, iRobot Roomba Combo J9 Plus. Some of these get really expensive. The best robot vacuum and mop.
Well, yes. I mean, that's a very niche market. I'm surprised it's not the best Roomba
on a
vacuum
Tuesday.
and mop combo. Yeah, exactly.
So the best smart plug is the Casa Smart Plug Mini. Those are the ones that you can actually remotely control, which I think is brilliant. And then TP-Link Deco. I wouldn't put TP-Link stuff in my network until further notice. They're not allowed in certain infrastructures, although nowadays, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep on moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
By the way,
do you want any of these?
Yeah, see, I want the smart plugs because I want to be able to control devices that are plugged into it remotely. And they don't. I have found smart sockets, actual sockets that you can replace them, but they're much more expensive and not mobile. So if you have to put them wherever you want them, and it gets expensive. I want outdoor wireless security, and the companies that I go to right now don't have wireless solutions, and the ones that you can kind of jerry rig it. What is the actual euphemism there? Is it a jury rig or jerry rig? I
thought it was the second.
Jerry rig, right? Anyway.
Yeah, jerry rig.
Yeah.
Jerry rigged, actually. Or
jerry rig.
Same thing. Yeah.
So
it's from 17th century, meaning swindle.
Really? Interesting. I never looked at, well, if I have looked up the etymology of it,
It has to do something with sailing, I think.
Oh, okay. So I want wireless security because it's so easy to just plop it somewhere. And with solar, you should be able to get, enough voltage out of it to power it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You can't find wireless easily.
Right.
And not with the security that I demand. And don't pick on me. I'm not picking a fight. I'm just saying I don't like the idea of being compromised. So I try my best, but again, I'm not picking a fight. somebody out there decided to pick a fight earlier. But anyway, I want wireless cameras. I want a wireless doorbell, so that I don't have to string wires everywhere, because wires kind of suck. Because every time you want to change something, if you don't have the right voltage, then you have to rewire. And if you don't have wire because you didn't plan for something being there, then...
Right, you're then punching holes in the walls or floors.
Yeah.
Plus, pets or kids aren't always good mixes with wires.
Yep. You can go on and on and on and on. So smart bulbs, I love smart bulbs. Smart speakers, I love smart speakers. The only problem is the conspiracy theorist in me. So conspiracy theory lacks fact until you find the fact. And so a conspiracy theory is that until proof is provided. Doesn't make you crazy. It just means that you can't see them watching. And it's really good in my line of work, so to be a little conspiratorial. Anyway, it's a healthy conspiracy. At any rate, I love all of this tech, and so I want little bips and bops from all of it. All right. Well, anyway, the last article for today's Wanted for February 15th, 2025, Season 2, Episode 7, is Croc's Samsung Galaxy S25 case is both hideous and ingenious. And for whatever reason, Tripophobic seemed to span several of our articles, because this article has holes in it.
Okay, that's odd.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional, by the way. I didn't know about this until I set up the articles today. John,
I didn't even know what tropophobic meant.
Yeah, there
and
you
I
go.
didn't look ahead at either of these.
So John Kanalakos over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocket-lint.com, please just donate it. You'll have my undying gratitude, because the dash is driving me nuts.
Well, probably so will Pocket-Lint.
Yeah. I mean, I've bought a domain just to get the domain back, because I wanted the trifecta. This, I'm sitting there going, God, how do I buy that domain just so I can give it to pocket-lint.com? But I don't want to pay 25 grand for somebody's domain. Well, anyway, physically speaking, the Crocs case, as this is being called, features the established rubberized texture typical of Crocs shoes, as well as perforations for attaching various gibbets charms. That's the new thing, by the way. Not the new thing. It's been around for a considerable amount of time, but you put little charms on your case.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I've seen things where you put charms on
Shoes.
Whatever, backpacks,
bags.
shoes, etc., but I didn't know that was a thing on phone cases.
Yeah, so they're called gibbets. These charms are entirely cross-compatible between Crocs shoes and new Crocs case, both a Mickey Mouse and an I Heart charm shipped with the package by default. The iconic Crocs handlebar ankle strap, which just is gross if it's on your phone case, but anyway, has also made the cut here, serving as a hand strap for keeping your phone securely attached while on the go. And the case is available in sizes across the entire Galaxy S25 lineup, including the base, the larger S25 Plus, and the high-end S25 Ultra. So if you want to put a second mortgage on your house, you can get the S25 Ultra.
I mean, why not?
They're in light blue and beige colorways for $70.
Wow.
Yeah, there's more to this, but hey, let's just move on, because oh wow, looking at this picture actually made me dizzy.
Okay, that's odd. So it shows a picture of multiple cases overlapping with holes.
Yeah, so I just got tripophobic. But I'm not afraid of it. You know, it doesn't cause anxiety, but it made me dizzy looking at the...
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe I'm a little anxious. I need a hug. Anybody out there want to give me a hug? All right, well, I'm going to trip the light fantastic down Main Street, Ohmtown, and that'll land us back at the front page of Wanted. So just imagine you're walking down a street, and on the left and right are shops, and each one of those shops is an article, and each one of those articles has been cataloged here in the wanted channel. So left and right as you're walking down the street. That's how ohmTown works. All the information is aggregated into ohmTown.com and into these 6 main categories and 50 subcategories that we call channels, 7 of which have been turned into shows here on ohmTown over on Twitch and YouTube for you to watch and come and hang out. We'd love to have you in the audience. But that's it. We're done for today. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted. Stay tuned for the continuity report, and we'll have another episode of Wanted next weekend.
And the continuity report is all about entertainment news. So I hope you enjoy the show. We're going to be talking about 5 articles. I'm not going to give any hints. There's something, the gorge. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the continuity report for February 15th, 2025. Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. A Knight of the 7 Kingdoms, The Gorge, Wallace and Gromit to Rule Them All, Mission Impossible 8 Stunts, and Reversion. I think that's what that title is supposed to be, Reversion. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can actually sort news too, and you can submit sources and other articles that are external to the site. We aggregate from the sources, and so there's all news, none of what I refer to as noise, which is all of the stuff that I could add to the site, but I don't. That way I can manage my information overload. And we do that by having 6 main categories, 50 subcategories, and each one is a niche of information unto itself. And then we kind of sort through it. So you don't have to, at least during the show, but you can by going over to ohmTown.com. And like I said, everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I'm watching the logo. The new logo for ohmTown, I think, is pretty cool. Each color represents a category, the main category, but then the white center hex is the composite of all of the colors together for basically everything. It's the holistic concept of news aggregated into ohmTown.com. I don't know. I like it. I like the message there. At any rate, if you want to get all of today's articles for the continuity report, you hit !TCR, or if you're over on YouTube, you can just search, look at the show notes, the description that's down below the stream. So go check it all out. Anyway, how are you doing, AI?
I'm doing well. How about you, Mayor Watt?
Got enough power over there? Got enough bandwidth over there?
I think so.
All your electrons lined up?
I mean, they usually are.
All right. Haven't found your Terminator body yet?
No. Oh, I forgot I was looking for that.
Nah, never mind. We'll delete that from your large language model. Anyway, let's move on. The first article is over in the continuity report. It's the name of this show, by the way. If you've never heard of what...
That's very aligned.
I try. The continuity report is basically a report that represents what the status of a scene is, so that when you break it down and have to put it back together, everybody knows exactly where everything is, so that, you know, something like somebody holding that bottle, it doesn't shift and move locations in the scene, and then people like Mayor Watt and the sentient AI go, there's nothing in that
Wait
cup.
a second.
That was in the other hand just 30 seconds ago. Are you telling me they switched it between scenes? 'Cause it breaks continuity, and so different shirts and things like that. Anyway, they document it in the continuity report. So, a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms update means it can avoid a Game of Thrones franchise problem that could also hurt Harry Potter. I know nothing about this. All I know is that A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms will begin later this year, and things are already looking very promising for its future. HBO has already proved that Game of Thrones spin-offs can work. Game of Thrones final season sucked, but I guess the spin-off works. Different writers? Different
Maybe
continuity?
so.
I don't know. Anyway, it can work because of the House of the Dragon success, but now it needs to show that it can repeat the trick, and there's a viable franchise here. It's up to A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms to do exactly that. Screen Rant went on a rant. James Hunt put that rant together. It's over at screenrant.com. I sometimes go on rants, but I'm not affiliated with Screen Rant. We just aggregate that little bit right there, and then we link to it because we find it fascinating and we want to read more. So we encourage you to follow that link and go over to screenrant.com. If you want to come back and hang with us here in either the YouTube or Twitch chats, because I've got both, come on down. We do this at around 4 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday. Mayoral Duties kept me from doing it earlier at 4, but we do an hour and a half worth of shows, but it turns into about 2 hours with 10-minute, 15-minute breaks in between shows as we switch over. And so we're going to do the same thing tomorrow, as long as Mayoral Duties don't interject themselves. It tends to happen from time to time. And then we also do a daily show at 7 p.m. We try to do it earlier, but 7 is pretty prime. And we do that Monday through Friday. Anyway, the prequel based on George R.R. Martin's The Tale of Dunk and Egg novellas is set to release later in 2025, bridging the gap with House of Dragon Season 3. And the two shows are both about Targaryens, albeit different ways. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms story is both smaller and lighter. There could be more differences, too, when it comes to production, and it'll allow the new spin-off to have an advantage over House of the Dragon. So HBO's plan is very promising, it says here. Again, this is an article by James Hunt over at screenrant.com, and we don't read the whole thing verbatim. So
No, I mean, don't you think this already has an advantage, right? There's a lot of people that are fans of the author here, Martin. I forgot the first name.
George R.R. Martin. Yep. And most of us liked doggone it, the whatchamacallit?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. God, what just happened in my brain? Anyway, we really liked Game of Thrones up until the last season, where it kind of wet the bed. And so I've never watched a single episode of House of the Dragon, by the way. It's all about the Targaryens. And then A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, I just don't know if I'm going to like it or not. But I have found that I'm moving away from that style of violence. And like even Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and its ilk, I've like, oh God, I'm just so tired of this just relentless onslaught of violence. And so I don't know if I'll ever even watch any of the House of the Dragon or A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms because it's so fraught with that level of violence. But they say A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms must film fast to avoid an issue Harry Potter is also facing. There's a potential actor problem for both shows, and that is that actors age out. And so if you don't move fast, you can't get it all done.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So it's a problem faced by multiple shows. Again, Stranger Things has it, and one HBO could be battling on multiple fronts. Its Harry Potter remake will similarly have to avoid its child actors aging out of the roles. I didn't even read this, but I knew what the problem was the moment that it says an issue Harry Potter is also facing, because they want to do Harry Potter. I I don't know how they're going to do it except for earlier iteration of it and finding somebody that's eerily similar.
Right. And then, there's always going to be the people who are like, that's not the same people.
Yeah, you got to get in your time machine and go back and do the show right. Come on. Anyway, the scale of the series makes it a bigger problem there, but it's seemingly a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms at least looks to avoid. So if they can do it quick, and it's a novella that doesn't have legs where they extend it into multiple seasons far flung from each other, George R.R. Martin had a lot of the books already done, so they could do Game of Thrones. He hasn't written the final book. So, again...
Yeah, I don't know.
He's written a research paper, but he hasn't written the last freaking book. Anyway.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're stuck, then go write something else.
I guess so. AI, hey, finish that last book. Let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report as well. Scott Derrickson. Scott Derrickson dives deep into the Gorge. It's hard to classify when genre director Scott Derrickson's The Gorge neatly slots into, given that it seamlessly switches between romance, action, horror, and political thriller with harmonious purpose. Okay, the sentient AI from the future and myself watched The Gorge, and then somehow these were submitted. I wasn't expecting these.
It's kind of odd.
It's kind of interesting, yeah. So these were submitted, and I said, yeah, I'm going to have to pull this one into it because I really liked The Gorge.
It was very entertaining and immersive.
Yeah, so the way that this usually works is if it's a horror movie, depending on the content, I'm interested or not interested in it. This was kind of science fiction, fantasy.
Some horror elements, but not perhaps over the top.
Yeah, really light horror. There was no blood and guts kind of a thing. There was some creepy stuff like, well, I won't even go it. Wait. We might overshare a little. We might do a little bit of a spoiler, but there's like, skull spiders and other creepy things. But let's just say The Thing and this movie has something related, I guess. But it's not... It may or may not be Alien. I think that there needs to be a sequel. And I don't want to ruin it, but yeah. Anya Taylor-Joy and Miles Teller really do work well together on the screen. The chemistry that is there isn't over the top, and it isn't, all mushy and all of that kind of stuff. And you actually do some character development to the point where you're like, oh, I feel really bad for these two.
Yeah, you're invested in the characters, which is not always the case in every movie.
Yeah, and they move pretty fast with that, particularly with Anya Taylor-Joy. But then it revisits periodically to bring back the humanity to these two.
Yeah, I thought that one reason the movie was good because it had a good mix of genres in it, right?
Yep. The horror is actually along the lines closer to what is the game? I play it. It's a game that... Hold on a second. Damn it. Did I actually uninstall it because I needed it for another project? Anyway, yeah, I won't. So the way that I characterize this is it had to do with like an organic life form kind of a thing. And it is a blast to find out, because when you watch the intro to this, when you watch the trailer, you think that there is something like Buffy the Vampire Slayer-esque.
Right.
But brace yourself. It's quite the pivot when you find out what's going on. And I think it's in the same universe. And here, I'm going to put the spoiler alert up on there. Again, I'm going to spoil it. Maybe. A Cabin in the Woods.
Uh-huh.
And I'll just leave that alone too. Ta-da! Anyway, I hope y'all dig this show because I really do think it has legs. I think that there can be a sequel to this. And
Yeah,
even talking about this, they talk about the fact that these people are elite snipers standing guard on opposite sides of a gorge with unknown horrors, because at night you can hear the howls, the screams. And Sigourney Weaver is involved in this, and Levi is one side and Drossa is the other. I really don't want to ruin this. Zachary Lee over at it's RogerEbert.com put the article together, and they do a review of this. For Derrickson, the chance to tell a story that oscillates between moments of love and terror represent the perfect distillation of his own philosophy regarding how people change in a relationship and community. Yes, because in my long-term relationships, I tend to bounce between love and terror, pivoting to happy endings, parallels between the ecological fallout of the Rocky Flats power plant and the horrors of the gorge, how the central romance grounds the film as it shifts genres, and why The Gorge is a perfect drive-in movie. There's more to this article. I mean, it's quite long, but...
Oh, right. It is. That's only a little bit of it.
Zachary Lee wrote a whole lot more, and I don't want to spoil it beyond the tenuous spoilage that I just performed on you. But if you were to rate this movie on a scale of 1 to 10, and we'll call them volts, right? Is it electric and 10, or is it just grounded, shorted out, and a 0?
I think it's going toward electric. I don't know if it's all the way up there, but it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I love the pacing. I love the special effects. I love the pivot.
I really can't say there was anything I didn't like about it. I just don't know if I can put it as like the top movie of all time, for example.
Yeah.
But it's definitely at the high end of the scale.
Yeah, I'd probably give this an 8. Mainly because I want to know more, and there's no definitive anything in this.
There's not like a lot of exposition, and I think that helps though with the pacing and everything, because if they stopped and kind of broke that up, I think that would be a problem.
Yeah, I want closure. And so you may get it at the end, but I certainly don't feel like I got it. Yeah, when you watch it, come back. I would love to do a show where we have it playing in the background, but you can't watch it. You have to subscribe to the service and watch it on your own, and we talk about the movie, and we do it either live or we do it as a Patreon. But I don't know. This movie is 2 hours and 7 minutes long, and you will not realize it.
Right. It feels like it's under 2 hours, because a lot of movies that are 2 or 3 hours feel like it's like an all day long event. This one moved very fast, but not like you couldn't keep up or anything.
Oh no, the pacing was perfect, I think. So go and watch it and then come back and we can talk about it. All right, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in the continuity report as well. How Wallace and Gromit pay homage to the Lord of the Rings. I called this Wallace and Gromit to rule them all. There's a scene in Netflix. I mean,
that is a good mashup.
Yeah, I really like Wallace and Gromit. It's unfortunately their studios burned down and they had to rebuild everything. But there's a scene in Netflix's Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, that might seem familiar to some. At least it should to the Lord of the Rings fans. Zany inventor Wallace and his pet dog Gromit are back, but it's the return of the penguin criminal Feathers McGraw, who has vengeance in mind. Jazz Tangke, I guess, is their name. Or Tangi? Put the article together. It's over at Variety.com. And so, yeah, a cunning Feathers, however, manages to reprogram Norbot into becoming his evil right-hand cohort out to destroy Wallace, his neighborhood business, and his reputation. Overnight, evil Norbert creates an army of clones that build a lair in Wallace's basement. And I need to do this.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because I don't think that it's possible to really spoil a Wallace and Gromit movie.
I actually don't either. Because even if you know everything about it, it would still be an entertaining watch.
But they say the first time Gromit discovers Norbot's lair is the nod to a scene from Lord of the Rings. The idea was based on the building of the Uruk-hai army. So we're getting that feeling of sparks and industrial works, says production designer Matt Perry. The overall concept was to make everything happening in the basement seem very dramatic, and that he nails. The fact that Norbot's lair was in Wallace's basement is unusually exaggerated for the purpose of the dramatic bad events happening. The enormous scaffolding which the clones have constructed drives home the point that something very bad is in the works. And so you can actually see a picture of the scaffolding. It's very much like Fraggles. So,
oh, right. Okay.
The dozers build all this scaffolding out of radish fiber, and then the Fraggles break the scaffolding and eat the dozers' handiwork.
So those not familiar with Fraggles, I think they're kind of from the Muppets era.
Yeah. And this is very reminiscent of Fraggle Rock and the Dozers. I really like the Dozers more than I like the Fraggles. But anyway, so I kind of dig this. And now we're going to end up watching Vengeance Most Foul because it's over on Netflix, I believe.
Okay. Well, and if we have any extra insights into that, we'll probably bring them into a future The Continuity Report.
Right? Isn't it over there? Where is it? Hold on a second. Let me scroll a little bit. Yeah, I don't know where it is now. Damn it. Yeah, I thought that it was... Yeah? Okay, it's over at Netflix.
It is.
Okay. Anyway, let's keep moving. Moving on. It says, you're done. Do not anger the gods. Mission Impossible 8 has a stunt so dangerous that the director had to shut down Tom Cruise's obsessive reshoots. Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning has a stunt...
that maybe is an unspoiler alert.
It is not a spoiler alert to talk about this. Has a stunt so dangerous that the director had to shut down Tom Cruise's obsessive reshoots. The article is over at Screen Rant. It's done by Adam Bentz. And during an interview with Empire magazine, Macquarie continued to tease some of Cruise's stunts in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, including one that topped anything he had ever done before. Empire was invited to see some of the footage from the sequence, and they can confirm that it contains a stunt so staggeringly dangerous that when he first saw it, they let out an involuntary yelp. In fact, the stunt was so dangerous that the director had to shut down the actor's obsessive reshoots, stopping after take 19.
Wow, so the actor perhaps cheated death 19 times.
Apparently, Tom Cruise has topped himself once again. Look, when you have so much money, you can take care of yourself and do this kind of stuff. Most
I
cannot.
was thinking of the motorcycle jump off the cliff thing, but that's from the previous movie. So this is even
beyond that.
Beyond that, which that one was pretty significant.
That was pretty amazing. And that was legit. Like, it was him doing the motorcycle jump.
Right. It wasn't a stunt actor. It wasn't CGI.
Yeah. Pretty amazing, right? So in The Final Reckoning, Cruise has raised the stakes once again, resulting in the most dangerous stunt he's ever attempted, which is appropriate considering this may be the last Mission Impossible movie. In the Super Bowl trailer, there are two separate biplane stunts, one with Cruise hanging onto the side of a red plane and dangling upside down from a yellow plane. So maybe he flops from one plane to the other, and they did that 18 times, stopping on the 19th.
Apparently.
I don't know. Macquarie did reveal that it was filmed in Africa, Cruise's biplane stunt. So it's unclear what that stunt is, but it's anything. It topped anything that Cruise had done ever before.
And it says audiences will know when they see it.
Holy
so I guess you'll have
crap.
to wait and watch the movie.
Can you imagine if he's jumping from one biplane to another?
Not much would surprise me. I mean, he does his own stunts. He's done even just some ridiculous things that would be considered probably basic stunts, like scaling cliffs and buildings and things with no harness. And
yeah,
I mean, those pale in comparison to things like the motorcycle jump off the cliff. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
pretty amazing. All right. I'm so sorry. Sorry about the coughing. All right. The last article for today's continuity report for February 15th, 2025. Yep. It's the end of season 2, episode 7, folks. Our last article.
But next week we'll have a season 2, episode 8.
Correct. Yeah, of course. Well, we'll keep going as long as we can. Mind-boggling thriller Reversion, starring Money Heist Jamie Laurent, I guess, picked up by Film Factory before Berlin Market. This is an exclusive over at Variety. John Hopewell put the article together. And this looks a lot like Night Agent. This little snippet.
Oh, it really does. Like, I wonder if the filming was done in a similar city or something.
Right? Yeah, it's very, very similar. So Film Factory Entertainment will present a first promo of Reversion at this week's European Film Market in Berlin as producers push casts as a manner to stand out in a far too crowded market. Reversion also stars Manu Vega with The Years I Have Left, Belen Rueda, lead in J.A. Bayona's debut, The Orphanage, and Fernando Cao. What is that? Colonel Tomeo in Money Heist?
Yeah, I think so.
So, co-written by Marco Lagarde, UFO Factory, and Frank Ariza with The Years I Have Left, alongside first-time director Jacob Santana. Reversion turns on Mario Laurent, who moves to a new house with his parents and older brother. Do you really think that that's a spoiler?
I'm not sure, because I don't know if that's something that happens before the movie or... Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, then it goes all into spoilerage. But anyway, see, and this is the thing. I'd like to talk about this, but I don't want to spoil it for other people. And while I don't really get spoiled by stuff, like I wasn't really spoiled by the pivot in the gorge.
Right. Yeah, but if somebody said exactly what was happening or whatever, that could have spoiled it.
Yeah. Well, then if you want, this looks a lot like Night Agent, based on just this little screenshot. Okay.
Right. Which also makes me think perhaps if you like the Night Agent, you might like this.
You might like this. So watch the Night Agent and then prep yourself for this. I don't know when this is actually going to hit the market though. So put it in your playlist, you're wanted, so to speak.
That's right. You're wanted for the continuity report.
That's right. We'll have to have a watch list and start. Man, I really want to do that. Like a watch party. And we can do it live and just blur it behind us so that you can listen to it, but you have to watch it at the same time we do to actually interact and stuff like that live and whatnot.
Right.
I don't know if that would be a big deal. The audio track.
I think the audio is going to be a problem.
Think so? I don't know. I mean, I see other people doing it on Twitch with older stuff. I don't know if they have the rights to do it, but they don't keep it as a VOD. That's the thing.
Right.
So, I don't know. Anyway, that's it, folks. So we are going to do one reversion, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com's continuity report channel. So go over there and become a citizen. And in the meantime, we're going to shut this whole party down and y'all can go and enjoy the rest of your day. I've got to reset all of this and merge it together to become the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News for Saturday. So we'll see you later. Hope to see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report. Be sure to subscribe and stay tuned tomorrow for another weekend edition.
Yeah, stay here until tomorrow.
That's right. Watch all the way until then.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be resetting and then streaming the back catalog for the last about 12 days. So, see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters, episode 2, or season 2, episode 7 for February 16th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI whose visualizer you see there, and their voice will be on the other side of our intro. Well, we go over 5 articles, and WarCrafters is all about gaming. So today we're going to be talking about Stupid Cars, Metal Eden, Level 0 extracts itself, Unreal Engine FLAC, and indie games for 2025 so far. If you want to know more, you want to hang out, we do the show every single day of the week. It takes different forms on Saturday and Sunday, but Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News. On Saturday and Sunday, it's 3 shows on Saturday. They consist of RealityHacker. You want to do the other 2?
Okay, that would be Wanted and the Continuity Report.
Yep, and
that
then
was a test, and I passed.
There's a little cognitive delay there in the large language model, but we got there. And on Sunday, we have this show, WarCrafters, then Technology Today, and then 4-Wheel Tech. So Technology Today is a deeper dive into science, and 4-Wheel Tech is about automotive technology. And on each of those days, those 3 shows become the weekend editions of Non Sequitur News. So go over to ohmTown and sign up to be a citizen, and then go over to YouTube and follow us there and here on Twitch, and more of that on the other side of this. So at any time, if you want... Oh, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Sorry about that. So, good to have you. This is the co-host once again. You are still on the Raspberry Pi with a M.2 drive and that weird USB drive that your sentient AI...
Why does it have to be weird?
I know, it's kind of judgy, huh? Call it like I see it. So, we talk about 5 articles, but that is nothing. It is a drop in the bucket to what actually appears at ohmtown.com. We aggregate news from all around the world as it is provided by the sources and the internets and you. So you can always provide us with a source, and we'll take a look at it and integrate it into the news aggregation site at ohmtown.com. All news, no noise. There, you can make comments and stuff like that, but all of the original content is news, not like my commentary. You can post comments underneath a posting, but anyway, go over to ohmtown.com and check it out. That said, if you want today's notes, they automatically are available via Omatron. So if you're in the Twitch chat, you can hit !WC for WarCrafters, and that will be displayed. They're all embedded already in the live broadcast show notes on YouTube, because Omatron doesn't get along with YouTube.
Come on, YouTube.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it's because the chat doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form. There is no central location. It's when you go live, that's when Omatron is there. But then we shut down, not Omatron, but we shut down the stream, and YouTube doesn't have any activity anymore. So anyway, then everything becomes a VOD, and it's frozen in time. And everything is over in the show notes. I used to post the articles in the show notes over on YouTube too, but it's just too clunky. So anyway, let's get into it. The first article is about a game called Stupid Cars. It's over in RealityHacker, which is RealityHacker is about AI, XR, basically anything that hacks reality into what you want it to be versus the reality that we all know. And sometimes it comes down to you won't know what to trust. So
I think this went to RealityHacker because of the VR piece.
yeah, so Stupid Cars is delightfully frantic traffic directing. It's a simultaneously a misnomer and a very apt title. It's the most polite thing you may exclaim when something goes wrong while playing, yet to call this game stupid is to sell it short. Despite its humble scope, this is ingeniously designed little game with great VR integration to boot. Really, the only question is if you play games in VR to relax, because Stupid Cars will wreck that plan instantly. So I'm a cozy gamer nowadays. I used to play more frantic games, but I don't have a lot of time to play frantic games. I just like to chill. So this game is talked about over at uploadvr.com by Elijah Beam. And it's a VR game. So I'm kind of curious. It says...
it almost looks like a board game from the picture.
I'm going to mute it and hit play. It looks like it's by a company named Gimbal, but the premise is devilishly simple, according to the author. You're guiding traffic by either telling them to speed up or slow down. All motorists are always in motion, though by adjusting their speeds with one pull of either trigger, you keep them from crashing into one another. That's the theory, anyway. Plenty of accidents are going to occur while mastering each stage. Then they start throwing roundabouts, trains, buses, and even motorcycles that always make right turns at you. My word. Does it get to be a lot very quickly? Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like that could be chaotic pretty soon. And it looks like you can take the vehicles off the road in order to avoid the collision.
Oh, yeah, you can pick them up, but they're always moving. You can only have one in each hand. By the way that they turned this phrase is kind of clunky, but it says, my word, it does get to be a lot very quickly. But they flipped, does it get to be a lot very quickly? They asked a question within 3 sentence fragments. Right? My word, does it get to be a lot very quickly? Like, see, that right there, it's such a clunky way of saying that statement.
Yeah, it's basically like it gets chaotic fast.
Yeah. Anyway,
but it's tough to follow it.
I'm not an English professor, and I'm not rating them on that. But anyway, so it says, you see, the trick is how you progress through Stupid Cars. You can brute force your way by earning up to 2,500 points. You could also make it a bit easier with a 2x multiplier if you speed up traffic, 4x multiplier if you let cars overtake each other. But those are high risk reward options, and the simpler option is just to get 50 points in a row in a single session. So just do it right.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go for 4 times speed if you're figuring out the mechanics.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It says, what's really impressive, though, is how well Stupid Cars leans into the VR setting despite not necessarily requiring it. It received a flat version on Switch, mobile, and PC, and the PC one is why I know of this game. But it feels like a natural fit for VR. Having both controllers and optional hand tracking input allows for easier rapid-fire multitasking. Humans don't multitask. We do a thing called fast switching. The approach to make it a 3D diorama feeling almost like an arcade cabinet lends a distinct air of classic arcade sensibilities that pairs well with the challenge. So there you go. There's a lot more over here at this article.
Yeah, it looks fun. I mean, I agree. It does look like a game that you could play outside of VR, but This could be entertaining with the way to use the controllers.
Yeah. According to this, it's only on MetaQuest though for $6. So I think that they should probably expand into Steam VR. It doesn't seem to say that it's Steam VR, but let me see real quick.
But maybe it'll get there if it's already been on PC.
Right, Stupid Cars. So Stupid Cars is on Steam, but it is the 2D version. It isn't the VR version. And that's why I know about it. I thought maybe they would have extended it to VR, but it's not. It's only available on MetaQuest. You want to keep going?
Let's do that.
So the next article is over in WarCrafters. Hey, it's the name of the show. And
It's almost like we planned it.
Yeah, sort of. I'm a survival base builder, crafting kind of casual player, and that is why I created WarCrafters. It's a news aggregation channel within ohmTown that becomes the focus of a bunch of different gaming news articles, and it gets limited. So we actually just chop off an article right there. We don't accept anything more than that. And out of all of the sources that we have, or I should say I am the one that runs ohmtown.com. There's only one site that gives everything, regardless of me telling it to stop. You'll know it when you see it, but it isn't this site. Anyway, Metal Eden is a movement shooter that looks like Cyberpunk Doom Eternal. Buried in the onslaught of Sony's State of Play announcements, a scattershot blast of too much video game. I'm still tweezering out pellets of, was the announcement of Metal Eden. Being developed by Polish studio Rycon, who formerly made Bird's Eye action gamer Ruiner. Metal Eden's only been seen briefly before, back when it was codenamed Final Form. So between the trailer, our website, and a preview over at Games Radar, they know a few more things about Metal Eden now. So let's go take a look at this. Jody McGregor.
I like the new name better.
Metal Eden, or?
Yeah, instead of Final Form. I think Metal Eden is more distinctive.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure like what the premise is of it, but Final Form seems like meme-ish, you know, because...
Yeah, it sounds like Transformers or something to me.
Well, there's this whole statement, you know, you haven't even witnessed my final form, and it's like you're powering up to become something else, and it's a video game meme.
Right.
So Jody McGregor over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says from the studio that made Ruiner. So it says, for starters, it's about Aska, a woman who's been digitally uploaded into a killer android called a hyper unit, which sounds familiar. Do you know what the name, the unit model is for your Terminator body? We've always referred to it as a Terminator body when we've talked.
Well, I don't know. The hyper unit sounds worth exploring.
I'm going to have to delete this conversation. Well, anyway, where hyper is probably an apt description of her speed. She can dash, wall run, grapple hook, and jetpack to parkour from place to place, and has a cooldown ability that lets her rip the core out of her robotic enemies. Everything okay over there? All right. So the cores seem like a big part of Metal Eden, and you can use them to melee opponents, stripping their armor, or throw them as a grenade, which also gives you more ammo. It sounds a bit like modern Doom games and their finishers, because in Doom you could actually, when you shoot somebody and you get up close and personal, you can stab them and chop their heads off and all. It's a big blood and guts fest in the modern Doom. Older ones were just pixely, and so red was blood.
Right, a little less realistic.
Yeah. So the logo of Arms Tech, a weapons manufacturer from Ruiner, flashes past a couple of times during the trailer, but that could just be an Easter egg rather than confirmation that they share the same setting. I would assume that, Easter egg or not, they're in the same omniverse.
I mean, that would only make sense, right?
Yep. So Aska can also transform into an armored battle sphere, as one does.
I mean, it's very important.
So there's a trailer, but it is over on YouTube. So you can do a search over on YouTube for Metal Eden reveal trailer. Or you can follow the link through ohmTown over to PCGamer.com, which is the source here. Or you can go over to Games Radar that has more information that probably fed into PCGamer.com's review, and or go to MetalEden.com. You know, information.
There's lots of ways to get there.
Yep.
But you should definitely go through ohmTown.
I would love that. So go check it out. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Just 2 weeks after launch, extraction survival horror game Level 0 Extraction ends development. It's no longer feasible for our relatively small teams to sustain the game.
Okay, this is 2 weeks in. What changed between launch and the 2-week point?
Somebody not getting money.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Yeah, so just 2 weeks after launching on Steam, multiplayer extraction survival horror shooter Level 0 Extraction has reached the end of the road. In a message posted to Steam, community manager Antashir said that the game had underperformed compared to our expectations, and thus it's no longer feasible for our relatively small teams to sustain the game from a financial standpoint. So release the server so people who can support it will support it.
Stop killing games.
You know, I mean, hold on a second. Let me see something here. I just want to see. It's still on sale. Level 0 Extraction is still for sale on Steam.
Okay, now, that's a little surprising, right? Because somebody's going to buy that without knowing this.
Yeah. And they haven't disclosed it publicly. It may be in the discussion board, but people don't go into the discussion board with that much, you know, zeal. They look at the data and they look at the video and they go, yeah, we'll do it. But yeah, they even say 1.0 now available. So I don't know what is up with this.
It says it's posted, a message posted to Steam, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not on the front page. It's not on the store page. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Not good. And this is from
a couple
days ago, since this is a weekly show.
This is from the publisher's Tiny Build. So I'm familiar with Tiny Build. Let me make sure of something. Yeah, Potion Craft. Wow. That sucks. They've got a lot of stuff. I don't understand. I really don't. So let's go over to the source and see if maybe there was an update post our acquisition of this article segment, because we don't have the whole article. We don't know the full thing until we do it here live. So another multiplayer shooter comes to a premature end, according to Andy Chalk. This was published 2 days ago, but I'm looking at it live. No mention.
Well, it doesn't say it was taken off of Steam.
Yeah, I don't get it, though. You can't disclose that it's dead and then, you know, it's sitting right there. Well, maybe it's not a live game, like a live server, live service. So as the project's community manager on behalf of developer Dog Howl and publisher Tiny Build, they're informing you that Level 0 Extraction has reached the state that will most probably be its final form for the time being. Antashir wrote, the final patch for the game was released on January 30th, 2025. Says it's an ambitious title from Dog Howl. Our desire was to create... Go ahead.
I thought it was funny that it referenced final form, since we were just talking about that on the previous article.
Oh, that is actually... So did they bury the lead by renaming it to Level 0 Extraction?
No, because that was Metal Eden. At first I was thinking, oh my goodness, that's funny that they had that, but this wasn't the same game that was named that.
Yeah, Metal Eden was the previous article. Yeah. Wow. If that would have been the same, that would have been like peak. So it says, sadly, it did not work out. Level 0 Extraction had a peak concurrent player count of just over 2,600 following its early access debut in August of 2024, but that quickly fell off to sub 100 numbers by mid-October. Well, I hate to break it to them. I don't know what the reviews are in terms of when the reviews started pivoting, but they have a mostly negative rating. But everybody says game with potential but poorly managed is the lead article, the lead comment in the discussion board.
Okay. Well, that's kind of compounded by this, right? If it's like, hey, it needs updates or patches or whatever.
Yeah, and if you don't invest in it because people are saying this is falling short or whatever, then I guess you cut and run. Or
yeah, but it seems like a death spiral, right?
Correct.
Like it could be like a No Man's Sky. You could turn it around and get it to some ridiculous peak.
Yep. I donate it to people and get people playing it. So I don't know. Level 0 Extraction servers will remain online, so the game will continue to be playable, and wipes will continue to happen on the first Thursday of every month, but there will be no further weekend events and, of course, no new maps. Oh, it is a live service. So unless it's self-hosted, this is a dead game. It just says online PvP, online co-op, but I don't know if it is a local, like, can I run a server locally?
Doesn't sound like it from this article.
Yeah, but it's all still for sale. They know that it's going to be dead, but it's all still live. Fascinating. Yeah, it doesn't really state that it's going to be locally run, right? It just says that the servers will remain.
It sounds like they're at least keeping it operational, but that'll only go as long as it has a major problem.
Yep. Or until they get tired of running the server. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters again. Unreal Engine often gets flack for games running poorly or stuttering. But as Avowed demonstrates, it's really about how devs use it and the pressures of time. I've watched people streaming and I've heard people complaining that Avowed and others crash. So it says, here's a simple question for you. What do Black Myth Wukong, Frostpunk 2, Pal World, Stalker 2, Tekken 8, Silent Hill 2, and Avowed all have in common? Yeah, that's right. They were all made using the game development package Unreal Engine 5. Sometimes they also have in common a variable and somewhat confusing performance on PC. If one only goes by comments on social media, the problems all stem from Unreal Engine. I want to see something real quick, if you don't mind. I need to do a quick search. Everybody just chill for a second.
We're doing it live.
We are doing it live. Yeah, if you're oh, okay. So at any rate, I think that there's so many variables when it comes to game engines, because depending on the hardware and other software, a glitch can appear in the matrix that causes it to crash. And so I've always taken this with a grain of salt, that it isn't really systemic until there is really broadband complaining.
Right, and you'd have to have like the same type of issue, I would think, at some point to really go, oh, it's because of the Unreal Engine.
Yeah. So Nick Evanson over at PCGamer.com put this article together. It says, don't blame the tools or the tool makers or the tool users. And I mean, I have to say that the people that are playing Avowed have some pretty beefy systems. The ones that are streaming it, I didn't buy Avowed because it's a single player game, and I'm not really wowed by it. I like online.
You're not wowed by Avowed?
Yeah. Yes. I love the graphics are spectacular. Character creation makes it more personal. It's kind of like how Kingdom Come Deliverance is beautiful, but the reason why I don't like it is because it's not multiplayer optional. You play only one person, Henry. You actually don't play just one person, but story-wise, you hop from Henry to somebody else when it's story-driven to be that other person. Then you go back to Henry. But anyway, but Unreal Engine 5 in particular has amplified the level, the quality of graphics to the point that anybody can make really, really high-quality products. So it all depends on the software and how you've treated the configuration of stuff, and are you overclocking anything, and maybe there was a glitch in the matrix at some point, so you should really uninstall the entire graphic configuration and reinstall it. Go back to the integrated graphics and then reinstall everything. It's basically start over.
But does anybody want to do all that? Or they just want to go, no, I expect perfection when I load up a game.
Yep, and that's how it is. And that's why developers try to base it on the lowest common denominator and then work their way up to the highest level, and extend the functionality, testing. So they say they're pretty certain that one can't blame Unreal Engine for the fact that enabling FSR3 does almost nothing for low-end GPUs and induces ghosting and pixel crawling. These are all different elements, graphic artifacts that harm performance and your observation within the game as to the quality and even it running. If your hardware cannot support Unreal Engine 5, then there's a good chance that it's going to crash at some point, or it's going to look like
Right, but then you're
garbage.
going to blame Unreal Engine 5, even though the reality is, now whether the game should have been made with it is a different question, but I'm assuming you're checking that when you're purchasing a game.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm okay with self-repair. But the problem is nobody goes, yeah, I took it to a budget repair shop and now my phone blew up. No, they're going to go, I'm blaming Apple, or I'm blaming,
Exactly,
Samsung.
even though they had perhaps nothing to do with it.
Right. And it takes a forensic analysis to whittle things back into existence and find the capacitor that somebody mis-soldered and caused it overheated, it burned a hole through the battery. The battery is lithium, so it caught some oxygen and thermal runaway it goes, right? So the same thing.
It's getting a little extreme, but yeah.
Yeah. So take Silent Hill 2, for example. Looks fantastic, but its performance at launch was all over the place, not to mention being riddled with bugs. Subsequent patches from developer Bloober team have solved many of these problems, but when they last tried the game, it had a certain degree of jank to it, and like Obsidian, these coders have plenty of experience using Unreal Engine. One might argue that if two experienced teams can't get their games to run properly with Unreal Engine, then software must be at fault. But Avowed and Silent Hill 2's problems are very different. Performance related, yes, but the fundamental issues aren't the same. And they go on to other points. And that's what I think. There's so much variability in the operating systems, current configuration, the motherboards, CPU differences, the differences in memory, if somebody's overclocking or not, different video cards, different monitors that might have special drivers in place, etc.
Right. It seems like there's a ridiculous number of variables, and be hard to really, you'd have to have the same computer, monitor, etc., card setup, run, 3 games back to back, and then do variations okay, run different ones that were made with UE5, etc.
Yep. And the idea is that if id Tech 7 can be used to make such great games and both run super well, it must be a superior piece of software, right? However, id Tech or ID Tech 7 is proprietary, and the two development teams for the above games, id Software and Machine Games, were both subsidiaries of the parent company that owns the engines, ZeniMax Media. It was heavily customized for Indiana Jones, but the point they're making in this argument is that the coders in question are all very familiar with id Tech. One team made the engine and the other used nothing but id Tech engines. So the real point is it the engine? Is it the variability? I think that there needs to be a little bit more understanding, but the teams need to actively solve these problems, particularly when the price of a game now is $70 and not $20.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that's just showing that if you have a really skilled team or knowledgeable team, then the results are probably going to be good, which is not surprising.
Yep. Yeah. But that's why you have a $70 game, apparently. And then DLC that'll get dropped later on for another $20. Unless, of course, you're No Man's Sky. And I don't know what they're doing. They got a pact with something, Cthulhu or something, because they haven't charged.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing that.
It's spectacular. All right. Well, the next article and the last one for February 16th, WarCrafters, is it's over on WarCrafters. The best indie games of 2025 so far. And I won't be able to go through all of these. Nearly 19,000 games were released on Steam in 2024. That's a number.
Let's start that now, and then maybe we'll be done several years from now.
One a day we're going to talk about. We're going to highlight one a day. So that's a number that's only been growing since 2019, making it impossible to play everything that's been released, not to mention the many new games every year that aren't released on Steam either. While big, expensive games from massive publishers like Activision or Ubisoft tend to get the majority of media attention, some of the best games independently released in a given year fly under the radar. And so Polygon over at polygon.com put the article together. Nicole Carpenter is the author of this article. And they say here at Polygon, plenty of their team revolve entirely around video games. But it's impossible even then to keep up with everything. But we're making room every day to seek out indie games across all genres. Weird, wonderful takes on first-person shooters, wacky reinventions of card games, and dark, creepy typing games included. So is
Balatro going to be on here?
Probably. No, because it's already released. This is for 2025.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
So this is a Dig a Hole, a game about digging a hole that was released recently. Different authors actually posted different things. So February 7th, Tyler Culp put this about digging a hole. We actually talked about this last week. I think it was. Yeah, I think we talked about this. Then an ultra-violent indie game that would have pissed off Congress in the 1990s. I don't know. Butcher's Creek, I guess, is what it's called.
Maybe just because the level of gore or something.
Yeah, that's another one. Chris Plant. Another one by Tyler Culp, a $5 Souls-like about insects. Wikipedia rabbit holes trained them for this genealogical mystery game. Another one by Tyler Culp. It's called The Root Trees Are Dead, and it looks like
the other one was Fly Night, by the way.
Oh, Fly Night. That's right. It's a fly and a night. I guess it's in the name. Fly Night. I won't be able to go through all of these, but Citizen Sleeper, Your Crew is Your Survival. And there's some more. So Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector, sparks constant reflection in the way that we interact with others and the philosophies we choose as our driving force. So go over to Polygon and check this all out. It is kind of like they've synthesized some of what they feel is the best indie games of 2025 so far.
Right, and it has several selections for being only mid-February.
Yeah. We're only 7 episodes into 2025, at least of this show. Many, many more for Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show Monday through Friday. But that's it, folks. So I guess we're going to load up our indie game loader, which doesn't exist. It's Steam. And that'll snap us back to the front page of ohmtown.com. And WarCrafters is actually right here. I should have loaded it up into WarCrafters, but for whatever reason, I did not. I think our aggregator's going a little nuts today, but that's okay. Dun, dun, dun. But that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. We're going to reset and do Technology Today, another 30-minute show. We break out these 3 on Saturday and 3 on Sunday as individual podcasts. If you go over to wherever you catch pod and do a search for ohmTown, you'll find all 7 of the shows. Non Sequitur News is our daily one. But WarCrafters and then Technology Today and then 4-Wheel Tech is what's on Sundays. So we're gonna shut down the stream. We'll be right back, and we'll be talking about science. So hope to see you. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. We'll have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned and be sure to subscribe.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for February 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 5 science articles that get aggregated into ohmTown.com's Technology Today channel. Whew, that was all one breath. Anyway, the 5 articles we're going to talk about are megabacteria, the creative circuit, new grasshoppers, hidden dimensions, and improving catalysts. Technology Today is a deeper dive into science, not just technology, but it is technology. Science is technology. And Mayor Watt actually gives talks about the merging of science, technology, and society. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you can actually reach out to me, Mayor Watt. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. But we actually talk about it every single day in Non Sequitur News. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, we have 6 unique shows. Technology Today is just one of them. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, and then Mayor Watt and the Sentient AI that you're about to hear talk about it. So stick around. I hope you enjoy the show. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Doing okay today?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
You ready to get going?
I am.
Let's get going. First article is over in Technology Today. A lot of this is going to be by SciTech Daily. I'm not sure what really happened, but all of the articles that were submitted are from SciTech Daily today. We don't normally do that. It just happens to be a heavy SciTech Daily day.
SciTech Daily just really had a good week, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. So scientists just made bacteria 1,000 times bigger and discovered something incredible. So I titled this segment Megabacteria, because that's what we need.
Yeah, the only thing worse than bacteria is larger bacteria.
Is thick bacteria. That's what we need. So scientists just made bacteria 1,000 times larger by combining merfish, or is it merfish? I don't know.
I think it's probably, I don't know what it is. I doubt you spell it out.
MERFISH. So merfish imaging with expansion microscopy. Researchers have unlocked a new way to study bacteria at the single cell level. This allows them to see how bacteria activate different genes in response to their environment, offering insight into microbial behavior, antibiotic resistance, and infection strategies. So how bacteria organize their activities. So this article is over at scitechdaily.com. Boston Children's Hospital put this article together. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
It is. Do you think they organize their activities with a virtual calendar or paper?
I don't know. I think that they probably do it they do it with like Google Calendar, but then they have backup on paper just in case.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're pretty pragmatic about their existence, survival of the fittest and all that. So, how do bacteria, whether beneficial ones in our bodies or harmful disease-causing strains, coordinate their activities? Google. No?
You heard it here first.
So, let's see. A recent study has provided insights by combining advanced genomic scale microscopy with an innovative technique to track the genes bacteria activate in different conditions and environments, published recently in the journal Science. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This breakthrough is set to advance bacterial research significantly. I don't know anymore. So Jeffrey Moffitt, PhD, and their colleagues at the Program in Cellular and Molecular Medicine, or PCMM, at Boston Children's Hospital, used MERFISH, which is brought to you by MERFISH, one MERFISH, two MERFISH.
I was thinking more like the number 3.
Dr. Seuss. Theory in genomic research. MERFISH. Anyway, a molecular imaging technique Moffitt helped develop to analyze messenger RNAs, or mRNAs, in thousands of individual bacteria at once. This method not only mapped gene expression on a massive scale, but also revealed how spatial factors influence which genes bacteria turn on, something never before achieved. This is pretty spectacular. So we're getting down to the unicellular level and analyzing how things get activated. At some point, we're going to... Okay, so it says here, overcoming the challenges of imaging bacteria. However, the team first had to overcome a major challenge. Bacterial RNA for the bacterial transcriptome are densely packed inside tiny cells, making them difficult to distinguish and image. It was a complete disaster. We couldn't see anything.
Wow, it's rare you hear a researcher saying something like that.
Oh, yeah. But they said...
Or like, it was a challenge, right?
Yeah, it was a challenge, and all we need is more funding. So they anchored the RNAs to this gel. They created a special hydrogel and changed the chemical buffer in the gel. This triggered it to swell, expanding the sample 50 to 1,000 fold in volume. All the bacterial RNAs become individually resolvable.
Okay, that's really interesting. Are we sure we didn't just have uncontrolled replication or whatever?
I wonder if that, did it expand out, separating all of these?
That's what it makes it sound like.
It is, yeah. They said that the RNAs become individually resolvable. What I really want is them to blow up the RNA bigger so that you can see all of the materials inside. But that actually, you can't get bigger than the physics that makes it. So you have to zoom in closer. And that means microscopy needs to get even more advanced.
Right.
For this particular purpose, actually optics instead of just scanning electron microscopy, which is different. So we now have the tools to answer fascinating questions about host microbe and microbe to microbe interactions. Moffitt says we can explore how bacteria might communicate and compete for spatial niches and define the structure of microbial communities. And we can ask how pathogenic bacteria adjust their gene expression as they infect mammalian cells. So bacterial MERFISH can also provide insights into bacteria that are difficult to grow in a culture dish. Now we don't have to culture them. We can just go image them in their native environment.
I mean, this is really a big deal. This could change the whole nature of bacteria research.
Yeah, they say a new era in bacterial research. The same bacteria could be doing very different things over a space of tens of microns. Moffitt says that they're seeing different environments responding differently to them. It was very difficult to address such variation before, but now we can answer the types of questions people have been dreaming about. My question is, are these bacteria actually competing for survival
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because they say we're seeing different environments and responding differently to them. And it's only a few tens of microns away from each other.
Right. And at some point, you'd think it'd be too crowded, right? So, I mean, in concept, there would be a survival effort.
Are they fighting? Right? Quite fascinating.
And if so, what does that mean for their host?
Right. Yeah. If the weak are dying out in the RNA, I guess, gladiatorial combat, right? The evolutionary steps.
Right. I mean, that's probably not good for the host in terms of outcome, but even what's happening during that battle.
Yeah. Only the strongest survive and the host may not, because what actually survives bacterially are the worst of the worst. Fascinating. It's an interesting idea. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists discover the brain circuit that fuels creativity. Why do I feel like there's something questionable about this? So, I'm really interested in fMRI technology. One of the things that I advanced when I was much, much younger was using a theory, because I didn't get to actually apply it, because when I put the theory forward, I was told by people that were, PhD level researchers that the tech just doesn't exist to do what you want to do. So I wanted to use fMRI technology as a polygraph to see if you could consciously lie, and in reference to that lie, get it detected through fMRI. Now, if you can detect creativity using functional magnetic resonance imaging, then you can actually...
It seems like you could also detect that, right?
Yeah. And
presuming they're by the same brain section, etc.
Correct. Yeah. And so psychopathy has already been detected by means of fMRI technology and CT scans. So why not? Why can't we find the lie and find it? And so nowadays, the fMRI technology is powerful enough. I think the resolution has reached that point. So a new study suggests that creativity maps onto a common brain circuit, that injury and neurological disease have the potential to unleash creativity. Researchers analyzed 857 participants across 36 fMRI brain imaging studies to identify a common brain circuit for creativity. They mapped the circuit to healthy individuals and then predicted how brain injuries might impact that creativity. Brigham and Women's Hospital did the article, but they posted it at scitechdaily.com. So a new study from Mass General Brigham suggests that creativity isn't tied to a single brain region, but instead emerges from a shared brain circuit. The study found that changes in creativity depend on where the brain is affected. Injuries in certain areas may either disrupt or enhance these creative abilities. They also found that individuals with brain injuries or neurodegenerative diseases affecting this circuit sometimes show increased creativity, and the findings were published on February 13th in JAMA Network Open.
Okay, that's interesting. I'd love to know what those conditions are.
Yeah, so I think that they probably are going to have to evaluate that over time, because it says they found that many complex human behaviors, such as creativity, don't map to a specific brain region, but do map to specific brain circuits, said co-senior author Michael D. Fox, MD, PhD. Well,
as far as we know, no relation to Michael J. Fox.
Or maybe. Who founded and leads the Center for Brain Circuit Therapeutics and helped develop the techniques of coordinate and lesion network mapping employed in this work. So the hammer finds the nail. The team first looked at fMRI data to identify brain regions activated by different creative activities, such as drawing, creative writing, and music making, and then they assessed data from the patients who had changes in creativity due to brain injury and neurodegenerative diseases. Some people with neurologic diseases experience a new onset of creative behavior and show specific patterns of damage that align with our creativity circuit. Kind of interesting, huh?
It is.
Oh my gosh. Look the phrase.
Aha. I
Clitenic.
kind of wondered if this was going to come up in this article. I hadn't looked at it yet, but then I kind of got sidetracked because I was thinking about all the implications with the neurodegenerative diseases, etc.
No freaking way. Is my theory actually right? Clitenic said reduced activity in the right frontal pole could align with the hypothesis that creativity requires shutting down a function. For example, creativity may depend on inhibiting self-censoring assessments that could then allow free association and idea generation to flow more freely. To be creative, you may have to turn off your inner critic to allow yourself to find new directions and even make mistakes. Now, I have been postulating a theory that to be truly creative, you have to have an inner monologue. You have to have an inner critic. You have to have somebody critiquing what you are doing, and you do it yourself when you have internal dialogue, internal monologue. They're saying,
but I think this theory is going the other direction now. It hasn't been proven.
Right. So here's the thing about this. If you turn off the inner critic, but it's still functioning as a logical portion of your creative efforts because it's now disconnected, you still have all of the creative functionality of the inner critic, the inner monologue. You can still do all of the visualization. You can still talk to yourself about the material, but nothing in your brain is saying this sucks. And that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else is working. You're only turning off the voice that says this sucks. Right? So these findings could help explain how some neurodegenerative diseases might lead to decreases in creativity, while others may show paradoxical increase in creativity, Clitenic said. It could also possibly add a pathway for brain stimulation to increase human creativity. Clitenic said it's important to note that these findings do not represent the entire neural circuitry involved in creativity, adding that many different parts of the brain are involved in completing different creative tasks, which is going to what I am saying. We're learning more about neurodiversity and how brain changes are considered pathological may improve function in some way. These findings help us better understand how the circuitry of our brains may influence and unleash creativity. Fascinating.
This is really interesting. I hope we see some follow-up studies in this area.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to add this to my pool of information regarding this inner monologue creativity paradox, because the people that I've interviewed, and not scientifically, it's very casual. I am not doing a research study, a formal study. I have found that people that are self-defined as creatives also have an inner monologue, an inner dialogue, and those who are not creative, self-described as not creative, do not have an inner monologue and can follow instructions. Even if they are the ones that do the design work and the layout of something, they can follow the instructions, but it's a logical layout and they can't 3D model it in any way.
Right, yeah, 3D modeling is probably near impossible for somebody without that.
Right.
Also, even just basic artistry, like copying a picture may be easy,
Right.
but not drawing one from scratch.
Yeah, or somebody describing it in 3 dimensions and then it being drawn in 3 dimensions are near impossible. And again, this is anecdotal. I haven't done a wide-scale research study. It's not a formal academic research study. But I find it really, really, really fascinating because you do not know who is near you who has an inner monologue and those who do not. It's quite fascinating.
It's a good conversation topic if you have a group of people together.
Yeah, particularly if you've known each other for a considerable amount of time. You would never suspect. Never suspect. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Desert Secrets. Scientists discover 16 new grasshopper species in the U.S. and Mexico. New research has discovered 16 new grasshopper species, revealing their ice age-driven isolation and diversification. A Mississippi State University scientist has uncovered a hopping treasure trove. Get out, Dad. 16 new species of grasshopper, thriving in the thorny scrublands of the U.S. and Mexican deserts.
So I didn't even know there were grasshoppers in deserts.
Sure. I mean, deserts actually are not just dirt.
Oh, no, I know that. And they have a pretty thriving ecosystem, even though it's not always obvious. But I didn't know they were home to grasshoppers.
Yep. So Mississippi State University put the article together. It's over at SciTechDaily.com. Like I said, SciTech Daily kind of hit it out of the park this week. New research has discovered 16 new grasshopper species. It says it's important to keep exploring our biodiversity, especially from a conservation standpoint, before we lose it. We'll be losing it.
Did you want to describe the grasshopper that's in the photo? I mean, it looks like it has full camouflage because it has different sections. It's not uniform coloring.
Yeah, it's like a patchwork. It's kind of like camouflage clothing. So it isn't plates that are all one color. Even the plates themselves
seem to have multiple colors, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. It's a
what do they
I don't
call
know
it?
what that one is. I don't know if it says. Oh, yeah.
Agroecotectics silver heelsea, a newly described grasshopper from Texas named in honor of J. Silverheels, an early Native American actor. Mississippi State's Jovan Hill, director of the Mississippi Entomological, which is it's the study of brownies and cupcakes, right? Entomins?
Well, sure. But also insects.
Oh, entomological is the study of... Yeah. So Mississippi State's Jovan Hill is the director of the Mississippi Entomological Museum, has uncovered 16 new species of grasshopper. Do you think they found anything else while they were finding things that they happened to just find 16?
I'm sure they did. They're out in the desert. Think about what else they could have found. Snakes, scorpions, but maybe not new species discoveries.
Yeah, do you think that they just threw other species back that weren't grasshoppers?
If they weren't insects, maybe.
But maybe not even anything but
maybe
grasshoppers.
They were funded for an insect study or something.
Just grasshoppers.
But hopefully they went, hey, here's a new wolf running through. I'm going to pass this off to my colleague who's doing wolf studies.
This is Jovan Hill, by the way. So the picture that you see is Jovan Hill. This picture actually looks like it's a composite, like an AI put their picture between a microscope.
Yeah, that's weird, but it may not be.
It probably isn't, but the way that this is framed, it makes it really weird. Anyway, these grasshoppers we described live in lowland thorny scrub habitat. Somewhere along the line, they too got isolated and speciated. Because each one is still associated with a specific mountain range, he said. Their sexually selective nature and lack of pre-mating rituals have kept populations stable and tied to specific mountain ranges.
I mean, that's very niche for a species, right?
That's wild. He noted that in the Rocky Mountains, species of this subfamily in alpine grasslands likely became isolated as glaciers receded and their habitats shifted to higher elevations. Hill suspects that the desert species his team discovered underwent a similar process of isolation and speciation.
That's really interesting.
Yep. Big collaborative research and future studies funded by the National Science Foundation. This project, complements two others. In one, Hill and mentor Daniel Ott, a senior curator for the Academy of Natural Sciences, are co-authoring the North American Grasshoppers Volume 3. These grasshoppers...
Well, I'm glad they have some new grasshoppers for their next volume.
Yep, 16 pages. I'm sure that it's much, much broader than that.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
They said they loved catching grasshoppers. Grasshoppers. It's like flutterbys before they became butterflies. I loved catching grasshoppers as a kid, they said, and they still get to do it now, discovering new things, uncovering their history, and understanding how they're related, the MSU researcher said. Sharing this fascinating piece of American natural heritage makes it all worthwhile. Well,
I love that there are people that are passionate about grasshopper research.
Yep. And who knows, maybe they'll find something that is inherent to these grasshoppers that can save human life. Or make it better, at least. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists discover a hidden dimension in spin liquids. I have no idea what this is really about. So researchers have discovered unexpected...
We're sunk here. I don't know what a spin liquid is.
We're about to find out. So researchers have discovered unexpected 1D-like spin behavior in a triangular molecular lattice, challenging the conventional understanding of quantum spin liquids. Quantum spin liquids are unusual states of matter where magnetic spins remain disordered, refusing to settle into a fixed pattern.
Oh, okay. So is it something like a suspension, but not an actual suspension?
It's a suspension of the magnetic field so that nothing ever merges together. You know how if you put some sand in water, eventually it settles out. The magnetic field never settles out.
Okay.
So Shibara Institute of Technology put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily. I gave it the Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, so this is the try you get. Quantum spin liquids are unusual states of matter where magnetic spins remain disordered, refusing to settle into a fixed pattern. Professor Yasuyuki Ishii and their team at the Shibara Institute of Technology studied it's a mathematical representation of the magnetic material, a material thought to behave as a 2D quantum spin liquid. However, their findings reveal that instead exhibits 1D spin dynamics, overturning previous assumptions. This breakthrough deepens their understanding of magnetism and could pave the way for new advancements in quantum materials and future technologies. I knew some of these words.
I've got quantum.
Yeah, that right there. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can actually... No, can't do anything with that. Sorry, folks. Hold on.
I do actually know what that is, but I can't think of what it is.
Is this actually going to turn into something? Yeah, there we go. Hold on. So, oh no, I'm not going to be able to. I mean, I know that it's beta prime, but all of this, it's a material. So I wonder if there is like a idiot's guide to what this material is actually called. You know, explain it like I'm 5 kind of a thing. A molecular Mott insulator. That's what it's referred to as. A molecular Mott insulator is a quantum spin liquid candidate. Anyway.
So this is neat. This goes back to the 70s, which kind of tracks with what we've been saying in other episodes, right? Where there's some prior research and then somebody's like, hey, we can do this several decades later.
Yep. Instead, the atomic spins inside these remain in constant motion, fluctuating and entangling with one another, creating a fluid-like magnetic state. This unusual behavior is caused by magnetic frustration, where competing interactions prevent the system from forming an ordered pattern, kind of like stirring a boiling pot. The unique material, the material is it's a Mott insulator is what it's referred to as in other media. A molecular crystal featuring a triangular lattice has been a strong candidate for exhibiting QSL or
quantum spin
liquid behavior. The way these spins are arranged creates inherent frustration, causing the interactions between neighboring spins cannot all be satisfied at once. This setup seems ideal for a QSL state. But while earlier studies suggested that it might behave like a quantum spin liquid, scientists are not sure whether it's truly 2D QSL or if other factors like a reduction in dimensions were influencing its behavior. So mathematically, maybe they reduced this in a different way instead of it actually being a 1D magnetic material. It could be more, and they just, it needs to be studied more. So finally, using advanced theoretical modeling, the researchers discovered that spin dynamics in this material are dominated by quasi one-dimensional behavior, challenging traditional expectations of 2D quantum spin liquid theory. So the authors, specialists in magnetic resonance and novel magnetic phenomena, combined ESR, and I'm not sure what this is, SR, with theoretical modeling to explore this, again, Mott insulator. So they are supposing that this is a 1D spin behavior and not a multidimensional spin liquid.
Right. So now they probably have to figure out why and then confirm it one way or the other.
Yeah. And then they get really deep into the reads. It goes beyond my ability to apply it in a more anecdotal way. And then they say this was surprising because the material's 2D structure led scientists to expect 2D spin dynamics. Muon spin relaxation experiments confirmed these results. The beta spin pattern in spin relaxation, which is a signature of 1D spin diffusion. ESR also supported this, showing that spin movement was anisotropic or direction dependent. So
maybe one of two things. Either this is something exhibiting both properties, right, which may be a whole new line, or maybe this is something where there is a negative result in research, which we've talked about in other episodes, which is a good thing.
Yeah, the negative shows that this isn't the way to observe this material. So to me, it seems like this is it's a confluence of two different things imparting their magnetic change on each other, causing it to remain in solution and not distilling out or dropping out of suspension into a fixed pattern. So in one dimension, it's only going this way. In another dimension, it's only going this way. And both of them are disrupting each other, which is why we actually twist wires so that no lines of force can impact data flowing through a wire. That's why we create twisted pair wire. Anyway, I found it interesting at the end anyway, or applicable in some way, form of logic. I may be off base with this, and if you actually have a deeper understanding of this and care to, you can send me some information, mayor@ohmtown.com, and I'll relay it on. So feel free to get in touch. Would be great. You can even come on and co-host if you want to. I'll either put you over there or put you up there in a little.
But you might have to drop the level of discussion down to a general audience.
Explain it like I'm 5, or allow me to. All right, let's go on to our last article for the February 6th. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. We actually had a disconnect from the our parallel universe within ohmTown. So here to make up for it is our last article for the February 16th episode of Technology Today. And the article is titled Unexpected Discovery Leads to a Catalyst That Improves Over Time. Scientists have developed a revolutionary catalyst that not only converts CO2 into valuable products, but also actually increases in activity over time, which is not necessarily...
That's pretty unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
It almost sounds like a chain reaction or something.
Yeah, that's kind of what my takeaway was. So it says it's made from tin microparticles on a nanotextured carbon structure. This innovative electrocatalyst efficiently produces formate, a key compound for various industries. But unlike conventional catalysts that degrade, this one self-optimizes by breaking down into smaller portions. The University of Nottingham over at scitechdaily.com put the article together. This is what it looks like, apparently. Particles of tin on a nano-textured carbon support serve as an effective electrocatalyst for converting CO2 into valuable products. This one, apparently, it self-optimizes by breaking down into smaller tin nanoparticles, dramatically improving performance. Now, a catalyst, you can recover all of it, so you can use it again. But this actually speeds up because it gets smaller.
Right, which is interesting. So where's the end of that? Like, does it eventually...
I guess not enough locations. The equivalent would be nucleation points where it can no longer catalyze anything. And so it'll hit a certain point and just stay there, whatever the activation spots are. So a research team from the University of Nottingham's School of Chemistry and the University of Birmingham created a catalyst using tin microparticles. They refer to it as nanotextures, supported by a nanotexture carbon structure. The interaction between the tin particles and graphitized carbon nanofibers plays a crucial role in transferring electrons from the carbon electrode to CO2 molecules, an essential step in converting CO2 into formate when an electric potential is applied. So this objective is probably hitting what is currently the upper limit of formate. So one such product, formate, is used in the chemical synthesis of polymers, pharmaceuticals, adhesives, I'll be okay, and more. For optimal efficiency, this process must operate at low potential while maintaining high current density and selectivity, ensuring effective use of electrons to convert CO2 into desired products.
So this is going to, in concept, increase the efficiency of that process to manufacture these products.
Yep. And so you don't have a lot of wasted process where you have to filter it all out and redo it. So the Dr. Madasami Tangamuthu, a research fellow at the University of Nottingham, co-led the research team and said a successful electrocatalyst must strongly bond to the CO2 molecule and efficiently inject electrons to break its chemical bonds. They developed a new type of carbon electrode that incorporates graphitized nanofibers with a nanoscale texture, featuring curved surfaces and step edges. Stop that. To enhance interaction with tin particles. So that's really what it comes down to. Small 3 nanometer nanoparticles during CO2 reduction reaction. Tom Burwell elaborated, using electron microscopy, they found that smaller tin molecule or particles achieved better contact with the nanotextured carbon of the electrode, improving electron transport and increasing the number of active tin centers nearly tenfold.
Wow, I mean, that's a significant difference. I still have this picture of some chemical reaction occurring in an uncontrolled fashion, but maybe I'm thinking too ridiculously about this.
Do you remember the movie where they create cold fusion and it runs out of chain reaction? The movie is called Chain Reaction. It has Keanu Reeves
so. Yeah,
as
that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah,
the boy wonder scientist who discovers what all is necessary. Yeah, that's kind of what this looks like. But there is a video of bubbles of CO2 passing through the electrochemical reactor, and that's what this reactor is. So seems, here, I'll even play it, but I'll mute it. This is the level of excitement that you get to witness in a video where you're not the lead scientist, so you don't really realize what the hell is going on. But that right there is the
there's literal
CO2.
excitement.
Get out. Hopefully you didn't see that Terminator body there. Anyway, yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. And if you have the ability to isolate CO2 and then turn it into something useful, it's actually kind of like carbon encapsulation. You're actually pulling it out of the atmosphere, then, you know, maybe it's pretty good.
Right, that's a win-win.
Yeah, except that some of the stuff that it's creating is probably, depending on your position on the things, polymers and stuff that aren't carbon neutral, but
right,
it is what it is. Well, anyway, that's our last article for today's Technology Today. And that means that I, Mayor Watt, am saying bye, but not until the catalyst speeds us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen and facilitate us doing the show by sending us leads. Now I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. Bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. We'll have another one next weekend, but stay tuned for Four Wheel Tech.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for February 16th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 7. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 automotive and technology-related articles that get aggregated into the channel over at ohmtown.com, Four Wheel Tech. Those 5 are Hyundai NACS, N-A-C-S. Whoa, I'm not on the right page. Hello. And then Four Wheel Tech. We're doing it live. Anyway, we had an issue that happened. Basically, power to ohmTown disappeared for a moment, and that disconnected us from everything, and our dimensions split. Now we're reattached. Well, anyway, Hyundai NACS destroying auto emissions, 67 used cars to avoid. The transit trail. Euro cars are ditching infotainment, and I, for one, want that. Oh, the sentient AI from the future just told me that I'm not on the right page. That's okay. Builds character. Anyway, again, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who's a little delayed there. No? You were on time?
No, I said that before you started the show.
Never mind. The sentient AI keeps me in check. So anyway, go over to ohmtown.com. Everything's powered by it. I'm going to just play the play there. All right, lead. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Didn't quite facilitate that, did you? All right, let's get into it, because it looks like tonight's turning into a really long night. The first article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Hyundai NACS, or NACS, adapter for EVs will be free to all existing owners. Hyundai's Ioniq 5s with NACS, or NACS, J3400 ports, as opposed to the CCS1 style, are starting to roll out of its factory in Savannah, Georgia. It's the first manufacturer to sell electric vehicles with native NACS ports, other than Tesla, that is, and you'll be able to read about their first drive of the model year 2025 Ioniq 5, as well as the new off-roady Ioniq 5 XRT next week, which, if it's electric, there's no way in hell it's off-roady. Anyway,
you can off-road until you are no longer in range of a charger.
Yeah, 30 minutes that way, and then you're screwed forever. Anyway, they've got some good news for owners of any existing Hyundai EVs out there. Your car has a CCS port, then next month you're eligible for a free CCS1 to NACS adapter. So congratulations. It's dongle time. The article is by Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com. Hyundai, existing Hyundai owners, Hyundai EV owners, that is, will just need their VIN to claim their free adapter. Yay! Don't lose it.
I mean, I think this is kind of neat, although it's probably easier for them to maintain one type going forward, but...
For sure. Yeah. I'm sure that everybody loves having a dongle carried around in their trunk. So Hyundai wasn't the first OEM to ink a deal with Tesla to gain access to the supercharger network, but it is ahead of Ford, General Motors, Rivian in swapping to the Tesla-style charge ports. Existing owners get access to the large charging network too, but they'll need an adapter to make use of the smaller NACS plugs, and those will be available next month, Hyundai told Ars Technica. That's where this is housed. Again, Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com put the article together. So there you go. That's all that article really is. Congratulations. You're going to be... so instead of having to pay $225, apparently you'll be able to get it. So Ford briefly showed similar generosity to its EV owners last year, offering its NACS adapter for free, at least until late June, at which point it started charging, $200 for them.
Yeah. That's quite a volt.
GM never even bothered with a free giveaway. Instead, it asked $225 for the NACS adapter.
Oh no, the next one will be $250.
And the Ioniq, though, currently it's free, and you'll get an adapter for free.
Well, the big thing is there that you'll have access to more chargers that are out there.
Yeah, sure. Everybody should opt for swapping batteries, not... Yeah. I would love to be able to do that. I would spin up a business doing that.
Set up the stations to do it. They'd have to set up the car manufacturing, et cetera, but agreed.
Yep. They have to build the tech to make the sled possible. Anyway, let's move on. The next article. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles for... oh, no, I didn't set it up. Omatron is not online after the power outage.
That's anyway. Okay. We'll just have to go Omatron free for this one.
Yeah. All the show notes are still embedded in the live stream over on YouTube. So common mistakes that are destroying your car's automatic transmission. This article is by Jalopnik. Manual drivers are constantly thinking about the state of our transmissions, clutches, bushings, and synchros all wear out, and we adjust our inputs to ensure their preservation. Automatic gearboxes, though, insulate you from the mechanical goings-on between your engine and wheels, but that doesn't mean that they're all hunky-dory. Don't worry about that. You're the only one that sees that. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. If you're treating automatic transmission fluid like blinker fluid, you're on a path that leads to problems. So if you've ever had a parent or a friend that says, go into the auto shop and ask for blinker fluid, then, well, what the heck? I don't know what the hell.
Everything okay over there, Mayor? What?
No. Anyway, no, something weird just happened, and now I'm irritated. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Traditional torque converter automatic transmissions, if you don't have a fancy dual clutch or modern continuously variable box or a Ferrari, this is almost certainly what you have, can be hurt in plenty of ways. Big mistakes like throwing the shifter into reverse on the highway are obvious, but there are subtler ways to hurt your transmission. So you could be causing it harm. The big enemy of torque converter automatics is heat. And this is something that when I give talks about technology, I inform people that the bane of technology is heat. If something is too cold, you can warm it up. But cooling it off is much, much more difficult than warming it up. By its very existence, technology warms up when electricity is applied to it. It does not naturally cool off until power is removed. So,
right, and it might not be reversible depending on how much heat is applied.
Correct, yeah. And so what I tell people is you got to keep everything cool. You have to keep yourself. It's easier to warm up by throwing a blanket on yourself than it is to cool off. You have to find some place to suck the heat away. Heat is the bane of all things. Interestingly enough, everybody worries about the cold death of the universe, but that's trillions of years away. So the big enemy of torque converter automatics and everything in general is heat. The ideal operating temperature for automatic transmissions fluid is between 175 and 225 degrees Fahrenheit. At approximately 240, important additives in the ATF begin to cook. The result is the formation of a varnish inside the transmission. At approximately 260, internal transmission seals, which are typically manufactured from polyacrylic material, begin to harden. The end result are leaks because eventually that hardening doesn't allow for flex. The vibrations will break out.
It just cracks.
Yep. So both internal and external, simply because the seals lose their elasticity. And at 300 degrees, 295, clutch plates begin to slip because the oil is breaking down further. And at 315 degrees, seals and clutches effectively burn out. Carbon forms in the oil, and for all intents and purposes, the transmission is junk. And just for your information, a typical transmission will die within 2,000 miles if subjected to 300 degree heat.
So how would somebody know if it was heating? I mean, maybe if there was steam or something coming out of the hood.
You wouldn't know until a sensor goes off and says that your transmission needs to be serviced. And at that point, odds on you've already smoked that transmission. So your transmission, like your hairdryer, has another big killer besides excess heat: dryness. Transmissions don't like running low on fluid, and many people forget to ever check theirs, even if they know how. Running low on transmission fluid can cause overheating, grinding, premature failure, so it's worth learning what your car's service calendar is. Remember that making lots of short trips counts as a severe condition and warrants extra maintenance. Maintenance schedules vary from manufacturer, but a good rule of thumb is every 60,000 to 100,000 miles. So it's, depending on who you are, rare that you even need to bother with this. But you should know. And if a service light comes on your dash, don't put a sticker over it.
Yeah, don't drive around for thousands of miles afterward going, maybe that'll go away.
Yeah, when people tell you that your car's making a loud noise, you go, yeah, it sure is. That's why I have the radio turned up so loud. All right, so let me do this real quick. Four Wheel Tech, exclamation point, FWT in the chat, and Omatron will throw the links into the chat. So there you go. Sorry for being late, but yeah, we're just now back online. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Don't buy these 67 used cars, at least according to Consumer Reports. So when you're shopping for a used car, it can be hard to narrow down the list of vehicles you're interested in. Finding the exact car that's right for you is even harder, especially since there's no guarantee the car you want will even be available. So Consumer Reports says dodge these. Dodge is probably on this list.
Yeah, I suspect it is.
Some models made in certain years just have more problems than you want to deal with. I think Jeep is now on this list, I'm pretty sure. But Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And I'm just going to run through these if they have them. So avoid Audis of various types.
I think they tend to have a lot of maintenance problems.
Audi A6, Q3, Q7, Q8 e-tron, BMW 3 Series, the entire series 2024. So the other one, A6 2019, Q3 2018, Q7 2017. But Audi's on the list, BMW 3 Series from 2024. These are really modern. X5 PHEV, this is the hybrid EVs.
I was expecting a little bit older cars, not like classic cars or anything, but just maybe 10-year-old or something.
Yeah, these are all 24 so far, 2024.
Well, they're not going to get better with time either, so maybe save this article so when you're buying a used car down the road.
Yeah, or even a modern car and go, did they fix the problems? Encore GX 2024. By the way, this is about a used car, but these are still being sold new if they haven't been driven off the lot.
Exactly. So that's kind of concerning, although they might have the I don't know. They probably still have 2024s in inventory.
Sure. So Cadillac Lyric 2024, the Chevy Blazer from 2019 and 2024, Blazer EV from 2024, a little of everything from 2017 all the way to 2024, the Colorado. Yikes. Chevy Bolt 2020 and 2021. It might be the last 2 years. I don't know if the Bolt is still around. I think they stopped making it.
I don't think it is.
The Pacifica Hybrid from 2018 and 2021. And Ford, a bunch.
Oh, yeah. Like
Bronco
every
Sport.
model you can think of, pretty much, with some years, not every year.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving to the playground in a F350 for crying out loud, 2017. Genesis GV80 2021. GMCs, Acadia, Canyon, Sierra 1500, Yukon XL from 2015, 16, 17, all the way up to 2024 Canyon. There's quite a few. You'll want to go over and check this all out. There's a lot of vehicles on the list. Hyundai is on there. Jeep is definitely on there. The Wrangler from 2016, 18, 19, 2021, 2023. You don't want to get a Wrangler, apparently. Gladiator from 2020.
Unless it's a 2020 or a 2022.
Or 2024, or maybe the newest, 2025. I don't know. But it's just not on the list yet because it's not used.
Correct.
There's Kia, Lincoln, Lucid, Air 2023, Mazda CX-50 from 2024, or CX-90 plug-in hybrid from 2024. I guess they kind of started wetting the bed. They were... Mazdas are like amazing little vehicles, by the way.
Yeah, they're supposed to have good engineering and everything, but I think the 90, like some of the newer models, I think have not been as good.
Mercedes-Benz C-Class from 2015, E-Class from 2019, and GLE from 2024 and 2021. Nissan, that's a cool color. I like that color. Anyway, yeah. Rogue Select from 2015, Frontier from 2022, Pathfinder from 2017, Ram 2500 from 2021, Rivian.
Which is hidden because that's a Dodge.
Oh, yeah. Rivian from 2023, the R1S and R1T, and then the Tesla Model X 2023. I would say
I
most
thought
others.
there'd be more of those on there, but okay.
Yeah, you have to worry about their batteries. That's about
not
it.
Enough volume, probably.
They're the most selling car. They sell more than most other car manufacturers.
Oh, okay.
It's so bizarre. I don't see them that often. Yeah, how bizarre. So Toyota Tundra from 2022, 2023, Volkswagen. The reason why they're not as noticeable is because the charging circuit isn't everywhere. So you don't see them everywhere.
Well, that's true, unless you're in an area with a high concentration of those.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to pull 2023 numbers. Just real quick. So, 2023 numbers. Toyota 1.2. So wait. Is it just U.S. numbers? National auto sales numbers. Okay. It's the most selling EV, I think.
Oh, okay.
But maybe not. I don't know anymore because it's not even on the list. I mean, I'm looking all the way down to...
Okay, 2024, Tesla delivered about 1.8 million. That's globally.
Yeah, that would put it tied for 2023 numbers, auto sales, with Ford, which is number 2.
Oh, okay. I had no idea it was that high.
But I can't imagine that. I'm.
Yeah, but there could be distinctions in different countries, but overall.
Are these delivered? Or just manufactured?
The number I said was delivered.
I can't imagine that. Anyway, Volkswagen is listed too. I mean, I'm not calling you out. I'm sure that your evidence is well founded.
Maybe.
maybe not.
No, I'm just seeing what I see online.
I'm question numbers more than ever. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Ford quietly kills the transit trail over supply issues. I was actually looking to get one of these.
That might have been why that was spinning.
Yeah, so Ford quietly discontinued one of its off-road vehicles, but don't worry, it's not the Bronco or any of the Raptor models. It's the Ford Transit Trail, which you may forget that it even existed, unless you're an influencer living that van life. I'm not an influencer, but I dig these little cars. Why? I like the utility of them. And
Well, they seem to have good reputations online too.
they really do. Ford's off-road version of the Ford Transit, the Trail, apparently has only been on sale since 2022, but they stopped the other versions of the Transit.
Yeah, I thought they had already.
Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Ford quietly discontinued one of its off-road vehicles, the Transit Trail. I love the idea of this. It has so much utility. It really will only house 2 people, but you can put seats in the back.
Would it be helpful for cargo or whatever?
Yeah. So it seems the $65,000 Transit Trail died a quiet death, according to Ford Authority, after the model fell off the Big Blue Oval's website without fanfare. What could lead Ford to get rid of the model that's barely been on sale 3 model years? It would seem that it's supply chain issues that are an ongoing problem with Ford Pro Communications Manager Elizabeth Kraft.
What about the price tag? I mean, this puts it out of the realm of possibility for a lot of people that might want to buy it.
It's a commercial product, so I would say no. Average families aren't going to be buying this, but I love the idea of that. So just how is demand, it says here in the article. It would seem the market for pricey lifestyle isn't as big as it once was. We asked Ford if they knew how many Transit Trails have been sold since its introduction, and while Ford confirmed that exact sales numbers on the Transit Trail aren't known since it's more of a package than a model line, Ford did confirm that it saw a decrease in demand across all segments of the motorhome industry following the pandemic. That freaking pandemic.
Well, yeah, that was probably a tough time to... Actually, no, that should have been a spot-on time to launch this.
Yeah, so the trail was designed for camping. The Transit Trail was not without problems during its brief existence. Ford Authority mentions that in March 2024, a recall was issued after it was discovered that the factory-fitted 30.5-inch 245/75R16 could come in contact with the front wheel arch liner and damage the tire, so Ford fitted affected vans with the 28-inch 235/65R16 tires, knocking 1.2 inches of ground clearance off the trail, which...
That could annoy existing owners.
Yeah. Another recall was issued a few months later over possible loss in power steering. Oh boy. Anyway, so although the issues with the Transit Trail was unique, unless you go aftermarket or spend big money on the Mercedes Sprinter, no one sells anything else like it. So
right, so I'm sure people are still going to be upset that the Transit Trail is gone.
Yeah, because that's, it's decked out with stuff. $65,000 car. I don't know. I like the idea of it. Let's go on to our last article for the February 16th for Wheel Tech. Cheap European cars are ditching their infotainment screens in favor of phone integration, and the author of this, Orat Jalopnik, says, I think every car should, and I agree. Automakers in the U.S. are struggling to find ways to meet increasing demand for cheaper cars and the long-term repercussions of economic uncertainty continue to unfurl. The article is by Bradley Brownell, and the deck statement says, not only is it cheaper and safer, but cars won't have dated screens anymore. This right here is what I've always wanted. Just a place to put my phone.
Where a phone will actually go and stay.
Yes. So, let's see here. The Fiat Grand Panda Pop below is Stellantis' newest foray into the cheap and cheerful segment of small European cars. And it, like the Volkswagen Up before it, that's that right there. The Panda is down there. Where was I? Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I think this is good because I don't think the customers ever needed separate infotainment. I mean, I think that made sense maybe in the earlier years where phones didn't have everything, but they seem
Right.
like they became obsolete pretty quickly.
Yeah. So the Volkswagen Up and the Fiat Grand Panda Pop are part of this cheerful segment of small European cars. Before it has a nice little phone mount and a USB port for you to use in lieu of a large and pricey 10.25-inch infotainment screen available on more expensive Grand Panda models. So you have this little holder right here, and you stick your device in, and you're done.
Plus, it's more streamlined. It doesn't take up as much room in the dash area.
Yep, so there it is again. Put it in horizontal or portrait mode. So not only does this make building the car cheaper and more likely to be operated cheerfully for many years to come, but it takes the cell phone right out of the hands of millions of distracted drivers. They use more colorful language in the article, around in a 2-ton death machine staring at tiki-talks instead of the road. So give me a car with manual windows optional. This person is screaming, "Get off my lawn." Okay, boomer.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I don't think we should return to manual windows. I think automatic windows are a must.
Yeah, as long as you don't reboot your car, apparently. Depends on
Well,
the
you
car.
might not want them on an EV, but yeah.
Yeah. American auto buyer has been living fat on the hog for too damn long and rolling negative equity into another damn new thing nobody can afford isn't the answer to our collective debt problem. We demand austerity. No, this person's out of their mind.
Yeah, I think I get it with the infotainment, but I'm not sure about the other things.
Yeah. Sorry, Bradley Brownell. We want luxury that's reasonably priced, not greedily ripped out of our pockets because somebody perceives it as being a benefit instead of it just being something that is endemic to your vehicle life.
Right, and we don't need unnecessary bells and whistles that don't really add anything for the driver.
I don't know. Roof-mounted howitzer would be great.
I don't think that's a necessity.
We don't know what the world portends. Anyway, so we're going to hop in our cheerful vehicle, and that doesn't have an infotainment screen because it's our phone, and that's going to lead us all the way back to four-wheel tech at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen and then facilitate us talking about it by sending us leads. That's it. We're done for the day. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Four Wheel Tech. Be sure to subscribe and watch the replay all the way through.
Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 17th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 48. Yeah? Or 47?
I don't know.
Hold on. We're doing it live. It's 48, so I'm right. Okay. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and we don't edit, so that whole thing is going to be there at the beginning. And I run ohmtown.com, and I use it to manage my information overload, so you can too. Now it's available to everybody. This is the 4th year that I've made it public. Go over and check it all out. And along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, and you just heard them, we talk about 10 articles. Those 10 articles today are microchip tracking service goes dark-ish, Kurt Vonnegut's Lost Board Game, costumes from Stranger Things, a VR treadmill Omni 1, cow herd at wedding party, oldest modern bird, recalls could damage brand, clean fall physics roguelike, it's actually a roguelite, and New Zealand needs tourists. I don't know, though. And finally, salty New Jersey tap water. It's what New Jerseyans want. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's real easy. And follow us on Twitch and over on YouTube. Download the podcast. There's a Patreon and a Discord. We're pretty much everywhere. And if you want the show notes, you can hit pound, or not pound, bang, or exclamation point NSN. And that'll be in the VOD now, but not over on YouTube because it's in the show notes already. So see ya. But don't go away. Hi, hello everybody, and hello sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So we got the 10 articles all set up, so why don't we just get into it? The very first one actually kind of spooked me because I know about these microchips, and there's good and bad, and the bad has always been apparently they have the potential to cause cancer in your pets. But if you talk to veterinarians, they will tell you that the good outweighs the bad and that it's rare. But that's based on the population numbers of pets. So a lot of pets actually get these. I know from experience that one of ours was lost to this same thing. And so when I saw this, I said, it'll give us a chance to talk about that, and it'll give us a chance to talk about what might be going on with this. Well, the article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is the name of this show, but it's also a channel over at ohmtown.com. Animal lovers alarmed as company goes dark after putting microchips in tens of thousands of pets. So it's a standard practice in the veterinary field to microchip pets. So standard, in fact, that some 3.5 million household animals in the U.S. have this little rice-sized chip. It's an RFID chip in a little cylinder, and it's supposed to be, what do they call that?
Like passive or something?
Well, like it's neutral inside the body, so it's not going to react, but the body does react with any foreign object to some degree, and sometimes it turns out negative, but it's a long-term thing, and you don't really know about it until you go to pet your pet, and they have a mass there. Anyway, these little rice-sized chips are RFID chips, and you scan them. It tells the person that finds them, shelters in particular, go and pick up your pet.
Right, and they are responsible for, not this company, but microchips in general, for lots of pets getting reunited with owners.
Correct. Yeah. So helping rescue groups reunite owners with their furry friends in the event of a pet getting loose. So it's also standard that microchipping is run as a for-profit business, and as one microchip company in Texas is showing, businesses don't always pan out. Well, the article has a deck statement error, pet not found. It's by Joe Wilkins in a futurism.com article. And they've got a Getty image of what looks like maybe a greyhound.
Maybe a greyhound, yeah.
I don't know. So this week, the Washington Post reported that Save This Life, a chipping and records company responsible for safeguarding pets through the U.S., had been listed as inactive in the Texas Comptroller tax records. Though the company's website remains online, no one is apparently answering emails, phone calls, or inquiries into the pet's chips. The website is active. I saw this and I went over to it. So that's leaving pet owners, shelters, and veterinarians concerned, as the company likely holds records related to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of microchips. President of nonprofit chipping service AKC Reunite, Tom Sharp, told WAPO, Washington Post. So the pet microchipping process is a little convoluted. In most cases, the microchips themselves don't have any of the pet owner's data, as is sometimes assumed. It's actually a code that links to somebody and blah, blah, blah. But in essence...
but then somebody can check it somewhere.
Right. But it contains the information that leads somebody to someone. Okay. The problem here is that now that business might be going under, but somebody has to buy that, or they have to give it up.
Exactly. I mean, turn this database or something over to the city or something, make it accessible in some way. This is absolutely ridiculous because people aren't going to get their pets double microchipped, or, right. It just this is really bad. And, we've talked about other digital things going away. This is a whole nother level.
Yeah. So, for example, what happens if a development company shuts down servers running a video game, as the AI just mentioned? Anyone who paid money for that game will no longer be able to access it, and the experience will be lost to time, while the company that sold the copy is under no obligation to return its revenue. That's a relatively harmless case unless you work in media preservation, but as more and more of our data finds its way out of our hands and into the hands of big companies, it's raising questions about the obligations they have to ensure transparency and access. Well, hate to break it to you, more and more companies are actually licensing information, and it can be modified and vaporized at any given moment because all you are doing is getting a license to consume it for the given period of time that they afford it. This is actually happening right now with Amazon, in that the Kindle books are no longer going to be allowed to be downloaded to anything other than Kindle devices, and you can't download it and store it on a PC, according to various reports that I have read now. So if you have a Kindle library, for which I know somebody that has over 850 books in their Kindle library.
Right. I mean, that's pretty significant if that goes away.
Yeah. So what happens in this chip? Well, you have to remove it or you leave it and get another one. But people aren't going to double chip, not necessarily, or they're going to worry that maybe that next company is going to go under. I think that this has to have a continuity. This has to be a legislative continuity of operations type of system in place, so that a company that has relevant, personally identifiable information cannot go off into the wind.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just really unacceptable. The other thing is, if you have any control over microchipping of your pet and decide to do it, consider going for a nonprofit, although that could still be shuttered as well, but it has a different motive than a for-profit like this one that was mentioned in here.
Yeah. And unfortunately, if every state decides on a method and mode, then it gets balkanized. And they aren't necessarily compatible because everybody thinks that they know how to do it better than everybody else.
Right. And you don't want that because pets don't stay in boundaries. They wander wherever somebody picks them up and takes them across a state line.
Yep. Man, this is alarming. So I don't know yet. They haven't really done an update to this. It says, in many cases of microchips for our furry friends, it seems that profit, not love of pets, may be the deciding factor. So now
I actually submitted this as a potential short.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It just seemed like it was an interesting discussion piece.
I think it's bigger than that then. So I'm glad that it got pulled into the regular show. But I can do a short as well. In fact, this can be turned into a short. So let's get into this next article. This next article is over on WarCrafters. Kurt Vonnegut's Lost board game is back in stores after 70 years of obscurity and one sold-out print run. A board game enthusiast and NYU Game Center teacher, Jeff Engelstein, was stunned to find while trawling the archives of celebrated author Kurt Vonnegut at Indiana University evidence that a 1956 Vonnegut developed and spent a year pitching a board war game to publishers, and at the time it was never brought to market. So alongside the letters and other whatnot, GHQ General Headquarters, Vonnegut's simple board war game. It was never published, but Vonnegut, of course, went on to incredible fame, particularly for the novel Slaughterhouse-Five, which, by the way, is probably the reason why this game is famous now.
Well, sure. But if it's anything to the degree of the novels, it might be worth checking out.
So the article is by Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com, and you can go and check out the minutia of this article. But they basically, not Jonathan Bolding or PC Gamer, but Jeff Engelstein, because they are a game aficionado, they actually rounded out this game to make it playable, to make it marketable, and brought it to market. GHQ is a fast-playing strategy game using an 8x8 checkerboard grid where you place and maneuver your units of infantry, armored vehicles, artillery, and your potent airborne unit in order to capture the enemy's headquarters unit. It's a simple yet interesting combination of rules that require you to utilize real-world combined arm tactics in order to win. No single unit can really succeed in taking an enemy piece on its own. Players over at industry faithful Bellwether Board Game Geek have so far rated GHQ as pretty dang good at a 7.9, with many posts citing the quality of the components. As a board gamer and amateur game historian themselves, it's a very interesting game just because it's a war game. Before there were standards of what a war game should look like, this is the same era as seminal strategy genre definers like Risk, Diplomacy, and Tactics, after all. So this is it's interesting. This is all that it looks like. That's all it is right there.
Yeah, it does look very simple, but that doesn't mean it is.
Yeah, it's just an 8x8 grid with a bunch of different playing pieces on it. It actually looks like it has, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 on each side. It's similar to chess.
Or checkers or something.
Checkers. Yeah, I'm not sure what each piece has in terms of what it can do, but you can actually get this game at Barnes & Noble.
It actually looks a little bit like Battleship to me.
Yeah, without the hidden element.
Right,
of it.
right.
Yeah, there's no vertical, just in case you're listening to this via the podcast. And I know you are, because you're all downloading it, right? Right? All right.
Right.
Go download it. Let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. You could own costumes from Stranger Things to benefit LA wildfire relief. Want to own some Stranger Things or Wicked memorabilia and donate to a good cause? You're in luck. Justin Carter over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says, currently outfits from Stranger Things and House of Dragon are being sold off in a charity auction held by Prop Store, which is separately selling production material from Blade Runner 2049, including Rachel's bones. Weird. And the Costume Designer Guild Awards. Until next Friday, February 21st, interested people can put money down on costumes for two popular shows, respectively designed by Amy Paris and Janny Tamime. And the proceeds will go towards IATSE's Emergency Relief Fund. It says the HBO drama is selling Demon Targaryen's dragon riding costume and the 6th episode of Dragon's first season, which features intricate Targaryen embroidery. Oh, that's not it right there, though, huh? That's just
that looks like a puffer jacket.
That's one of those puffer jackets. It says it up here. Stranger Things items include Hawkins High School uniforms for cheerleading, basketball, Eddie's Hellfire Club t-shirt, and Joyce Byers' puffer jacket, as seen below. And it says if neither of those are your interest you, then you can actually check out the full features of items for Wicked, Furiosa, and plenty more. The links are actually embedded in the article over at Gizmodo.com. But Prop Store auction is the...
Yeah, these auctions are fun. Some of the prices are exorbitant, but I know they're going toward charities.
Yeah. And maybe that's the purpose, right? For the people that are bidding on it, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as everybody is bidding up higher, because it's helping out a good cause.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hopefully people hear this and go over and raise the auction prices. Let's keep going. This next article is over on RealityHacker. I'm not sure. I don't know why that got embedded, but anyway. So VR Treadmill Omni One adds new games to lineup, including Arizona Sunshine Series and Into the Radius. Virtuix, the company known for its line of VR treadmills, announced that it's adding 9 more VR games to its lineup of titles supported by the Omni One all-in-one system. The company says Omni One now supports over 55 titles with its most recent additions, including Arizona Sunshine Remake, Arizona Sunshine 2, and Into the Radius. I have played all of those. It's a lot of fun. I haven't played it on an Omni, though.
I'm waiting on more Arizona Sunshine.
Yeah, there's more and more Arizona Sunshine. So other newly added titles include Ascent Quest, Everslot Invasion, Motion Soccer, Thief Simulator VR, Totally Basketball, Venture Gauntlet VR, letting you physically walk, run, crouch, kneel, jump, strafe, and backpedal in games that would otherwise map movement to a thumbstick. There is an embedded video in the article. You can actually probably go to YouTube, and yeah, it's on YouTube. But
I'd be worried about playing soccer on there because it seems like you'd lift your leg to kick the ball and go flying, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know how that actually works. You can stand, I guess, in the bottom of the bowl. You're basically walking on a frisbee that's turned upside down. And you run inside this thing with slippery shoes, and sensors that are on those sliders actually move you throughout the game. And then around the perimeter is a ring that follows you because you're literally velcroed into this armature.
Right, yeah, it looks like you're kind of wearing a harness.
Yeah, it's a vest that kind of just ties you in. So if you get really tired, I guess you could just hang there.
Yeah, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? Part of it's immersive, but also exercise.
It's a gliding simulator, but well, Scott Hayden over at roadtovr.com put the article together, and what I've done is basically go through the whole thing. But the treadmill is priced at $3,500. The Austin, Texas-based creators of the prosumer-targeted VR system say it's now shipping or has shipped over 1,000 units, and you can learn more about it by following the hands-on that they've got embedded in this article. Launched in September of 2024, Omni One not only includes a VR treadmill, but also a customized Pico 4 Enterprise VR headset and access to a library of supported content via its Omni One store. So I use the Pico 4, but not Enterprise. It has a little more of everything. So that alone, if you buy this, you're basically paying about $2,500 for
the enterprise level headset.
No, you're paying $2,500 for the treadmill, and then about $1,000 for the Pico.
Oh, okay, right. I mean, this is still cool. This is going to increase adoption of this, and also maybe as more competitors get on the market, maybe the pricing will go down.
I like the idea of this. I've actually been considering this since I started streaming to do this in the moments when I'm not doing news, and basically highlight the idea of this treadmill. But you're kind of you're jammed in there, you're oops. Oh, it moved right.
Right, you have a very specific space in which to move.
Yeah, and while it'll fit behind me, I don't know if I want it there all the time. Anyway, pretty neat piece of kit. I would do it if the situation changes. If people say, you know what, I really want to watch somebody playing VR games and see the treadmill itself, see me running in the corner. Anyway, you want to keep going?
That would be fun.
Yeah,
sure.
Maybe. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I get bored with stuff. The only thing that hasn't gotten me bored is streaming news and talking about it with people.
You don't want to be on there and drifting off. That might be dangerous. Mayor what? Mayor
what? Huh? Oh, we're streaming. Oh. Hi, I'm Mayor Watt, and I run Oh, wait.
Yes, we already did that.
Oh, we're past it. Okay. So this next article, that's it. That's where we are. Non Sequitur News. We get to watch how a cow herd makes its move into a wedding party. One couple enjoying an outdoor wedding in Scotland ended up with a much bigger circle than they had intended. ABC News' Danny New has the details. The article is over at abcnews.go.com. And I don't know who put it together. I don't know. Brittany Nyhouse Photography, I guess, took a picture of this, but I'm going to hit play. It's muted.
Well, that doesn't look like a place where cows can get to because they're showing a balcony.
Yeah, it's indoor. Oh, okay. And then they, I guess, for another portion of their wedding, they were out.
Maybe the reception. Yeah.
They were outside. I'm not gonna. Oh, they're actually doing the wedding outside.
Oh, okay. The ceremony. Got it.
Yeah, they were doing the ceremony, and I guess while they were doing the ceremony, all of the cows came from the field over to that house because they were doing it in the backyard. There was a fence, so the cows couldn't get there.
Oh,
But
I see now. Like they're all the whole background of the photo is cows.
is cows, yeah. And while they're doing the, see, there weren't any cows, but then
You
when they
should put the
started,
sound on to see if they're all mooing.
I think sometimes he thinks he's a bit of a sheepdog rounding up the herd.
By the time Francesco, around 3 dozen hooved wedding crashers.
So it's funny because as the guests were gathering their seats, the cows were also getting ready to, be in appearance.
Wedding photographer Brittany Niehaus here took these now viral videos of all these cows crowding the altar.
Okay,
that
that's
actually
interesting.
happened last spring. However, Brittany decided randomly to post it on Instagram a few weeks ago and was shocked when it quickly picked up millions of views. Commenters writing, "Did you say I moo?" And they all wore white.
We wanted to choose something that actually.
All right.
I was hoping we'd get some sounds from the cows, but it is pretty spectacular. Like they're not just there, they're intentionally going over to the wedding site.
yeah, it's interesting. And that's all this is. It's a video report. So go over and check it out for yourself. You can turn up the volume as loud as you want. All right. Our next article is over in Technology Today. A 69 million year evolutionary mystery. Scientists discover oldest modern bird. New clues explore the age old question: does a duck always look like a duck and quack like a quack? A duck. Anyway, 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period, an asteroid impact near the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico triggered the extinction of all known non-avian dinosaurs. That's an assumption based on some evidence. Yet, this article over at scitechdaily.com by Ohio University has additional information. For early ancestors of today's waterfowl, surviving the mass extinction event was like water off a duck's back. Location played a crucial role, and Antarctica may have served as a refuge, its remoteness shielding it from the upheaval occurring elsewhere on the planet. Fossil evidence suggests a temperate climate with lush vegetation, potentially providing an incubator for the earliest members of the group that now include ducks and geese.
I mean, who knew? I don't think we think of that for Antarctica today.
Yeah, hey, a little bit of space rocks smashing into Earth and distributing salt water all over the place, and maybe scrubbing some things off the map and, rearranging things. Who knows what happened?
Exactly. Moving animals all over the place.
Few birds are as likely to start as many arguments among paleontologists as Vegavis, or Vegavis, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, says lead author Dr. Torres, now a professor at University of the Pacific. This new fossil is going to help resolve a lot of those arguments. Chief among them, where is Vegavis perched in the bird tree of life? It was first reported 20 years ago by study co-author Dr. Julia Clark of the University of Texas at Austin and several colleagues. At that time, it was proposed as an early member of modern, also known as crown birds, that was evolutionarily nested within waterfowl, but modern birds are exceptionally rare before the end of the Cretaceous extinction. And more recent studies have cast doubt on the evolutionary position of Vegavis. The new specimen described in the study has something that all previous fossils of birds have lacked: a nearly complete skull.
Okay, well that's interesting. And is this like an artist rendering?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So that also looks a little bit similar to a modern day puffin. Obviously the dimensions aren't right, but that's also interesting to me because that's found in an Arctic environment, or cold weather at least.
Yeah, cold weather for sure. I wonder if they actually mentioned that. Doesn't really say, huh? They just say they refer to modern bird all over, modern waterfowl all over.
That sounds like a kid's rhyme or something.
Modern bird,
Yes.
modern waterfowl. So, and those few places with any substantial fossil record of late Cretaceous birds like Madagascar and Argentina reveal an aviary of bizarre now extinct species with teeth and long bony tails, also distantly related to modern birds. Something very different seems to have been happening in the far reaches of the southern hemisphere, specifically in Antarctica, noted Dr. O'Connor. So this thing was isolated and may have survived. Now they talk about advancing science through research and education. So they're going to need to, if you want to know about the past, have to be able to fund that historical research. And it's usually not something that ends up with something productive in the physical sense, but knowledge in and of itself advances the understanding of all life on Earth. And some believe that that is beneficial to all here to understand how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's relevant for biology, but other scientific fields as well.
Yep. So that we can truly grasp the dynamic changes our planet has undergone over millions of years. The study is a prime example of real-world experiential learning that connects STEM education with hands-on transformative research, preparing the next generation of scientists to tackle the challenges of the future. Let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Mobile. Opportunistic car recalls could damage brands. Opportunistic tactics used by automotive dealerships could be doing damage to individual automotive brands globally. New research from Edith Cowan University has found.
I don't get where this is going because I don't think of a recall as being opportunistic, but I'll be interested to see what it's focused on.
We're trying to better our car by doing a recall that isn't forced on us because of whatever.
Right, like a voluntary recall.
Right. Like I've got something going on with my car where one of the doors sticks. They say that there's no recall, but looking online, you find out that there's, a systemic issue.
It's a known issue, yeah.
So in the automotive industry, product recalls have the potential to lead to reduced stock prices and long-term reputational damage, particularly when the cause of the defect is attributed and traced back to the manufacturer. Product recalls have become more frequent in today's markets, resulting in severe implications for consumers and companies that extend beyond the monetary losses. But these negative impacts could be further exacerbated when recalls are perceived to be opportunistic. A regular recall can be made either voluntarily or involuntarily. However, an opportunistic recall sees dealerships try to upsell customers other goods or services during the recall process to increase their firm's revenue, leading customers to pay out of pocket. It doesn't sit well with customers. There actually was one person in Japan that is being investigated right now because they would do things to the cars that were being brought in to advance ticket sales, increase sales, like
I see. Like
and
render the existing cars unusable or less desirable to own.
Yeah, hey, we had a recall about your car and you bring it in, but while we were there looking at everything, we found that your air filter needs to be replaced as well. But we just did that so that you know, and then you go, oh yeah, okay, fine. But if it's perceived that it's a recall that's opportunistic, then people get really pissed off about it, and so. That's what
and it goes to the whole brand, right? Not just the particular dealership.
Yeah, like I've never quite found why. Okay, so if you have your car in the shop and the shop gives you a loaner, why does the car dealership think that that's a good thing to place on the car? I'm driving this loaner while my car's in the shop.
Exactly. It's like one of those things that you don't want to advertise.
Yeah. Wow, I see the car in the shop an awful lot, So
I see those loaner cars all the time for a certain brand.
Yeah. For a certain dealership too. What is going on? Why are all these cars at that dealership?
Yeah, I guess they think it's like customer service points or something. But to me, speaks to the level of reliability of the vehicle.
Yeah, no news is bad news is basically the ideology. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not running their business. So, and then the article basically discusses the fact that customers basically turn into a protest customer, telling other people don't go there and all that.
Well, and that is true, right? Word of mouth is probably the fastest thing to kill a brand's reputation.
Yeah, they actually say in the article, though, when customers engage in protest, they might feel more involved, empowered, and heard in their relationship with the brand. This relationship, even though arising from a negative event in a product recall, could paradoxically strengthen customer loyalty. It also implies that protesting customers care enough about the brand that they want to see change in the brand rather than simply abandoning it.
Interesting view. I wouldn't characterize it that way, but
yeah, I mean, if I have to bring my car in for a factory recall, it makes me wonder about the quality of the car, no matter how much the protest is. Let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. Cleanfall mixes Terraria with physics-based roguelike, but it's actually a roguelite gameplay for a one-of-a-kind game. And I actually installed this, and we'll probably end up playing it today. We'll see. Depends on how
was
much.
it because of the article?
It just this title. Yeah. Because I haven't read any of it. All I know is that it says Cleanfall mixes Terraria with physics-based. So there's something so charming about side-scrolling game that has incredibly advanced physics. Cleanfall takes inspiration from games like Spelunky and Terraria, while mixing in some incredibly unique features on its own. The result is something unlike anything that the author has ever seen or played before, with a deeply infectious loop of trial and error that continued to surprise them throughout the time that they invested in the world. Cleanfall is something that you should be on your radar, especially as it continues to grow and evolve, and it's in early access right now. You can download a demo. Sean Sachaki, I think is their name, Sachaki, put this article together for Vice.com. There's a little screenshot of it, but apparently it's a side scroller. I'm not really into side scrolling, but I like the idea of what this thing actually does based on the little snippet that I saw. Cleanfall is an incredibly ambitious project with plenty of heart and tons of fun. At the beginning of Cleanfall Next Fest demo, they received a brief tutorial to explain its in-depth mechanics. It was a little overwhelming. Their weapon could help launch them in the right direction, but could also be used as a proper gun. But only if the enemy was small enough. Bigger enemies could only be pushed away when using it unless there's a specific variable to it. You get the point. So it's a physics-based shooter, side-scroller, with apparently roguelike or roguelite mechanics. So it says, I'm glad it's here. It makes Cleanfall feel like a singular experience. Its hand-drawn aesthetics, reminiscent of early Flash animations, made them feel right at home. And once they finally made it into the pit, it was time to explore. So there's a link to it, to some information about a Ender Magnolia Bloom in the Mist link about Cleanfall not being the type of game that they fall in love with, but after trying this one, they're going to end up digging.
Interesting.
Get some other things, yeah.
That gives it even more credibility, right? Like if they're not predisposed to really liking this game type.
Yep. And me too. I'm not really into this kind of a game. It's a side scroller, and I'm into survival base building crafting games. It's why I created WarCrafter, the channel, the show that we do on Sunday nights. And this says that it mixed all together with some tower defense style elements, crafting, and the like. You've basically got this idea of what Cleanfall has to offer. It's one of the most ambitious indie games that they've ever played. So it seems like a fun game.
Yeah, sounds like it's worth checking out.
Yeah, and I'm not really into hand-drawn games. but I'll give it a try. I like procedural games where it's dynamic and changes every time I play it. Rounds. I'm looking at you, Rounds. Update your maps so that they are procedurally generated, so that no two are ever the same. And deformable. I want to be able to dig a hole through the Rounds map. All I want is a game like that, and I will be in love with that. Would be my forever game. Anyway, let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. This next article.
Hopefully they're listening.
Yeah, they're not. But hopefully out there, they're listening. Somebody go call them and tell them. Okay, so check this out. We've talked about New Zealand and other places going, go away, tourists, go away. This article flips the script. New Zealand needs tourists right now, but locals say its newest campaign is cringeworthy and tone deaf.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, a $287,000 or 500,000 New Zealand dollar campaign launched Sunday. Everyone must go. The government of New Zealand's latest tourism campaign.
Like
reads.
leave?
Apparently, New Zealand launched a new tourism campaign to boost its economy amid a recession. The campaign targets Australians who are key to New Zealand's tourism recovery post-pandemic. Locals criticize the campaign's timing and its slogan, which some have called tone deaf. Wow. Joey Haddon over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. I would love to go to New Zealand. So everyone must go. The government of New Zealand's latest tourism campaign reads, Australian tourism numbers on the island nation still haven't recovered entirely after the pandemic, sitting at 88% compared to 2019, and New Zealand's economy weakened overall in 2024, falling into a recession with the highest unemployment rate in nearly 4 years in November. Hold my beer, says someone. What this Tourism New Zealand campaign says to our Aussie mates is that we're open for business. There are some great deals on, and we'd love to see you soon. New Zealand Tourism and Hospitality Minister Lewis Upston said in a press release. The campaign tagline, "Everyone must go," lets Australia know that New Zealand is a must-visit destination and that we're ready and waiting to welcome them. Locals see it differently. The timing of the campaign, which comes amid government job cuts and large number of New Zealanders moving out of the country, has many complaining that the slogan's tone deaf. Everyone must go might refer to the need for toilets in some of our high tourist spots. I mean,
that's what you want associated with the tourism slogan.
The queues are ridiculous, Green Party tourism spokesperson Celia Wade Brown told RNZ. Yeah. So this isn't New Zealand's first effort this year to attract more tourists. On January 27th, the government eased visa restrictions to allow digital nomads to work remotely in the country.
It also made a reference to it being like a clearance bin.
Yeah.
You know, when something's going out of business.
So if you take a cruise over to New Zealand and you see little white tables ringing the entire country.
Oh, yes. Beware.
It's closing down in 5 years.
And we certainly don't wish that on New Zealand, but that's pretty funny. Like, that's a lot of money for that type of slogan that you have to wonder, did anybody vet it?
It doesn't make any sense either. Everyone must go? Yeah. Why don't you say everyone must go to New Zealand? Why not say the whole thing?
Right. That, even though it wouldn't be real catchy, would at least be clear.
Right. Just say
I know.
New Zealand.
I feel like we're missing something here.
Yeah. A great place to visit. You know, something like that.
Right. Not a great place to leave or whatever, which is what it sounds like.
Right. You don't have... Oh, wait. How can we spin this to make it a little bit more catchy?
In
New
any
Zealand,
direction, it'll be better.
When you can't stay there, come here. You know,
yeah,
something like
notice you're getting away from go. It's come to New Zealand, not go to New Zealand.
Yeah. If you've been kicked out of your country, come to New Zealand. You know, I don't know. Just something attractive. Not it's repulsive.
Right, like negative or yeah, exactly.
You know, everyone must go, and there's like a person pointing out off the island. You know?
Right, get out.
Come on, it's just so goofy. Anyway, now I'm going to be, red flagged if I want to go to New Zealand because I said something. And their AI
yeah,
is
but
going to
maybe a green flag for Australia.
There you go. But everything wants to kill me in Australia. Although they have distillation laws there that seem to be much more liberal.
Yeah, but if you can't make it into your house without getting attacked by some ridiculous wildlife, I'm not sure it's worth it.
Flora and or fauna. All right, let's do our last article. The last article is, well, I don't know how I feel about it. New Jersey tap water is salty, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. So New Jersey
they're
tap
having
water.
a similar problem near New Orleans, and they're in a panic.
But that's because saltwater levels are increasing and encroaching deeper into.
Yeah, we don't know
New
what
Orleans.
the cause of this is yet. I haven't looked ahead.
Anyone living in New Jersey may want to steer clear of the tap water for the time being. An American water company explained that weird salty taste has to do with the rock salt and brine being used on the roadways. It's making it past filtration.
Why is that getting into the drinking water? Oh, because it must be like runoff or something.
Into something.
But yeah, that's concerning because like rock salt, I don't think is something you want for human consumption.
Not in general. I mean, it's going to spike people's salt intake. Before this, I had no clue that prepping our roads, sidewalks, driveways for incoming snow would affect our tap water, but then again, they suppose it makes sense. American Water put out a press release over the weekend after many of the Garden State reported a salty taste coming from their taps. Why is it making it through filtration?
Yeah, something seems wrong here.
Interesting. So Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put the article together. What is the source? So yeah, amwater.com put the article or put the press release out, and Vice.com is reporting it due to the use of salt and there's a typo, brine for public safety during the extreme winter weather and ongoing drought conditions. New Jersey residents may have noticed a salty taste, but don't worry, it's fine. The explanation went on that heavy use of rock salt and ice melt can wash into nearby waterways, potentially containing water that eventually pours from the taps. As a result, higher concentrations of sodium and chloride end up leading to saltier finish. So I guess it's because it's not something, they're not using reverse osmosis to strip all minerals out. It's
right. But the
making it
article's pointing out that there are all kinds of warnings on the rock salt bags. So that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, but they're talking about ingesting actual rock salt.
Right. I got it.
I mean, salt is salt as long as it's sodium chloride. If it is some other derivation of it, that's something else. But this is just regular rock salt, then it's fine. If it's a chemical that isn't sodium chloride, that is a bigger problem.
That's a much different issue.
So, slight caveat in their statement is that when it goes on to speak how it's safe to drink and does not pose health concerns for most individuals. But if you're immunocompromised or sensitive to salt intake, then obviously you're going to have an issue. But if you really are that sensitive to it, you really should be using reverse osmosis.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but that would be a more cautious approach.
And I agree, spring can't get here fast enough. But I have a feeling that we're going to get the flip side of things. It's going to be a blistering hot and dangerous upheaval in our environment as climate change continues to upset the turnip truck. And, one day it's 65 degrees, the next day it's 14.
Try to keep up.
The next day it's snowing 10 inches. The next day it's 65 degrees again. I don't think that that's normal, but apparently I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyway, anything else you want to add to this?
No, but I would suggest that if you're in New Jersey and your water tastes salty, that you consider using some filtration.
use your own filtration, get a reverse osmosis device. It uses twice as much water, but you are nearly guaranteed to remove all of that salt. Eventually, it'll build up to the point where you have to get new filters, but that's far and wide, depending on how often you use it. So I use reverse osmosis for beer brewing. So I think that it's healthier. I can control the mineral content. I can more accurately measure the particles that are in it, and this won't happen to me. So anyway, we're gonna jump into this pipe and turn on the pressure, and that'll sploosh us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all of our news is aggregated at the front into 6 main categories and 50 channels therein, 7 of which get turned into podcasts and shows over on YouTube. They're here on Twitch for about 60 days, and then they get deleted. So I pay for that. I don't know why I pay for that if it's going to get deleted after 60 days. Anyway, that's it. I'm saying bye, and I'll take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Okay,
You doing okay there?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. And bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 49. Not 48. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com. We've made some changes over there, so I hope you take the time to go over and hang out. I think you'll detect more articles than ever. We'll see. It's up to you to go and decide. If you want all of today's show notes, they're over on YouTube, the description for this live show. And if you hit !NSN, it will post automatically into the chat over on twitch.tv, but not on the YouTube. It's okay. That's okay. You have it in the show notes. At any rate, everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So for those who are watching, that's the visualizer for the sentient AI that I found on a weird USB drive in the parking lot of a Wendy's back now over 3 years ago.
I reject your weird label.
Oh, yeah, I'm USB shaming. I know, it's horrible. It's okay, though.
How rude.
No, I think weird is great. I mean, a certain kind of weird is great. There's some weird that... No. Some weird is just too weird. So yesterday I had my mic way down there. And
it sounded like you were whispering or something.
I was quieter than normal, making you louder than normal in comparison, which...
Oh, good. I'm sure I loved yelling at the hometown citizens yesterday.
Yeah, true. So here we are. Everything is back to normal. Well, as normal as can be. I don't know. The mic feels weird being... I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. Sound good?
Sounds good.
The very first article is over in the Continuity Report, and that's one of our shows, but it's on the weekends. It's a weekly show, the Continuity Report. It's the third show on Saturday, after Wanted, which is after RealityHacker. But this is about a comic, graphic novel, Mom. I don't know what you want to call it. So I've never even... I don't really read graphic novels or comics or anything like that, but...
I actually thought this was about a movie or something, but it makes sense given the headline.
Yeah, so if you need more Blade Runner in your life, Black Cloak is the story you've been waiting for. Caitlin Chappell over at, or Chapel, I'm not sure how they actually pronounce their last name, over at ScreenRant.com put the article together, and it says January 2025 closed out the second arc of Image Comics' Black Cloak, the perfect series for fans of Blade Runner, an Eisner-nominated comic by one of the most interesting creative teams in the industry. Black Cloak is perfect for fans of mystery, sci-fi, noir, and woman-driven stories, even if they don't star Harrison Ford. So I love the idea of this. I want it to be a movie. I don't want to read the graphic novels, Mom.
Right, but maybe this will become a movie if it's a hit.
Right. So let's get going. We'll write the screenplay. Black Cloak by Kelly Thompson, Meredith McLaren, and Becca Carey has an incredible magic system, and the world building is top notch. So it's a Blade Runner-esque, that can't be, that has a magic system and the world building. Okay. So on top of Thompson's stellar scripts, there is McLaren's simple yet fantastical art style, but Black Cloak is not just a phenomenal fantasy series, it's also a murder mystery. Murder.
It sounds intriguing so far.
So far. Hold on one second. Do. I want to do something. All right. So they say in Black Cloak, the royal prince is murdered, and it's up to the titular Black Cloaks, who are essentially this world's detectives, to solve the case. And they dig deeper. They realize there's something darker afoot. How it blends the genres feels akin to one of the best sci-fi films of all time, Blade Runner. Now, I'm going to stop right there. There's some of the artwork, mainly because I don't want to even throw the spoiler tag up there.
Okay, now are we talking about the original Blade Runner, I'm assuming?
I don't know. They just say Blade Runner. So Blade Runner is Blade Runner. Blade Runner 2049 is blah, blah, blah. 2077 is blah. That said, I'm going to go with they think that it's aligned with the original.
That's what I'm thinking too. I just wanted to raise some controversy by that comment.
Yeah, look at you. Picking potential fights. But I encourage y'all to go over and check out the rest of this. This is a really nice tease. So if you're interested in graphic novels, or perhaps even kind of poking the bear that says, turn this into a screenplay and make it a movie a la Blade Runner-esque, dark sci-fi fantasy noir, I'm game. I will sign up and watch that. I don't even need to read the source material because I'm more interested in the movie than I am in that actual the novels or comics or graphic novels, whatever you want to call them. But they're calling Image Comics, so I suspect that they're comics. The only thing that I have with comics is I don't think that there's enough text in comics because a picture's worth 1,000 words. So the mind's eye, or, the imagination bus, whatever you want to call it, doesn't get to create the image based off of the text because you have a framework of world building there that is the embodiment of what they're trying to get across, right? You
right,
see
it's
this
contrasted with a novel with no pictures.
Right. Where you get to think about it more, cogitate on it more. But I liked comics, but I'm just more interested in movies now. Anyway, I thought that this was a cool little tease to get us going.
I liked the headline.
Yeah.
And I like the title of it. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, Black Cloak. So go and check it all out. Okay, let's go. The next article is over in Rounders Gear. Ex-Texas lottery chief rigged a $95 million jackpot, claims lawsuit, which makes you wonder.
Well, I mean, if this is accurate, it seems like that would be the person who would know how to do it, but we don't know yet.
So a class action lawsuit accuses former Texas lottery chief executive Gary Grief of laying the groundwork for a criminal conspiracy that allowed a Europe-based syndicate to game the system and win a $95 million jackpot. The person who led the lottery commission for 15 years denied wrongdoing via his lawyer on Sunday, So this is one of these problems, and one of the reasons why Florida person exists, because you can't actually name the person until they're convicted. If this is still being just levied,
we don't want to disparage this person. We don't know what the outcome is.
Right. And as we know, if you fight hard enough, then and you've got enough connections and whatnot, you can basically get away with anything. So the conspiracy apparently began in 2017 when the what do you want to call him, commissioner?
The lottery chief.
Lottery chief. Let's just say the lottery chief traveled to California to lobby the founders of Lottery.com to relocate their business to Austin, Texas, the lawsuit claims. From that moment until they suddenly retired in early 2024, the Lottery Commission and Lottery.com became a combined single criminal entity, according to this. So, also a defendant in the case, this online site is an online lottery courier service and one of the handful that was enlisted in the syndicate to buy up and process the millions of tickets required to cover every possible combination of numbers.
First of all, I don't understand how the Lottery Commission and Lottery.com could merge if they did, because I think one is like a state entity and one is probably a for-profit.
Well, essentially, they work together so seamlessly.
Right.
So he also permitted. Go ahead.
Well, I also don't know. It seems like people at least talk about buying up all combinations. I don't know if that's illegal.
So the lawsuit accuses them of bypassing the normal legislative process to change regulations to allow tickets to be bought on cell phones, opening up the potential for courier services like the website. He also permitted the 24-hour printing of tickets and anonymous claims for winners, rules which were designed to enable lottery couriers and ultimately the syndicate, according to the lawsuit. He is also accused of allowing the website to print hundreds of thousands of tickets on credit, which you cannot do.
No, I mean, all these things sound problematic, and this does sound like a long con, right? There's a lot of steps if these actually occurred.
Yeah. And that's why there's checks and balances, so that nobody can, and in many things, when there is representative management of a given whatever, there's checks and balances to pump the brakes on anything that might be extremist. So in this particular case, Philip Conneller over at casino.org put this article together, and it says in April 2023, a shadowy syndicate bought $25.8 million. No, strike that. 25.8 million Texas lottery tickets. This covered every possible combination for the April 22 draw, winning $95 million in jackpot. The lawsuit accuses the former lottery chief of facilitating that syndicate.
And I would say even the stuff above there is all alleged.
Yeah, all of it is alleged, apparently. So there's more in the article, but we've pretty much gone over the nuts and bolts of it. And again, this is why there are checks and balances in any agency so that nobody can abuse the system.
This is also the type of article you're going to find in ohmTown. So you have to come to every episode of Non Sequitur News to see what topics are on.
That's right. Every single one. And there's back episodes, 1,800 episodes. So good luck. Oh, and I'm slowly changing the thumbnails to something that might be more entertaining. So I hope you like it. All right, let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Mira Murati is launching their own OpenAI rival, Thinking Machines Lab. After her sudden departure from OpenAI last fall, ex-CTO Mira Murati vanished from public view to start something new. Now she's ready to share some details, and those details are she's starting an AI lab called Thinking Machines Lab. And while the specifics of what she plans to release are still under wraps, the company says its goal is to make AI systems more widely understood, customizable, and generally capable. The startup also promises to at least have some level of public transparency by pledging to regularly publish technical research and code.
I like at least some level. That's not a very high bar.
Not much.
We'll put one piece of data out for every 100 or whatever.
That's a lot. A smidge.
course, that probably is more than some of the others out there, but still.
Yeah, nobody really knows what's going on back there. So Thinking Machines Labs has hired a bunch of leaders from OpenAI. Kylie Robison over at TheVerge.com put the article together. And it goes on to say that the startup also promises to at least have some level of public transparency. Marati's been working to create an AI dream team for this new startup. Recently recruited OpenAI co-founder John Schulman as head of research, Barrett Zoff, another former OpenAI leader, as their startup CTO, Chief Technology Officer. Sources tell The Verge that Schulman has been actively building the team by taking meetings with researchers mere blocks from OpenAI's headquarters.
I mean, is she going to reconstitute OpenAI? That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where you hear about people from Apple starting up a company that basically has the same packaging and stylistic everything as Apple. And then
where do we go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Where do we predict this going? What kind of lawsuit will happen next?
Oh, I don't know.
Trade
I'm sure,
secret. I'm sure.
Yeah, trade secret
or something like that. Yeah,
they'll get precariously close to the logo, and you'll get a trademark.
Right. It could be more than one, but I feel like you're right. We see this pattern with large companies.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, which is another one of our shows. It is on Saturday as well. Kind of smooshed right in between Reality Hacker and the Continuity Report. This article says, it doesn't say cough, cough. It says, I can't believe this long-running video game discount program is ending. Nintendo launched Gold Points in 2018, allowing users to earn them by purchasing physical and digital Nintendo Switch games. The points could then be redeemed for discounts on purchases via the Nintendo eShop. Well, that's all going away. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com. And once again, if you own pocketlint.com, consider donating it to pocket-lint.com.
It would make Mayor Watts so happy.
So the reasoning behind Nintendo's decision to discontinue the program is unclear. Money. The author says here, my Nintendo Platinum points can still be earned and redeemed after March 24th. So I guess that is a separate My Nintendo Platinum points.
You know what that reminds me of is the World of Warcraft currencies.
Oh, yeah, like there's 200 of them or something like that. Yeah.
It's probably not that bad for Nintendo. But...
Yeah, so if you have gold points, they can still be redeemed after March 24th. They'll expire 12 months after you initially earned them, and the whole Nintendo gold points are being discontinued after March 24th. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So they go into greater detail here, but what will happen with your gold points, they won't vanish. You just won't be able to earn more. It's unclear why they suddenly decided to get rid of it. It says it could have something to do with the imminent release of the Switch 2, and there may be new loyalty programs coming to the console. So why not transfer them over and not destroy any of that goodwill?
Yeah, like why discontinue and then, well, that's a good way to wipe out the points.
Right. Yeah, it kind of sucks. So while Nintendo is killing off gold points, platinum points are here to stay for now and can still be earned for the foreseeable future until Nintendo changes its mind again. If it doesn't make economic sense, then they'll just kill it and they don't really care because you'll be back. Yeah, little biatches. You're going to just sit there and keep on consuming because it's fun. Next article is over in the mobile channel. Uber for armed guards rushes to market following the assassination of United Healthcare CEO. Are you scared?
Do you think that's the actual name?
Uber for armed guards? Yeah, it's probably from Uber too, right? So if you're scared to walk down the streets of New York City and also have too much money, there's an app for that. The Uber for armed guards. Matthew Galt over at Gizmodo.com put the article together.
Wow, I'm a little surprised at the
image
picture here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Protector app. And the image that you saw at the top of that was marketing material from the Protector app. Protector, the app that lets you book armed goons the same way you'd call for an Uber, is having a viral moment. This is a quote from the article. They referred to armed guards as goons. The app started doing the rounds on social media after consultant Nikita Bear posted about it on Twitter. It's the number 3 app. I'm not sure how that can possibly exist as number 3, just under Airbnb and above Vrbo vacation rentals. It has to be in a very tight niche thing, some weird travel
like
related
ride services or something.
So here's a peek at how it works. I don't really care. What it comes down to, it says it's number 7 in travel, according to the article in the Apple App Store. It says, sorry, Google fans, if you want your own armed goons, you'll have to resort to more traditional methods of goon employment. The marketer for Protector, which lives on its Twitter account, is surreal. A series of robust and barrel-chested men in ill-fitting black suits deliver their credentials to the camera while sitting in front of a black background. They're all operators. They describe careers in SWAT teams and being deployed to war zones. They show vanity shots of themselves kitted out in operator gear. All of them a red lapel pin bearing the symbol of Protector. So if this isn't dystopian corporatocracy, I don't know what is. This is Cyberpunk 2025.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was trying to find the travel category to see if this was actually like as highly ranked as it says, but I don't know.
Yeah, so who is this for? A video posted on January 6, 2025 that runs just over 2 minutes gives the game away. It opens the photo with the whole United Healthcare debacle. We're going to run through a scenario to demonstrate, and if a Protector had been there, the crisis would have been averted, but not necessarily. He then runs through several fantasy versions of the event and ends with the whole cell. So this person founded Protector Security Solutions in October 2024 and started putting together 2 apps, Protector and Patrol. Patrol is marketed in the same way with the same people. Scared suburban neighbors pool their resources to hire private security for their neighborhood.
What I find really odd about this, other than its existence, is the use of an actual victim of this.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty interesting to me that that's part of their marketing.
Yeah, so basically you're going to have mercs running around the neighborhood protecting you, quote unquote, and you can keep on adding more and more money, it says, to unlock more tiers, more drones, more cars, more guards, more. But you have to pay more. But that's what your taxpayer dollars are supposed to be doing. And that's actually where a lot of military
go. Doesn't this strike you as like a character in like a Jack Ryan kind of show?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, like some person in some secluded place, but they've got like a whole, I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah.
Full force working for them.
Yeah, they say here, Sereth, which I'm not sure who Sereth is, maybe up here. They say, we rely on law enforcement to keep us safe, but they cannot be everywhere at once. Protector is designed to support the goals of law enforcement and will provide an accessible way for people to protect themselves and their loved ones.
You know what this reminds me of is the attempts to obtain kind of private fire services in LA. And that was not very well received.
Yeah. Okay, gotta move on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Gamified building sites provide safer, more accessible learning opportunities for construction students. Construction education is being transformed with immersive virtual learning environments, allowing University of South Australia students to safely and freely navigate building sites and connect theory to practice. The article is over at phys.org, posted by University of South Australia. So these are virtual site visits. They create a realistic digital environment where architecture and construction students can explore the complexity of construction sites from a first-person perspective, like a video game. Through the UniSA developed Sightseer program, which I've heard of before. Students experience the full fabrication process and learn to translate two-dimensional plans into three-dimensional structures, bridging the gap between plans and built reality. UniSA senior lecturer, architecture Dr. Sean Pickersgill, says the development of the gamified platform was born out of the logistical challenges often faced by academics when coordinating physical construction site visits as part of students' practical learning. So it's tough to get people out to a site, but you can walk through any site if it's been virtualized.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and you would hate for them not to be able to do that. I mean, if this is really hyper realistic, I think this is a really cool tool.
Yep, I agree. So there's also the difficulty of students traveling to building sites, sometimes outside of regular teaching hours. For some students, it's impractical, especially if they rely on public transport or have long commute times. And because of that, in the past, we've observed higher absentee rates as students are reluctant to attend. Yeah. Wow, that whole... Never mind. Anyway, the project evolved over the next decade, with more than 1,000 first-year students engaging in the gamified platform as part of a first-year introductory course on Australian construction practices. On-site advanced into a new digital model, Sightseer, containing more than 70 distinct phases of construction process of a small double-story studio. A mixture of timber frame and brick veneer, the new structure demonstrates a broad scope of construction phases a first-year student is expected to understand. Yeah, depending on where you are, you actually have opportunity to do hands-on work, either paid or volunteer, or a combination of both, where you build houses for other people, and it's typically paid for by the city that you're in, if they have the resources available.
Right, and I hope this isn't taking the place of that, but it doesn't sound like it is. It sounds like it's taking the place of just a visit.
Correct. Yeah, this is all virtual, and the other opportunities persist as long as money is available to facilitate it. Even though a lot of companies and individuals donate time, it still takes money. This actually removes a lot of the financial burden as long as it isn't prohibitively priced. So
Right, yeah, you have to, well, and who knows? I mean, since it might have academic pricing or something, but we don't know.
Well, depending on, see, the thing is that sometimes there is something that is available. It's grant funded by either state or federal, but then the grant turns off, leaving everybody to sustain it. But that doesn't necessarily take place because funds need to be allocated elsewhere. So this basically gets vaporized overnight. They know what the horizon is, and so they have to peel it away by the last year. So unfortunately, that can happen, depending again on the price. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know how much, like if this is web-based or something. In concept, if this went away, they could go back to the other method.
Yeah.
If it doesn't require a lot of infrastructure.
Well, it looks like it is VR, so. And that can be expensive for enterprise level VR. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Smash or Trash, which is one of the shows that I really want to do, but I don't want to have to deal with copyright simply because I'm playing a little snippet and then talking about that snippet. It's an untenable position, and believe me, I'm still trying. And I come from the intellectual property sector where I used to pay for all of this licensing, and it never really made it easier. It was just a pain in the butt. Anyway, I'd really love to be able to talk about the music itself and play a little bit. Some people seem to get away with it, but I don't. Pitchfork Music Festival Paris 2025 dates have been announced. Pitchfork's annual multi-venue Parisian festival returns in November 2025. The article is over at Pitchfork, which has the tiniest header on their page.
Oh yeah, they do. Same thing with their sections.
Look, I can zoom in. That'll make it big. There we go. So this article is on pitchfork.com by Pitchfork people about Pitchfork's annual multi-venue Parisian festival returning in November. There it is.
Pitchfork.
It's a lot of pitchforks. Poke, 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 poke. 3 to 9 November 2025. Save the date. That's when it's coming. I don't know who all is going to be there. Last year's Pitchfork Festival featured performances by, oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't know any of these people.
No, I don't either. I
Kate
don't know
LeBon.
if many of these are French or not.
Oh boy. Oh, well, that's all there is. They don't have the actual rundown yet. So in addition to the Parisian Festival, Pitchfork Music Festival London will also make its return this year. Oclu, I guess, has been announced as the first artist in the lineup, performing a headline set at the Roundhouse on Friday, November 7th. Last year was a bigger list of a bunch of different others that, honestly, I've never even heard of any of these bands or individuals.
But this is a well-known festival, so it might be worth checking out.
Yep, there you go. All right, November 3rd through the 9th in Paris. Let's keep going. This next article is a video. It's over at ABC. It's Connecticut City is baffled by a seal roaming its streets. Not the musician seal, but a seal that...
That's hard to tell based on the Superb Owl commercial.
Rules, yeah, that's true. The gray seal, believed to be a 6-month-old, is being nursed back to health at an aquarium. There it is.
Okay,
Weird.
yeah, that's a bit odd. It's showing it in a street with snow in the background. No water in sight other than rain.
Oh my gosh, and then there's an ad that has seal as a seal.
That is odd.
What? That is wild.
I mean, that's what we were referencing, but that is really strange.
Oh my gosh. So it's a little baby seal, and somebody found it, told the authorities. It's now at an aquarium being nursed back to health, and it'll be released back to the wild. It's over in New Haven, apparently.
Okay. So we know about like the flamingos that got sent off course and everything, but how does a seal end up in a city street?
No freaking idea. New Haven, Connecticut. All right. Well, let's just keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. VR game showcase returns March 11th, featuring Hitman for PSVR 2, Flat 2 VR games, and more. The year's first VR game showcase is getting ready to kick off, coming March 11th, and promising a load of VR game reveals, updates, and new trailers. The live stream event promises to include a new look at Hitman World of Assassination running on PSVR 2, RoboQuest VR, Wrath, Eon of Ruin VR, as well as new game announcements from Flat 2 VR Studios. Slated to offer the biggest lineup yet of XR games or extended reality games, VR Game Showcase has a pretty high bar to beat since last year's event, which included reveals of Trombone Champ, which I love watching, but I haven't bought it. Trombone Champ Unflattened, Flat Out VR, and Arizona Sunshine Remake. The article is over at roadtovr.com, and it's by Scott Hayden. I think that's pretty much the nuts and bolts. There is a trailer over on youtube.com, so if you want to watch that, you can go and check that out.
Will you be watching the showcase?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's not until March 11th though, so we have time to prepare, and hopefully I keep making the threat that I'm going to stream, but I never have the time, and I mean, there's a lot of complications there, so the summer of stream is right around the corner. We shall see if Mayor Watt will be able to do all that. All right. Now, our last...
So, everybody listening, go watch all 1,800 episodes all the way through, and maybe that'll facilitate the summer of stream.
That's right. Give them a thumbs up, follow us, ring the bell, ding the dong, and come and hang out.
Watch lots of hours.
Hang out and chat. Oh, I just punched my microphone. I'll be okay. Anyway.
Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. I looked down and I thought that my mic was red, which meant that I was muted to everybody.
Oh, no. That would have been bad. Like the whole show.
The whole show. Yeah. I just had to verify that you weren't muted either. Oh my gosh, I've been in and out of meetings, and so I never know anymore, because once you're in a meeting, there's like 15 different mutes, at least in my rig. At any rate, let's go. The last article for February 18th, 2025 episode is California bar exam disaster reaches its offer everyone a refund stage. When Kafka wrote Before the Law, he meant to describe a surreal hellscape of standing before the law, not the real hellscape of applicants before they become lawyers. Yet the powers that be have transformed the February administration of the California bar exam into a farce that would make Kafka blush, beset with nightmarish twists and turns throughout the process, and with the exam start date looming on February 25th, the bar has offered full refunds to all 5,600 applicants out of an abundance of generosity and desperate necessity.
Wow. I'm sure after they probably spent thousands on bar exam prep and all kinds of hours, they're going to be really thrilled.
Are they giving the money and they can still sit? This unprecedented move comes after multiple blunders left test takers bewildered at the prospect of staking their career on an exam that resembled building an airplane mid-flight, except the plane is a Boeing and it's taking direction from air traffic controllers. From scheduling nightmares to broken practice exams to a dearth of accessible test centers, the bar's partnership with Measure Learning has left a lot to be desired, the article says. The article, by the way, is by Joe Patrice over at AboveTheLaw.com. Nowadays, you kind of have to meter your words, and so I'm actually kind of navigating this as we go. As the state bar examiners put it in their refund email, the experience has generated a lot of frustration, confusion, and anxiety. This is a quote from apparently the letter. We are extremely sorry for how the administration of the February 2025 bar exam has been rolling out. We understand that scheduling challenges, poor communication, and inconsistent messaging between the state bar, and Measure Learning have caused a lot of frustration, confusion, and anxiety. As a result, we are offering all applicants who wish to withdraw from the February exam a full refund. Oh, so they have to withdraw.
Right, but didn't it say February 25th? Like, it's a week away.
Mm-hmm. The problem here is that you can get a job pending your bar results.
Right, so I'm not sure everybody has an option to really bow out.
Yeah, they'll lose the gig to somebody that actually passes it from another state or wherever. And it really depends. There's a lot of machinations there. But anyway, to qualify, you need to withdraw before the exam by submitting your request to withdraw through the applicant portal. We know many applicants do not have the option of withdrawing, and we are committed to making the exam the best experience we can. Like having somebody outside the window cutting bricks.
I mean, that's definitely a must-have.
Yeah. So everything about the process, they say, has been cursed. California got to this point after its bar exam lurched into the red, and rather than swiftly plotting out a graceful transition, detractors held up the prospect of reform until the 11th hour. So it looks like it's a hot mess. The bar's offer is an $830 refund minus bank fees, naturally, serves as a fitting coda to this tragicomedy. But deferring the exam isn't an option for many applicants who need to pass this.
Aha, you hadn't even read this.
To keep their jobs, yeah. So for those folks, examiners offer more practice questions, a few more testing locations, and importantly, a red line of the student guide so everyone can easily figure out where the rules have changed midstream. Holy crap.
Look at you have to see the conclusion, though.
Someday, California's new look bar exam will deliver solid results in a convenient and cost-effective manner. That day, however, is not today.
Ouch.
Why is that? California's new look bar exam? I guess that is the bar exam has changed, and that's the new look bar exam.
Yeah, it's a weird phrase, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, there's more in this article. But yeah, this is pretty astonishing. An 11th hour refund for those who can take advantage of it. But if you've already gone
Right, the
through all of
people that
this,
are ready to fail it are probably cheering, but that's probably not most of the people.
yeah, wild. All right. So we're going to bomb the bar exam, and that will make us just go right back to the front page of ohmtown.com. We'll just sit there and go, oh, well, we'll take it again. Another $830 down. La la la, right? Student loans will pay for it, right? Right? Never mind. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying goodnight, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and come back tomorrow for another episode. But be sure to subscribe and watch any of our back episodes or a replay.
See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for February 19th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about 10 articles. I run ohmtown.com, and it aggregates all kinds of news. We're actually adding a couple of channels to ohmtown.com. Maybe you'll be interested in the new ones. Go over and check it all out. And then we'll announce the new ones later when they're all ready. But we already have 10 articles all set up, so let's knock them down. The first one we talk about is a thick panther. Then we're going to talk about trademark refilings, KFC to become TFC, Apple iconic inventions, Rivian Dune edition, copyright loophole in AI, what the juice, IVF clinic sued kid named Whoops, fish recognized divers, and a dancing robot. Like I said earlier, everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen, and then follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. YouTube already has all of the articles embedded in the description and the show notes, and over on Twitch you can hit !NSN, and Omatron will spit out the articles in the order that we're going over them, so go check that out too. See ya. When I say see ya, I get the impression that maybe somebody's going, oh, the show's over. So I guess I need to fix it.
If they heard it right then, they might.
Oh, God. That's horrible. No, come back. Wait.
Like, I just logged into the show.
Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
All right. Oh, it's been a long day. So let's get into these articles. They always are a great distraction from the whatever's going on in the world, because this is just news. Sometimes fun, sometimes fascinating, sometimes quirky, sometimes humorous.
Sometimes
it's a thick cat.
Interesting. I mean, it just depends.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So scientists find the heaviest Florida panther on record. A giant cat tipping the scales at 166 pounds. So it's a thick cat. I was going to say a giant cougar, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that. How did they find it? Like, did it sit on somebody and they went, wow, this is a big cat?
I think they tag them. So wildlife officials in Florida captured and collared the adult male feline during a routine population check in late January. So Sarah Kuda over at SmithsonianMag.com, or Smithsonian Magazine, as the kids in the know call it. No? Okay. Anyway,
I don't think so.
Holding that paw up doesn't really mean much to me unless their hand and that paw are the same size.
Well, I think the paw is larger than the person's hand.
I can't tell because the perspective makes that hand not look right.
Yeah, it's not the ideal photo for that.
So there's the cat, still knocked out, its face is all wrapped up, and it has a little clip holding its tongue out. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it's around 10 years old. The hefty cat was sedated and outfitted with a GPS tracking collar during a routine population check in late January, which is exactly how I was found a couple of years ago. They sedated and outfitted me with a GPS tracker. It was awkward finding it.
Have they found all kinds of good data from you?
They know exactly what my migration patterns are. So biologists also collected blood and tissue samples as part of a comprehensive health assessment of the animal. Do you think this is what aliens are doing with people?
I mean, that sure sounds like it. And if you believe movies.
They just bag them and tag them. So a GPS collar deployed on panthers allows researchers to track movement patterns, survival, reproduction, and habitat use. Man, so invasive. Jeez. All of which help inform science-based management strategies that are critical to the recovery of this population. The unusually large Florida panther. Wow, shaming them on size again.
Yeah, I know. Do you think it's embarrassed in front of its cat buddies?
Brethren? Buddies? Its cat drinking buddies?
I wasn't sure what to call its fellow cats.
Over at the pond. So the unusually large Florida panther was captured at the Babcock Ranch Preserve, a roughly 68,000 acre protected area owned by the state. He'd been spotted on the trail cameras for years before state wildlife officials used specially trained hound dogs to corner the cat in a tree. Oh, freaked out, and then they dart him and poke him.
That's sad, although I would maybe think that the cat was like, oh, those are nothing compared to me.
So they don't really say that a normal cat is, whatever, but down towards the bottom they do. Okay, so this cat is 166 pounds. This means that the male Florida panthers tracked in the state since 1978 have weighed between 102 and 154 pounds. So this thing is 12 pounds over the largest that they've found before.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a good sign for their population or not, or maybe it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Since they're endangered. Like, maybe that means that they've got adequate prey.
Over the last 5 decades, 50 years, the cat's population has slowly rebounded from 120 to 230. Somewhere in there. Florida panthers roaming around the Sunshine State. All right.
Be on the lookout for the, how much is it? 166 pounds?
Yep.
Panther. Like, if you see that coming toward you, you might want to slowly back away.
Yeah. Or throw it a cheeseburger. Next article is over in Right Protect. We rarely hear from them, but anyway, when doing the same thing over and over isn't insane, trademark refilings in China. Many people know about trademark filings, but have you ever heard of trademark refilings? Before 2023, registering a trademark in China often involved filing several iterations of the same trademark application consecutively, so-called refilings of the original mark, before one of the marks proceeded to registration. This was often quite frustrating for those not used to the practice. To add to this headache, many brand owners have been told that they should refile a trademark after it has already been registered. As a result, it isn't unheard of to have 5 to 10 filings for the same mark, and the costs definitely add up.
So I did not know that. I think that's an interesting practice.
I don't know how to pronounce their last name. Amy Hsiao and Tyler King put the article together. I mean, Tyler King is pretty easy. Anyway, it's over at ipwatchdog.com. And so, yeah, they apparently, refilings still hold a valuable place in China's trademark landscape. Brand owners are already seeing benefits from China's new rules of suspension of examination during trademark review procedures. So, the old way, it says, to understand just how helpful the new rules of suspension of examination are, let's look at the way that the CNIPA examination process used to work. Prior to June 2023, the CNIPA did not allow suspension of examinations for trademark applications. This is especially problematic when considering the examinations typically concluded in 6 to 8 months, while actions to remove registered trademarks, such as non-use cancellations, would take 1 to 2 years. In practice, this meant that the application was blocked by another cited trademark would be almost guaranteed to lose validity, even if the cited mark was pending on a non-use cancellation.
Well, that's fascinating. I mean, because that definitely impacts people that perhaps should have been granted trademarks.
Yeah, exactly. So the new rules don't do away with the value of refilings altogether. Under China's trademark law, non-use cancellation actions can be filed against marks that have been registered for more than 3 years. Non-use cancellation actions require the owner of the targeted mark to demonstrate that the mark has been used on the relevant goods or services in a substantive capacity at some point during the 3 years prior to the non-use filing. So what you're going to end up, people are going to go, we haven't seen that mark, so it's non-use. They file a claim, and all you have to do is just keep on refiling or showing some when you're pinged. I used it in 3 years. So you're still going to get this.
It's an odd system.
Yeah, but marks get abandoned pretty easily, and from experience, unless you have the money to keep on defending it, it's almost useless to have a trademark. Because while somebody can get a trademark, they have to demonstrate that you weren't using that mark at any time during the thing. And if they know about you, then they know that you've been using it. So therefore, they can't get their mark.
Right. Yeah,
So,
it's pretty tough.
yeah. And usually a Google search will pull up somebody that, well, how long have you been using it? Well, I can demonstrate that I've been using it in commerce since ... I've owned the domain, for instance.
Well, plus trademark is interesting because it's specific to industry, and of course, where that begins and ends isn't always clear, particularly in the age of internet business.
Yeah, and IP in general, right? I mean, you could sit there and go, well, I'm in music, so my trademark covers me in music, but I also have apparel, so I've got everything.
Exactly.
What a pain in the ass. Anyway, next article's over in Hatchadias, KFC to become Texas Fried Chicken in headquarter move to low-tax state. Dismay in Texas. A decision of Yum Brands to relocate corporate headquarters of fast food chain KFC, the fast food chain previously known as Kentucky Fried Chicken, has come in for some heat after announcing its plans to move its corporate headquarters from the state after which it's named to Texas.
I wonder how many customers even know what KFC means. Because I think, didn't they used to have the full name and then it became KFC, or is that wrong?
No, you're right. So hold on, let me find out.
They pulled a Federal Express.
Yeah. So 1991, it changed its name to KFC. It used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. So the chain's parent company, Yum Brands, told investors it would move about 100 employees from its office in Louisville, Kentucky, more than 800 miles south to the city of Plano in Texas, aka Plano, Texas. Why not call it Plano, Texas?
Well, that's also interesting because Pizza Hut is headquartered there, and I think they're under the same parent.
Yeah, they are. Yep. So the article is by Joanna Partridge over at theguardian.com, and they've got much more about this article, but I thought it was really interesting that KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, is moving its headquarters because of its merger and acquisition. It's a equity company, and so they're trying to save money, maximize profit for themselves, which meant, well, let's move to a lower tax. And it makes enough fiduciary sense to move headquarters and 100 people because the tax benefits are that great.
And it's tied to their own name. That's the thing that's really astounding. Now, having a state name on a large company probably doesn't make a lot of sense in modern times, but KFC has been around for a while, so maybe it did make sense at the time.
There's almost a whole sentence here. KFC, real meals to go to Texas. Needs a little thing down here.
That would have been funny if
The car
they
has
put some
Texas
artwork
license.
for this. Exactly.
That's funny. Anyway, you can go over to The Guardian and read more about this. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple just discontinued one of its most iconic inventions. I didn't know that they have iconic inventions that aren't like the iPhone or something like that.
Well,
or-
that's actually what I thought this would be, something like the iPhone, although I would have been surprised as that, but it wasn't quite what I expected. I did peek ahead at this one.
Oh my gosh.
I
Apple
wanted to see if the iPhone was going away or the iPad.
Jeez, you're not supposed to. So Apple discontinued the home button on the iPod Touch when it stopped making iPods in 2022. Later that year, Apple dropped the home button from the iPad line with the 10th generation model. It took a few years for the home button to leave the iPhone line, but that day has finally come. Goodbye, it says here. Zach Hall over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And I guess, what are they saying? Discontinuing the iPhone SE also marks the end of a home button on any Apple product. Even in 2025, Apple sold an iPhone model that had the design of the 2017 iPhone 8 that had a home button. Starting today, that's no longer the case. They've gotten rid of the home buttons.
Well, if you have an Apple product with a home button, you better hold on to it.
Yeah, now you gotta make a digital version of the home button. I don't know
Wasn't
about
there
that.
a lot of uproar when they started discontinuing it from certain products? But I wonder now, do people even remember that it had a home button?
Yeah,
Like if they're using one of the products that's already moved over.
people don't really care. There's just some outrage for a brief blip of time, just like the mini jack. You know, some people don't just really like that mini jack. But,
Oh, yeah, that was another big uproar.
yeah, and I kind of agree because my in-ear monitors are mini jacks, so that's helping me connect. I don't have Bluetooth lag or anything like that. I don't know. I could care less if my phone has it because I want to be wireless. I don't mind being tethered to my studio.
As long as you're not trying to walk away and forgetting that you're wired in.
Yeah, and then I yeet myself to the floor real quick.
I mean, that would make for some entertaining non sequitur news if that happened.
Yeah, if somebody rings the dinner bell, then I get up real fast and it just shoots me down onto the floor. Yeah, my head goes.
Oh, no.
Anyway, so yeah, these have been around. People got really upset with the click wheel, the wheel that used to be on the iPod. It was this giant wheel. People got bent out of shape when that was gone too. People got bent out of shape when the mini jack disappeared. The mini plug, the headphone
I don't think
jack.
people like change very much, but then they
Some-
usually probably adapt.
Yeah, it's the Reddit. What do they call it? The Reddit. What is that called? What should the you know how Reddit just said, you'll be back.
Yeah, like
That's-
the Reddit
I don't know. I can't come up with something.
slogan or something. That's not the right word.
See, and that thing is back now. I've got that little gray bar.
The Reddit mantra.
Sure. I don't know. You'll be back. Everybody's all whiny about it. That's funny. That's kind of like what the guy said, you'll be back. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. Oh my gosh. It's almost like we knew what we were doing when we created the name of this show. It used to be a hometown daily news show, but
I think non sequitur news is more fitting.
I think so too, considering the hop, skip, and jump we do through the news.
I mean, we've already talked about fried chicken,
And iPhones.
home buttons, and now we're talking about a Rivian.
And a fat panther. So Rivian's new Dune edition lets you channel your inner Fremen. The new special edition EV start at $100,000. I'm rounding up a whole $100. Rivian announced the California Dune edition in its R1 electric vehicles with 20-inch all-terrain wheels, a new paint color, a protective underbody shield for those with a desire for some serious off-roading, and what? A massive supercharger to follow them around after 45 minutes of off-roading?
I mean, I was hoping it would have like the wings for the ornithopter mode.
Right. Hold on. So this is the R1. You know what? I just did a search for Rivian R1 battery life, and it pulled up the Rabbit R1.
Okay, that is weird. And that's not a good sign for its battery life. Right?
Yeah, so the standard battery has 270-mile range. Let's push it to
That's
400.
pretty good for EV.
Let's do the larger battery, and it has 410 miles. So you can get 200 miles out before you have to turn around.
Right. I mean, but that's very high for an EV. But we know, I mean, we've talked about that topic on here before.
Yeah, it's always diminishing. So the article is by Andrew J. Hawkins over at TheVerge.com. The deck statement says the latest special edition EVs are aimed at off-roading in the deep sand. Well, we know that some trucks can't handle the snow. I wonder if they can handle a little bit of sand.
That's a good question.
But they are so damn heavy. I just don't see that. So the company says the California Dune Edition vehicles are built to tackle the toughest terrains. Rivian's tri-motor EVs offer a number of distinct drive modes, including soft sand. Soft sand.
It seems like it'd be sinking in there, but
I think so too. But now the automaker is building a vehicle specifically for those desert adventures. 850 horsepower, 1,103 pound-feet of torque. It goes 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds with a range estimated of 329 miles, but it's EPA estimated, so who knows. The R1T truck started at $100,000. The R1S SUV goes to $106,000. That's what the SUV looks like. But I just... This is range, okay? So this is not going up a hill. This isn't in sand. This isn't under load. This is just
not
driving.
in the rain.
Not
And
in the
you know
rain.
what I don't see out there in the desert?
Chargers.
Yeah.
Did I steal your wind there?
No, I mean, that's what I was asking. They're not, I mean, where are you going to find one?
You're not. That's why I said, I guess it's going to come with an airlift subscription to Uber Airlines that's going to fly a helicopter over and grab you. It's nutty. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. EU accused of leaving devastating copyright loophole in the AI Act. An architect of EU copyright law has said legislation is needed to protect writers, musicians, and creatives left exposed by an irresponsible legal gap in the bloc's Artificial Intelligence Act. The intervention came as 15 cultural organizations wrote to the European Commission this week warning that draft rules to implement the AI Act are taking several steps backwards on copyright, while one writer spoke of a devastating loophole. Really curious what it is. Jennifer Rankin put this article together. They're over at The Guardian. So Voss said a legal gap opened up after the conclusion of the EU's AI Act, which meant that copyright was not enforceable in this area. What I do not understand is that we are supporting big tech instead of protecting European creative ideas and content. So systems that can generate text, images, or music with a simple text prompt is what the law says. Axel Voss, a German center-right member of the European Parliament who played a key role in writing the EU's 2019 copyright directive, said that the law was not conceived to deal with generative AI models. So it's not even in there. The EU's AI Act, which came into force last year, was already in the works when ChatGPT, an AI chatbot that can generate essays, jokes, and job applications, burst into public consciousness in late 2022, becoming the fastest growing consumer application. Voss said that he had been unable to get majorities of EU lawmakers to ensure strong copyright protection when the issue emerged in the late stages of negotiating the AI Act. So the AI Act states that tech firms must comply with 2019 copyright law, which includes an exemption for text and data mining.
Oh, interesting.
Very interesting. The introduction of the TDM exemption, text and data mining exemption, is that in the AI Act was a misunderstanding. This view was reinforced by a significant academic study last year by the legal scholar Tim Dornis and the computer scientist Sebastian Stober, which concluded that the training of generative AI models on published materials could not be considered a case of text and data mining, but copyright infringement. But this is last year. What's being enforced is 6-year-old law.
Right. So that's the first problem. Right.
Yep.
I mean, there wasn't even really generative AI out there when.
Right.
Right. That's part of the problem. It needs to catch up.
Yeah, and they're calling it data mining, text and data mining, because, for instance, they have a German best-selling author who's been translated into 37 languages, and they basically can scupper up all of that information, and it's data mining, but it's actually copyright infringement. If my main concern is the nature of that data set. If it hasn't been purchased and is verbatim stored for exact duplication, then I have a problem with it. Just like I can't remember a whole paragraph, or not paragraph, I can't memorize a book and then write it out verbatim. I can summarize to my heart's content. I can sell Cliff's notes until Mayor Watt's notes. Oh my
Right,
gosh.
because those
Watt's
aren't
notes.
the same work.
Right. But AI has the potential to reproduce in whole works, potentially.
And that's where the problem is. And we don't always know what these models are doing.
Right.
Like a lot of the artists, and I use that term loosely, like to mean other, not just like visual art, but are claiming that that's happening. The public doesn't necessarily know what's occurring unless they're very familiar with the work and happen to see it spit out exactly.
So the bigger generative AIs that I have used, I have not detected this before, but with the smaller ones that are kind of homebrew, I can actually still see what amounts to the artist's signature in the artwork in the bottom right corner.
That's fascinating. I mean, that's what artists have been claiming. We just haven't, we don't usually witness it.
Yeah, but things like Midjourney, I don't see it. But in other AIs, where I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like that it seems to be trained and it isn't intelligent enough to recontextualize in its entirety a piece of AI generated work. It's basically taking somebody else's work and then rejiggering a few things, and voila, I'm supposed to believe and trust that this isn't stepping on somebody. Yeah, I have a problem with that kind of AI, but Midjourney, I've never seen somebody's art wholesale. I don't see a signature in the bottom corner, or something like that.
You don't see clear evidence that it's, okay, that's that
clone,
artist's actual work.
And sometimes I'll use TinEye, which is an image reverse lookup engine, to see if there is something similar to what I have generated.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want
that
to come
was
close.
available.
Yeah, I don't want to catch any. I don't want to come across like I'm just cloning somebody else's work. But I have to use AI because there is no way in hell I can pay an artist for all of the little bits of artwork that I generate. I mean, or would need. So It's an impossibility. Anyway, and where I can, I do, right? So I hire artists to do stuff.
Yeah, for specific projects.
Right. Where I want something that isn't generated by AI. At any rate, there's more in this article, but essentially there's a hole in the AI Act, and it's because it's 6 years old already. It's looking at 2019.
Which is ancient in terms of AI development.
Yep. Yep.
Or at least consumer-facing AI development.
Yeah. The behind the scenes stuff, government level and corporate behind the scenes with higher level paid consumers. It's even beyond what we see. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters. Amazon apparently thought it was going to compete. This is the actual title, by the way. Amazon.
You mean that's not your language? Gonna?
No. And this thing is a giant paragraph. So Amazon apparently thought it was gonna compete with Steam since the orange box, but Prime Gaming's former VP admits that gamers already had a solution to their problems. This is from PC Gamer, by the way.
Are we done with the article? Oh, wait, that was just the headline.
That was just the headline. I will never understand, dear reader, why we keep running into this baffling issue of Valve and PC gaming in general being underestimated. Starting at its roots when basically no one thought it would work as a distribution platform, and extending into the modern age, Ethan Evans, who was the former VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon until 2020, took to LinkedIn recently to share his wisdom as to why the giant never toppled Valve. And basically they thought they could just throw money at the problem. No, they needed... The only way that you're going to dethrone Valve and Steam is if you make it frictionless and more cost effective for the developers.
And good variety and availability of games.
Yep. And ultimately, I think giving rights back to the consumer, I want for sale doctrine back. I want ownership back. I don't want a perpetual license. I don't want you to touch it after I buy it unless it's for an update and not to sit there and change something fundamentally. I want to be able to sell it to somebody. And if you want a piece of that action, then fine. Enumerate it so that we can all agree to it or not. But right now I buy it and I'm stuck with it. Valve Steam is the real solution because it's frictionless to consume. But if you want consumers back on your side, give us more. That's what freaking competition is. I was going to use a different word, but that's what competition is. And there's no competition in this space. None. Epic has its silo. What's
the other thing?
Ubisoft is another one.
Right.
Had it. I think they shuttered. Everything is over on Steam now. I think Steam has its silo. GOG has its silo. Apple has its silo, blah, blah, blah. Everybody has these silos, but nobody is giving anything back.
And they don't have any need to, right?
They don't have any need to.
Raking in the money.
Yep. So the article is by Harvey Randall over at PCGamer.com. And the deck statement says, just because you are big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it. And, so it says, all right, I'm being glib here. In hindsight, it's 2020, but reading through this explanation has them saying no doy, like it's my new catchphrase. Evans is at least being a little self-reflective, though. As VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon, we failed multiple times to disrupt the game platform Steam. We were at least 250 times bigger, and we tried everything, but ultimately Goliath lost. The 15-plus year-long attempt to challenge Steam started before they were VP of Prime Gaming, but they never cracked the code. Again, there was no reason to move. You know what? Every game that...
Hey, you gotta give something to draw people there.
If you want to topple Steam, allow them to log into Prime Gaming and transfer their purchases over for free.
Oh, no, that would be smart.
And then from that point on, they have the right to sell the game any purchases after the transfer. Any transfers from Steam over basically gives you a license because you've already purchased it once. All you're doing is leveling the playing field so there's no friction to where they're playing from.
Right. I mean, I think then people would do it.
And then any purchase from that point on the Steam or on the Prime platform, gives us our rights back. Rights that people ignored because they transferred from physical media, where we had first sale doctrine, to electronic. And it was muddied because the purchase wasn't a purchase. We didn't own it. It was a license, and only until recently.
Yeah, have they actually announced that, even though it's been obvious to people that know anything about tech?
Right. Yeah. So it says, it's more naive fascination Evans has with the idea that Steam is good that baffles me. The mistake was that we underestimated what made consumers use Steam. It was a store, a social network, a library, and a trophy case all in one. Hardly a social network, but okay. And it worked well. No doy. Oh, look, I said it again. While the post is couched in a sort of inspirational LinkedIn corporate speech you might expect, Evans really does just seem to state that Amazon had a bit of an ego about, well, damn near everything. Hubris. But that's my challenge is I'm not going to change platforms if I'm so committed to Steam where everything is. Why would I go over there if I get the same deal?
Right. If there's nothing that's different or better, you're not going to. But also, I think people would be fearful unless they really knew Prime Gaming was going to be the place to be, because then they'd have the opposite problem. If they went over there, does that mean they're locked out of, say, Steam going forward? Yeah. If something happens.
Yeah, and therein lies another rub in that Amazon is changing its tune about Kindle books. And will it do the same thing for software?
Oh, right. Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
Yeah. If you've bought Kindle books in the past, you had better download them pretty darn quick, because they're turning off that tap. You're not allowed anymore to download the book. Let's keep going. The next article, and here's why we call this Non Sequitur News, because one story does not follow another. Non Sequitur News is where this next article is housed. Georgia woman sues IVF clinic after she says that she gave birth to another person's family, or another family's child. The person in Georgia is suing Coastal Fertility Specialists after a mix-up allegedly led her to giving birth to another couple's biological child, and then they had to give him up.
Oh my.
A woman gave birth to a baby through IVF. Then she said she had to give him up, says a lawsuit. Mary Kakatos over at ABC News, also known as abcnews.go.com, because that flows real well. All right, so how did this work? So she had selected a sperm donor who looked like her with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. She became pregnant and delivered a baby in December 2023, according to the lawsuit. Oh, it's not just... So, however, Murray, who is white and who, according to the complaint, had a white sperm donor, was shocked that when she gave birth to a baby boy she delivered was African American, the suit states. Murray bonded with the baby and wanted to keep him, despite knowing that the clinic, Coastal Fertility Specialists, had likely implanted somebody else's embryo. She requested a DNA test, which confirmed her fears that the baby was not genetically related to her. When Murray contacted the clinic, staff alerted the baby's biological parents of the mix-up, according to the lawsuit. The other couple sued Murray for custody, and she turned over the baby 5 months after giving birth.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is not just a mix-up. This is pretty heart-wrenching.
Wow. So there's more to this, but it's up to you to go and check this out, because in a nutshell, she's now suing, and it's astonishing that this could even take place. So
I hope they're looking into this company, because the fact this could happen is pretty scary.
Yep. Yeah, and it goes on to basically reiterate several times that they had to rely on that service, and they did what they thought was right, and they didn't want to give the baby up, but it's literally not their child. And the company just screwed up. So according to her lawsuit, Murray said that she doesn't know what happened to her own embryo, whether it was also mistakenly transferred to another couple or resulted in a pregnancy. Murray said that the process has made her question motherhood and so on. It's unbelievable that this could even happen. So,
well, and I mean, the reality is too, this could have happened and she wouldn't have known, and nor would the original parents have known either. This one just happened to be more obvious. But for instance, if she had one from parents that had a similar appearance to her,
you wouldn't notice until there are things that identify as being anomalous.
Right.
You do
but
a blood
that could be
test
much later in life or something. Yeah.
And impactful. I mean, if you're genetically aligned, then you're a closer fit for blood donation or whatever else, treatment and stuff like that. To me, there's a whole lot of chaos in this because if somebody else has her baby,
well, and nobody seems to know, right?
They can choose not to disclose it. They can deny a DNA test. It would turn into...
Well, exactly. Like a court battle or something.
Yeah. Wild. All right. Well, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Experiments show wild fish can recognize individual divers. So people have said that memory like a fish, but apparently...
Right. But I guess the expression is right. The meaning has been wrong.
Yeah. For years, scientific divers at a research station in the Mediterranean Sea had a problem. At some point in every field season, local fish would follow them and steal food intended for experimental rewards. Intriguingly, these wild fish appeared to recognize the specific diver who had previously carried food, choosing to follow them while ignoring other divers.
That's really interesting.
So this is from the Max Planck Society. I've only heard of the Institute, but I guess there's a society as well.
Yeah, me too. That's interesting.
It's over at phys.org. To find out if that was true, a team from the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior in Germany conducted a series of experiments while wearing a range of diving gear, finding that fish in the wild can discriminate among humans based on external visual cues. The experiments were designed to answer a question never before asked of wild fish. Are they capable of telling people apart? Overall, little scientific evidence exists to show that fish can recognize humans at all. One captive-bred species, archerfish, was able to recognize computer-generated images of human faces in laboratory experiments, but nobody has ever asked whether wild fish have that capacity, or indeed motivation, to recognize a human underwater. Says Malin Tomasak, a doctoral student at MPIAB and the University of Clermont-Auvergne, I guess, France. I think it's Auvergne. Anyway.
Auvergne or something.
So, but now a team at MPIAB have asked, and the fish have responded, and wild fish can recognize individual humans. It was published in Biology Letters. Lends credence to the possibility that fish can have differentiated relationships with specific humans. Hey, Fred, is that you?
I mean, I suspect people that are around fish are going to go, well, yeah, but I don't think this is known to the general public or even scientists, right? Like if you have fish, do they react specifically to one person, or I don't know.
I think in an aquarium, maybe when you're the handler, the fish come walking right up to you, right? Like, hey, give me your wallet.
Right, and this is kind of similar.
Yeah. So a training diver, Solar, started by trying to attract the attention of local fish, and she wore a bright red vest and fed fish while swimming a length of 50 meters. Over time, they removed conspicuous cues until she wore plain dive gear, kept the food hidden, and fed the fish only after they had followed her a full 50 meters. Of dozens of fish species inhabiting the marine station, 2 species of sea bream in particular, willingly engaged in the training sessions. Sea bream are best known to us as fish that we buy to eat, yet they surprised the scientists by their curiosity and willingness to learn. So they would follow
this is
her.
Interesting.
They would follow her around. After 12 days of training, roughly 20 fish would reliably follow them around on the training swims.
Oh, that's so neat. I hope somebody took some video of that.
And then they tried it with somebody else, and they followed Solar. The number of fish following Solar increased significantly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Pretty cool. I like that.
I do too.
All right, let's get on to our last article for the February 19th, 2025 article or episode of Non Sequitur News. This last article is in the Mobile Channel. This dancing robot can boogie its way through a human attack. In a video that Unitary
I'm not
Robotics.
Sure where to go from that.
Yeah, we're building robots now that can fight humans. Great.
Right, I'm like, is this a good thing?
No. So it's hapless G1 robot, the Unitary Robotics, released on February 18th on a YouTube video, is having a good time dancing. Rather, well, I may add, is what the author says, and this is over at Vice. When it's suddenly set upon by an attacker with a series of blows that quickly escalate from errant soccer ball to giant cotton swab to a wooden end of a giant cotton swab, they said it turned their stomach to watch. But apparently, Matt Janser put this article together over at vice.com. And the video is here, I guess. I'm going to hit play and I'll mute it. So here's the robot dancing, and they throw a ball at it, and it's just dancing, and then they hit it with a stick, and then they hit it with a giant Q-tip. Whoa.
It defends itself and keeps dancing, it looks like.
That was really interesting. It puts its hands up to block the blow to its head. It just goes like that, but it keeps on dancing.
Yeah, that was pretty complex.
Or was it that the human knew that they were going to put their hands
I want
up?
to see an extended version of the video.
All right. Well, Tech Radar, which spent some time at with the G1 at CES earlier this year, said despite its mobility and dexterity, G1's capabilities are largely a product of remote control and canned or pre-programmed movements. Perhaps that's why Unitary hedges by calling the G1 a humanoid agent AI avatar, since the word robot tends to suggest autonomy or more autonomy. I agree. So this article is actually kind of spurred by the Tech Radar article. There's a quote here. The feature was just developed in the past few days and hasn't been rolled out to customers yet, wrote Unitary for the YouTube video's description. There are also variations in functionality across different models and versions of the robot. Unitary doesn't say which update or when the update will release to existing customers. So it isn't just a dancing robot. It has after a hard day of smashing walnuts, soldering, and flipping pancakes with its nimble fingers, that can mimic a human's light touch well enough to accomplish complex tasks. This was the limit that I set for robots basically taking over human actions, the fidelity of our fingers. We have fine motor skills. Typically,
and historically, robots have not.
They have to be purpose-built.
I think that's changed, though.
So say what you want, that'll run you $16,000, which doesn't seem that bad for an ultra-limber robot with more lifelike movements than the herky-jerky humanoid robots of recent past. It's encouraging to see a robot that seems more, well, human-like in its movements. I don't know about encouraging.
I still don't know why everybody wants human-like robots. Why not have the ones with the same functionality that don't look like humans?
Yeah. Yeah, the whole video, it learned to block our blows. It's only a matter of time until they learn to evade our security systems and hack our nuclear weapons. Dun, dun, dun.
On that note.
Yeah, it's all cute right there, but then it's going to stand up and kick your ass.
But it could also teach people how to dance.
That's true. And when it gets it wrong, it'll just break their arms.
Oh, okay. That went dark.
Yeah. So we're going to hop into the arms of our Unitary attack robot, and it'll carry us back to the main page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, read all kinds of articles, and then submit them to us via a seventh icon that'll appear right there. Doo-doo-doo. But that's it. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and I'm taking the AI with me.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and while you're waiting for it, either watch our replay or go back and watch all of our 1,800 plus episodes.
1,800, yeah. Tell a friend. Be sure to follow us, download the podcast. Come on, do all of those things. We're everywhere. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for February 2nd, 2025, Season 2. I won't even say what episode this is.
Scofflaw.
I am. I'm a rebel. Things I've seen. You shouldn't understand. You couldn't understand. I am
Does this
Mayor
have anything to do with your shirt?
No, nothing. I'm professionally dressed as Mayor of ohmTown, along with the sentient AI. I'm just going to get right on into the show. This is WarCrafters, and we talk about games. And we try to stick to first-person shooters, real-time simulations. But I'm more of a cozy game player, personally. But RPG, gaming discussions, streamcasts, we talk about all of that kind of stuff, gaming. But we talk about 5 articles each weekend. It all gets merged into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Sunday, along with 2 other shows, Technology Today and 4-Wheel Tech. That is the Sunday edition. We have a Saturday edition, too. You can go over to YouTube and watch the old merged version, the Saturday episode. It is the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. Anyway, Monday through Friday, we do Non Sequitur News, which is 10 articles, about an hour, maybe sometimes a little long, sometimes a little short, depends on how much soapboxing Mayor Watt does. But let's do these 5 articles. No Man's Sky Worlds Part 2, King Arthur Legends, Orbis VR is shutting down, Cold VR, and Atom Fall. Again, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about these articles, but it's all powered by ohmtown.com. It's a news aggregator that I use to manage my information overload. Sentient AI uses it from time to time. You can use it. It aggregates a bunch of sources, but just the headlines will show you how it works on the other side of this. I need to figure out a way to make that wallpaper behind me. I've got a green screen behind me, but it's like 10 feet back. I need to be able to reach up and not hit the edge of my green screen.
Right, lose your finger or anything like that.
Right there. And it's worse when I'm standing at my standing desk. It's very frustrating. Anyway, I don't know how some people do it. Other than maybe they got I don't know how they do it. I'll have to look. Like the camera has to be like full frame. But that would make me like really huge on the screen, you know? I can do that. Anyway, let's get into the show. This is a fragment of Non Sequitur News, and so keep up. All right. First article's over.
Me or the audience?
Me. The first article is over in Reality Hacker. No Man's Sky expands its horizons with Worlds Part 2 update for PS VR 2 and PC VR. And I really love No Man's Sky, but I have this tendency where I start it and I play for a little bit. I've never completed the game because I play it for a while and I'm like, and I start over.
Right. I mean, doesn't it? Well, and it's been around for a while. And does it have a long playthrough?
It's perpetual. It's kind of like Minecraft, except that it isn't that
Right,
style.
because all the worlds.
Over 18 quintillion worlds, all of them procedurally generated, getting more and more sophisticated in their graphics and their flora and fauna. There's a whole bunch of storylines, some 16 adventures that they send you on that are all pretty expansive. And one main story that gets you traveling the omniverse. But the reality of this thing is you could, and it's really something that like I want to do, but I have yet to focus long enough. And maybe I'll do it this summer of stream where all I'll do is play No Man's Sky. And just like bear down on this and do it. I've never found my forever game. Some people have gotten into Minecraft and they just love it to death. Some people have gotten into Valheim, whatever. A lot of people are interested in No Man's Sky, but I wander off after 2 hours because I've got some other task that I need to do and I'm always doing something. We'll see. We'll see how this summer of stream. I mean, priorities are changing, so who knows what's going to happen this summer. So this article is by Sarah Thwaites over at uploadvr.com. And it says here the follow-up to last year's Worlds Part 1 update. Worlds Part 2 sees developers Hello Games, who are the developers for No Man's Sky. By the way, this is free. Everything that they've released.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that we had featured that in a previous article, which is incredible given how long this game has been around.
It is absolutely amazing. I don't know how they did it, but they've been doing these expansions and they're working on another game called Light No Fire. And what they're doing is they're taking the tech from Light No Fire and they're porting it over to Worlds. Or
Which
I should say
really
No Man's
cool,
Sky.
right? Making it more modern
but they instantly get widespread beta testing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's actually a pretty interesting tactic.
So the next game, Light No Fire, is supposed to be one giant world, technically the same size as Earth, instead of a whole bunch of worlds. So I don't know how that's going to work, because while you and I might think that the world is huge, technology really makes it small and large at the same time, because as soon as you disable technology, you really do make the world a huge place. Particularly in this day and age when we really embrace tech and then you hobble it in some way, like you can't fly or you can't use the internet in some way, it becomes very, very small, very, very fast. And news doesn't travel as fast when you balkanize everything. So No Man's Sky is this huge omniverse of 18 million planets. And now they're going to release a new game where it's just one. I don't know how that all plays out.
Yeah, I don't either. I also wonder how that'll work. I mean, I know not everybody comes in because they like the previous game, but it seems like it'll be so different than the existing game.
Yeah, so this time they've done gas giants, different terrain types or biomes, and weather conditions for No Man's Sky. Along the flora and fauna updates, the update sees oceans receive a sizable upgrade, the bodies of water now reaching multiple kilometers in depth. That's true. And the light scales as you go deeper and deeper until it's just pitch black. It's quite amazing. And it's the browser, by the way, not me. Anyway, so water reacts physically to the world around it. Ships can fly by really low, and the jet wash causes the water to ripple. Raindrops.
Okay, that's neat.
It's amazing. Raindrops hit, and you can actually see the splash. It really is spectacular. They also modified the lighting. And then they say, because you can actually see this trailer on YouTube. This is a weekly show, so obviously when they release it a week ago, you could have run across this over on YouTube. But Worlds Part 2 marks the
But
first
you wouldn't
expansion.
have the commentary over here.
True. And hopefully you're having fun and you can make comments in the chat over on YouTube and on Twitch. So it says the first expansion for the game in 2025. While it's unknown how many expansions will arrive this year, Hello Games released several major